Gu Ningning has lived for 22 years, only to suddenly discover that she is the true heiress of a prominent family. Upon her return, her parents displayed a palpable disdain for her, deeming her unfit for the grandeur of their social circle, while they favored the false heiress, Gu Jinji. However, her grandfather held a special affection for her, even bequeathing all his inheritance to her, instantly elevating her to the wealthiest member of the family. With this newfound fortune, she liberated herself completely. During a reality show, Gu Jinji deliberately sought to provoke her. "Sister, why are you wearing such attire? This outfit lacks a brand and its quality is subpar." Gu Ningning responded with a radiant smile, then without hesitation, she tore Gu Jinji's pants into ultra-short shorts, exclaiming, "Your clothing isn't of much better quality. How is it that I merely touched it and it fell apart?" Gazing at the freshly transformed ultra-short shorts adorning her, Gu Jinji screamed and fled, clutching her backside, fearful of an accidental exposure due to her vigorous movements. Observing the ever-smiling Gu Ningning, the onlookers quietly took a step back, realizing they could not provoke this young woman. While executing a task, she was grouped with Gu Jinji's admirer for a costume change, and he challenged her, saying, "I want that Japanese handsome guy vibe. You understand what I mean, right?" Gu Ningning nodded with a smile. "I understand, rest assured." She diligently transformed him into a Japanese handsome guy, clad in a mustard-yellow military uniform, complete with a cleverly placed mustache beneath his nose, epitomizing the Japanese handsome guy aesthetic. The guests exclaimed, B-Baka? This truly is a Japanese handsome guy." Chapter 1. Reclaiming the aristocracy, she chose to indulge in decadence. Gu Ningning, I see you're truly on the verge of turning the tables. Do not presume that just because the old man has left you his inheritance, you can be complacent. No matter what, you remain our daughter. Tired of hearing such tiresome words, Gu Ningning nonchalantly dug into her ears, displaying an air of indifference. Since returning to this household, she has perpetually been the unwelcome one. It took her 22 years to realize she was, in fact, a lost heiress, while the impostor had enjoyed 22 years of luxurious living, usurping her family's affection. Now, her parents had unequivocally sided with the impostor. Fortunately, her grandfather saw through it all. He left his entire estate to her and permitted her to sever ties with the Gu family. In his final moments, the old man was cared for solely by Gu Ningning, which is rather ironic. Here was a granddaughter, recently reclaimed, who stood vigil by his bedside, while his son, daughter-in-law, and the false granddaughter he had cherished for 22 years were nowhere to be seen. It is no wonder the old man chose to bequeath his estate to Gu Ningning. Initially, she had yearned for familial affection upon her return, but she has now entirely relinquished that hope. Her grandfather had already consented to her departure from this family. She is now an independent entity, and the dynamics of that family of three are no longer her concern. The inheritance bestowed upon her by the old man includes cash, jewelry, real estate, and a small company he established later on. Altogether, it amounts to nearly 200 billion, and he even arranged for an agent to manage it, allowing her to simply collect profits without any responsibility. Gu Ningning now stands as the wealthiest individual in the Gu family, while her father and mother only retained power within the Gu company. Everything else has been granted to Gu Ningning by her grandfather. "My daughter is Gu Jinji, not Gu Ningning," Gu Ningning declared without a hint of burden. This couple simply desired the wealth she currently possessed. Generally speaking, one would expect that those coveting another's riches would at least exhibit a modicum of respect towards them. However, this couple has perpetually addressed her with harsh reprimands, never once engaging in a civil conversation. Gu's father glared at Gu Ningning, his face dark with fury. Gu's mother, even more incensed, appeared ready to strike, exclaiming, "What sin have I committed to bear such a daughter as you?" Gu Ningning retorted, "What sin have I committed to have parents like you? You seemed quite pleased when you sold me. After all, it was you who signed that variety show contract. I will participate in the variety show. I am well aware of your intentions. You would do well to warn Gu Jinji not to provoke me, for I shall show her no mercy. Anton, show them out." The couple from the Gu family was forcibly ejected, their faces darkened with rage. Over the years, who would dare treat them in such a manner? Given their status, Gu Ningning has truly pioneered many firsts. What shall we do? The old master has granted her independence, and we can no longer exert control over her. She now utterly disavows us. Gu's mother was filled with bitter resentment, her teeth clenched in fury. For years, relatives of the Gu family had berated her for having given birth to a daughter. After painstakingly raising her to be exceptional, she discovered her daughter was a fraud. When Gu Ningning returned, she experienced a fleeting surge of maternal affection, only to realize that Gu Ningning was far removed from the daughter she had envisioned. She was coarse and unrefined, utterly lacking in social grace, and thus became the target of ridicule from numerous high society ladies. Gradually, her disdain for Gu Ningning grew, to the point where she genuinely wished her daughter had never returned. A shadow flickered in Gu's father's eyes. This matter is beyond his control. This variety show is meticulously curated by me, broadcast in real time. I shall have Jinji subtly guide her into becoming the subject of widespread online scorn. Let her psyche shatter, and when the time comes, we shall appear to control and comfort her. As long as we hold sway over her, all that she possesses will ultimately belong to us. It is astonishing that these two individuals are indeed her biological parents, an affront to the very concept of parenthood. To subject one's own daughter to a maelstrom of online vitriol in pursuit of control is a notion so grotesque that few would believe it. At present, Gu Jinji is out shopping with her friends, basking in their adulation, her expression of pride nearly overwhelming. My sister. Oh, our parents have been so kind to her, yet she remains ungrateful. She has even moved out, which is truly disheartening. However, we will be participating in a variety show in a few days. Our parents hope I can take good care of her on the show and persuade her to return. Upon hearing this, her superficial friends immediately began to extol her virtues. Oh, how genuinely kind you are to your sister. Yet she truly lacks appreciation. She forsakes her status as a refined young lady to venture out into the world. The Gu family concealed the truth regarding Gu Ningning's inheritance of the old master's fortune, leading everyone to believe that she had severed ties with the Gu family. The Gu family also disseminated a plethora of disparaging information about Gu Ningning, alleging she disrespected her parents, bullied her sisters, and exhibited a tempestuous temperament. Consequently, her reputation online has been reduced to a single word: abysmal. I ask you, little ancestor, do you truly intend to participate in that variety show? With your financial resources, paying the breach of contract penalty would be a mere trifle. Her manager genuinely could not comprehend her motivations. Before she was sought after, Gu Ningning was merely a minor celebrity, barely scraping the bottom of the entertainment industry. Her manager, named Bu Hong, a homophone for not popular, perhaps reflects the fate of her artists, none of whom have achieved success. Gu Ningning's current fame is entirely orchestrated by the Gu family, and it is rather a mixture of admiration and notoriety. The first act of her newfound wealth was the acquisition of the very company she was associated with. Thus she finds herself simultaneously as both the proprietor and the artist. In any case, all the enterprises and assets under her name require no personal oversight from her. Old Master Gu has specifically arranged for an agent to manage them, allowing her to recline and merely collect her earnings. Go ahead, why not? It would be a shame to miss out on such an entertaining affair, especially since I find myself rather bored. While enjoying her meal, Gu Ningning responded, I am fully aware of their intentions. Should they seek to undermine me, I shall turn the tables on them. Bu Hong, somewhat speechless at her words, remarked, I truly find it challenging to comprehend your perspective, yet you must brace yourself. This variety show is conducted in a live format. There are a total of 12 episodes, each spanning 5 days, which means the shooting will take quite some time. The first destination is the fashion capital, so remember to prepare some stylish clothing and accessories. I will be coming over tomorrow to check on things. You absolutely must prepare diligently. Bu Hong genuinely harbored concerns for this little ancestor, primarily because her taste in aesthetics diverged significantly from that of others. Chapter 2. Are you serious? In the realm of fashion, Gu Ningning opened her wardrobe, convinced that her belongings were indeed quite stylish. Behold this vibrant rainbow ensemble. It instantly uplifts one's spirits. What is appealing about the monotonous black, white, and gray that people don daily? It is vitality that truly enhances one's appearance. Humming a tune, Gu Ningning neatly folded her rainbow outfit into her suitcase. When Bu Hong came to inspect, she nearly squinted at the sight of the open suitcase. Pulling out a pair of rainbow socks, she earnestly asked Gu Ningning, Sister, are you serious? Your socks even have separate compartments for each toe. Do you find ordinary socks too confining? Bu Hong's head throbbed. This person's taste was utterly beyond redemption. Gu Ningning, eyeing the rainbow socks in her hand, confidently replied, Aren't they lovely? It's merely a style, after all. Each toe has its own little home. What's wrong with that? Moreover, participating in such variety shows entails executing tasks and engaging in various games. If a game requires toe involvement, I'll undoubtedly emerge victorious. Bu Hong urged, Come on. Show me how you plan to win. Without hesitation, Gu Ningning slipped on the socks, the 5 vibrant digits standing out prominently. with her toes. She cheerfully gave Bu Hong a thumbs up. What do you think? Impressive, right? Overwhelmed by the sight of the colorful foot, Bu Hong collapsed onto the sofa. All right. You can keep them. Gu Ningning chuckled as she tucked the socks away. Bu Hong then noticed a mini flashlight tucked away in the corner of the suitcase. What on earth do you need a flashlight for? You're heading to a major city. You won't need it. Gu Ningning replied, it's better to be prepared, after all. When venturing out, one must be fully equipped. This reasoning was compelling enough to persuade Bu Hong. The suitcase contained a myriad of disorganized items. But she chose not to elaborate, as this little troublemaker always had an array of excuses, and she could never win an argument against her. I trust your judgment. But you must remain vigilant in this show. Your faux sister has a cunning mind. At just 22, she seems to have acquired a multitude of schemes. Bu Hong had met Gu Jinzi once and found her impression rather mediocre. She believed Gu Jinzi wore a facade of smiles while her eyes exuded coldness. At 22, one typically enters society with a certain naivete, yet Gu Jinzi was devoid of such innocence, filled instead with ulterior motives. As long as she did not provoke Gu Ningning, the latter would reciprocate the peace. However, if Gu Jinzi sought trouble, she shouldn't be surprised by Gu Ningning's lack of civility. Gu Ningning paid little heed to Gu Jinzi. She felt invincible with her wealth and newfound freedom, unperturbed by any trivialities. Bu Hong gave her a thumbs up, recognizing the confidence that set her apart. By the way, this show might confiscate phones, so be prepared. The variety show maintained a degree of confidentiality. Although it was live-streamed, the collection of phones was deemed necessary. The program commenced shortly, and Gu Ningning instructed the driver to take her to the airport. Gu Jinzi had arrived early, intent on forging relationships with others. Hoping to isolate Gu Ningning. In the entertainment industry, participants typically arrived well in advance. Those who arrived at the last moment, like Gu Ningning, were often the last to show up. My sister may not be the easiest at home, so I hope everyone will bear with her, Gu Jinzi said with a friendly smile, subtly maligning Gu Ningning. Jinzi, you must have it tough at home, Yan Luo observed, his expression filled with sympathy. He was the young master of the Yan family, having admired Gu Jinzi since childhood, yet she had always regarded him as a backup. Upon learning of her participation in the show, he had hastily arranged to join, determined to shield his beloved from any perceived bullying by Gu Ningning. Yi Hua and Yang Mei exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. It seemed peculiar for someone to publicly criticize their sister's temperament during a live broadcast. Surely, a wealthy young lady would not be so thoughtless. Cheng Xia remained silent, feeling somewhat out of place amongst them. The variety show comprised 6 participants, 4 women and 2 men, a rather fantastical configuration. Indeed, a wealthy young lady and a wealthy young master are well matched. Gu Ningning's return home has made her insufferably arrogant, clearly lacking proper upbringing. Gu Jinzi's expression was truly heart-wrenching. Gu Ningning deserves to face consequences. Gu Ningning is notorious for her disrespect towards her parents and neglect towards her sister. Chairman Gu sighs heavily whenever she is mentioned in interviews. What does it matter to be a genuine heiress if one is devoid of manners? Rumor has it she recently ran away from home, prompting her parents to repeatedly call for her return online. It seems this show was arranged for Gu Jinzi to persuade Gu Ningning to come back. No wonder she has struggled to gain fame in the entertainment industry all these years. Her character must be lacking. Indeed, those who do not succeed often possess various unusual shortcomings. The online community harbored considerable animosity towards Gu Ningning. While it hadn't escalated to a full-scale internet backlash yet, a few discerning individuals were observing, and it seemed it wouldn't be long before it did. Wow, everyone arrived so early. Wasn't it supposed to start at 8? How long have you all been here? Gu Ningning's voice echoed in before she even appeared. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, and Gu Ningning, clad in a striking yellow ensemble, momentarily blinded them with her brilliance. While others donned black, white, and gray, she alone shone in a vibrant lemon yellow. Fortunately, her beauty and fair complexion mitigated the risk of this color being a complete disaster on anyone else. My eyes. They're being blinded. Wow. I feel like she's radiating light. A mere jester seeking attention, wearing such an ostentatious outfit to draw the spotlight. Sister, you've finally arrived. Why did it take you so long? I thought your place was nearby, Gu Jinzi greeted her with a smile. Gu Ningning raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. I own numerous properties. The one you mentioned isn't my current residence. I'm actually quite far from here now. Numerous properties. In this city, where every inch is precious. The comments section fell silent, including the other guests who ceased their chatter. Chapter 3. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinzi's smile faltered. I had momentarily forgotten about your many properties. Our parents have been missing you lately. When will you return to visit? As daughters, we ought to fulfill our filial duties, shouldn't we? As soon as Gu Jinzi referenced the Gu family, the haters seized upon it like vultures. Living off the Gu family's wealth and residing in their houses, I can't fathom how she dares to treat them this way. What a shameless person. I can hardly bear to watch. Gu Ningning regarded Gu Jinzi with a piercing gaze, causing the latter to feel a twinge of unease. Why was she looking at her that way? Are you certain that they both long for me? Just a few days ago, they were at my residence hurling insults at me. Oh, what a scandal. All eyes gleamed with intrigue, and the guests held their breaths in anticipation. Every possession I own was bequeathed to me by my grandfather. Where were they when he was ill? Now, they dare to accuse me of lacking filial piety, yet I never witnessed their devotion during his time of need. It seems you, too, did not visit him, did you? Gu Jinji was taken aback that Gu Ningning would air such matters in public. Within elite circles, certain unspoken rules prevail. Familial issues are to be resolved privately, for airing them tarnishes the family's reputation. However, Gu Ningning was unconcerned. Though she bears the Gu surname, she is no longer a member of the family and their reputation holds no significance for her. So, cease with your incessant talk of filial piety. You are unworthy of uttering such words. My home and possessions rightfully belong to me, inherited from my grandfather. And I am well aware of your ulterior motives, suffice it to say, keep them to yourselves. Rolling her eyes, Gu Ningning sauntered back to her seat, indifferent to Gu Jinji's expression. Goodness. This is indeed a sensational revelation. Could the Gu family's affairs be taking a turn? If what Gu Ningning says is true, then the Gu couple and Gu Jinji are truly despicable. The elder Gu left his fortune to his true granddaughter, and their family has gained nothing. So they target Gu Ningning instead. I always wondered why her biological parents spoke of their daughter so disparagingly online, claiming she was disobedient. It seems there's more to the story. Don't let Gu Ningning lead you astray. Her character has always been questionable. Hello, I am Yi Hua. The first to greet Gu Ningning, followed closely by Yang Mei and Cheng Xia. Yan Luo had already gone over to console Gu Jinji, casting a glare at Gu Ningning as he did. Gu Ningning, noticing the three individuals approaching her with friendly intentions, retrieved 3 gifts from her suitcase. Here, these are for you, a token of our meeting, she said, promptly placing the gifts into their arms. Yi Hua and the others were taken aback. Must they also prepare gifts? What were they to do now? Apologies, we didn't prepare anything for you, Yang Mei said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Gu Ningning laughed heartily. These are my gifts to you. I currently have more than enough money, so just accept them. The phrase "I currently have more than enough money" left them utterly astonished. Goodness. When will we be able to say that with such composure? What should I do? I'm actually tempted. I could be friends with a wealthy sister. Quickly, open the gift boxes. I want to see what's inside. What could it be? Probably just some trinkets of little value. Seeing them hesitate to open the gifts, Gu Ningning encouraged, why not take a look? If you like it, keep it. If not, I can send you something else later. The 3 nodded eagerly, and upon opening the boxes, they were nearly blinded by the gleam of gold. Inside lay a substantial gold bar, dazzling in its brilliance. Gu Jia, from now on, we shall follow your lead, Yi Hua exclaimed, tugging Yang Mei and Cheng Xia. As they all bowed to Gu Ningning in unison, Gu Ningning observed their actions with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. It was merely a small gift. Yi Hua, with an ingratiating smile, insisted, we want more of this. Otherwise, we won't feel secure accepting such gifts. Cheng Xia added, indeed. If you ever need assistance, just let us know. Yang Mei chimed in, I've never seen a gold bar of this size. Today has truly opened my eyes. Gu Jia, you shall be my only sister from now on. In this world, there is nothing money cannot resolve. If it cannot, simply add a bit more. Although they were rising stars, their principles and reluctance to engage in the unspoken rules of the industry had made their paths rather arduous. Renowned yet struggling, they found that the wealth they earned often dissipated as quickly as it came. This gold bar was a gift that resonated with their hearts. Rich sister, can I be your friend too? What should I do? I can't hold back any longer. I wish someone would gift me a gold bar. This gold bar is longer than my face. How much is it worth? I estimate it to be at least 1 million. But the exact amount is uncertain, as I don't know its weight. However, seeing them struggle to lift it suggests it's quite hefty. Gu Jinji watched this scene with gritted teeth, enraged that such a trivial sum could buy their loyalty. They truly are just 3 actors. Yen Luo, noticing Gu Jingji's fury, quickly reassured her, "Jingji, do not be upset. I will always stand by your side. Together, we can overcome any obstacles." Gu Jingji gazed at Yen Luo with feigned tears, on the verge of expressing her feelings when suddenly, background music began to play. "I want to soar to the heavens, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The world awaits my transformation." Gu Ningning pretended to wipe away non-existent tears with her phone. "Yen Xiao, I am genuinely touched by your bond. I know I cannot contribute much, so I offer you this background music. Please continue without regard for me." Cheng Xia burst out, nearly unable to contain herself. Miss Gu is truly heartless. Yi Hua and Yang Mei lowered their heads, unable to suppress their laughter. "Gu Ningning, do not test my patience." Gu Ningning feigned confusion, questioning how she had wronged them, simply offering a kind gesture. "Didn't you say you wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder? Is Gu Ningning here for entertainment? Is Gu Jingji the son, and Yen Luo wishes to stand beside her? I feel like she is here to stir trouble. What should I do? I'm beginning to like her." Chapter 4. The Little Crocodile Song. The staff observed the spectacle, captivated. This was far more entertaining than any television drama. Yet, even amidst their amusement, duty called, and it was time to commence. "Ladies and gentlemen, all guests have now arrived. Let us begin boarding. However, please hand over your phones first. They will be returned after this episode concludes. Our destination is the fashion capital. May everyone enjoy this journey." As they surrendered their phones, everyone complied swiftly. Once aboard, Gu Ningning found herself seated next to Gu Jingji. The production team certainly enjoys stirring the pot, placing them together. Do they fear a confrontation? If they were to clash, I have a strong intuition that Gu Ningning would prevail. "Sister, are you tired? You may lean on me if you wish to rest." Gu Jingji began to cultivate her persona as the caring sister. Gu Ningning retrieved a neck pillow. "You hardly have any flesh on your shoulders. I fear your bony shoulder would pierce my temple." Cheng Xia could no longer contain her laughter, while Yang Mei pinched her arm, urging her to maintain her composure. Gu Jingji's smile faltered, and she fell silent. Gu Ningning reclined comfortably against her neck pillow, drifting into slumber when suddenly, a cacophonous smacking sound interrupted her repose. Turning her head, she discovered Gu Jingji's mouth was animated, as if she were noisily suckling on something. Frowning slightly, Gu Ningning rummaged through her bag and shortly unearthed a bottle candy. Without hesitation, she unwrapped the pacifier and inserted it into Gu Jingji's mouth, and miraculously, the noise ceased. Finally, tranquility returned, allowing Gu Ningning to resume her nap. Ha ha ha. Where on earth did she pull out such peculiar items? That bottle candy is a nostalgic relic from my childhood. Gu Jingji will likely be utterly mortified when she awakens. Gu Ningning is actually quite kind-hearted. She refrained from waking Gu Jingji and sought to soothe her instead. The bond between the two sisters must be quite strong. Perhaps they frequently engage in playful banter and teasing. The production crew was undeniably audacious, positioning the camera directly in front of Gu Jingji, capturing her suckling on the pacifier in all its glory. As anticipated, when Gu Jingji awoke, she was indeed distraught, her mouth dripping with saliva, leaving her clothing slightly damp. "Sister, even if you dislike me, you shouldn't be so deliberately cruel." Gu Ningning found her words perplexing. "How am I targeting you? You were smacking your lips in your sleep, and I kindly found something to silence you and preserve your dignity. How is that targeting you?" Gazing at the pacifier, everyone fell silent. On one hand, Gu Ningning's intentions seemed benevolent, yet she had indeed plugged Gu Jingji's mouth with the pacifier. On the other hand, her actions were undeniably considerate, as she had not disturbed her sleep. Gu Jingji trembled with indignation. Her carefully maintained image lay in ruins. A wealthy heiress caught drooling while suckling a pacifier during her slumber. What a source of mockery this would become. Gu Ningning remained indifferent, unperturbed by Gu Jingji's distress, letting her think whatever she wished. Upon exiting the airport, the production crew dispatched a vehicle to transport them to their accommodations. Truly, this fashion capital exuded an air of style, yet as they drove on, the surroundings grew increasingly remote, as if they had transitioned from the city to the countryside. An hour later, the group found themselves standing in a desolate area, a gust of wind stirring a few fallen leaves. "Ladies and gentlemen, the village ahead will be your residence for the next 5 days. As the vehicle cannot enter, you must proceed on foot." The crowd collectively gasped. "Isn't this supposed to be in the city? This fashion capital has such a place?" The staff chuckled, replying, Every city has its rural areas. This location was meticulously chosen. Indeed, it seemed meticulously selected. Few would stumble upon such a place. The production team is truly ruthless. Sending a group of stars and rich heirs down such a shabby path to reside in such a locale, they must not fear backlash. This makes for better entertainment. Staying in the city would be far less amusing. Gu Ningning is wearing high heels. I'm curious how she will navigate this muddy path. It's truly a case of beauty over practicality. Should she twist her ankle, it wouldn't be a jest. Gu Ningning sighed at the sight of the muddy road. It appeared her concealed prowess was about to surface. She opened her suitcase and retrieved a pair of yellow duck rain boots, which perfectly complemented her lemon yellow outfit. Upon changing from heels to rain boots, traversing the muddy path became a breeze. I told you my gear would prove useful, she mused, and indeed, it was time to put it to use. The onlookers were astonished. Sister, did you somehow foresee the production team would bring us here? Gu Jinji's words hinted at a deeper implication, as if she suspected foul play within the show. The director behind the scenes wore a stern expression. He was no stranger to the industry's intrigues, having initially entered as a playboy but ultimately ascending to prominence. He didn't regard Gu Jinji's antics with particular concern, but should she insinuate that the show was compromised, he would not hesitate to respond. The fact that she prepared rain boots indicates she must have known where they were headed. Did the production team leak information solely to her? That's truly distasteful. Isn't that essentially playing favorites? The production team must have some hidden agendas. Gu Jinji's accusation misled the audience, and soon, fingers were pointed at Gu Ningning for alleged collusion. Gu Ningning shot her a look of incredulity. Have you lost your mind? I brought rain boots, and suddenly there's a scene? Have you never worn rain boots in the rain? Did you not check the weather forecast before coming? It's supposed to rain for the next 4 days. If you didn't prepare, who can you blame? Her words were unrelenting, as the trio of bystanders shrank back, unwilling to engage in the fray. Gu Ningning, you should show some respect. Jinji was merely inquiring. No need to be so aggressive. Yen Luo staunchly stood by his idol, but Gu Ningning regarded him as if he were foolish. This gentleman, I'd like to dedicate a song to you, she said, raising her rain boots and pressing a button. The melody of Baby Crocodile filled the air. Mud, mud, mud.
Mud.
Ha ha ha, I'm sold on these shoes. Where can I buy them? You can find them on some online marketplace. They're children's rain boots. Just get a larger size. Do you think Gu Ningning is being a bit rude? She was just asked a simple question, yet she responded with insults. Clearly, she lacks upbringing. You all seem to be overly virtuous. It was Yen Luo and Gu Jinji who instigated, and Gu Ningning didn't insult anyone. She merely played a children's song. Have you never heard it? Yang Meicheng, Xia Cheng, and Yi Hua were nearly purple with suppressed anger, questioning why Yen Luo would provoke such a formidable presence. Wasn't he that courting disaster? The journey continued, with Baby Crocodile echoing throughout, and soon, everyone's minds were consumed by the catchy tune, completely entranced. Yen Luo and Gu Jinji finally settled down a bit, but their expressions remained sour. As they observed Gu Ningning striding confidently ahead, Gu Jinji's gaze fell upon a muddy puddle nearby. Gu Ningning's lemon yellow outfit would surely become a mess if it got splattered. She feigned a sprained ankle and lunged towards Gu Ningning. Sensing a shadow approaching, Gu Ningning instinctively positioned herself in a defensive stance, executing a swift kick that sent the shadow flying, accompanied by a cry of distress.
Ah!
Yi Hua, standing behind, bore the brunt of the incident, as Gu Jinji landed squarely in the puddle, splattering mud everywhere, including onto him. Gu Ningning, what on earth are you doing? Why are you resorting to violence? Yen Luo exclaimed, panic rising as he beheld Gu Jinji sprawled in the mud. Gu Ningning brushed her bangs aside, feigning surprise. Oh dear. It was Gu Jinji who flew out. I initially thought someone was coming to attack me. My apologies, I have recently taken up martial arts. And that was merely a reflex. By the heavens, a reflex. Gu Jinji lifted her head from the mud pit, her face now unrecognizable, resembling a figure made of clay. Gu Ningning approached with an air of melodrama, and Gu Jinji felt an uncanny resonance with the music that accompanied her. Sister, I truly apologize, but there are some advantages to this situation. Did you not mention your beauty regimen before? Now, take this opportunity to beautify yourself here and strive to become the most beautiful woman in the world. TSK. TSK. Gu Jinji was clearly no match for Gu Ningning. It seemed that her previous fall had been intentional. But she had not anticipated Gu Ningning's utter lack of empathy. I must admit, Gu Ningning does seem to have a few screws loose. She is always gravitating towards others despite their evident disinterest. Is it not inviting trouble? If an annoying person were constantly hovering around me, I would be compelled to retaliate. Gu Ningning is being excessively unreasonable. To strike someone in front of the cameras, who knows how she treats others off-screen. Gu Ningning had amassed quite a following, and her fans were now stirred up by her team, rallying to her defense. Following this incident, Gu Ningning lost any desire to provoke further. However, she was thoroughly drenched, her shoes squelching with each step, providing an unintentional soundtrack to her plight. Only Yan Luo remained by her side to offer comfort. The others kept their distance. Upon arriving at the accommodation, Gu Ningning was immediately confronted by the host. "My home is immaculate. What are you, a beggar? Think you are doing here? I agreed to have you record a program here under certain conditions. You're not to mess up my house." Gu Ningning, incredulous, raised her head. How dare this person label her a beggar? You are the beggar. Your entire family is composed of beggars. I merely stumbled. Gu Ningning was on the verge of a complete breakdown. The host, incensed by her retort, declared, "Everyone else can enter, but you shall not." Seething with rage, Gu Ningning trembled, prompting the staff to intervene and separate the two. Perhaps additional compensation had been offered, as the host ceased her complaints. Gu Ningning was already lounging on the sofa, enjoying watermelon as if the entire affair were of no concern to her. Gu Ningning, upon witnessing this, could hardly contain her fury. This was all because of her. "Gu Ningning, you must be overjoyed to see me in this state." Gu Ningning flashed her a smile and, with a swift motion, spat watermelon seeds directly onto her face. Oh dear, that wasn't intentional. Even a blind person could discern her malice, yet no one dared to confront her. Not even the production crew. Others could be reasoned with, but Gu Ningning was utterly unyielding. The director, well-versed in industry dynamics, understood the implications of Gu Ningning's influence. Despite her being ousted, her assets were not something to be trifled with. Gu Ningning, trembling with indignation, rolled her eyes and fainted. Her combat prowess appears rather lacking. With such weak resolve, what was she thinking in seeking out conflict? What should I do? I find myself increasingly drawn to Gu Ningning. Her aura is simply captivating. You're enamored with her wealth, aren't you? Well, I must admit, I am as well. What are you all waiting for? The poor girl has fainted. Someone should carry her out. Gu Ningning remarked to the stunned staff. They promptly lifted Gu Ningning, leaving behind an imprint of her form in the mud, an eerie scene reminiscent of a crime scene. Thank heavens it isn't blood, otherwise, those unaware might think a tragedy had occurred. Could you refrain from commenting, esteemed one? The more you speak, the more peculiar the atmosphere becomes. With everyone now settled in the lodging, it was time to prepare dinner. Are there any dishes available? If there is no rice, surely there must be some vegetables? Apologies, but we have only freshly picked vegetables, which you may acquire upon completing a task. Please change into comfortable clothing. The task will commence shortly. Gu Ningning smiletknovingli. Anticipating this very segment. Chapter 6. Flatulence in the face of Gu Ningning. Before long, everyone had changed into their attire, including the unconscious Gu Ningning, who appeared in a crisp shirt and long pants, her hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding an intellectual charm. Gu Ningning opted for a simple tracksuit, an infallible choice for any task at hand. The others followed suit with a mix of shirts and pants. As dinner was at stake and could not be taken lightly, the production team had set up acupressure mats, complete with a ball. The game entailed seizing the ball, divided into two teams, and placing it in their respective baskets for points. The winning team would choose their desired dishes, while the losing team would be relegated to whatever was readily available. All right, let us draw lots. The participants obediently approached to draw their lots. Gu Ningning paired with Yihua, while Yang Mei found herself teamed with Gu Ningning. Yang Mei's face displayed disbelief upon receiving her draw. Why had she been paired with them? Yang Mei's expression is priceless. She must have wished to team up with the wealthy sister. Is she that reluctant? If she is unwilling, perhaps others are too. It's merely a game, after all. Gu Ningning's fans should temper their enthusiasm. Do they wish to offend everyone? What's wrong with liking Gu Ningning? She is genuinely generous, having gifted gold bars. If someone gifted me gold, I would cling to them as well. Now, please remove your shoes. The game is about to begin. Upon removing her shoes, Gu Ningning revealed her multicolored socks, each toe adorned in a distinct hue. Yihua's eyes widened in astonishment. Sister, those socks are quite something. They are incredibly unique. Feigning modesty, Gu Ningning replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wanted to give each toe its own home." A burst of laughter erupted from Chengxia. She had never heard such a whimsical notion. Providing each toe with a home, Gu Ningning is quite the character. Clearly, we have not treated our toes well enough, forcing them to cram into one abode. I must procure a pair of such socks for each toe. To wear such ugly socks is quite a feat in itself. It's utterly beyond me. Should you find no enjoyment in watching, then cease your gaze. What need have you to seek validation here daily? If you are uninterested, you may simply withdraw. Gu Ningning now embodied an unrestrained spirit, indulging in whatever whim crossed her mind. Any who dared to impede her would swiftly become her adversaries. As the competition commenced, Gu Ningning deftly maneuvered and snatched the ball into her embrace. Her movements were so swift that her form seemed to blur, a testament to her remarkable agility. Gu Jinzi clung tenaciously to Gu Ningning, refusing to relent. Yi Hua and Cheng Xia had intended to rescue her, but were thwarted by Yan Luo and Yang Mei, who blocked their path. I apologize, I truly do, but at this moment, our two teams are rivals. Once the game concludes, I shall personally extend my apologies to Sister Gu. Yang Mei's features contorted in frustration. The team assignments had proven irksome, especially after she had finally secured a strong ally, only for the production team to sever that connection. Sister, release the ball. Gu Jinzi pleaded, sprawled upon the pressure board, desperately grasping Gu Ningning's foot. Although Gu Ningning found herself immobilized, the ball remained firmly nestled in her arms. Witnessing the triumphant grin on Gu Ningning's face ignited an irate spark within her. With an audacious maneuver, she thrust her foot forward, inserting her big toe into Gu Jinzi's mouth and her little toe into her nostrils. Remarkably, the sock proved to be quite effective.
Ugh.
Gu Jinzi recoiled, nauseated. Her mouth and nostrils were obstructed, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. The live commentary momentarily fell silent before erupting in astonishment. Goodness! Is that sock truly capable of such versatility? Those toes are waging war. I am curious about Gu Jinzi's current state of mind. Wow, Gu Ningning is truly something else. As Gu Jinzi struggled to breathe, she relinquished her grip on Gu Ningning's foot. Seizing the moment, Gu Ningning swiftly extricated herself and dashed to her team's basket to deposit the ball. Team 1 wins. With the announcement from the staff, the entangled individuals finally separated. Gu Jinzi remained in a state of discomfort, evidently affected by the earlier incident. Gu Ningning, you have gone too far. This is an assault. Yan Luo exclaimed, simultaneously aiding Gu Jinzi in regaining her composure while expressing his ire towards Gu Ningning. Gu Ningning, seated upon the pressure board, defiantly raised her big toe, declaring, "It is not my fault. It acts of its own accord. I shall have it bow and apologize to you." She then bent her toe in a mock gesture of contrition. Yi Hua and the others struggled to contain their laughter, nearly bursting at the absurdity of her statement. I've learned something today. In the future, if I strike someone, it won't be my intention, but rather my body acting independently. I can have my limbs apologize. Following Gu Ningning's lead, I shall never find myself at a disadvantage. As tensions threatened to escalate again, the staff hurriedly interjected, All right, the second round is commencing. A modicum of physical contact is unavoidable in this game. As the second round began, Gu Ningning once again claimed the ball first. This time, Gu Jinzi had learned from her previous mistake. Instead of grabbing her foot, she clutched her thigh and waist. Feeling the pressure on her abdomen, Gu Ningning's complexion shifted. Release me. Believing she was rendering Gu Ningning immobile, Gu Jinzi retorted, Why should I? A little physical contact is expected in the game. Suddenly, Gu Ningning felt a tumultuous stir in her stomach, with Gu Jinzi positioned directly behind her, her backside facing Gu Jinzi's face. If you don't let go, don't come complaining to me about what might happen next. Gu Jinzi raised her head in triumph, unaware of the impending consequence. Before she could finish her thought, a gust of gas escaped, directly assaulting her senses.
Ugh.
Gu Jinzi's face turned pale as she collapsed, convulsing and retching. Her reaction startled the others, prompting staff members to rush over. Gu Ningning, unfazed, stated nonchalantly, Nothing significant occurred. I merely experienced a sudden discomfort in my stomach and released a bit of gas towards her. The crowd was left speechless. Chapter 7. The Trio of Fishers, a Crime. Gu Jinzi felt as though her stomach were about to betray her.
Ugh.
Gu Ningning, you did that on purpose. The foul odor clung to her, even infiltrating the remnants of her stomach's contents. Do not cast blame upon me. I warned you to let go. And yet you clung on. Who can be held accountable for that? Gu Ningning asserted with conviction. We are all human, and such accidents are inevitable. You expect me to hold it in? Yi Hua and Yang Mei, surprisingly, found her logic somewhat valid, though they couldn't help but feel pity for Gu Jinzi. Listening to her, I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Strangely, her reasoning seems sound. I did hear Gu Ningning ask Gu Jinzi to release her, but I never anticipated it was for such a reason. It seems that gas was quite potent. Even I feel queasy watching Gu Jinzi. Do you not find her behavior rather impolite? From the onset of the program, she has shown a lack of respect for others. I believe she shows respect towards individuals other than Gu Jinzi and Yan Luo. It must be noted that Gu Ningning's actions were indeed ruthless, and her ability to articulate the event with such composure indicated a remarkable fortitude. Director, shall we proceed with the next segment? A staff member inquired of the director, whose expression was notably complex. The director rubbed his temples, contemplating. Do you see any reason to continue? Gu Ningning has already emerged victorious in 2 rounds. This girl truly defies convention. In any case, whatever transpires, our team has triumphed. Let us proceed to select our ingredients. Gu Ningning declared boldly, departing and leaving a group of individuals staring in stunned silence. Goodness, she is indeed an impressive figure. How does she speak with such conviction? Yang Mei gazed at her in admiration. Yi Hua, noticing her infatuation, cautioned, you must not emulate her. We are but minor stars, lacking such audacity. Their resources had already diminished, especially in this frigid period for the film industry. Simply securing a role was a feat in itself. Moreover, the number of those with influence was ever increasing, while diligent actors found themselves less valued. Had they not previously garnered substantial roles and a loyal fan base, they might have long been forgotten. Of course, I am aware of that. I am not so naive, I merely envy her. Gu Ningning paid little heed to the envy of others, relishing her current circumstances. She selected several of her favorite dishes, leaving the remainder for her companions. The first group would choose before the second, yet by the time they finished, little remained. Gu Jinzi, pale and supported as she approached, lamented that she had joined this program to vex Gu Ningning, yet found herself at the mercy of her antics. Gu Ningning was simply unpredictable. Jinji, I am proficient in cooking. I made a point to learn before coming here. Please wait here while I prepare the meal. Yan Luo is quite confident in his culinary skills. He even sought instruction prior to participating in this program, as the household staff claimed his dishes were delectable. However, it should be noted that although he was praised for his cooking, those who tasted his food often ended up in the hospital. This was merely a facade for the sake of appearances and the demands of his role. Gu Jinji regarded his self-assured demeanor with skepticism, yet found herself devoid of alternatives. Cooking was not within her repertoire, having been raised in luxury and comfort. I shall rely on your skills, she offered him a feeble smile, which tugged at Yan Luo's heartstrings. However, upon their arrival at the kitchen, they discovered the options were severely limited. The only ingredients remaining were a pig's intestines, along with pig heart and liver, and a solitary bunch of bok choy. Upon seeing the intestines, Yan Luo's expression stiffened. He had never prepared such a dish. No. He could not falter in front of Jinji. After all, cooking was generally a matter of similarity and technique, and if he could manage other dishes, surely he could conquer this one too. Yet, improperly cleaned pig intestines would emit a foul odor, and the current state of the dish was indeed quite pungent. Gu Jinji distanced herself from the source of the stench, her face betraying a hint of disgust. What is with that expression? Here I am, preparing a meal for her, and she looks utterly repulsed. A true heiress, indeed. My impression of her was favorable, but in just one day, she has completely overturned that notion. It seems that a good image is merely a facade. Compared to her, I find Gu Ningning far more appealing. At least she lives authentically and does not provoke others unless antagonized. At that moment, Gu Ningning was by the riverside, skillfully filleting fish, her movements precise and efficient. 2 young admirers looked on in awe, occasionally assisting her. Sister Gu, you are incredible. Look at those swift motions. Such finesse is rare. Yi Hua resembled a sycophantic courtier. A beaming smile plastered on his face. Cheng Xia quickly brought her a glass of water. Sister Gu, have a sip. You must be tired after all that chopping. The 2 of you resemble a pair of overzealous attendants. Must you not utilize your own charm? You should temper those smiles. They are tarnishing my impression of you. I merely wonder if, after this program concludes, such characters might genuinely seek them out. Yi Hua would undoubtedly be the most handsome eunuch in history. What if? I find myself somewhat intrigued. After all, aren't there characters like that in novels? He could easily portray a male lead in a eunuch role. Young Mei, not being in their group, could only watch them with a forlorn expression. When Gu Ningning emerged, she was met with the trio's cheerful camaraderie, prompting her to huff and retreat indoors. Gu Ningning had nearly finished filleting the fish when, unexpectedly, one of the fish flopped back to life, splattering blood across the three of them. Gu Ningning swung her knife down. I cannot believe I am being bested by a mere fish today. The trio now bore the appearance of having emerged from a crime scene, which was indeed rather alarming. A child passed by, and Ihua offered a friendly smile, though the blood on his face rendered the gesture quite terrifying. The child was so frightened that he burst into tears, crying out, "Mama, there are 3 monsters by the river, and they want to eat me." As the child's cries echoed, soon the villagers rushed out, armed with knives and axes, charging towards the riverbank. The fish-filleting trio stood aghast. Chapter 8. A distressing encounter. The villagers surveyed the trio's bloodied state, demanding, "Who are you 3? We've never seen you in the village before. Put down those knives." Gu Ningning promptly complied, lowering her filleting knife. She possessed no notable qualities except for her wisdom in recognizing the moment. "I have set it down. We are not murderers. We are merely filleting fish, albeit with a bit of clumsiness. Ha ha ha. Staff, come quickly to rescue them. Otherwise, these 3 will be mistaken for murderers and carted off to the police station." Yet, they do indeed look quite fearsome, covered in blood, as if they had just committed a massacre. It's my first time seeing Sister Goose so compliant. Look how quickly she set down that knife. I thought she would charge forward. That cannot be deemed cowardice. Rather, it is sagacity. Just observe her earnest demeanor. She is on the verge of swearing an oath. Gu Ningning's obedience astonished her 2 young admirers, who had anticipated she would stand her ground against the villagers, given her demeanor throughout the program. Noticing their astonished expressions, she whispered, "One must recognize the tides of circumstance. Learn from this." The villagers, observing their bloodied appearance and the fish at their feet, gradually lowered their weapons. "You must be from the city, visiting relatives? This isn't how one fillets fish. I've never seen anyone do it like this. It's akin to murder." One particularly amiable elder approached. "Please, don't hold it against us for the misunderstanding. City folk likely haven't engaged in such tasks before." As he spoke, the elder waved for the others to disperse. "It's all right, everyone return home. It seems the city kids simply don't know how to fillet fish, leading to this farcical situation." The 3 city dwellers stood there, looking rather sheepish, akin to children caught after a misdeed. The upstairs comment is utterly brilliant. 3 children caught after a supposed murder. While all eyes are on those 3, I'm curious about Yang Mei. When did she disappear? It appears she fled the moment the child cried out. She possesses quite the instinct. Yang Mei, having sprinted back to their quarters, was panting heavily. Upon entering, she was immediately assaulted by a foul odor reminiscent of pig excrement. "Ugh. What on earth are you doing?" Yan Luo replied, glancing at the pot of pig intestines. "I'm cooking pig intestines. The smell is rather unpleasant, but it should be fine once properly prepared." Gu Ningning had collapsed onto the sofa, unconscious, though no one had noticed. Yang Mei initially assumed she was merely asleep, but upon closer inspection, was horrified to find her frothing at the mouth. "Quick, someone call for help. She has fainted." The staff hurried to summon a doctor, who exclaimed, "Who fed her feces?" I nearly gagged when she opened her mouth. What on earth? Who would do such a thing? Haha. Though Gu Ningning is in a dire situation, it is undeniably humorous. I know, Yan Luo just gave her a piece of pig intestine, and she fell asleep right after. Indeed. Everyone believed Gu Ningning had simply drifted off. One staff member could not contain his laughter, but upon noticing the others stifling their amusement, he quickly stifled himself as well. The doctor held his breath as he conducted a meticulous examination, assuring everyone that there was no cause for alarm. The patient had merely fainted from the overwhelming odor. The stimuli she encountered today had proven to be quite intense, leading to her unconsciousness. As for the foaming at the mouth, it was simply a result of her stomach being empty, with only saliva to expel. Who on earth had fed her feces? Just look at that mess. The doctor had witnessed many shocking incidents, but this was the first time he had encountered someone consuming excrement. Yang Mei turned her gaze toward Yan Luo, who appeared flustered. I don't know. I prepared some braised intestines and offered her a taste, he stammered. Braised intestines? The doctor's eyes fell upon a nearby plate, from which he extracted a pig's intestine and squeezed it gently. Goodness. The excrement hadn't even been cleared out. Yang Mei recoiled. Ugh. Did you not clean the pig's intestines before cooking them? The director posed this question with utmost seriousness. Yen Luo replied defensively, I rinsed them. Isn't that sufficient? The director suddenly felt a headache coming on. This was only the first day of filming. With so many episodes ahead, if each day brought such calamities, he feared for his longevity. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a staff member burst in, exclaiming, Director, trouble. The 3 people filleting fish outside have been mistaken for murderers and apprehended by the villagers. Yang Mei recalled the words of a child who had just run past. Yes. I heard a child say they mistook them for murderers when I returned, which is why I hurried back. The director, exasperated, called for assistance. Quick. Someone save them. The director's expression conveyed a sense of despair. On one side, someone had fainted from consuming feces. On the other, 3 individuals were wrongfully accused of murder. The director faced an insurmountable challenge. Let us first rescue the so-called murderers. We have a doctor here. Murderers? They're not murderers. Ha! I can't hold back my laughter any longer. By the time the director and his team arrived, the situation had already been resolved. The elder had filleted the fish for them. Observing the 3 bloodied individuals, the director felt a sense of déjà vu, akin to facing mischievous children at home. How did you manage to get yourselves into such a state while filleting fish? I heard someone even mistook you for murderers. Gu Ningning remained silent for a moment before lifting a basin of fish, declaring, It's all because of this. It fought back fiercely, splattering blood on us. They can attest to that. Yi Hua and Cheng Xia immediately raised their hands in agreement. Yes. We can confirm. It's all the fish's fault. We are upstanding citizens. The director took a deep breath. All right, let us just head back. They audaciously shifted the blame onto a fish. How shameless. I'm truly impressed by Gu Ningning's wit. I've never heard of a fish fighting back to that extent. These 2 sycophants are remarkable, claiming to be upstanding citizens while resembling the very type that would shout praises for a tyrant. Upstairs, you're spot on. My grandfather began cursing traitors when he witnessed that scene. Chapter 9, From Love to Hatred, Feeding You Feces. The director's gaze toward them was filled with complexity, and he let out a deep sigh. Enough. Let us return and avoid further embarrassment. If not, people might think all city dwellers are of such character. You may tarnish your own reputation, but please, do not taint that of others who cannot bear the burden. Upon returning to their accommodations, the appearance of the 3 indeed astonished everyone. The doctor adjusted his glasses, concluding that indeed, the exceptional always comes in pairs. This director had an extraordinary knack for gathering such unique talents. As an attending physician, his role was merely to be on call, yet he hadn't anticipated the events spiraling into such absurdity. She has endured quite a bit of trauma today, so it's best she is not subjected to any further stress. For dinner, please provide her with a light meal. Avoid anything overly rich, he added, casting a glance at the plate of pig intestines. Why did the doctor specifically look at the plate of pig intestines? Was he concerned they might serve that again? I suspect this incident will become the doctor's favorite dinner conversation. Don't ask how I know. I've embarrassed myself before doctors as well, only to hear them discussing my case during casual chats on subsequent visits. This group of guests is truly difficult to manage. The director has it tough. The trio, dubbed the murderous fish filers, caught wind of the commotion. They immediately huddled together, eager to eavesdrop, only to be met with an overwhelming stench of pig feces. Who fed her feces? Who bears such a grudge against her? Gu Ningning's remark left others speechless. It seems our sister Gu possesses a sense of self-awareness. Yen Luo stood beside her, his face flushed, rendered speechless. However, all eyes turned toward him, and Gu Ningning gazed at him in astonishment. Have you developed feelings of love turned to hatred? But your animosity seems rather intense. Yen Luo wished to argue but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately uttering, I didn't mean to. If I had known there was feces inside, I would never have offered it to Jinji. One cannot deny Gu Jinji's complete trust in Yen Luo. Otherwise, how could she have put it in her mouth without even a second thought? From love to hatred, Gu's imagination is quite remarkable. Sister Gu has inspired me. I am set to prepare braised intestines for my unfaithful spouse, ensuring every trace of flavor is meticulously contained within. He shall savor every bite. Upstairs, you're incredible. I mourn for your spouse. Meanwhile, in an ordinary household, a man was retching into a trash can, while a woman nearby laughed heartily, capturing the moment to share with the mistress. Let him enjoy his feces. He has quite the taste for it. You might as well prepare it for him in the future. When Gu Ningning awoke, she found everyone gathered around her, her mind still foggy. Why are you all surrounding me? The murderous fish filers stood before her, with Gu Ningning wielding a knife. Upon seeing their disheveled appearance, Gu Ningning sprang up from the sofa. What do you intend to do? I warn you, murder is a crime. As she spoke, the stench of pig feces wafted toward them, prompting everyone to take a step back, avoiding standing directly in front of her. Gu Ningning poured her a glass of water. Here, drink some water. Gu Ningning eyed the glass suspiciously, wondering if this woman was genuinely kind enough to offer her water, or if it contained something sinister. No. Thank you. I'm not thirsty. Gu Ningning, noticing her wariness, replied, whether you're thirsty or not is irrelevant. First, drink this water to rid your mouth of that foul taste. Can you not smell the stench of pig feces emanating from your mouth? Gu Ningning's complexion suddenly changed, for Yen Luo was still concocting the foul-smelling pig intestine soup, thus saturating the space with an unbearable stench. She was utterly oblivious to the repugnant flavor emanating from her own mouth. Upon exhaling onto her palm, she nearly fainted from the noxious odor. What on earth was happening? What could it be? Obviously, she has consumed excrement. Perhaps the young master, who has long harbored affections for you, has fed it to you. You might be the first noble lady to indulge in such a delicacy. That may not be the case. Perhaps the wealthy simply possess eccentric tastes. After all, the young master is still simmering a pot of pig excrement soup. At that moment, the affluent viewers of the program promptly contacted the Gu family. Could you please manage your false daughter properly? While she tarnishes your family's reputation, she is now dragging us into this disgrace. If you fail to rein her in, do not blame us for our lack of civility. To these rich individuals, maintaining face was of paramount importance, more so than anything else. Gu father and Gu mother were also watching the program, their expressions akin to those who had ingested something foul. The behaviors of Gu Ningning and Gu Ningning were utterly at odds with their expectations. Why was it Gu Ningning who was continually tormented? Gu Ningning seized Yen Luo, who was lurking behind, and brought him forward, declaring, "You must ask him. He personally prepared the pig intestines, you remember." Gu Ningning's face paled at the implication that the intestines contained excrement. "Ningning, I truly did not mean to. My inexperience in cooking led to this blunder." Yen Luo stammered, appearing thoroughly flustered. At that moment, Gu Ningning was filled with ire, yet she could not express it, for she still depended on Yen Luo. Regardless of the situation, he remained the young master of the Yen family, while she was merely a counterfeit noble. The Gu family's fortunes had been in decline, and they had yet to inherit anything from the late patriarch, making Yen Luo's status considerably superior to hers. Gu Ningning managed to force a smile. "Oh,
How could that be?
I understand your good intentions. I am quite well." Gu Ningning squinted at Gu Ningning's mouth and suddenly handed over a kitchen knife, startling Gu Ningning. The others were equally taken aback, fearing she intended harm. "Look in a mirror. There is something stuck to your teeth." Upon seeing the reflection of her teeth smeared with something unspeakable, Gu Ningning was overwhelmed, and with a shriek, she fainted, leaving the others in utter bewilderment. "Gu Ningning, your capacity for psychological torment is unmatched. I now suspect she was never expelled. Had she been, she would have likely taken the initiative to oust the entire Gu family. Look at the expression of the doctor beside them. He appears utterly speechless at Gu Ningning." Chapter 10. Gu Ningning's mouth resembles a lavatory. The director, observing Gu Ningning's continued mirth, felt a sudden itch of discomfort and thought, perhaps you should refrain from speaking further and causing more chaos. This girl resembled a mischievous child. Indeed, the Gu family had truly drawn the short straw by taking her in. With a child like that, one would think they had nothing better to do than invite trouble into their lives. As matters settled, everyone began to prepare dinner. Yen Luo's abominable pig excrement soup was promptly discarded, as he had effectively ruined the entirety of their group S dishes. Gu Ningning prepared 4 dishes and a soup, while the 2 little helpers assisted her. The foul odor had dissipated, replaced by the delightful aroma of the meal. Yang Mei gazed at the beautifully presented food on the table, nearly drooling. "Come join us for dinner," Gu Ningning kindly invited the others. However, she did not extend an invitation to Yen Luo and Gu Ningning. Should those 2 be called to dine, they might suspect she had poisoned their food. Gu Ningning generally refrained from engaging with those who lacked gratitude. The staff, however, could not allow the 2 to go hungry and provided them with bread and milk. But nothing more. Perhaps the events of the day had been too much for them, for they were unusually subdued. After dinner, there were no further activities planned. As it was their first day there and so much had transpired, The director was not heartless. Tonight, ensure you all rest well. Tomorrow brings new tasks. Remember, do not stir up trouble, the staff member warned, casting a glance at Gu Ningning. Gu Ningning, appearing innocent, defended herself. I have never caused trouble. It is those two who seek conflict. The staff assigned 3 rooms, with 2 individuals sharing one, which was a perfect fit. Young Mei, being placed in Gu Jinji's group, naturally shared a room with her. Observing Gu Jinji's beaming smile, which seemed gentle yet lacked warmth, Yang Mei felt a shiver run down her spine. Though she smiled, there was an unsettling edge to it. Everyone should retire early. I shall take my leave. Gu Ningning yawned, retreating to her room. Most of those present were celebrities. Having eaten so much, they felt the need to exercise before bed. Gu Ningning noticed Cheng Xia, who was lazily slumped in a chair. You didn't eat much tonight. How will you manage to sleep after all this exercise? Cheng Xia was currently sweating profusely on her yoga mat. One must be responsible in this profession. Don't worry, I will sleep just fine. After exercising, I sleep even more soundly. Look at her. I lie down right after eating, and to suggest I exercise feels like asking for my demise. Gu Ningning seemed to inhabit a different realm from the others, who were all exercising and consuming energy, while she incessantly grazed, as if she too were part of the entertainment industry. Both Gu Jinji and Yan Luo were also meticulous about their physical figures. Despite having eaten little that evening, they too were engaged in exercise. Among the 6, only Gu Ningning lay there munching on potato chips. Indeed, she was still reclining while eating. By the time all the exercise concluded, it was already 9 o'clock, and Gu Ningning had drifted off to sleep. At 2 in the morning, she was abruptly awakened by a sound akin to a power drill, Cheng Xia's snoring. She opened her eyes and glanced at her companion, who was sleeping soundly, the droning noise emanating from her. Many night owls were still monitoring the live broadcast. Typically, if nothing happened, all was well. But if something did occur, it was undoubtedly significant. What the? Was snoring is so domineering? It seems to be from Gu Ningning and Cheng Xia's live stream. Who is snoring? Cheng Xia. Because Gu Ningning was already rising from her bed, preparing to smother her with a pillow. Gu Ningning had seized a pillow, contemplating the deed, fully aware that such vigorous exercise would lead to trouble. One should never engage in strenuous activity before sleep. Yet, gazing upon Cheng Xia's peacefully slumbering visage, she found herself unable to act. Wake up. You need to wake up now. Gu Ningning, failing utterly defeated, kicked Cheng Xia, but the girl merely rolled over and continued to sleep. With an exasperated eye roll, Gu Ningning clutched her pillow and exited the room. Surely, she could sleep in the living room. Oh my, even Sister Gu can be accommodating at times. At this moment, Gu Ningning resembles a wife disturbed by snoring, retreating to the living room in exasperation. Shortly thereafter, another door creaked open, and Yang Mei emerged, clutching a pillow with an expression of utter despair. In her drowsiness, she stumbled toward the sofa, just as a pair of hands unexpectedly supported her posterior. A melancholic voice emerged from below her. There's someone down here. Yang Mei instantly felt goosebumps prickling her skin and sprang up in alarm. What on earth? That support was utterly comical. The production team has indeed spent their budget wisely. Even in such a dark moment, I could see their expressions, and Gu Ningning's reaction was simply hilarious. Had Gu Ningning not supported Yang Mei, she would have unwittingly sat on her face. Our sister Gu certainly possesses remarkable reflexes. Yang Mei is out too. Does Gu Jinji snore as well? I just left that live stream. Not only does Gu Jinji snore, but he also grinds his teeth and talks in his sleep. All while berating Gu Ningning, it's safe to say her image has crumbled. At this moment in Gu Jinji's room, every word was muffled. It was as if he had a toilet in his mouth, spewing words that were utterly unlistenable. Many who once held her in high regard have now completely lost their illusions about her. While awake, she could still maintain a facade, but once asleep, that pretense could not be upheld. Gu Jinji's gentle, wealthy persona had unwittingly climbed the trending topics. What on earth? Does she have a toilet in her mouth? How could she curse so vilely when she was the one who instigated it all? Indeed, today's events are a fitting example of karma. Having a toilet in her mouth is akin to spewing filth. I've admired her for many years. She was the embodiment of a gentle heiress in my mind. But now, my image of her has been utterly shattered. I officially declare my transition from fan to foe. The couple from the Gu family remained blissfully asleep, unaware that their precious faux daughter's image had been entirely obliterated. Please, make some room. I can't possibly sleep in that room. Gu Ningning not only snores and grinds his teeth but also hurls insults at you. His words are simply unbearable. Yang Mei, having navigated the entertainment industry for years, had heard her fair share of unpleasant remarks, yet compared to Gu Ningning's tirades, they were insignificant. Gu Ningning, upon hearing this, became intrigued. Is he cursing me? I must go and see. Chapter 11. The Face Beneath the Buttocks. Yang Mei could not restrain Gu Ningning as she rushed into the room, camera in hand. Though the individual on the bed was directing insults at her, her smile suggested she was entirely unbothered, embodying the role of an amused spectator. Yang Mei truly admired her psychological resilience. Being cast out by family, having her identity usurped by another, had she faced such circumstances, she might have contemplated murder. Goodness! How much does she despise me? Just look at the vitriol she is spewing. There are words I've never even heard before, and Gu Ningning appears utterly captivated. As if the insults were not directed at her. I must record these expletives. They may prove useful in the future. Yang Mei. Audience. Is she genuinely unconcerned? Or is it merely an act? I can't discern anything from her expression. Perhaps she truly doesn't care. If she did, she likely wouldn't have participated in this show. Gu Ningning is indeed pitiable. Her parents disown her while siding with a faux heiress, and her only loving grandparent has passed, leaving her with nothing but a cold inheritance. What does cold inheritance even mean? I couldn't inherit that too. Isn't wealth a good thing? Better to have no parents than to lack money. After finishing her filming, Gu Ningning exited promptly, not lingering any longer. She and Yang Mei planned to sleep on the sofa. Fortunately, it was spacious enough for both of them. It was getting late, so they needed to rest quickly in anticipation of the unknown tasks ahead. Gu Ningning stifled a yawn. As the two drifted into slumber, the live stream gradually quieted. Until 6 in the morning, Yihua groggily emerged from his room, instinctively heading toward the sofa, only to emit a muffled grunt. As he registered the unfamiliar sensation beneath him, Yihua's eyes widened slowly, though his mind remained foggy, preventing him from rising. Pfft! Yang Mei's face has been sat upon. Ha ha ha! This fool looks utterly incredulous, yet remains seated. Yang Mei is in such dire straits. Her face is no longer pristine. She has been sat upon by a man. If someone sat on my face like that, I'd be tempted to tear my skin off. Gu Ningning, on the opposite end of the sofa, opened her eyes to witness the astonishing scene. Her gaze met Yihua's, and an awkward tension filled the air. Gu Ningning paused momentarily before remarking, "If you don't stand up soon, Yang Mei will be suffocated beneath you." As soon as the words left her mouth, Yihua sprang up from the sofa, while Yang Mei wore an expression of utter despair. "Do you have a screw loose? Didn't you think to check before sitting down? Why didn't you stand up when you realized something was amiss? You nearly crushed me." Yang Mei vigorously rubbed her face, attempting to erase the strange sensation imparted by the encounter. After all these years, she had never been sat upon by a man. Her innocence was lost. Yihua quickly dropped to his knees. "I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to. I just woke up, and my mind was still hazy. Please, don't hold this against me." After a moment's reflection, he awkwardly added, "If you're still upset, I could let you sit on me in return. I would have no objections." Gu Ningning raised an approving thumb at him. "You're something else. Is this truly a human conversation? Are we witnessing a degradation of humanity or a distortion of morality?" What a fool. Couldn't he propose a different request? Must it be that one? These two could form a couple, the face-sitting duo. The face-sitting duo? Look at Yang Mei's glare. If looks could kill, Yihua would surely be 1,000 times over. The audience, akin to spectators at a comedy show, was astounded by the recent events. Many had never witnessed such a scenario in their decades of life. In truth, the previous night, Yang Mei had nearly sat on Gu Ningning's face, only to be saved by Gu Ningning's quick reflexes. When Chung Xia rose, she found the two of them, one fuming with anger, the other in penitent disarray, while a third munched on sunflower seeds. What on earth happened? Gu Ningning casually offered her some seeds. "It's not a big deal." Yihua just sat on Yang Mei's face. Puffed. Chung Xia spat out her seeds. "What did you say?" Gu Ningning repeated her words. Chung Xia now regarded the two with a transformed expression, but she had an important question she wished to pose. She gazed earnestly at Gu Ningning and inquired, "Did Yihua just pass gas?" Gu Ningning responded with equal seriousness, "I didn't hear any loud flatulence, but if it were silent, I wouldn't know." Ha ha ha. Gu Ningning is truly too witty. Yet I am also quite curious about this matter, for I usually have a great deal of gas upon waking in the morning. Silent farts are often foul. If Yi-hua indeed let one slip, it must have been horrifically odorous. Yang Mei's irritation makes one wonder if Yi-hua truly farted right in her face. How did this situation escalate to this point? Such morning drama is exhilarating, and I could certainly do with more of it. Yi-hua and Yang Mei overheard the two women beside them quite clearly, exchanging exasperated glances at their antics. Could you two lower your voices while whispering? Are you afraid we might not hear you? Yi-hua stated earnestly. I did not fart. I released my gas in my room upon waking. Do not slander me. Upon uttering these words, Yang Mei's expression darkened further, realizing that his pants must have been tainted by his flatulence. Those trousers had been close to her face. Gu Ningning remarked, you needn't be so explicit. Simply stating you didn't fart would suffice. The clarity of your explanation might be more than Yang Mei can bear. Yi-hua quickly turned to Yang Mei, only to be met with a flying pillow.
Yi-hua,
I shall make you pay. If I don't do so today, I shall no longer bear the surname Yang. Gu Ningning produced half a watermelon left over from yesterday, reveling in the morning's delightful spectacle of conflict. Such days are simply splendid. Chapter 12. Who was renovating and wrapping last night? Despite the chaos in the living room, Gu Jinji and Yan Luo remained undisturbed in their slumber. One must admire their remarkable sleep quality. After their quarrel, the two began discussing their decision to sleep on the sofa the previous night. Why did you two sleep on the sofa? Was the bed uncomfortable? Yi-hua asked with genuine curiosity. Gu Ningning and Yang Mei exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Yi-hua continued, last night, I dreamt someone was renovating and afterward, it seemed someone was singing rap. I was quite impressed with that person's energy at such a late hour. Renovating and rapping? Gu Ningning could not contain her laughter.
Well,
your dream was rather realistic. We heard it too. Good heavens, someone was indeed renovating and rapping. It was merely snoring and incoherent mutterings. Ha ha ha. Why is this so amusing? I am nearly in stitches. The renovator is sitting right next to you, while the one rapping hasn't yet awakened. Once she does, you may request her to perform again, though her consent remains uncertain. Yang Mei could not help but interject. Your description is quite apt. Chung Xia was indeed renovating last night, the sound of her drill nearly puncturing the walls. Chung Xia's face flushed with embarrassment. I truly apologize. I had no idea I was snoring last night. It has been ages since I last did. In truth, she had struggled with snoring before but had improved significantly after consulting a doctor, only to unexpectedly resume last night. Yi-hua regarded Chung Xia with admiration. You are quite remarkable. I have never encountered someone who could snore like that. But who was rapping? At that moment, Gu Jinji emerged, her gentle demeanor apparent as she approached the four on the sofa. You all are up quite early. Gu Ningning replied. The one rapping last night was her. Gu Jinji. Yi-hua. Why is Gu Jinji so hypocritical? She was so fierce when scolding last night. I've never seen anyone so adept at cursing. Hasn't it been evident that she is hypocritical? Wasn't she just looking for trouble yesterday, particularly with Gu Ningning? I am particularly tempted to rip off her mask. It truly weighs on my heart. Is it necessary for you to be so agitated? It was merely sleep-talking. Perhaps she was unaware while doing so. Indeed, your overreaction suggests you think Gu Ningning is your parent. She was not cursing at you. Moreover, you hardly know Gu Ningning. Perhaps she is the one who bullies others. Sister, what are you saying? I don't understand. I was asleep all night. I didn't sing. Gu Jinji had yet to check her phone this morning, thus unaware of last night's events. Gu Ningning promptly played the recording from yesterday. Gu Ningning, you wretched person. Why did you return? Why don't you go die? As the recording played, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, with Yi-hua gasping in shock. The ferocity of this conflict among women is terrifying. They seem cheerful on the surface, yet curse so viciously at night, even wishing death upon others. Gu Ningning smiled at Yi-hua. This is the rap you dreamed of last night. It was quite a performance, and the audience thoroughly enjoyed it. Gu Jinji's face turned pale. How could this happen? How could I have sleep-talked? Sister, please allow me to explain. That was not my intention. Gu Ningning shrugged. Very well, then please commence your performance. After relinquishing the stage to her, Gu Jinji stammered, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. She had no idea how to explain herself, with the evidence laid bare for all to see. As Yan Luo emerged, he observed Gu Jinji's pallid expression beside Gu Ningning, who sat on the sofa, regarding her as if she were a victim of bullying. Gu Ningning, why are you causing trouble for Jinji so early in the morning? His words drew the attention of everyone, their gazes akin to that of a fool. Is Yan Luo truly dim-witted? He hails from a prominent family and yet remains a pawn in this game. In the Shenghua group, your young master has become a mere sycophant. It is time for intervention. Are all elite families supposed to produce such a foolish creature? Is it due to overly protective parenting or some other reason? Young master, which of your eyes saw me causing trouble? Gu Ningning regarded Yan Luo as one might a pet, hardly taking him seriously. It is she who has been troubling me, usurping my identity to monopolize my family. Everything she possesses should rightfully belong to me. She ought to be grateful for my relinquishment of this identity, allowing her to continue as the young lady. If this constitutes trouble, I have nothing further to say. This trouble, I can manage. Who wouldn't he want to be the young lady of a prominent family? Gu Jinji is truly foolish. Wouldn't it be better for her to remain in her role as a young lady? It seems Gu Ningning has never regarded her as a threat. She is merely fighting a solitary battle. With such a commotion, will she continue participating in this program? Let us depart. She is truly out of place in this program, surrounded by the harmonious ambience of variety shows while she alone plays her intricate schemes, accompanied only by her devoted admirer. Gu Jinji could no longer endure the situation. She dashed out, prompting 2 staff members to hasten after her, for they had to ensure the safety of the guests at all costs. I told you to salvage our reputation. How could you let it come to this? Gu Jinji's father scolded her over the phone, the sound of objects being thrown audible through the receiver. Dad, I no longer wish to participate in this show. I want to go home, Gu Jinji lamented, feeling utterly overwhelmed, as if the world had turned against her. Just 2 days prior, she had been the envy of all as the esteemed young lady of the Gu family, yet since her participation in the show yesterday, everything had changed. Absolutely not. You will remain there. If anything goes awry, you must return. The Gu family cannot afford this disgrace. You must reclaim the dignity you have lost. Her father abruptly hung up, leaving Gu Jinji staring at the disconnected line, tears streaming down her face. Why had everything spiraled into such chaos? Surely it was Gu Ningning who should be the subject of ridicule now. Chapter 13. The young master has some capital. After Gu Jinji exited, aside from Yan Luo's concern, no one else paid her any mind. Breakfast had yet to materialize, and who could be bothered to care where she had gone? The pressing issue was that without her return, the next segment could not commence, and thus they would go without breakfast. Yan Luo, are you on good terms with Gu Jinji? Why don't you fetch her? We need her for the next segment, and if she decides not to participate, she ought to inform us in advance, otherwise, we'll end up starving.
Yang may patat her stomachs, genuinely feeling famished.
Yan Luo scoffed. You all are only concerned with food, showing no regard for others' safety. Gu Ningning retorted. Isn't your concern sufficient? Our worry is of no use. However, Gu Jinji has indeed gone a bit too far. Everyone is waiting for her. If she doesn't want to participate, she should have communicated that beforehand. So we wouldn't be left waiting and starving. The production team had already dispatched personnel to check on her. There should be no major issues. Perhaps just an emotional breakdown. What does she have to be upset about? She has been targeting others from the start. Why isn't Gu Ningning crumbled? Gu Jinji's reputation online had plummeted, dragging her parents' names through the mud as well. Their biological daughter is neglected while they coddle an adopted one, even enabling her to bully her own flesh and blood. Such parenting is unheard of. Many in the industry are reconsidering their associations with the Gu family. The family's standing has significantly diminished. While the late patriarch was alive, they received preferential treatment out of respect for him, but now that he is gone, and they themselves have not made an effort, who can they blame? Under their management, the Gu family had begun to decline. Had they received the late patriarch's fortune, they might have stabilized their situation, but alas, the patriarch had not bequeathed them any wealth. After calming her emotions for some time, Gu Jinji finally re-entered. Having been gone for half an hour, during which everyone had been fixated on the door. My apologies for delaying you all, she greeted, donning her trademark smile. Gu Ningning was unimpressed. You know you wasted our time, yet you still chose to leave. If you hadn't gone out, we could have finished breakfast in that half hour. While others were considerate of her feelings, Gu Ningning had no intention of doing so. She believed Gu Jinji was merely reaping what she had sown. Gu Ningning, don't be too excessive. Yan Luo rose abruptly, prompting Yi Hua to think he was about to strike and rush to intervene, but in doing so, an unexpected incident occurred. Oh, dear. How splendid.
Yi Hua.
Well done. The young master has rather fair legs, but the childish cartoon underwear he wears is quite amusing. What's wrong with wearing cartoon underwear? I'm 30. And I also enjoy wearing them. They're adorable. Oh my. Your physique is quite commendable, Gu Ningning remarked with a suggestive tone. All the women present bowed their heads, their smiles laden with unspoken implications. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to. I thought you were going to hit me, so I tried to grab you. And I didn't intend to pull down your pants. Yi Hua was at a loss, realizing he had offended a young master from a wealthy family. Would this incident lead to his downfall in the entertainment industry? Feeling the chill on his bare thigh, Yan Luo trembled with rage. Gu Jinji quickly approached to soothe him. Luo, please don't be angry. Just put your pants back on. Yi Hua, still shaken, silently helped Yan Luo dress, hoping that the young master would show him some leniency for his compliance. Yi Hua is quite adaptable, indeed. Oh no. Will Yi Hua's career in the entertainment industry end here? Will the young master have him blacklisted? Surely not. While Yan Luo may be a bit naive, he is generally forgiving in other matters, right? The director had initially intended for them to complete a task before breakfast, but given the recent commotion, time was scarce, and they were allowed to eat immediately. Breakfast consisted of noodle soup, and the meal was unusually quiet, with no one causing further disturbances. Good morning, esteemed guests. Shortly, I will take you to a location where we will spend the morning. Please prepare your gear. The staff produced an array of boots and waterproof pants, suggesting they were to engage in fishing. Fishing. I want to see how stars from the entertainment industry and young masters and misses from wealthy families fare in this task. They probably have never done anything of the sort. I wonder how many blunders will ensue. And if there are blunders, we will certainly enjoy the spectacle. Gu Ningning was the first to don a raincoat and boots, though the color left much to be desired. She wished for something brighter, as she disliked the drab black. Once prepared, they were led to a fish pond that had been drained. Guests, today's lunch will depend on your own efforts. How many fish you catch is entirely up to you. Any surplus can be sold at the market, and the earnings can be used to purchase other ingredients. Everything relies on your own initiative. The staff wore sly grins, relishing the thought of watching these pampered individuals stumble. As soon as the words left the staff's mouth, Gu Ningning leaped into the water, leaving the others on shore dumbfounded. Sister Gu, you're just jumping in like that. Yi Hua found himself hesitating initially, but upon witnessing Gu Ningning's actions, he felt that his indecision was rather inappropriate. Without uttering a word, Gu Ningning seized a fish. Wasn't the objective to catch fish? She should hurry down. Gu Ningning is truly audacious, leaping down from such a height. Does she not fear the consequences? It must be said that the commentary was indeed insightful. Gu Ningning had truly gotten stuck. Chapter 14. A fool wrapped in a beautiful exterior. After twisting about in the muddy terrain, Gu Ningning appeared to have genuinely found herself immobile, with the mud nearly reaching her knees. Others gradually descended. Yet upon noticing Gu Ningning's lack of movement, they were filled with confusion. Ningning, what's wrong? Why are you standing there without moving? Chung Xia approached her. Gu Ningning replied, I want to move, but I'm stuck. The crowd responded, I knew it would end up like this. Was I not correct? So, now we need to pull her out, right? There are only 2 men here. Will Yan Luo come to help? Gu Ningning struggled for quite some time, yet remained utterly motionless. Yi Hua, grasping her leg, exerted his strength for a considerable while, but to no avail. Why did you jump down from such a height? Embedding yourself so deeply? Yi Hua rolled up his sleeves and assumed a horse stance. Just as he was about to exert force, he suddenly lost motivation. A loud, resounding fart escaped him. Yang Mei remarked, so your horse stance was merely to pass gas? Ha ha ha, I thought he was about to do something grand. But it turns out I was mistaken. That fart had a tone. Truly, Yi Hua is remarkable. What good does this do me? The odor of his flatulence was quite potent, causing everyone to disperse, including Yi Hua himself. Only Gu Ningning remained, forced to stand still. Gu Ningning exclaimed, Ugh. What did you eat this morning? Ugh. The scent resembled that of rotting refuse, utterly unbearable. Yi Hua pinched his nose and apologetically said, I'm sorry. My stomach has been unwell lately. Please bear with me a moment until the smell dissipates, and then I will assist you in getting free. Gu Ningning's retching was genuinely hilarious. It seems this noxious gas indeed packs a punch. It's amusing that Gu Ningning's first significant setback was caused by Yi Hua. Once the odor subsided, Yi Hua devised a plan. He and Gu Ningning stood back to back, linking arms, then bent at the waist to maximize leverage. Yang Mei and Chung Xia manually pulled at her legs. The pond now portrayed 2 contrasting scenes. On one side, Gu Jinji and Yen Luo were joyfully fishing and engaging in romantic banter, while on the other, a comical rescue operation was underway to liberate Gu Ningning. The juxtaposition was exceedingly humorous. These two scenes are starkly divided. One side is a beautiful love story, while the other is a comedic rescue mission. I prefer watching the comedic rescue. At least it feels genuine. Watching their sheer brute force, I can't shake the feeling that something unexpected will occur. In that critical moment, Gu Ningning was suddenly freed with a loud pop, accompanied by two muffled grunts. Yang Mei and Cheng Xia were propelled backward by Gu Ningning's unexpectedly flying feet. Did that just turn into an action film? They flew over a meter away. Yihua's explosive strength is impressive. Are they all right? Yang Mei and Cheng Xia were thrown so far. I hope they aren't injured. Lying in the fish pond, both women wore expressions of utter disbelief. They had just been kicked away. Kicked away. Each bore a footprint on their chests. How could Yihua possess such strength? Gu Ningning hurried over to check. Are you okay? Yang Mei replied, we're fine. It's just the impact was overwhelmingly strong. As long as you're unhurt. It's good. Had I known I wouldn't have jumped from such a height. Now we have even more to deal with. Time was of the essence to catch fish. After all, they needed to sell them at the market. Gu Ningning caught an enormous fish and was about to place it into her basket when it suddenly thrashed, delivering two resounding slaps to her face. Puffed. Getting slapped by a fish. It was quite the spectacle. Her face appears flushed, but it truly is hilarious. Gu Jie always seems to attract the most peculiar occurrences, as if she carries her own comedic aura. This was Gu Ningning's first experience of being slapped. She retaliated with two slaps back to the fish, which then ceased its movements. You want to fight me? You must be tired of living. Gu Ningning revealed a hint of a villainous grin. The trio nearby watched in astonishment, bewildered by what had just transpired. Gu Jie was struck by a fish. And she actually fought back. After dealing with the fish in her hands, Gu Ningning noticed the three watching her. Why are you all staring? Hurry up and continue fishing. Oh. The three quickly returned to their task, yet the previous scene lingered in their minds, particularly that villainous smile. In the days that followed, it became a common sight. Whenever Gu Ningning was slapped by a fish, she would retaliate. While others fished diligently, she engaged in her own martial arts film. The intensity of their mock battles was astonishing, and it was unclear how they managed to engage in such antics, yet they exchanged blows with vigor. Yihua could not help but give her a thumbs up. She was undoubtedly of remarkable talent. It was a significant loss that martial arts films did not feature Gu Ningning. For if she could perform so spectacularly against fish, her skills against people would surely be even more impressive. Yihua's expression was utterly hilarious. Filled with admiration intertwined with confusion and respect, I had never seen such layers of meaning in a single gaze before. What a fool Gu Ningning is. Engaging so energetically with fish, she truly cannot bear to lose in any regard. Just look at her swift movements earlier. That fish must have been momentarily stunned. With such speed, I doubt anyone single for 30 years could match her. Gu Ningning, through her own efforts, trended on social media as the real-life mermaid battle. Many clicked on the title, entering with confusion, only to emerge laughing heartily. This was the genuine mermaid battle, a conflict between human and fish, executed with remarkable flair. Techniques such as the Foshan shadowless hand, sunflower pointing finger, overwhelming force, and one yang finger could all be witnessed in this grand confrontation. Gu Ningning, your absence from the martial arts realm is a significant loss to the community. Directors should take note of this remarkable girl. If she can perform so brilliantly against fish, her combat with humans will undoubtedly be spectacular as well. Her style is eternally distinct. When she first emerged, I assumed she was merely a spoiled rich girl, yet she is, in fact, a fool cloaked in beauty. Chapter 15. A joyous, swollen face. After catching all the fish, Gu Ningning emerged, adorned with a sense of glory. The prominent fish tail marks on her face and the reddened skin on her forearms spoke volumes about the fierce battle that had just transpired. Even for those who had not witnessed it, Gu Jinji's gaze was laced with disdain. Truly, it was embarrassing to engage in conflict with mere fish. Sister, look at your skin. It's swollen from the fish slaps. What were you thinking, squabbling with a fish alone? Isn't that just inviting trouble upon yourself? Her tone, though seemingly concerned, carried an undertone that felt entirely off. Gu Ningning inquired, aren't you angry about being slapped by a fish? Gu Jinji smiled slightly, of course not. Why should I bother with it? No sooner had she spoken than Gu Ningning shoved the most lively fish into her embrace, and the fish's tail slapped her face repeatedly, turning her cheeks a bright red. Yi Hua and Yang Mei discreetly stepped back, well aware that they did not wish to incur Gu Ningning's wrath. They certainly did not want to be slapped by a fish. That would be utterly humiliating. Truly, my sister Gu is remarkable. She would never allow herself to suffer even the slightest loss. Those slaps were indeed quite forceful, but they should only result in superficial injuries. I believe we could use fishtails to discipline children in the future, painful yet harmless. Are you a devil up there? To have your children not only beaten by you, but also by fish? How tragic. Gu Jinji felt the heat radiating from her face, still processing what had just occurred. Yet, her fingers were perilously close to suffocating the fish, and Gu Ningning remarked casually, "Loosen your grip. The fish is nearly dead. If it dies, it won't fetch a good price." Chung Xia could not stifle her laughter upon hearing this, prompting Yang Mei to quickly pinch her. "Gu Ningning, you madwoman." Yen Luo, ready to take the fish from Gu Jinji's hands and toss it at Gu Ningning, found himself surprised when the fish suddenly leaped in a spectacular display, splashing him with its tail, leaving him dazed. "Oh wow! Impressive!" Gu Ningning exclaimed, even breaking into applause. "You still cheer? You truly revel in the chaos, even though this situation was instigated by you. Who could possibly restrain Gu Ningning on this show? If she checks soon, she might just soar to the heavens." These two seem to thrive on adversity. Knowing full well they cannot outmatch Gu Ningning yet still willingly engage, I wonder what motivates them. I am quite puzzled. Why has Gu Jinji withdrawn from the show? She has already been ridiculed beyond measure, yet she remains here, stirring up trouble. Well, since all the fish have been caught,
It is time to head to the market to sell them.
you are free to set your own prices, and the proceeds will cover your meals for the day. The staff provided them with baskets and yokes, instructing them to carry the fish. However, none of them had any experience with farm work, let alone carrying a yoke. Gu Ningning asked, "Is the farmer's market far? Do we have any transportation?" The staff shook their heads. "None available, but you are welcome to borrow any you can find. We have no objections." Upon hearing they could borrow, everyone hurried to the nearby villagers' homes. Gu Jinji approached a gentleman with a pitiful, pleading demeanor. "Sir, could we borrow your cart? We need to transport the fish to the market, but we have no means of transport." Under the gaze of a pretty young girl, the man's otherwise stoic face softened slightly, but just as he was about to respond, a broom suddenly flew out. "Borrow? No way. Lu Laosen, get in here." Upon hearing his wife's voice, the man immediately wilted. "Apologies, miss, but I don't make the decisions in my household. You should try somewhere else," he said, closing the door behind him. Soon, noises of an argument erupted from inside. "Do you think she is pretty? A woman like that knows how to catch a man with her eyes. Don't you men prefer women like her? She is clearly not from a respectable family. Her eyes are like hooks. Stay away from such people, or you might get deceived." The conversation was audible enough for Gu Jinji to turn pale. Even if her tastes were poor, she would never pursue a mere farmer. Yen Luo, meanwhile, was attempting to borrow something from a neighboring household, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Gu Jinji's face turned ashen. The woman inside may not have shown her face, but her words were certainly sharp. It's no wonder she reacted. Gu Jinji's previous demeanor was far from appropriate. Did she really believe her charms would sway everyone? Women understand women best. I must say, she was indeed attempting to seduce with her appearance. If a woman like that approached my boyfriend for directions or to borrow something, I would be furious. Flies and mosquitoes swarm, and I wouldn't rest until they were swatted away. Gu Jinji's behavior sparked a minor uproar online, especially when compared to Gu Ningning. Upon entering another yard, Gu Ningning boldly declared, "Sir, ma'am, may we borrow your tractor? We need it to sell fish at the farmer's market, and in return, we'd be happy to give you 2 fish, your choice." Gu Ningning's demeanor was confident and her speech buoyant. She maintained eye contact and conducted herself with poise. The lady of the house, charmed by her confidence, found her delightful. This girl certainly knows how to engage with others, and she is quite lovely too. Look at that rosy little face. Our tractor isn't in use, so feel free to take it. Gu Ningning beamed, revealing a wide smile that complemented her puffy cheeks, exuding an endearing charm. The description of that lady is spot on. Those rosy cheeks are not a sign of celebration, but the result of fish slaps. Look at how she conducts herself. Gu Jinji's approach was utterly misguided. This is the correct way to borrow something. What do I do? My attention is solely on her face. How did it become so swollen? Gu Jinji and Yen Luo were also slapped, yet their injuries don't appear as severe. She only faced 1 fish. Look at how many Gu Ningning battled. Her face is the result of a relentless onslaught. One fish after another, it's no wonder it's swollen. The term relentless onslaught is indeed apt. Netizens truly have a way with words. In the end, nearly everyone faced rejection, save for Gu Ningning, who triumphantly drove up on the tractor. Of course, she had encountered her share of closed doors, but she promptly sought out another household, persisting until she found a willing lender. As she approached, driving the tractor with an air of authority, Yihua looked on with admiration. Sister Gu is so cool. However, as she drew nearer, everyone could only focus on her swollen, red face and that broad smile. How had her face become so puffed up? Chapter 16, I can't do it, then you take over. Everyone looked upon her face, but she herself seemed utterly unfazed. Yang Mei couldn't help but remind Ningning, it seems your face is swollen up quite a bit. Should you head back to apply some ointment?
Haha.
This swelling is rather adorable, resembling a little bee dog. Does getting hit by a fish hurt that much? It's not merely a question of pain. Even a gentle tap in one area can lead to swelling. This is purely self-inflicted. Gu Ningning touched her face, feeling a slight tingling and burning sensation. But nothing more. It was hardly a significant issue. No need, you all hurry and get in the car. It should go down shortly.
Well,
since the person concerned claimed there was no problem, they refrained from further comments. However, everyone instinctively averted their eyes slightly, fearing they might burst into laughter. Gu Ningning drove the tractor enthusiastically, pulling along a large group behind her. At that moment, the photographer mischievously zoomed in, allowing everyone to clearly see the quivering flesh on their faces, showcasing just how bumpy the ride was.
wow.
That photographer is quite malicious, giving a close-up. The way their faces jiggle is hilarious. Everyone's expressions are identical. Even the degree of flesh wobbling is the same. It's truly remarkable. I just want to know why Gu Ningning is driving a tractor. She must have never encountered such a thing before. Gu Ningning sat confidently at the front, humming a tune. I have a tractor that I never ride. One day, I whimsically decided to ride it to the market. Gu Jinji, feeling nauseous from the bumps, furrowed her brow and interrupted Gu Ningning. Can't you drive a bit more steadily? I'm about to be sick. Also, what kind of vehicle is this? If you could borrow it, why not borrow a better one? Hearing Gu Jinji's audacious remark, Gu Ningning abruptly halted the tractor and stepped down from the driver's seat. I can't do it, you take over. I like this temper. Gu Jinji was genuinely becoming more confused about what was happening. Was she really going to let it all fall apart? If she had the ability, she should go borrow a better vehicle herself. The trio of onlookers in the back sat still, glancing this way and that, their expressions truly comedic. Interestingly, Yan Luo didn't come to Gu Jinji's defense. That was rather unusual. Yan Luo sat silently in the vehicle, clearly recognizing the situation. They were on a borrowed vehicle, clearly placing them at a disadvantage. Offending someone at this moment would indeed be rather foolish. Gu Jinji failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. She assumed that if she was uncomfortable, others would be too, and would stand by her side in criticizing Gu Ningning. After all, this had always been the case. She was the center of their group. And as long as she disliked someone, regardless of right or wrong, everyone would align with her. Gu Ningning, observing Gu Jinji stubbornly refusing to get down, kindly pulled her down and pushed her onto the driver's seat. Come on, don't be shy. Do you need some encouragement? Go for it. Blow hard. If you can't, at least let out a fart. Cheng Xia. Pfft. Isn't that the song her little nephew often sings when he is pooping? Why has it been altered like this? Gu Ningning is truly a talent. When she sings this, it feels like Gu Jinji is pooping in the driver's seat. Gu Jinji's expression was indeed laughable. She probably never expected Gu Ningning to be this bold. When has our Gu's sister ever backed down? Clearly, she still hasn't grasped Gu's sister's character. Sister, I apologize for my earlier tone. I'm here to make amends. I can't drive this thing, and I'm considering everyone. It's just too bumpy. Gu Jinji once again used everyone as an excuse. Gu Ningning looked back at the others and smiled. If you don't want to ride, then you can get out. Walking won't be bumpy. Yihua, Yang Mei, and Cheng Xia quickly distanced themselves from Gu Jinji. No. We think it's quite nice. This bumpiness is invigorating. What a joke. Making them walk such a long distance would surely be a death sentence. They probably wouldn't return until nightfall. Kick her out, kick her out. If she doesn't want to sit, then she shouldn't. No one is forcing her. Although Gu Jinji is somewhat at fault, don't you think Gu Ningning is being a bit too domineering? It's not right to force someone out like that. Come on, let the Buddha stand up and let you sit. With your saintly demeanor, why don't you ascend to heaven? Gu Ningning looked at Gu Jinji, with a smile that was neither here nor there. And Gu Ningning silently climbed down from the driver's seat and onto the back of the truck. The vehicle was on the move again, but this time, no one dared to speak. Either you sit quietly, or you refrain from commenting. After half an hour of driving, they finally arrived at the farmer's market, which was bustling with small vendors. Their group attracted considerable attention, as it was rare to see such young and attractive people in this area, where most vendors were considerably older. Fish for sale. Fresh fish. Gu Ningning began calling out. Initially, the others were a bit shy, but with Gu Ningning leading, they soon loosened up. Before long, a crowd gathered. How much are your fish? They look quite fresh. I'd like one. All right, get the fish ready. Gu Ningning shouted to the back. Now, only Yan Luo and Gu Ningning remained at the back. They were reluctant to step up to the forefront, so they had to do some work. Gu Ningning picked up a large fish and placed it directly in the customer's hands. The customer. She seems a bit clueless. Did she just thrust the fish into someone's hands? Isn't there a string nearby? Why not string the fish up? How can someone just hand it over like that? The customer was bewildered. They had never encountered such a way of selling fish, without weighing it or providing a bag, just thrusting it directly into their hands. Don't you need to weigh this fish? Can you at least give me a bag or a string to carry it? Gu Ningning looked at the customer, holding the large fish, speechless. How could Gu Ningning lack such basic common sense? Sorry, they don't know how to work. Let me assist you. After weighing, Gu Ningning skillfully filleted the fish. With her swift and precise movements, one might think she had been selling fish for a decade. Chapter 17. Those who lack shame are invincible. How is Gu Ningning's fish filleting technique so professional? I've seen people in the fish market for 10 years who can't match her skill. Is her main profession fishmonger? I feel like these people rely solely on Gu Ningning to support them. There's not a single reliable person in the bunch. Who says there isn't anyone reliable? The three in front have already started singing and dancing rap. Everyone turned their attention to the trio at the front, who were trying to attract customers. Yi Hua was currently haggling with an older lady, his verbal skills flowing like a rap, while the lady was equally unyielding. Eventually, the two ended up in an argument, with Yi Hua, Cheng Xia, and Yang Mei unable to outmatch the single old lady. Then they returned with reinforcements. Gu Ningning exclaimed, "What? How dare they claim that we are unproductive and lacking ambition? Who dares to say such things to us? Hurry, take me over there. The big shot has taken action. Now we shall see whether the ante prevails or Gu Ningning emerges victorious." Gu Ningning would undoubtedly not play by the rules. I fear she might actually engage in a confrontation with that ante. Upon her arrival, the ante escalated her tirade, berating a group of young people selling fish, exclaiming, "Is this not the very definition of being unambitious? And to think my son is a civil servant?" Gu Ningning responded with a cold smile, inhaled deeply, pointed her finger, and stomped her foot, commanding, "Retreat, retreat, retreat." The crowd was left astonished. The onlookers were equally baffled. To counter the ante, such a tactic was necessary, and the ante, flustered, began to mimic her, shouting, "Retreat, retreat, retreat." The two were like roosters in a duel, exchanging barbs, leaving passers-by utterly bewildered. I never expected her to employ such a tactic. It reminded me of my grandmother arguing with others. Indeed, this behavior seems to be inherited. Yi Hua and the others wore expressions that were simply hilarious, their eyes nearly popping out, as if they had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Truly, Gu Jia is impressive. She is remarkable. Ultimately, the altercation concluded with Gu Ningning's triumph, attributed to her louder voice and superior stamina compared to the ante. The ante, breathless, spat, "You disrespect your elders and are unkind to the young. People like you will face retribution." With that, she prepared to unleash her final move, shifting her body to lie down, but Gu Ningning preempted her. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Ningning twisted her face and lay down, crying out, "Oh dear! An elder is bullying me. Someone, come and mediate." The commotion attracted the attention of the market administrator. The ante, flustered, insisted to the administrator, "I didn't touch her. She lay down by herself." At that moment, Gu Ningning lifted her head. Her swollen face combined with her expression compelled the administrator to apprehend the ante. "You've caused this young girl to look like this. Exploiting your age to bully others, is that it?" The ante protested, "I didn't I never touched her. It's just her appearance. Her swollen face has nothing to do with me." Meanwhile, a staff member hidden in the crowd remarked, "Gu Ningning, absolutely brilliant." Yi Hua and her companions, observing Gu Ningning still lying on the ground, silently gave her a thumbs up, impressive. Yan Luo and Gu Ningning had long vanished. feeling that Gu Ningning's antics were far too embarrassing, thus seeking a place to hide. Gu Ningning, I'm at a loss for words to describe her. I've learned something today. To deal with unruly elders, one must retaliate in kind. I just want to know one thing. Is there truly no one that Gu Ningning cares about? Does she not feel ashamed for her actions? Shame? What shame? One must uphold their interests in public. If I allow myself to be bullied for the sake of a little dignity, what good is that dignity to me? Ultimately, the auntie was escorted away by the administrator, who kindly reassured Gu Ningning, "Don't be afraid, young lady. That auntie is a regular here. Her temper is quite poor. I will discuss your medical expenses with her family. You won't suffer any loss." Upon hearing the mention of medical expenses, Gu Ningning felt tears welling up. Pinching her thigh to hold back emotion, she said with watery eyes, "Thank you, sir, but let us forget about the medical expenses." The administrator insisted. "How can we disregard medical expenses? Rest assured, her family is accustomed to this. That old lady causes trouble every few days, and her family is willing to spend to avert disaster. However, they usually don't let her out alone. She must have sneaked out this time. So she is indeed a habitual offender. Having such a mother must be quite the burden for her son." Hearing that her son is a civil servant, one can only imagine a ticking time bomb at home. The administrator had the auntie's son's contact information, and soon he sent a few hundred yuan to the administrator to pass on to Gu Ningning. He also expressed his apologies to her. Gu Ningning hesitated to accept the money, insisting, "I'm really fine. I wasn't hurt, and your mother didn't actually harm me. I just wanted to scare her a bit." The auntie's son replied, "It's all right. Please accept this as compensation for your emotional distress. You've truly had a hard time dealing with my mother." His tone even carried a hint of sympathy. Gu Ningning thought, is this truly her biological son? It seems that the auntie's son is rather decent, understanding that Gu Ningning was merely trying to frighten his mother. Dealing with such a mother must be quite a challenge for him. A mother like that can indeed ruin a family. In the end, Gu Ningning accepted the few hundred yuan, staring at the 500 yuan in her hand, still in disbelief. She hadn't sold much fish, yet she ended up extorting a sum of money. Ihua and her friends gazed at the victorious Gu Ningning with admiration.
Guya.
You are truly my eternal sister, a role model for me to emulate. Indeed, we can learn so much from you. It's clear that one who is shameless is invincible. Gu Ningning retorted with a blank expression. Are you being polite? Ihua is truly asking for trouble, daring to say Gu Ningning is shameless. She should be careful not to be extorted herself. Gu Jia, if you say one more word, I'll lie down again. The invincible Gu Jia. The bane of aunties. Chapter 18. For Hidden Dragons and Young Phoenixes. After the situation settled, the two individuals who had been hiding finally emerged, Gu Jinji and Yan Luo, who were genuinely quite cowardly. Both of them wore expressions that conveyed their disdain for Gu Ningning. Where exactly did they hide just now? And why did they suddenly appear now? Cowardly and timid, these two are indeed a perfect match. While Ihua and her friends took advantage of the crowd to vigorously sell fish, these two hid away, and now that the matter is resolved, they reappear. Such opportunism is truly astounding. Sister, I'm so dirty now. The fish are nearly sold out. Let us hurry back, Gu Jinji frowned, genuinely disliking the smell of the market, as it was filthy all around. Gu Ningning rolled her eyes at the two of them, exasperated. The fish may be nearly sold out, but where did you two just hide? While I was handling the situation, they were busy selling fish. And you two decided to hide away, did you? I've never seen anyone so thick-skinned. I wonder how they were raised. And to think they come from a prestigious family. They've truly brought shame to their lineage. Yan Luo remained silent with a stern expression, while Gu Jinji's face darkened. However, they couldn't find a reason to refute, as they had indeed hidden away. Selling fish in this market was already a significant challenge for them, and now to face such embarrassment was truly unbearable. Yang Mei, Ihua, and Cheng Xia huddled together, their battlegrounds of concern far removed from their own. As mere part-time workers, their sole responsibility was to complete their assigned tasks, leaving the grandiose conflicts of the three powerful figures to unfold without their interference. On their way back, Gu Ningning cast a cold glare at the duo. Sister Gu, you truly worked hard this morning. We'll take care of lunch. You should rest, Ihua declared confidently, patting his chest. He had scoured numerous cooking tutorials. Convinced that the culinary arts were not as daunting as they appeared on screen, his intelligence assured him that he would master it effortlessly. Gu Ningning, seeing his unwavering confidence, did not doubt him. All right, I'll leave it to you. I'm going to take a shower. she replied, her clothes sullied from their earlier market escapades, now seemingly unwearable. With bravado, Yihua led Yang Mei and Cheng Xia to the kitchen, only for the barrage of comments to commence. Why do I have a bad feeling? They don't seem very bright. Is it truly wise to entrust the kitchen to them? Will it remain intact? The production team should have a doctor on standby. It's either a kitchen explosion or food poisoning waiting to happen. The production team, having noticed the flood of comments, promptly summoned a doctor. Exasperated by the reckless disregard for safety displayed by the trio, the director wiped the sweat from his brow, grappling with his emotions. Yet, having resolved not to interfere, he feared that retracting his promise might jeopardize the show. Cooking shouldn't be overly complicated. Their outcome, at worst, would be an unpalatable dish, surely not life-threatening. At least not as disastrous as Yan Luo's culinary attempts the previous day. Yan Luo and Gu Ningning, noticing they were not called upon for assistance, retreated to their rooms for a shower, their aloofness increasingly irking the audience. When will these two exit the show? They are nothing but troublemakers. Gu Ningning continues to flaunt her superiority, a mere crow masquerading as a phoenix. If only she were a bit more humble, her current demeanor leaves me speechless. I genuinely do not understand her motive for participating in this program. Her online reputation was stellar, yet just 2 days in, it has crumbled. Why doesn't she withdraw? Her intentions are blatantly clear, to conspire with those worthless parents to tarnish Gu Ningning's reputation and seize her inheritance. The Gu family's status has plummeted since the grandfather's passing. Once formidable, they now languish in decline. Meanwhile, the trio in the kitchen floundered amidst their vegetable chopping and fish filleting. Stay away from me. Your elbow just bumped into me. Yang Mei shrieked in frustration. I'm merely chopping vegetables. How am I to move further away? Yihua retorted. Who just farted? Can't you step outside for that? I'm crouched here, washing vegetables while you two present your backsides to me. How rude. Cheng Xia's outburst silenced the bickering pair, who sheepishly shifted their positions. Are they really cooking? It sounds more like a comedy routine. Seriously? Farting in the kitchen? I can't even comment on that. Does anyone remember when they were vibrant individuals? A lively beauty, a striking beauty, and a sporty handsome guy. Now, they're just 3 clumsy fools. Enough already. They were all my favorites, and now they've all turned into Gu Ningning clones. Yihua, staring at the fish on the cutting board, struck it with his knife, only for the blade to snap. Gawking at the broken knife in his hand, the trio wore expressions of utter bewilderment. This fish must have some secret protection. How did I break the knife? Master Fish, I shall take you as my disciple. Wait, I'm coming to rescue you. Save the scales. I shall craft a fish scale armor. Yihua, staring blankly at the broken knife, mused, could it be that this fish is destined for something greater? Perhaps today isn't the day to end its life. The other two nodded in agreement. Their experience in the entertainment industry had instilled a modicum of belief in such matters. They then bowed 3 times to the fish, before returning it to its bucket. Upon emerging, Gu Ningning was met with the sight of the trio bowing to a fish. Have you all lost your minds? I asked you to cook, not to perform a ritual. What on earth are you thinking? Yihua swiftly recounted the incident. Sister Gu, the evidence is right here. Do you think an ordinary fish possesses such abilities? Gu Ningning, examining the broken knife, grew increasingly serious, and soon joined their peculiar homage. Wait here. I'll fetch 3 incense sticks. You brought those? The trio exclaimed. The director and crew were equally baffled. What is wrong with these 4? That knife was simply old. Yet here they are, openly promoting superstition on our live broadcast. The director sighed. Someone go remind them to bow a few times and leave it at that. The incense should stay out of this. Ha! It seems the legendary duo of talents cannot appear alone. The director has truly outdone himself in gathering 4 of them, including the other 2 oddities. Their solemn expressions are hilarious. Do people in the entertainment industry genuinely believe in this stuff? Better to believe in it than not to. Even if one does not believe, respect is due. What was meant to be a simple meal has devolved into a ritual. Anyone unfamiliar would think they are conducting some cult ceremony. Indeed, some held such beliefs, as Gu Ningning and Yan Luo emerged to find the 4 in the kitchen, solemnly discussing matters amidst swirling smoke. They were even burning paper money. Wait, where did they get that paper money? Gu Ningning's suitcase truly was a treasure trove, containing everything imaginable. Gu Ningning's anxiety began to rise. She had heard of strange practices in the entertainment industry, and she feared Gu Ningning might be involved. No wonder she had been having such bad luck lately. She must be harboring some sinister spirit. The more she contemplated, the the more apprehensive she became. All right, you finished. Continue cooking. I'll keep this fish deity for now, Gu Ningning decided, relinquishing the kitchen to them. Chapter 19, Ripping Pants with Bare Hands. Gu Ningning, spotting the two on the sofa, chose to ignore them. They were not her companions. As long as they did not provoke her, she could not be bothered. That live stream is shrouded in smoke, while this one is chillingly cold. Don't say that. If those two annoy Sister Gu, this room would immediately heat up. Come quickly and take a look. Yi Hua is engaged in an astonishing endeavor. At that moment, Yi Hua was in the kitchen, preparing to fry fish. But the basin that held the fish had not completely drained. If that basin tipped over, it would surely result in a chaotic explosion of fish. Yi Hua had already positioned a pot lid in front of him, while Yang Mei and Cheng Xia cowered behind him. Are you ready? Yi Hua asked, his expression grave. We're ready, replied Cheng Xia and Yang Mei in unison. The production crew, witnessing the live broadcast, hurried over, for this group of individuals was nothing short of a handful.
No.
Alas, they arrived a moment too late. A cacophony of sizzling oil erupted, akin to firecrackers, accompanied by the shrieks of the three individuals.
Goodness.
These three are truly valiant souls. Their courage is absolutely commendable. I've been cooking for years, and each time I fry something, I am filled with trepidation. I truly admire their audacity. Everyone, please do not attempt this at home. The danger level is far too high. Let us hope these three do not end up with a face full of scars. After all, they are three handsome men and women. The staff members sprinted towards the scene at a remarkable pace, but I calculated that they would likely not make it in time. Oh, my goodness. Why don't you eat a bit more to gain some weight? I'm on the verge of being scalded. Yi Hua grimaced in pain, wielding the pot lid like Captain America. Thankfully, he was dressed in long sleeves and trousers, which provided some protection. How much fatter do you want me to get? As an actor, if I gain weight, will I still have work? If not, will you support me? The three individuals outside, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, rushed over and were rendered speechless at the sight of the chaos. Gu Ningning sighed in exasperation. It seems you are waging a battle in the kitchen. And you are clearly the defeated side. Must you be so heartless? The trio of mischief makers lamented. The crew's hearts raced with anxiety, but fortunately, nothing catastrophic had transpired. Dear guests, please prioritize your safety. All actions must be conducted with utmost caution. The director's words echoed. We do not seek great wealth for you. Only that you ensure your own safety. And please, do not let our show get shut down. The director was indeed feeling quite humble. He was merely trying to film a travel and lifestyle reality show, yet it had devolved into an extreme challenge. If such a dangerous incident occurred in a past variety show, I would certainly blame the director and crew, but now I genuinely sympathize with them. They are burdened with such a rowdy group. The show faces danger, and the guests are in peril, with a danger level of 10. Why? Isn't Gu Ningning helping? Doesn't she know how to cook? Allowing a group of culinary novices to fumble in the kitchen is clearly her responsibility. I too believe she should at least supervise. Did Gu Ningning dig up your ancestors' graves? I've seen you criticize her countless times. And yet it was Yi Hua and the others who claimed they could cook. How can you twist this into something negative? Have you lost your minds? This meal truly endured countless trials and tribulations, yet Yi Hua and the others were adamant about retaining control of the kitchen, asserting their desire to prove their culinary prowess. Sister Gu, trust us, what just happened was merely an accident. We can indeed prepare a meal. Yes, just wait outside. Gu Ningning was unceremoniously pushed out, and soon the kitchen was filled with the sounds of sizzling once more. Gu Ningning sighed. Let's just allow them to carry on. At worst, the food will turn out to be inedible. Half an hour later, gazing at the 4 blackened dishes and a soup on the table, silence enveloped the group, and the audience fell into a hushed stupor. What on earth are these 4 bowls of black sludge? Did they use soot from the pot to make these dishes? Is it safe to eat this? I did see them follow the steps, but I cannot comprehend how they ended up with such a color. Perhaps it is a gift of sorts. Sister Gu, you should really try it. Although it looks unappetizing, the taste should be decent, Yang Mei urged. Placing a piece of food into Gu Ningning's bowl, Gu Ningning stared at the dark mass in her bowl, her expression rigid. Gu Jinji sat beside her, watching intently to see if she would take a bite. With a stiff resolve, Gu Ningning finally sampled the dish, and at that moment, her expression transformed as she discovered it tasted surprisingly good. Not bad at all. Worthy of praise. It may look unappealing, but the flavor is indeed commendable. What dish is this?
Yi Hua replied, c'était la frite bœuf.
Gu Ningning exclaimed, "How could I not discern this was beef? Remarkable. You managed to alter the essence of the dish." Each dish they presented required explanation, and every time they named a dish, Gu Ningning was left in awe. The audience shared in her astonishment. This was their first encounter with individuals capable of creating such edible concoctions from these ingredients. Gu Ningning is truly brave. If it were me, I would never dare to eat this. Incredible. To transform the ingredients into such a state, yet still have it be edible, is a testament to their unique talent. Indeed, there are always extraordinary individuals in this world. Just as that fish embodies. What a nuisance Gu Jinji and Yen Luo are. They contributed nothing and returned to eat after a leisurely bath. Can we not let them go home after this episode? Yen family, please take your young master home. He need not linger here as a sycophant. Gu family, please take your young princess back. This false princess is better kept among yourselves. Sister, I must say, the quality of your clothing seems rather lacking. Allow me to gift you a piece from my extensive wardrobe. Most of my clothes are untouched. Our figures are quite similar. I can bring you a few after dinner. Gu Jinji began to provoke once more. Her tone suggested a desire for amicability, yet it carried an unsettling undertone. Gu Ningning glanced at her own attire, which, while not designer, was clean and of decent quality. No, thank you. I quite like my clothes, and I'm not particularly fond of high-end brands. After her shower, Gu Jinji donned an elegant outfit replete with designer labels. High-end brands are indeed exquisite. Their quality is assured, unlike ordinary garments that unravel at the slightest touch. Gu Ningning scrutinized her trousers. Are you certain? Gu Jinji offered a gentle smile. Of course, or you may test it. All right. Gu Ningning swiftly yanked at Gu Jinji's trousers, and with a sound of tearing fabric, the wide-legged trousers transformed into shorts. The onlookers gasped in shock. The audience echoed their astonishment. The audacity to take action directly. How exhilarating this is. Just look at the quality of your high-end brand. It's rather lacking. Isn't it? I can't possibly be a Herculean figure, can I? With a gentle tug, I managed to tear it apart. Gu Ningning shrugged her shoulders, feigning innocence. I had already warned her not to provoke me, yet she behaves as if her brain has short-circuited. Ah! Gu Jinji, feeling the sensation on her thigh, collapsed in despair, clutching her backside as she fled. The reason for her hasty retreat while covering her rear was that the wide-legged pants had transformed into ultra-short shorts after being torn. A slight movement risked exposing her derriere, hence the necessity of covering it while running. Yen Luo, witnessing the humiliation inflicted upon his beloved, erupted in fury. Gu Ningning, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Gu Ningning, regarding the sycophant, felt a surge of indignation. While she had a dispute with Gu Jinji, she bore no animosity towards him. Yet he continually targeted her. Are you out of your mind? Am I the one being excessive? I've come to realize that both of you are truly akin to beasts, utterly incapable of comprehending human speech. I explicitly stated that you should refrain from provoking me. Yet you ignored my words. What business do you have meddling in my affairs with her? You have truly become addicted to being a lapdog, haven to you? The Yen family must be quite reckless to allow you to roam freely. Did you forget to bring your brain when you were born? Chapter 20. The ferocious Gu Ningning. Yen Luo stood there, utterly dumbfounded by the barrage of insults directed at him. He had never been so demeaned throughout his entire life. After Gu Ningning finished berating him, she spat disdainfully, her contempt unmistakable. The trio of the stinky cobblers huddled quietly in the corner, realizing they were utterly outmatched in this divine battle, regardless of their feelings. He remained a young master whose single utterance could banish them. Nonetheless, one must admit, Gu Ningning's combat prowess was indeed formidable. Gu Ningning is impressive. It's my first time witnessing such a confrontation on a show. She shows no fear and holds nothing back. What a joke. I'm also in the industry and have heard some rumors. Gu Ningning inherited a fortune from her grandfather, enough for her to live lavishly for several lifetimes. Not to mention her company and business ventures, her real estate and cash assets are beyond what most wealthy families can boast. Rich lady.
Food. Starvin.
With tensions rising, the production team had no choice but to intervene. Otherwise, the show would come to a halt, ultimately costing them dearly. The Yen family also noticed the unfolding drama, and upon witnessing their son's degradation, they felt a surge of anger. Yet, they also deemed their son utterly disappointing for stooping so low for a woman. The shame of it was unbearable. Future prospects in the industry for a suitable partner would be bleak. Who would willingly choose such a foolish man? It would be challenging to find someone of equal standing. and they would certainly look down upon those of lesser status. Look at what you've raised. You've coddled him to this extent, allowing him to be berated by others. Yen's father exclaimed in frustration, throwing down his belongings as he stormed out, while Yen's mother sat on the sofa with a grim expression. Gu Ningning, that woman will never set foot in our home. Yen's mother had completely developed a hatred for Gu Ningning. Before Gu Ningning's identity was revealed, the Yen family had been somewhat satisfied with Gu Ningning, considering her background suitable, especially since she was the only daughter of the Gu family. However, with the shift in circumstances, all previous assessments were rendered obsolete. Moreover, Gu Ningning's sheer foolishness was utterly infuriating. She was both dim-witted and venomous. How could such a woman ever be welcomed into the Yen household? You need to keep a close eye on your brother. After this episode, bring him home and minimize his interactions with the Gu family. Ideally, they should never cross paths again. Yen Huan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed better for Gu Ningning to remain distant. Upon their first encounter, he sensed her profound cunning. Yen Luo was not the first man Gu Ningning had pursued. She had previously sought to ingratiate herself with him, only to be rejected. Yen Luo was likely just one of her many backups. The Gu family's child-rearing practices were questionable, although she was a fabricated daughter. They had still raised her for over 20 years, and the outcome was astonishingly dismal. While his brother might lack intelligence, he harbored no malicious intent. He was merely naive and easily manipulated. Gu Ningning, on the other hand, was a toxic blend of stupidity and malice. As the production team concluded their mediation, the participants resumed their tasks. This time, they were to play a game involving tossing a ball, while one individual caught it in a basket, necessitating team divisions. Gazing at the red tag in her hand and then at the sycophant who had just been chastised, Gu Ningning rolled her eyes in exasperation. Yen Luo, noting the unfavorable color of his tag, was at a loss for how to feel about Gu Ningning. She was not even remotely feminine. I warn you, don't hinder my progress, or you'll find my fist meeting your face. Gu Ningning waved her fist in front of him, while Yen Luo, scowling, huffed in response. Uncertain of who would ultimately be the hindrance, Gu Ningning was teamed with Yi Hua, while the other two girls formed another group. Oh dear, this truly is a battleground. Will Gu Ningning and Yen Luo turn against each other? Could it be that Yen Luo is intentionally sabotaging Gu Ningning? He wouldn't dare. If he attempts such a thing, he should be wary of Gu Ningning's wrath. The first group to take the stage consisted of Gu Ningning and Yen Luo, who had already donned the basket on his back. Try to be steady. If I catch wind of any shenanigans, beware of my shoe sole. Yen Luo replied.
I am aware.
Gu Ningning hurled the ball toward him, but it struck him squarely on the head. I instructed you to catch it with the basket, not your skull. Are you attempting to practice your iron head technique? I got it. Can you please stop talking and hurry up? Their subsequent attempts were riddled with blunders. Lacking even a semblance of teamwork, they were merely engaged in their separate endeavors. Oh dear, Yen Luo seems somewhat pitiable. Gu Ningning is truly channeling a fierce tigress, so ferocious. A prominent figure has already edited a clip, pairing Gu Ningning's roars with tiger growls. The match is uncanny. I must see this. She is a living, breathing tigress. Such a rare sight. Gu Ningning aimed to throw while Yen Luo attempted to catch, yet they consistently missed each other in a comical manner. As time ticked away without them securing a single catch, Gu Ningning grew frantic. If you fail to catch this one, I swear I'll tear you apart. Her expression was menacing, causing Yen Luo to flinch at her outburst. When the ball approached, he instinctively moved to catch it, but it flew beyond his reach, leading to an exaggerated split as the ball miraculously landed in his basket. Simultaneously, a ripping sound echoed, followed by a pained cry. All present wore expressions of sympathy, particularly the men in attendance. Oh, dear, that looked painful. Gu Ningning sprang forward in a swift motion, effortlessly lifting him from the ground, revealing his vibrant red underwear for all to see. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Despite her disdain for this young master, she had never anticipated such an incident occurring. Yen Luo, supporting Gu Ningning, stood with legs still unable to close, trembling in an O-shaped stance, resembling a delicate flower, both pitiable and amusing. I can't seem to close my legs. It feels like I just pulled something. Yen Luo's voice carried an inexplicable hint of grievance. The mere mention of it sent goosebumps prickling across Gu Ningning's skin. Yet, the attention of everyone present was fixated on his red undergarments. Is it your year of fortune? That red underwear is quite eye-catching, someone remarked. Are your crucial areas unharmed? That moment genuinely startled me, another added. The young master must have truly been frightened by Sister Gu. That was a full-on effort, someone else chimed in. Indeed, if he hadn't given it his all, Sister Gu might have torn him apart, came the wry response. Chapter 21. I understand. You must be seeking revenge. Gu Ningning guided him to a nearby seat.
All right.
You can rest here. You really should exercise more. Such a minor exertion shouldn't leave you in this state. The youth must not be so frail. I am not frail. That was merely an accident. Yen Luo retorted. Gu Ningning responded dismissively, yes, just an accident. You sit here and recuperate. A doctor arrived to examine him and confirmed it was just a minor strain. A little rest would suffice. Gu Jinji hurried over to express her concern. Luo, are you alright? Sister's competitive spirit can be a bit overwhelming. You needn't take it too seriously. Yen Luo forced a smile, though it was stiff. When he was nearly injured, Gu Ningning had dashed to his aid, and he had expected Gu Jinji to step in as well, only to find her retreating a step back. This is merely a game. A little competitiveness is to be expected. You should return to your group, she advised. Yen Luo found himself puzzled. Had it been in the past, Gu Jinji's concern would have thrilled him, yet now he felt an unsettling discomfort. Was it because she hadn't rushed to his side immediately? Yen Luo could not quite comprehend, nor could he articulate his feelings. It seems their dynamic is somewhat off. Yen Luo should have echoed Gu Jinji's sentiments about Gu Ningning. I believe Yen Luo is slowly awakening to the truth of Gu Jinji's character. Gu Ningning truly has it hard. Being in such a family, perhaps it would have been better if she had never been found. Had it not been for her grandfather's kindness, she might have been consumed entirely by those relatives. Gu Jinji's fans were at a loss as to how to assist her. Even if she sought to malign Gu Ningning, the public was already aware of the professional trolls and would not be swayed by their words. After this episode concluded, it was no surprise that Gu Ningning's team would finish last. Perhaps it was simply due to their lack of synergy, while others could manage to score a few goals. These two could not seem to find common ground. The losing team faced punishment, and the staff cheerfully announced, "You two will be responsible for today's meal." Gu Ningning saw no issue with this, but cast a skeptical glance at Yen Luo. Yen Luo felt slightly guilty, recalling his previous culinary attempts. Why do you look at me like that? My cooking skills are lacking. I can only assist you, nothing more. Ha ha ha. Thinking of Gu Jinji's misfortune. Yen Luo's cooking might lead to calamity. Gu Jinji seems to sense something amiss, likely recalling past events that will haunt her forever. Upon hearing that Yen Luo would help with the cooking, Gu Jinji felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Sister, I'll be counting on you, she said, maintaining her gentle demeanor, though everyone knew her true nature was far from benevolent. Gu Ningning remained silent. Cooking was not a significant concern for her. However, she disliked when others refused to lend a hand. Regardless of Yen Luo's shortcomings, he could not simply partake without contributing. Staring at the pig intestines before him, Yen Luo fell into silence. The barrage of comments erupted. No way. The production team is too cruel. The ingredient provided is pig intestines. Are they not afraid of another mishap? Yen Luo washing pig intestines? Are they intending for everyone to consume excrement? Yihua quietly approached, whispering, perhaps I should wash these. I can't say I trust him. The staff interjected, no one else is permitted to assist. Otherwise, today's events will be forfeited. Yen Luo gritted his teeth. No. I can manage on my own. You all can wait over there. He was determined to conquer the challenge of the pig intestines. He would rise again from where he had faltered.
Ugh.
What followed was a spectacle of him washing the intestines while retching, with Gu Jinji sitting beside him to offer her support. Luo, let me fan you. If I can disperse the foul odor, it will be better. Gu Jinji procured a fan. And as Yen Luo squeezed out the contents from the intestines, a gust of wind blew the remnants onto his face. Upon completing her vegetable washing, Gu Ningning turned to find Yen Luo smeared with filth. She paused briefly before quipping, I didn't know you had such peculiar tastes. Could it be that last time's concoction was intentional? Do you relish this? The task had escalated beyond her expectations. She had not foreseen him becoming so frantic.
Ah.
Yen Luo, momentarily dazed, soon realized the predicament and crumbled, the detritus that had been on his face now in his mouth. Gu Jinji exclaimed, ugh. I was eating. Seeing that scene made me vomit. While others indulge in culinary variety shows, this one is truly off-putting, for one can never predict the revolting surprises that await. This show possesses a peculiar charm, yet it is undeniably addictive. Gu Jinji, what are you doing? Yen Luo called out her full name in evident anger. Gu Ningning hastily stowed away the fan, flustered as she explained, I merely wished to fan you since you were sweating so much. I truly didn't expect this outcome. Gu Ningning pieced together the recent events, gazing at Gu Ningning in sudden clarity. I understand now. You must be seeking revenge, right? Revenge for the last time he fed you excrement. I did not. You're being ridiculous. How could I seek revenge? Gu Ningning protested. I too sense a hint of retaliation, for Gu Ningning does not strike me as a generous soul. The devoted admirer ends up with nothing. Surely Yanluo is beginning to see through Gu Ningning now. Yet, the process is rather tragic. A person like Gu Ningning is unsuitable as a lover, friend, or wife. It seems she lacks any fitting role. The trio of cobblers huddled in the corner, utterly mesmerized. The recent spectacle had delivered an overwhelming shock to their senses. Yi Hua, in a daze, remarked, are all women so ruthless? Holding a grudge from the last incident until now. Yang Mei and Cheng Xia retorted, that varies from person to person. We're not like that. This farce culminated in Yanluo fainting, evidently overwhelmed by the intensity of the experience. Chapter 22. Allow me to present a celestial shower of flowers. When the doctor arrived, he was rendered speechless. He had never witnessed a variety show necessitating a physician's presence so frequently. I have never seen a show like yours. It seems almost daily you summon a doctor. You ought to purchase insurance before participating in this program, he quipped, eliciting laughter from the audience. That suggestion is quite sound. Let us procure various insurances. The busiest individual in this episode, the doctor. The expression on the doctor's face is utterly hilarious. He truly seems to be at his wit's end. After painstakingly cleaning Yanluo's face, the doctor was promptly met with a torrent of vomit from him. Observing the mess, the doctor's expression was one of sheer exasperation. Let him rest properly. He is quite susceptible to psychological stress and has a low capacity for handling setbacks. Thank you, doctor. The director replied with a beaming smile as he escorted the physician out. What manner of misfortune had he brought upon himself? Why was this program so fraught with difficulties? Given the complexity of the situation, the meal today consisted of box lunches provided by the production team, sparing them from having to cook. As they dined on box lunches, Gu Ningning began to chat with the village elders, as there was little else to occupy her time. In the afternoon, the production team did not assign them any strenuous tasks, leaving them in a state of restful leisure indoors. Everyone engaged in their own activities. And when Yanluo awoke, he appeared somewhat disoriented. Luo, you've finally awakened. Gu Ningning's excited voice startled everyone, after lying unconscious for so long. It was a relief to see him awake. This young master's psychological resilience was indeed quite frail. Upon seeing Gu Ningning's face, Yanluo felt a wave of discomfort. Ningning, I'm feeling a bit unwell right now. Could you please step back a little? Gu Ningning's smile faltered. All right. It's only natural to feel unwell after fainting for so long. There is some kanji here. You can have a bit once you feel better. The doctor returned to check on him and confirmed that he was indeed fine. When Gu Ningning returned, she found everyone gathered around Yanluo, who lay on the sofa, looking rather unwell. They're awake. Quick, have something to eat. There are no other activities this afternoon, so make sure to rest well. Gu Ningning strolled in. Munching on sunflower seeds she had pilfered from the elders. Observing Gu Ningning's nonchalant demeanor, Yanluo suddenly felt a pang of discomfort in his chest. Gu Ningning, could you refrain from speaking? Your words only exacerbate my unease. Gu Ningning approached and spat sunflower seed shells all over him. You think you can act high and mighty just because I'm being nice to you? If you don't want to hear it, then don't. I want to coddle you just because others do. Yanluo silently removed the shells from his face and fell silent. Isn't Gu Ningning bullying him? He is sick. And she treats him like this, showering him with shells. Her character is truly questionable. Although Yanluo may have seemed weak before, he is now unwell. Her attitude towards him is genuinely off-putting. Gu Ningning can't escape this one. Previously, she claimed that he provoked her, but now he is not even bothering her. Seriously, do you all need to amplify every little incident? Yanluo mentioned feeling uneasy seeing Gu Ningning. How would you react if someone said the same to you? You all are meek in real life, yet strike hard online. Gu Ningning's earlier display of flower scattering had astonished everyone, prompting the cobblers to retreat to a safe distance. Gu Ningning began to defend Yanluo. Sister, that is quite excessive. Luo is unwell. What harm is there in accommodating him a little? Gu Ningning scoffed. Am I his father or mother? Why should I accommodate him? We're all human for the first time. Why must I cater to him? Decency is subjective. If I treat him with decency, I'll feel uncomfortable. Did I cause him to be like this? You, the true instigator, should stop pretending to be the good person. Gu Ningning was left speechless, while Gu Ningning rolled her eyes and retreated to her room. She truly found it difficult to engage with fools. At dinner that evening, Gu Ningning did not appear, leading everyone to assume she was upset. Should I go call her? Yihua decided to fetch Gu Ningning himself. Upon reaching her door, he prepared to knock when it swung open unexpectedly. However, he found no one inside. Where did she go? How did this door open by itself? A voice called from below, "Look down." Yihua bent down and nearly had a heart attack. Gu Ningning had contorted herself into a spider-like shape, resembling a mutant creature. What on earth? How did she manage to twist herself into that shape? Her flexibility is truly astounding. Yihua's expression is likely one of shock. Gu Ningning certainly does not play by the rules. If she's not causing trouble, it's as if the sun has risen in the west. Sister, what on earth are you doing? Don't scare me. I'm quite timid, Yihua said, gripping the doorframe, his legs feeling weak. Gu Ningning slowly stood up from the floor. I was practicing yoga. I've been neglecting my exercise lately and my body feels stiff. Reflecting on her spider-like form, Yihua struggled to reconcile that image with the notion of stiffness. Sister, dinner is ready. Hurry out before it gets cold. Gu Ningning rubbed her stomach, no need. I'm not hungry right now. You all go ahead. Yihua sighed at her response. Sister, even if you're feeling down, you shouldn't take it out on your body. There are plenty of discomforts in this industry. Gu Ningning replied. What are you talking about? I'm having trouble understanding. Yihua continued his sermon. We all started from the bottom. Sometimes we get bullied, but we've managed to persevere. While Yan Luo may have a bit of a temper, he certainly doesn't seem malicious. Gu Ningning and Yihua refrained from commenting. They were unsure how to judge this individual, whose innocent facade concealed a multitude of schemes. At last, Gu Ningning grasped the essence of his words. Looking at the young man before her, she chuckled. I truly am not feeling any discomfort, nor am I taking out my frustrations on my body. Who could possibly make me feel uneasy here? I simply don't wish to have dinner. I've been neglecting my exercise too much lately. With all my wealth, having purchased so many beautiful clothes, I cannot afford to let my figure go awry. Yihua. So, was my concern for you in vain? Yihua found it somewhat amusing, yet the words he spoke also evoked a sense of sorrow. This trio of onlookers had ascended from the depths, undoubtedly having endured their fair share of grievances in the past. Chapter 23. Beauty, yield to me. That very evening, Gu Ningning received another scathing reprimand from her parents via telephone. You must cleanse your reputation. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? They exclaimed. This program is your last chance. If you fail to restore your name, you might as well return and prepare for marriage. The harsh words from her mother clenched Gu Ningning's fists tightly. After hanging up, she erupted in fury. Why should I return? If I don't, I am still the favored grandchild. No one dares to treat me this way. She raged further. If I don't come back, I remain the sole heiress of the Gu family, and things will remain as they once were. Why has everything turned to this? The expression on Gu Ningning's face was one of pure, terrifying rage. She knew well the nature of her family. However, prior to Gu Ningning's return, the household at least maintained a facade of harmony. Yet, everything shifted upon her return, and the grandfather, who once cherished her, grew increasingly distant, ultimately bequeathing the entire inheritance to that country bumpkin. Had that inheritance remained, the Gu family would still be exalted. Her parents wouldn't be pressuring her so. The next morning, the production team surprisingly called for a vehicle to wait outside for them. Oh, they actually called a car. Could the production team be planning something? Perhaps they intend to take them into the city for some activities. After all, this is the fashion capital, and failing to utilize such resources would be a waste. Gu Ningning's complexion appeared rather poor. Did she not sleep well last night? Gu Ningning is simply stunning. That face is absolutely exquisite. Gu Ningning, half awake, stood by the car, still not fully conscious. Breakfast will be served on the vehicle. We'll take everyone into the city today for the shoot, and there will be a surprise for you all. The staff chuckled mischievously, a surprise that likely spelled shock for everyone. Gu Ningning opened her eyes. Could it be that we are changing accommodations? Are you really this kind-hearted? The staff replied, why do you make us sound like gangsters? We are genuinely kind-hearted. Yihua quietly remarked to the two beside him, I have an unsettling feeling. I can't shake this ominous premonition. Once aboard the vehicle, each staff member handed them a piece of bread and a bottle of milk. It wasn't lavish, but sufficient for sustenance. As the car ambled along, Gu Ningning finished her bread and was about to open her milk when the vehicle suddenly braked abruptly.
Slap.
Looking at her hands now smeared with the milky liquid, Gu Ningning intended to exclaim that her milk had spilled, but her mind faltered, and she blurted out, "Oh no, my milk exploded." The moment those words escaped her lips, silence enveloped the group. Yang Mei nearly spewed her milk. "Gu Ningning, you truly are a gem. So, what if the milk spilled?" But to say that your milk exploded is quite the misunderstanding. The expression on Gu Ningning's face was utterly hilarious. She likely hadn't realized what she had just said, intending instead to say her milk had spilled but experiencing a mental lapse. Observe the expressions of the others. The two men are blushing furiously, unsure where to direct their gaze, while others appear equally uncomfortable, clearly embarrassed. It was only after uttering those words that Gu Ningning comprehended what she had said. Noticing the awkward expressions around her, she deemed their reactions overly dramatic. Milk is still milk. You lot are simply depraved. Does anyone have some tissue? Cheng Xia hurriedly rummaged through her bag, exclaiming, "I have some." Gu Ningning wiped her hands while saying, "Why do your faces look so strange? Don't let your minds wander, you filthy-minded individuals." The crowd responded, "You dare blame us for being filthy-minded? Your outburst nearly got our live stream shut down. Gu Ningning, you're the filthy ones. Others, you're insane. Who in this world could possibly reign in Gu Ningning? This bunch is utterly at her mercy." Following this incident, silence reigned in the vehicle. The gentle swaying lulled everyone into a slumber. Suddenly, a raucous voice broke the tranquility. "Hey, beauty, don't run away." All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Indeed, it was emanating from that very place. Gu Ningning, leaning against the glass, wore a silly grin, her smile exuding a blend of mischief and allure. Though her eyes remained closed, her tone revealed much about her demeanor. Yi Hua fell silent for a moment before nudging the person beside him. "Why don't you wake her up? We are, after all, recording a show." Yang Mei recoiled. "Why don't you go?" "I refuse to do it. Not a chance." "Ha ha ha, Gu Ningning, you truly are something else. I'm curious about the dream you were having." "Beauty, is this beauty male or female? Could it possibly be both?"
Hee hee.
"Hey up there, wipe your drool. I can smell your thoughts from here. Hurry and put your pants back on." In her dream, Gu Ningning had transformed into an ancient king, surrounded by beautiful courtiers. "Beauty, yield to me, follow me, and you shall be my queen. Second only to me, a queen. Indeed, reigning supreme in my dreams." Cheng Xia interjected, "But, great king, I do not wish to share you with others. What should I do?" While speaking, she exchanged glances with others, as if to gauge their reactions. Yi Hua and Yang Mei admired her cleverness, giving her a thumbs up, truly a master of the game. Remarkably, Gu Ningning responded, "Beauty, though I may have other women, you alone shall be my queen. What more could you desire?" Gu Ningning, that dream was rather scandalous." "Scandalous?" In her dream, she was a king. It's perfectly normal for a king to have a harem. Be satisfied with your position as queen." "Great king. I am willing to be your queen." Upon awakening, Gu Ningning noticed the peculiar stares directed at her. Initially, she assumed she had drooled in her sleep. But upon inspection, her face was clean. "Why are you all looking at me like that? It feels strange." Chapter 24. There's a large booger in your nostril. Do you truly not realize why they are staring at you? Those are your beauties. How could you forget them upon waking? Cheng Xia gazed at Gu Ningning, asking earnestly, "Have you genuinely forgotten what you just did? Do you remember the dream you just had?" As Gu Ningning gazed at the peculiar assembly of individuals, she was genuinely perplexed. What did her dream have to do with them? It was merely an ordinary dream, in which she envisioned herself as an emperor, a sovereign. Before awakening, Yi Hua could not suppress a laugh. "Do you recall what you just said? Reflect on it carefully." Gu Ningning pondered for a moment, her recollection hazy. She merely knew that in her dream, she commanded the winds and summoned the rains, but the exact details eluded her. "My beauty, why not yield to me?" Yi Hua feigned a dramatic tone, squeezing his voice theatrically. Gu Ningning's expression shifted immediately. "Ha ha ha, Yi Hua is indeed flirting with danger. It's not the shameful dream that is frightening, it's the fact that someone will help you recollect it. To sleep so soundly in a vehicle is indeed quite admirable." Gu Ningning's cheeks flushed. How could she have divulged the contents of her dream? Why was she talking in her sleep while dozing in a car? Now, recalling it, her actions had been captured entirely by the cameras, and countless viewers had already witnessed them. She tossed her hair dismissively, wearing an expression of indifference. So what if they saw? It's not particularly embarrassing. It was merely a dream. Have you never dreamt? For me, that dream was quite delightful. It was indeed a beautiful dream, becoming an emperor, surrounded by alluring figures, though she could not quite recall what those enchanting beings looked like, not even their genders. The group admired her audacity. Truly, the unashamed are invincible. Once they disembarked the vehicle, the staff led them into a grand building. This city was a stark contrast to their quaint mountain village, a disconcerting juxtaposition indeed. Today's task continued from yesterday's grouping. Since they had arrived in the fashion capital, they were destined to engage in something stylish. The current assignment was to transform their partner into the most fashionable version of themselves. The items at the back were merely props. There were no mirrors in the dressing room, so once you changed, you could let your partner have a look. Each person would be responsible for the overall look, so everyone had to do their best. Once the styling was complete, a photographer would come to take pictures, and the group with the highest online votes would get to choose the next recording location. The staff drew back a curtain to reveal an array of clothing. Quite a stunning sight. Gu Ningning glanced at Yen Luo, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Yen Luo felt a pang of discomfort from her gaze. Was it necessary to express such disdain? He had no desire to be in her group either. Yihua, what style do you prefer? Gu Jinji inquired. Yihua hesitated, uncertain if he had the liberty to choose. Just go with what you think. I'm not really sure what style I like at the moment. Yihua felt an inexplicable apprehension towards Gu Jinji. Gu Jinji smiled. In that case, I'll take creative liberty. I prefer a more youthful aesthetic. So I'll be counting on you. Yihua nodded in a flustered manner. Ha! Yihua, does Gu Jinji look like she could devour you? Why are you so fearful? What sort of shadow has Gu Jinji cast over Yihua that he appears so intimidated by her? It wasn't just Yihua who feared Gu Jinji. Yang Mei and Cheng Xia shared the same sentiment. Since the show began, the three of them had been timid, hardly daring to provoke the other trio. However, Gu Ningning maintained a decent rapport with them. Yang Mei and Cheng Xia had little to choose from. They were good friends, well acquainted with each other's styles, and could simply go with the flow. As for Yen Luo and Gu Ningning, they exchanged silent glances, remaining mute until now. Are they competing in a staring contest? While others have already started, they are merely glaring at one another. Why do I feel like they are on the verge of dueling? They seem to be trying to intimidate each other before launching into a slap. That is something Gu Ningning might do. Gu Ningning, don't tarnish my reputation. I am a gentle beauty. Gentle beauty? What connection do those 5 words have with Gu Ningning? Yen Luo's eyes were nearly twitching. Gu Ningning truly had issues, persistently staring at him as if he bore a flower on his face. Gu Ningning opened her mouth, hesitating, but eventually continued to gaze at him. Yen Luo could no longer tolerate her scrutiny. What are you staring at? Do I have a flower on my face? Gu Ningning, do you truly want me to say it? Yen Luo was exasperated. Just say it already. Gu Ningning took a deep breath and, as if releasing a firecracker, exclaimed, I keep staring at you because I noticed a large booger in your nostril. I've been wondering if you've realized and whether you're having trouble breathing, because that booger is quite substantial. The atmosphere fell abruptly silent, and the other groups turned to look. Gu Ningning, what do you want me to say? I knew Gu Ningning wouldn't disappoint us. I'm now curious about Yen Luo's feelings. I'm feeling embarrassed for him. Is it truly appropriate to say that so loudly? It's rather disrespectful. Did you think she would be any different on the first day? Besides, she asked Yen Luo. It was he who prompted her to say it. Haha, am I the only one who finds this hilarious? From our angle, we can only see Yen Luo's face. Gu Ningning stands across from him, shorter, and can indeed see his nostrils. Yen Luo's face had turned crimson. He quickly covered his nose with his hand. Gu Ningning sighed, saying, I was giving you hints. Didn't you see? My gaze fixated on your nostrils was almost tangible. Yen Luo, shut up. Is that what you call a hint? Who hints at someone like that? Is there anyone who does that? You should at least have some body language or expression. Chapter 25. Firefly Fairy battles the enemy. Gu Ningning sighed, feeling that her good intentions had been met with ingratitude. Yen Luo, with a flushed face, finally managed to clear his nostrils, his entire visage now tinged with red. Gu Ningning, the only requirement I have for this look is that I prefer a Japanese style. I trust you understand that. Japanese style, Gu Ningning mused, then gave him an okay gesture. Wasn't he at just Japanese style? A piece of cake. She would certainly make him look undeniably Japanese. A concept for his styling had already formed in her mind, and she felt particularly confident about it. Gu Ningning had minimal requirements for her own styling as long as it was presentable. Upon hearing her words, Yan Luo's expression conveyed utter disbelief. Are you even a woman? Shouldn't you pay more attention to your appearance? Gu Ningning shot him a dismissive glance. Am I not a woman? Are you a woman? Hurry up and change. TSK, TSK, TSK. Once again shot down, Yan Luo truly has not learned his lesson. I firmly believe that the ensemble chosen by their group will undoubtedly astonish us. Do not inquire as to why, for it is merely an instinctive conviction. I share this sentiment. Gu Ningning will certainly not allow this matter to unfold simply. I suspect she is either poised to provide us with a delightful surprise or a jarring shock. Gu Ningning meticulously selected the attire, yet upon observing the feculent yellow garment, Yan Luo could discern no connection to Japanese aesthetics whatsoever. What on earth have you chosen? Does this even correlate with Japanese style? Gu Ningning then presented him with a pair of combat-style leather boots, declaring, You shall understand once you don them. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Lacking a mirror, Yan Luo had to rely on the assistance of others as he skeptically entered the changing room with the clothes. Yan Zhizhi also entered the changing room with the outfit Yan Luo had selected for her. After they changed, Yan Zhizhi furrowed her brow at Yan Luo, clad in the unappealing yellow military uniform, sensing that something was still amiss. She noticed an array of cosmetics nearby and picked up an eyebrow pencil. Yan Luo assumed she intended to apply some makeup to him and did not refuse. Shortly thereafter, their appearance rendered the entire live stream room silent. The expressions of the others were notably complex as they observed the peculiar visage of Yan Luo, adorned in the yellow military garb with a side-part hairstyle and a shadowy philtrum. Yi Hua and Yang Mei exclaimed, What on earth? Ha ha ha, this is undoubtedly Japanese style. It couldn't be more quintessentially Japanese. I knew Gu Ningning would not disappoint us, but I never anticipated her to be this formidable. These two are clearly sabotaging each other. Gu Ningning's fluorescent green is simply absurd. Were it not for her beauty, this would be a disaster. My goodness. The contrast between these two is striking. One embodies the epitome of Japanese style, while the other resembles a firefly come to life. Gu Ningning smiled at Yan Luo and said, What do you think? This look is as Japanese as it gets, and the audience's reaction is the best feedback for you. As Yan Luo gazed into the mirror, he nearly fainted at the sight of his grotesque reflection. When had he ever looked so unappealing? And in such an irksome manner? Gu Ningning. His furious shout only seemed to align him further with this unflattering image. Gu Ningning even clapped her hands, urging him to be fiercer and louder, insisting that this look suited a more menacing demeanor and that a touch of sleaziness would enhance it. The trio of tailors had now congregated, casually munching on sunflower seeds while observing the scene with utter leisure. Over there, they are resisting the invasion. Here, we are merely spectators, while one individual appears lost in thought.
Can we vote now?
I am definitely casting my vote for Gu Ningning and her team. I am particularly curious how they plan to shoot a magazine spread like this. Are they truly going for an anti-Japanese theme? Upon seeing her own fluorescent outfit, Gu Ningning realized Yan Luo intended to make her appear foolish, yet she remained unfazed. Confident in her figure and appearance, she believed that although the attire was unattractive, it would not detract significantly from her allure. Indeed, it proved true. While the outfit was undeniably hideous, it exuded an odd charm on her. Yan Luo, trembling with indignation as he beheld his reflection, lamented his ill fortune in being assigned to the same group as her. Attempting to wipe away the dark smudge on his nose, Gu Ningning swiftly blocked his hand. Do not touch. It is the rule of this segment. You are in charge of your appearance, and I am in charge of mine. You do not interfere with me, and I will not interfere with you. Yan Luo was on the brink of a breakdown, exclaiming, Ah, you are nothing short of a lunatic. Who let this madwoman loose? This is too tragic, truly too tragic. Gu Ningning is genuinely driving Yan Luo to the brink of madness. A trending topic. Why is the young master online losing his mind? Stay tuned for updates. Why provoke this lunatic? Knowing she is insane, you still chose to engage with her. Is that not courting disaster? Gu Ningning observed Yan Luo's online meltdown, her expression remaining unchanged. Have you finished venting your emotions? Once you have, come over. The audience is ready to vote, and we must begin our campaign. Yan Luo glared at her with reddened eyes, shouting, Campaign my foot. Do you see our current appearances? Are we fit for a magazine shoot? Gu Ningning surveyed her fluorescent green attire and then glanced at his military garb, contemplating seriously. I believe we can make it work. We can establish a theme. What theme? firefly fairy battles against the invaders? Gu Ningning's face lit up with a smile. How clever of you.
Why did I not think of that theme?
It has great potential. Are you serious?
Ha ha ha.
A firefly fairy battling against invaders. I cannot wait to see them shoot this theme. Vote, vote. Hurry and cast your votes. This is the theme we want. The other two groups are far too plain. They merely aim for aesthetics. There are countless beautiful things. It is this bizarre concept that is truly rare. Yen Luo had completely lost his composure, his youthful image shattered. Chapter 26. The Photographer's Despair. The director and crew were in fits of laughter, and the live stream's popularity surged to new heights, trending on social media. The audience seemingly revels in the bizarre. Gu Ningning and Yen Luo's vote count was already far ahead, surpassing the combined total of the other two groups. The director's team remarked, "Gu Ningning is indeed a talent." Soon, the voting concluded, and when the staff announced the results, Gu Ningning and Yen Luo triumphed with a crushing majority.
How do you feel?
Are you happy? We secured first place. Gu Ningning clapped enthusiastically, her smile radiant. Yen Luo, wearing a sullen expression, replied, "Do I look like I am happy?" Gu Jinji, standing off to the side, clenched her fists tightly. This outfit suited her perfectly. She had intended to seize this opportunity, but now it was all ruined. All of this was Gu Ningning's fault. Had it not been for her antics, the first place would have undoubtedly belonged to her. All right, the first group, please come forward. The photographer is already waiting. You may choose the theme for this shoot. We shall shoot the fairy battling the invaders. We have finally managed to get you to first place. Do not let us down. The photographer's smile froze as he beheld the two entering the room.
Wait.
I am supposed to photograph these two? Are we certain about this? What on earth are they wearing? One is donned in the most revolting attire, while the other is clad in fluorescent green, as if aiming to be the most garish in the crowd. The photographer, resigned, closed his eyes, feeling as if his vision had suffered great pollution. This is going to be a challenge, the director chuckled as he approached. Photographer, you understand the predicament, don't you? How am I supposed to capture these two imps? If I fail to shoot, they will accuse me of breach of contract. Yet if I do proceed, it might very well mark his Waterloo in this world. It could become the most humiliating moment of his career. The photographer's expression was broadcast live, and viewers were on the brink of hysterics. Though the photographer remained silent, I could sense the indignation radiating from his eyes. Ha ha ha, it's utterly hilarious. The photographer was initially beaming, but upon seeing the two of them, his smile vanished instantly, replaced by confusion, then reluctance, and ultimately, a resignation to fate. Photographer, this will be the greatest test of my career. Cheer up, photography teacher. If you can manage to capture both of them with a sense of refinement, you will be a deity in this industry. Strive for divinity. As Gu Ningning approached, her face was alight with smiles. Hello, photography teacher, I am Gu Ningning. Yen Luo, with a scowl, retorted, I am Yen Luo. The photography teacher strained to produce a semblance of a smile. Greetings. What kind of theme do you wish to shoot? His smile appeared more sorrowful than a frown. Regardless of the theme, capturing anything of merit seemed an insurmountable challenge. Gu Ningning glanced at Yen Luo, who promptly turned his head away, unwilling to engage. What theme could these two possibly embody? Whatever it is, it hardly matters, after all. One cannot face further disgrace than they already have. After some contemplation, Gu Ningning decided to heed Yen Luo's earlier suggestion to shoot a fairy battling the enemy. A fantastical anti-Japanese film. The director, perceiving the photographer's despair, hurried over to bolster his spirits.
Do not be upset.
We have faith in your abilities. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been invited here. It is precisely because we believe in your expertise that we present you with such a formidable challenge. The photographer forced a smile, albeit one that bore no warmth. Thank you. Have you harbored resentment towards me all this time, intending to ruin me with this task? We've known each other for decades. Can't we resolve our differences privately? Gu Ningning and Yen Luo nearly lost their composure at this remark. The photographer was unexpectedly amusing. Ha ha, who would have thought the photography teacher had an affair with the director? Indeed, why can't matters be settled behind closed doors? Photographer, who can fathom the depths of my despair? It is etched upon my visage. Can you not see the lifelessness in my gaze? Gu Ningning was surprisingly unfazed by the potential outcome of the shoot. Initially, their meeting was a mere twist of fate. Perhaps the audience simply relished the thrill of the bizarre. Teacher, you need not feel overly burdened. Just express yourself freely. We have no particular demands. She patted her chest confidently, and it was evident that this self-assured firefly fairy truly shone brightly. The photographer sighed. What can be done? Let us get to work. After all, one must fulfill their obligations for remuneration. When the shooting commenced, the photographer transformed into a consummate professional, his entire demeanor shifting. That enemy. Infuse a touch more sleaziness into your aura. And you, Firefly, flutter your grand wings. Hold that weapon in your hands. Yen Luo became the enemy, while Gu Ningning embodied the Firefly. Haha, they lost their names entirely. Yen the enemy, Gu the bug. Surprisingly, the photographer possessed a modicum of skill. Under his guidance, the two suddenly appeared more appealing. Gu Ningning looked stunning. She exuded an ethereal charm. I declare that the greatest victor of this promotional shoot is Gu Ningning. She is positively radiant. Is she not glowing? The fluorescent green of her attire, illuminated by the lights, truly emanates brilliance. Ha ha ha. Yen Luo became green with envy from the reflection of Gu Ningning's dress, coupled with his disgruntled expression. It was utterly hilarious. The ultimate winner is Gu Ningning, while the greatest loser is Yen the enemy, who has effectively lost his name. Given Gu Ningning's demands, Yen Luo's current image relegated him to the status of a mere prop. His performance was merely adequate. The photographer's focus was primarily on Gu Ningning, and the more he shot, the more inspired he became. The sound of the shutter clicking indicated that inspiration had struck. Once the promotional shoot concluded, Yen Luo's expression was one of utter despondency. Everyone has worked hard. That's a wrap. Of course, this rap referred solely to the shoot. The variety show continued its recording. The Yen family sat on the sofa, watching Yen Luo on the screen, his expression mirroring that of his on-screen self. Bring me my fast-acting heart remedy. Chapter 27. I do not have a grandson who is an enemy. Mr. Yen clutched his heart, his face a mask of distress. That ungrateful wretch. Bring him back immediately. He is embarrassing us and tarnishing our family's reputation. Yen Hua observed his parents' grave expressions and then glanced at the foolish younger brother on screen, feeling the weight of responsibility upon him. Their family was not foolish. How could they have produced such a dim-witted sibling? Previously, they had overlooked the insipid Gu Jinji, but now he was being used as a pawn. Had he not possessed the Yen surname, how could Gu Jinji have ever been in his vicinity? Moreover, he had never reciprocated Yen Luo's affections. After this program, you must bring him back. Don't let him flaunt himself before his grandparents. I fear he might be beaten to a pulp by them. Mrs. Yen sighed. Her in-laws had lived through that era and held an intense disdain for the Japanese. Seeing a Japanese soldier could provoke them to brandish a knife on the spot. Daily, they watched anti-Japanese films, their expressions filled with righteous indignation, longing to tear the enemy apart themselves. If they were to see Yen Luo in such a state, they might very well disown him as a grandson. While the three of them fretted over the matter, a phone call came through. What on earth is going on with Yen Luo? Why is he dressed in such a disgusting outfit? The voice of grandfather Yen boomed through the phone, causing the trio to shudder. Dad, let me explain. They're filming a show, and everything is fabricated, Mr. Yen stammered, his tone shifting to one of appeasement laced with fear. You say it is fake. Then what is real? I gather my old comrades to watch the program, thinking my grandson was gracing the screen with honor, and what do I see? Grandfather Yan's voice grew increasingly agitated, and Mr. Yen's expression tightened. Now they mock me, saying I've raised a traitor. I've lived my life with integrity, and in the end, my grandson has become a disgrace. Where does that leave my dignity? Grandfather Yen began to rant, and it seemed he was truly enraged, possibly even breaking things in his fury. Mr. Yen endured an hour-long tirade, initially able to interject a word or two, but by the end, he was rendered speechless. After hanging up, he felt as if he had aged a decade. As Yen Mu observed her husband, her heart was filled with both pain and concern. Yen Hua had silently retreated to his room. It seemed clear that he could no longer remain on that program. Gu Ningning from the Gu family was not to be trifled with. That woman was utterly vindictive. For every slight she received, she would return it tenfold. Such individuals are best avoided as adversaries. Gu Ningning, are you satisfied now? I can only imagine how the entire internet is mocking me. Yen Luo felt a throbbing pain in his temples, unable to fathom how his grandparents would react upon seeing this variety show, not to mention this magazine. He was uncertain if he would ever return home, or if the day he did would mark his demise. Gu Jinji also chastised, Sister. That was indeed a bit excessive. Regardless of the circumstances, one cannot dress someone in such a manner. The old patriarch of the Yen family placed immense importance on matters of identity, He and his wife harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Japan. With the way you've handled Yenluo, returning home may prove troublesome. Upon hearing Gu Jinji's words, Gu Ningning narrowed her eyes. What does it concern you? Whether he returns home or not is none of your business. When I was coordinating his outfit, you didn't come forward. Now you're merely playing the blame game. Why didn't you stand up for him back then, Gu Jinji? Your cunning is as shallow as a spoon, and I wonder how you've grown so much. Believing every flattery spoken by those around you, Yihua, Chengxia, and Yang Mei widened their eyes, retreating 3 steps back in silence. Why has this battleground reignited? Well said. Now you're pointing fingers at others. Where were you when he needed support? If Gu Jinji encountered a problem, Yenluo would have been the first to stand by her side. Gu Jinji has accumulated hundreds of empty cunning schemes. And it appears that elite education in affluent families is not as impressive as it seems. One glance reveals her intentions. That's because we possess a god's perspective. Do you think that without this program, Gu Jinji would have faltered? At that time, she and her parents in the Gu family controlled the narrative, leading everyone to believe that Gu Ningning was at fault. Indeed, without this program, Gu Ningning might have been crushed by public opinion. Yenluo gazed at Gu Jinji, his expression profoundly complex. He was genuinely struggling to understand her. Previously, he had perceived Gu Jinji as kind and vulnerable, someone in need of protection, and thus had shielded her throughout their lives. However, that perception had begun to shift. Gu Jinji was no longer the person he remembered. She had become malicious and provocative, willing to resort to any means to achieve her ends, with her self-interest at the forefront. While coordinating outfits earlier, Yenluo had hoped for her to speak in his defense, to challenge Gu Ningning. Yet, ultimately, she remained silent, merely standing by with an air of detachment, concerned only with whether she would secure first place or grace the magazine cover. Gu Jinji noticed Yenluo's gaze upon her, and anxiety began to well up within her. Luo, don't listen to her nonsense. That was never my intention. I've always wanted to help you. Gu Ningning murmured, in your heart, perhaps you've helped, but in action, your silence speaks volumes. I, too, have saved the world in my heart. Why am I not the ruler of the universe? Yihua, Chengxia, and Yang Mei bit their lips and bowed their heads. Gu Ningning's art of conversation was truly impressive. Her words were a poignant aphorism. The 3 of them simultaneously whipped out small notebooks to jot down her statement. The audience was nearly in stitches watching their antics. They actually have Gu Jia's quotes. I want one too. So they came here to learn how to insult people. Did they? Are there any merchants who could compile Gu Ningning's insults? I'd like to purchase them. Gu Ningning's insults are incredibly potent. The director, noticing the audience's enthusiasm, began to ponder ways to profit from it. After all, who wouldn't he want to make money? A staff member, sensing the director's intentions, quietly cautioned. Director, don't be reckless. Different professions have their own roles. The director retorted. Are you in my head? How do you know what I'm thinking? Yenluo and Gu Jinji were in a back-and-forth exchange, while Gu Ningning interjected with pointed remarks. For instance, Gu Jinji stated, Luo, after all these years, would I not care about you? Gu Ningning countered, if you've been so close for years, why haven't you been together? Are you treating him as a backup? Yenluo felt a surge of clarity. Gu Jinji insisted, don't listen to her nonsense. She's merely trying to sow discord between us. Gu Ningning replied, does your relationship need my provocation? It would scatter with the slightest breeze. With Gu Ningning's involvement, each explanation from Gu Jinji only highlighted her questionable actions. Yenluo should have an epiphany now. After all, he's a young master from a prestigious family. He's been a sycophant long enough. The Yen family is doing quite well compared to other affluent families. Their parents' relationship is stable, and his older brother treats him well. Were it not for the love of his family, he might not have remained so naive. Naive? He's practically oblivious, believing that only Gu Jinji is a good person while everyone against her is villainous. Chapter 28. The Unruly Gu Ningning. It can be said that tonight's program was truly splendid. It concluded with Yenluo coldly retreating to his room, while Gu Ningning sighed, lamenting the timing of his departure. What fun remained now? Gu Jinji looked at Gu Ningning's face, her hatred reaching a boiling point. However, she was mindful of the cameras. Had they not been present, she might have torn Gu Ningning's face apart. Now you're satisfied? You've stirred discord between us. But what benefit does that bring you? Gu Jinji glared icily at Gu Ningning. Gu Ningning raised an eyebrow and shrugged. Who says it doesn't benefit me? Provoking your relationship certainly serves my interests, At least he won't be used as a pawn against me. Gu Ningning clenched her fists in anger. Yan Luo was her last trump card. She thought that even if she lost everything, she would still have him. Now, however, everything was lost. She deeply regretted participating in this program. Had she not come, she would still be the exalted daughter of the Gu family. And her relationship with Yan Luo would remain as it once was. That night, as Gu Ningning slept, she dreamt a beautiful dream. In it, Gu Ningning remained as detestable as ever, but she had failed to win her grandfather's affection. He bequeathed all his inheritance to Gu Ningning, while Gu Ningning was cast out by the Gu family. Ultimately, she was killed by street thugs. Gu Ningning was the esteemed daughter of the Gu family, and Yan Luo was her devoted knight. How blissful it all seemed. Yet dreams are but ephemeral, and inevitably, one must awaken. Upon rising the next morning, her face still bore a haze of confusion. In the realm of dreams, everything feels so vividly authentic, as if it has truly transpired. Yet, upon awakening, she must confront this chaotic world once more. Sister Gu, today, the production team has shown us unexpected benevolence. They've permitted us to venture out for leisure. They even allocated a sum of money for us. Yi Hua exclaimed, clutching a red envelope that appeared to contain a considerable amount. Gu Ningning took the envelope, peered inside, and fell into silence. Yi Hua, still jovial, remarked, "Why don't you take the money out? Could it be that they're us too much?" Gu Ningning quietly spilled the contents onto her palm, revealing an entire stack of 1 yuan bills. The crowd reacted. "Ha. I knew the production team wouldn't be so generous as to give them such a thick stack of money for a day out. Life would be a breeze otherwise. This is slightly better than I anticipated. I thought it would be filled with dimes, yet it turns out to be all 1 yuan notes. You up there are truly heartless. A stack of dimes hardly amounts to anything. Are you suggesting they go out and beg?" At this point, Gu Ningning posed a critical question to the production staff. "You say we can roam freely today, yet you've given us so little money. Are you implying we should resort to begging? Even that wouldn't yield enough." The staff smiled and replied, "Money can generate more money. I believe in your capabilities. Today, there are no other tasks. A vehicle will soon take you to a place where you can earn." Gazing at her meager funds, Gu Ningning counted, realizing it amounted to only 60 yuan, meaning each person would receive a mere 10. "All right, it's time to board the vehicle. Please, everyone get on." She divided the money into 6 portions, acknowledging the limited resources available. The group stared at the bills in their hands, expressions of disbelief written across their faces. The staff added, "You'll need to arrange your own transportation back. We're only responsible for taking you there." Yi Hua exploded at this news. "Then at least give us a bit more money. 10 yuan won't even cover the return fare." Yang Mei and Cheng Xia initially argued with the production team, seeking to negotiate for more funds, but the staff simply repeated, "There's only 10 yuan. No more can be provided." Gu Ningning had lost interest in confronting Gu Ningning and was now focused on regaining Yan Luo as affection. "A Luo, let us stick together. We can find a place to work today." Yan Luo replied indifferently, unsure how to face Gu Ningning. The girl he once knew was no longer the same. Yet, seeing her face, he couldn't help but feel a pang of softness. TSK, Yan Luo, when will you learn to stand up for yourself? She treats you like this, and you still fawn over her. A devoted admirer risks losing everything in the end. You can never awaken someone who feigns sleep. Gu Ningning must have accumulated some past life fortune to have someone like Yan Luo, who is handsome, comes from a good family, and possesses a gentle temperament, unconditionally supporting her. Previously, I thought Gu Ningning was the quintessential protagonist. Now, she resembles a lead character abandoned by fortune, with all her foolishness laid bare. The description from above is quite apt. Before, we viewed her through rose-tinted glasses, believing everything she did was right, as if we were a group of dimwits controlled by the world's consciousness. Now that her luck has faded, our eyes have cleared. If that is the case, then Gu Ningning must be the true protagonist. Meanwhile, the genuine protagonist, Gu Ningning, was repeatedly counting her money, as if each repetition might magically increase her sum. As she counted, she rubbed the bills, believing that this simple action might conjure more from the same. I misspoke earlier. How could she possibly be the protagonist? She only seems clever when faced with Gu Ningning and Yan Luo. Not at all. Our sister Gu thrives under pressure. As long as no one targets her, her intelligence remains at a low ebb, but when challenged, it skyrockets. However, she mostly dwells in that low state. Ha. Does Gu Ningning know how you all describe her? Be wary of her verbal retorts. Yi Hua, observing Gu Ningning's obsessive counting, couldn't he help but interject, sister. No matter how many times you count it, it's still just 10 yuan. It will never increase. Gu Ningning, upon reaching their destination, the vehicle dropped them off and departed, enveloping them in a cloud of exhaust fumes. Yang Mei, coughing, remarked, was it necessary to leave in such haste? We wouldn't linger on the vehicle. No sooner had she spoken than the audience sensed something was amiss. Wait, why is one person missing? Where's my sister Gu? Did she disembark? I don't recall seeing her get off. She must have gotten off. I remember Yi Hua calling her when he exited. And she did indeed stand up. I believe she hasn't gotten off, as I saw her in another vehicle's camera feed. Gu Ningning had hidden herself between the seats, oblivious to the camera above her. Only a fool would disembark. How could she survive on 10 yuan? Were they truly expecting her to beg? Such humiliation was unbearable. Just as she was pondering the folly of others, she suddenly felt someone watching her. Looking up, she locked eyes with a staff member. Instantly, Gu Ningning flashed a broad smile, displaying her 8 pristine teeth. Hey, what a coincidence. Why didn't you get off? Aren't you supposed to explain the rules to them? The staff replied, today's rule is that there are no rules. All you need to do is survive and return successfully in the evening. However, you must first explain why you are here. Gu Ningning, instinctively clutching the nearby vehicle rod, responded, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. Perhaps I should sit this one out and return to rest? In the next moment, the vehicle came to a halt.
No.
I absolutely refuse to get off. Either give me more money, or I want to participate. 10 yuan, 1 tea suffice for living. The staff tugged at her, but she remained steadfast. Eventually, 2 others arrived to assist, yet they struggled to budge her. The director, observing from behind a monitor, was at a loss. He had never encountered such a defiant guest. Chapter 29, The Piglet Binding Incident. Gu Ningning clung desperately to the vehicle rod, refusing to let go. What a joke. If she released her grip, she would truly be forced to beg. The director, perplexed, inquired, what should we do? She's completely unmanageable. Do we really have to bring her back? A staff member wiped the sweat from their brow, lamenting the daily struggles of planning. This girl never played by the rules, and one could never predict her antics. The director contemplated for a moment and declared, by any means necessary, get her down. Ultimately, Gu Ningning was hoisted down by 6 individuals, resembling a little piglet as they carried her away. You lot can't handle this. Let me go at once. Alas. After struggling for so long, I have still been subdued. It seems the director has had ample practice tying up piglets during the new year back in the village. Just look at how deftly he executes this technique. Ha. Our Sister Gu's dignity has completely evaporated here. Sister Gu, you must regain your composure at once. Go. Sister Gu, we believe in you. 3 minutes later, gazing at the departing vehicle, Gu Ningning sat on the ground in a daze. Just you wait for me. Gritting her teeth, Gu Ningning rose from the ground. What if today is just a single day? She refuses to believe she cannot endure. What if 10 yuan? She can certainly spend it wisely. At this moment, the other 5 individuals had also dispersed. Gu Jinji and Yan Luo had left, while Yi Huayang, Mei Yang, and Cheng Xia had huddled together. The 3 of them, clutching their 30 yuan, stared vacantly at the passers-by. What should we do? Perhaps we should skip eating today. 30 yuan scarcely suffices for anything substantial. Mei Yang rubbed her belly, convinced she could endure. After all, as a female celebrity, she was accustomed to a meager diet. Surviving on mere leaves for a day.
No.
How can the 3 of us be so timid? We ought to strive a bit harder. I have an idea. Let us seek employment, Yi Hua suggested, casting her gaze towards the restaurant across the street. Do these 3 truly possess the capability for labor? I find it hard to believe. They seem quite astute normally, but now they appear increasingly foolish. I can't shake the feeling that something unfortunate will transpire. I hope they can find work. If not, they might as well beg for scraps at the restaurant entrance. Surely someone will have leftover food to spare. You're quite harsh upstairs. But indeed, that is a viable option. It could prove useful for the 3 of them. Without further ado, the trio promptly approached the restaurant owner. Upon seeing them, the owner's expression turned distinctly frosty. Oh, so you wish to find work? Can you cook? The trio of aspiring workers replied with bright eyes. No, but we are eager to learn. Owner, have you ever worked in the service industry? The trio answered with the same enthusiasm. No, but we can learn. The owner sighed deeply, continuing with his inquiries. What talents do you possess? You must provide me with at least one compelling reason to hire you. Ha ha ha. The innocence in their eyes is strikingly foolish. The owner's least favorite phrase is, I can't. But I can learn. These three resemble playful puppies, their expressions adorably foolish. Owner, where did you three come from? How can you be so utterly unskilled? Can they not even tell a fib? When asked about their service experience, they could simply claim to have had brief stints in such roles. Why be so painfully honest? Sigh. Their manager must surely feel exhausted dealing with them. 3 managers. Woe is us. At last, someone understands our plight. These 3 are truly peculiar talents, endlessly concocting whimsical ideas. Aside from being somewhat sharp during performances, they seem rather lacking in intellect otherwise. Their camaraderie likely stems from their shared quirks. The owner, puzzled, wondered where these 3 extraordinary individuals had come from. Despite their good looks, they seemed utterly inept. Unable to perform any task. They bore a certain familiarity, perhaps resembling some celebrities on television. Why not pursue stardom instead of working here? 3 in unison. We can serve dishes and clear tables, and we can also create a vibrant atmosphere for the restaurant. Create an atmosphere? What ambience is necessary for dining? The owner regarded them as if they were simpletons. Their eyes radiated a crystalline foolishness. Serving dishes and clearing tables is feasible. Are you intending to work here full-time or part-time? The owner was indeed looking to hire, given the influx of tourists recently. Ihua. We intend to work part-time. Just for today. Mei Yang and Cheng Xiao looked at the owner with hopeful eyes. Owner, do not gaze at me with such expressions. It makes me uneasy. After a moment of internal conflict, the owner finally relented. You may demonstrate this so-called ambience you speak of. Let us see what you can do. The trio performed a deep bow of gratitude. Thank you, esteemed owner. May your business flourish and prosper. The owner was taken aback by their exaggerated gesture. Such youthful exuberance was rather startling. Rise, rise. Just ensure you work diligently, and above all, avoid conflict with the patrons. Ha ha ha, their sudden bow startled the owner, whose expression was truly priceless. Owner, what to do? I've encountered 3 fools. I fear that denying them work might lead to their starvation. This owner is genuinely kind-hearted. If I were to come across such individuals, I might suspect them to be frauds, let alone consider employing them. I would probably have chased them away long ago. I know this owner. He is renowned for his benevolence, always willing to help those in need. Though his words can be sharp, truly a case of a razor-tongued, soft-hearted individual. Gu Ningning and Yan Luo wandered from one end of the street to the other, without finding a single opportunity. Gu Ningning spotted a photography studio and wished to offer her services as a model. However, upon expressing her intent, she was promptly dismissed. What on earth are you thinking? Young lady? This is merely a small photography shop. I have no need for a model. The owner looked at her as if she were a fool. Gu Ningning struggled to maintain her composure, casting a pleading glance at Yan Luo, who, instead of assisting her, sincerely apologized to the owner.
I am terribly sorry.
She does not quite understand, and thought this was an art studio for photography. The audience watched Gu Ningning, and there were no kind words to be found in the group chat. To offer oneself as a model in a studio for ID photos, how absurd. Gu Ningning shot Yan Luo a look that sent shivers down my spine, constantly relying on him, yet when he needed her, she vanished faster than anyone else. When will she finally step back? I hope she doesn't appear in the next episode. The young master seems to have matured considerably, no longer easily swayed by her. While he still helps her, his progress is remarkable compared to before. In truth, had they not been so particular, they could have found numerous part-time jobs along their journey. Alas, these 2 had never endured hardships and deemed working as servers beneath their dignity. Luo, what shall we do? There appears to be no suitable work for us, Gu Ningning lamented, her eyes brimming with tears. She had never faced such difficulties before. And this show marked her first true encounter with hardship. Yan Luo gently pried her hand from his arm and replied calmly, if we earnestly seek employment, we shall surely find it. There is still time. While the 2 continued to flounder aimlessly, Gu Ningning had already arrived at the market via her number 11 bus. Gazing at her trembling legs, Gu Ningning felt a profound sense of numbness envelop her entire being. Had she known, she would have obediently disembarked from the vehicle. Puffed. You thought you could escape. Originally, we had arrived at the market, yet you stubbornly refused to get off, and now you've been dragged back onto the road. Your legs must be aching now. Sister Gu, who would have imagined you would have such a day? Do not mock me, Sister Gu. If it weren't for those 6 burly men binding me like a piglet, who could possibly subdue me? Haha, I have already created that piglet binding meme.
Who needs it? Meh, meh, meh.
I want it. Chapter 30, beginning with a bowl, Sister Gu. You can do it. Gu Ningning, clutching a stick, hunched over as she leaned on it, trudged forward with her quaking legs, only to discover two elderly women had appeared beside her. The two old ladies, also leaning on their canes and stooping, mirrored Gu Ningning's posture perfectly. Gu Ningning, wait, when did you two arrive? Dear girl, why do you resemble us two old ladies? At such a young age, you've already succumbed to rheumatic legs? You are truly beautiful, but your health seems rather poor. When we were your age, we were sprightly and lively. The youth of today really seem to be in worse shape. The two old ladies exchanged remarks, leaving Gu Ningning feeling rather vexed. Ha ha ha. These two grandmothers have truly amplified the comedic effect. Gu Ningning is struggling even more than the two elderly ladies. Gu Ningning's expression is simply priceless, surprised yet incredulous, with a hint of speechlessness. But when did these two old ladies appear? Gu Ningning has successfully infiltrated the elderly club. Determined to prove herself, Gu Ningning resolved to stand tall. Ladies, I am perfectly fine, she declared, casting aside her stick and straightening her back. The two old ladies responded. Oh dear. Are you flustered? It's no great concern if the youth are not in prime condition. A bit of regular exercise will suffice. You need not push yourself. Just look at your legs, trembling as if you were on a seesaw. My grandson walks more steadily than you. Gu Ningning felt as though a dagger had pierced her heart. How could this old lady's words be so sharp? In her quest to prove herself, she decided to run. I am perfectly fit, she thought. Suddenly, the old lady watched as she dashed forward, and moments later, a scream and a splash echoed from the nearby river. Pfft, ha ha. Sister Gu. Oh my, how could you not stop in time? The expressions of the two old ladies are simply extraordinary, as if they have witnessed a fool. Goodness. Sister Gu, in her determination to prove herself, has plunged straight into the river. I applaud her courage. The two old ladies. Who understands? A young person just jumped into the river before us. Gu Ningning bolted straight into the river, leaving passers-by dumbfounded. Even the staff were caught off guard. The director shouted, Quick, someone get her out. We don't know if she can swim. If something happens, it will be a disaster. The cameraman rushed forward. This guest was truly a source of anxiety. He had never witnessed anyone leap directly into a river before. The two old ladies quietly retreated. This young person lacks composure. How could she jump into the river after just a few words? They lamented, shaking their heads, as the two old ladies walked away, seemingly using their canes. Their speed surpassed that of anyone else. These two old ladies are frightened. The temper of the youth is indeed formidable. Ha ha, the two old ladies are taken aback. Who would have thought Gu Ningning would jump into the river simply after a few words? Gu Ningning is having a meltdown online, scaring the two elderly ladies. Yet, Gu Ningning's temper is indeed fierce. Jumping in after just a few words shows a lack of regard for her life. I believe she did not intend to jump. She likely wished to prove herself, but upon reaching the riverbank, her legs gave way, and she skidded right in. The audience was divided. Some felt Gu Ningning's temper was too fiery, jumping into the river after a few words, while others believed she simply lost control. When the staff pulled Gu Ningning from the water, she looked utterly despondent. The staff, exasperated, remarked, It was just a few words from two old ladies. Why did you jump into the river? Gu Ningning lifted her gaze, exasperated, and replied, Who said I jumped? I merely wanted to prove my fitness. Who knew there was such a deep ditch here? And this mud is so slippery. I slipped right in without even realizing it. In reality, it wasn't a river but rather a drainage ditch, albeit a rather large one, with water only about 5 feet deep. The staff. The director. The audience. Haha, it truly is you. I told you. She didn't jump on purpose. The way she skidded in was astonishing, yet undeniably impressive. Gu Ningning, with unwavering determination, skidded right into the ditch. Oh my stomach aches from laughing. My abs are almost bursting from the hilarity. How can she be so extraordinary? I can only describe her as remarkable. Gu Ningning stood at the edge of the ditch, drenched, resembling a little puppy. A passerby remarked, Hey, young lady, just stop playing in the water? Gu Ningning stiffly forced a smile, responding, yes, the water is quite refreshing. Ha ha, the water may be refreshing, but I doubt it matches your chilly demeanor. Check if your money is still there. If it's swept away, who will you cry to? I think I saw a few $1 bills get washed away. They must be hers. Just then, Gu Ningning began to check her pockets. Yet after rummaging through all her pockets, she found no money. Where's my money? Where did it go? A child nearby suddenly exclaimed, "Wow. There's a lot of money in the water. Let us hurry and fish it out. We can buy snacks at the shop." Gu Ningning. The cameraman. The cameraman asked, "Do you want to retrieve your money?" Gu Ningning replied, "Can I even get it back?" Her expression was utterly speechless. Why was she so unfortunate today? What had already been a dismal day became even more tragic. However, given the hot weather, being wet wasn't too much of a concern. "Sister Gu, you must believe that miracles will happen. Look at that broken bowl by the ditch. Pick it up. Starting with the bowl. I believe you can do it. How can you all be so cruel to Sister Gu? Sister Gu, I will always believe in you. Go beg for food over at the restaurant. They might give you leftovers. Head to the restaurant where Ihua works. They might give you some scraps." Behind the screen, the director had already shed tears of laughter, and this audience truly consisted of exceptional individuals. Today, Gu Ningning was particularly unfortunate. After searching by the riverside for quite some time, she realized that she had not found even a single coin, and her gaze inevitably fell upon that dilapidated bowl. Photographer, are you truly serious? Chapter 31. Encounter but unfamiliar. Under the watchful eyes of the audience in the live stream and the photographer, Gu Ningning indeed picked up that worn-out bowl. "I was merely joking. She's actually going to beg." In her current state, she resembles a beggar, filthy and drenched. Even for labor, no one would dare to hire her. Gu Ningning entered the marketplace with the bowl in hand. It seemed that beggars had not been seen here for many years. Upon seeing her, the crowd was filled with both curiosity and fear. Some children even wished to approach her for a closer look, only to be pulled away by their parents who admonished, "See, this is the consequence of not studying hard. If you don't apply yourself in your studies, you might end up begging like her, and then you won't even have enough to eat." Gu Ningning, is it polite to speak such words in front of me? My mother often uses others as examples for me. Those others could be street vendors, delivery workers, or couriers, but I truly despise it. Some parents relish in this. I found it quite bothersome in my childhood. As Gu Ningning walked on, she unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures ahead. A luau, there's South and amusement park up ahead. Shall we go check it out? Many places might be hiring now. Given that it's the holiday, Gu Jinji was reluctant to seek work here, as most jobs were labor-intensive and filthy. Yan Luo nodded in agreement. The two were entirely oblivious to Gu Ningning's presence. Upon seeing them, Gu Ningning was quite astonished. It was hard to believe that they had yet to find a job after all this time. They must be rather selective. As Gu Jinji passed by, she accidentally bumped into Gu Ningning, and upon noticing the stain on her white t-shirt, her countenance soured immediately. "Could you be a bit more careful while walking? With hands and feet, why resort to begging?" Just as she recognized the beggar holding the bowl, she nearly revealed her true nature, but managed to stifle her harsh words. Gu Ningning rolled her eyes. It was clearly Gu Jinji who had run into her, yet now she was being blamed. However, since the opportunity had presented itself, Gu Ningning was not one to let it slip away. "Beautiful lady, could you spare me some pity? I haven't eaten in days." She feigned her voice, unafraid of being recognized, for in her current state, even she would struggle to recognize herself. Covered in mud and drenched, her face was smeared with filth. Gu Jinji looked at her with evident disdain, tossing a coin into the bowl. "Here you go," and after giving the money, she hurriedly pulled Yan Luo away. Encountering such a beggar was truly unfortunate. How could there still be beggars these days? Seeing the coin in her bowl, Gu Ningning flashed a brilliant smile, exclaiming, "Ha! I've made some income. Ha ha, who would have thought the first shot would be fired at Gu Jinji?" They didn't even recognize Gu Ningning. How could they recognize her? Just look at her now. Does she resemble the person she was before? Feeling fatigued, Gu Ningning decided to rest on a step, placing the bowl in front of her. She had no expectation of receiving money. Her earlier intention was merely to vex Gu Jinji. A minute later, the sound of coins clinking in the bowl stirred her from her reverie. Alas, how pitiful! The amount was not substantial, but it was all she had. An elderly lady had tossed 4 or 5 coins into the bowl. Gu Ningning's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Thank you, Grandma." The old woman shook her head with a smile. Counting her coins, Gu Ningning realized she now had 6 yuan, enough to buy something to earn more. Well, who would have thought someone would actually give her money? If I saw her, I would probably give her money too. She truly looks too disheveled and pitiful. Does anyone still remember she was a beauty? Who could connect her current appearance with her previous self? Perhaps a beggar on the street might surprise you, if cleaned up. Boss, I do like a brush, Gu Ningning said as she entered a stationery shop with her money. Once she acquired the brush, she found a place to draw water and began writing large characters on the ground. Soon, a crowd gathered around her, with elderly gentlemen who often practiced calligraphy on the ground praising her work. This girl writes beautifully. Look at the strokes and strength. She must have practiced for many years. Unperturbed by the onlookers, Gu Ningning wrote Lu Yushi's A Record of a Thatched Cottage. As the latter characters emerged, the earlier ones faded. Yet this did not diminish the artwork's beauty. Before long, her bowl was filled with coins. By noon, she had amassed over 50 yuan. There were coins of 1, 5, and 10 yuan, which was indeed a delightful surprise.
Wow.
Education can truly be profitable. I've decided to practice my writing diligently. This income is indeed promising. I expected only a few coins, but to my astonishment, I have dozens. Those elderly gentlemen are quite generous.
Ah, that is a wrap.
Gu Ningning packed her things, thanked the crowd, and prepared to find a place to eat. 50 yuan should be enough for a dish. Welcome.
Yihua.
Upon seeing someone enter, instinctively bowed in greeting, but his expression became conflicted upon recognizing the customer. Excuse me, are you here to eat? Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes at the naive man before her, Gu Ningning replied, Of course, I came to the restaurant to eat. She proudly pulled out 50 yuan, declaring, Don't think I'm broke. I have plenty of money now. Fahaha, a reunion without recognition. Yihua must think Gu Ningning is here to cause trouble. Ha, the way she flaunts that 50 yuan makes it seem like 500 or 5,000. How boastful. Seeing her triumphantly waving the 50 yuan, Yihua's expression turned stiff and complicated. Please, right this way, esteemed guest. How is it that even beggars today can be so affluent? Did she really earn this much from begging all morning? A tiny thought began to stir in Yihua's mind. Yang Mei approached with the menu, glancing at Gu Ningning, feeling a flicker of familiarity. Though she could not quite place her. The dishes here were reasonably priced. 50 yuan would suffice for 2 dishes. But Gu Ningning decided to be frugal and only ordered a stir-fried cabbage for a little over 10 yuan. Just this one dish, and please give me extra rice. Yang Mei, with a sweet smile, replied, Certainly. Please wait a moment. What to do? Why is this so amusing? Can they really not recognize who this is? Gu Ningning is practically writing the word show off on her face. She truly doesn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. The boss is coming out. The boss is coming out. Will he kick her out? As soon as the boss appeared, he noticed Gu Ningning sitting by the side, and there was a hint of stiffness in his expression. He called Yihua over to ascertain the situation regarding this individual. Yihua replied, She is here to eat. The boss retorted, Of course, I know she is here to eat. This is a restaurant. What else would she be here for? He continued, Is she trying to dine and dash? If she has no money, you can just pack a meal for her to eat on the side. The boss was not an unfeeling person. After all, a meal is just a small matter. However, having her sit at the entrance might not look good, as onlookers might think something was amiss with their establishment. The boss truly has a kind heart, although he did not kick her out. I remember once when I went to eat, an elderly man was thrown out as soon as he entered, simply because he was dressed a bit shabby. That boss was truly too fierce, and I never returned to that restaurant again. The boss handled the situation quite appropriately, managing to protect his interests while still showing kindness to others. Yihua understood the boss's thoughts. After all, this girl had money and was not there to dine and dash. She had money. She was not there to dine and dash. Was she not there to dine and dash? This was indeed a first for the boss. Didn't he know how to handle it? Chapter 32. Gu Jinji and Yan Luo Chung became human traffickers. Gu Ningning noticed the boss conversing with Yihua and realized they were discussing her. Sitting at the entrance in her current state was indeed a bit inappropriate. No matter what, she should not disrupt others' business. Gu Ningning found a secluded corner to sit in. And upon seeing her move, the boss sighed. She only ordered 1 dish, so let us send her an extra meat dish. Everyone has it tough. Yihua looked at the frail and pitiful figure in the corner, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. This girl appeared to be in her early 20s. How could she have ended up like this at such a young age? Such a pity. How could someone so young end up in such a situation? The onlookers found the scene both heart-wrenching and humorous. You are pitying the wrong person. She is only temporarily in such a state, and her plight is entirely self-inflicted. If she had simply gotten out of the car, none of this would have happened. Gu Ningning truly squandered her good fortune. Once again, I commend the boss. His heart is genuinely good for sending her a meat dish. Gu Ningning was completely oblivious to their thoughts, as her mind was solely focused on her meal. Upon seeing an extra portion of spicy stir-fried meat on the table, she wore a puzzled expression. "I didn't order this dish. Did you send it by mistake?" Yi Hua smiled and replied, "It's not a mistake. This is a gift from our boss." Having encountered a good person, Gu Ningning's heart suddenly brightened. She couldn't possibly eat in a dirty state, so she went to find a place to wash her hands before her meal. After cleaning her face, Yi Hua was nearly taken aback by Gu Ningning's appearance. Gu Ningning flashed a radiant smile, her bright white teeth particularly striking. Yang Mei and Qing Xia were also stunned. How did she manage to transform herself like this? Had she not washed her face, the three of them might not have recognized her. Recognition. "You thought the beggar was me, Gu Jia. I wonder what they are feeling now. You are working here and she is dining here. Although her appearance is somewhat lacking, she is still your customer. Haha. But this customer's image is rather poor. Sister, can you tell me how you ended up like this? Was it intentional or unintentional?" Yi Hua was genuinely curious about how she had come to this state, as her current appearance was completely incongruous with how she looked in the morning. Gu Ningning let out a sigh. Well, it's a long story. She briefly recounted the series of events, leaving the three listeners astonished and speechless. "Sister, your knack for causing trouble is unmatched. Your morning has truly been quite spectacular." Yang Mei could hardly imagine it, yet this girl's mental resilience was truly remarkable. Despite having no money, she managed to earn so much back. Gu Ningning wore a hint of pride on her face. "Of course, I earn my keep through talent, not through begging. This 50 yuan was a reward for my talents." The trio of misfits, Gu Ningning relished her meal, while the expressions on the faces of the three beside her were particularly disheartened. When the boss saw Gu Ningning's clean face, he was momentarily taken aback, but after learning about her situation, he couldn't help but chuckle. "You girl are quite the handful. Why don't you stay here and work for me? I'll pay you. Didn't you say you could write calligraphy? Write a plaque for me." Gu Ningning replied, "Sure." The trio of misfits exclaimed, "Is that fair? We three were here looking for work when we were bombarded with questions. How come you got through so easily?" Look at those three. Their eyes filled with disbelief. But what can be done? She earns her keep through her talent. Unlike you three. Who says they have no talent? They can act. It's just that this place doesn't require their performances. Gu Ningning successfully found a job. "I am not begging. This is a reward for my talent." Yan Luo and Gu Jinji have yet to find work. They haven't even settled their lunch situation, as they are both far too proud. Yan Luo and Gu Jinji took half an hour to arrive at the so-called amusement park. Upon seeing this children's playground, both fell silent. Who in the world said this was an amusement park? Is your amusement park this small? Haha, I thought it would be like the amusement parks we often visit. But it turns out they meant a children's playground. To come to such a place as a children's amusement park to look for work. It's astonishing they even thought of it. Are they here to be swing operators for the kids? Didn't you say there was an amusement park here? Is this the amusement park you were talking about? Yan Luo felt utterly speechless and helpless. Just moments ago, Gu Jinji had confidently claimed that there was an amusement park nearby and that they would surely be hiring during the holidays. Gu Jinji also wore a grim expression. "I asked around, and they said there was an amusement park here. But I didn't expect it to be a children's playground." Just as the two were feeling dejected, a curious child approached them. "Are you playing red light, green light? I've seen you standing here for a long time. You're not human traffickers, are you?" The child looked at them with a wary expression. Mother once said that when playing outside, if one encounters strange individuals, they must immediately contact the authorities. The child had already raised his wrist to glance at his watch. No, we are not human traffickers. We simply took a wrong turn." "Young one, are you aware of any places that are hiring? We are in search of employment." Yan Luo gently conversed with the child. The child regarded the two of them earnestly, noting that there were indeed places nearby seeking workers. Upon hearing this, their eyes brightened with hope. "Could you lead us there? If you do, we shall treat you to some candy." Upon hearing their words, the child cautiously stepped back. "Wait for me a moment." After saying this, he dashed off to the back, leading Yan Luo and Gu Jinji to believe he was merely bidding farewell to his companions. Instead, he shouted, "Officer, there are 2 human traffickers in the Qinghu Children's Paradise. They are deceiving people. Come quickly." Yan Luo and Gu Jinji. The onlookers. Wow. This child is incredibly astute. What a keen sense of awareness. Oh no, they truly called the police. These two are genuinely facing a trip to the police station. Where are the staff? Hurry and explain. or else we might really have to do a live broadcast from the police station. Yen Luo and Gu Ningning exchanged a glance and instinctively fled, unsure of what else to do. The children behind them shouted, "The traffickers are running away. Everyone, come catch the traffickers." Passers-by, hearing this commotion, rushed over. And within 3 minutes, Yen Luo and Gu Ningning found themselves escorted to the police station, followed by a staff member frantically explaining the situation. "We are not traffickers. We are here filming a show, a variety program." The crowd retorted, "If you're not traffickers, then why are you running? Isn't that a sign of guilt? Your methods of child abduction are becoming increasingly sophisticated. Why do I find this so amusing? Although the timing is quite inappropriate, I cannot help but find it hilarious. These young masters and misses are likely experiencing their first visit to a police station. Does the director need to rescue them?" At that moment, the director behind the screen exclaimed, "Ah, why did they run? If they hadn't, everything could have been explained. Am I truly going to have to go to the police station to bail them out? This incident is going to be the talk of the town." The director was on the verge of a breakdown. Filming had inadvertently summoned the police, and this trending topic was a guaranteed sensation. The director's predictions were accurate, as Gu Ningning and Yen Luo's predicament had indeed soared to the top of the trending list. Many believed they were genuinely traffickers, and upon clicking, everyone was left speechless. Chapter 33. The director at the police station to bail out the stars. This plot twist is absolutely extraordinary. What should we do? Should the production team go to bail them out? Well, now they need not search for jobs. Lunch and dinner will be served at the police station. For them, this could be a blessing in disguise. Perhaps after clarifying the misunderstanding with the police, they may even be given a ride back. Enjoying free meals and transportation, everyone wins. The director was hurrying over, knowing he must ensure nothing disastrous occurred on his watch, especially since this was a mere misunderstanding. "Officer, we are genuinely not traffickers. We are filming a program, and they have completely misunderstood," Gu Ningning explained, feeling aggrieved, as he had seldom experienced such humiliation. Being taken to the police station would surely become a laughingstock. Yen Luo quickly added, "Yes, officer, we were looking for work at that children's paradise. Someone informed us that a fun fair was hiring, but we didn't realize it was a children's amusement park. Don't listen to their nonsense. Their lies are utterly thoughtless. The well-meaning citizens who brought them here do not believe their claims," the officer said, growing increasingly bewildered by their bickering. Wait. Before you rush, please explain the entire situation to me." Yen Luo, calmer than Gu Ningning, meticulously recounted the events. "Officer, this is a member of our production team. He is still filming. If you remain skeptical, we can call the director over. You can find our program online." The nearby staff member produced a miniature camera. "Officer, what they say is true. We are indeed here to film, and this was genuinely a misunderstanding. Haha, why do I feel both pity and amusement at their predicament? This young master has probably never faced such adversity before. Who says he hasn't? He has certainly encountered his fair share of woes during this program. Our Gu sister is quite the nemesis for both of them. Has the director arrived yet? If he doesn't come soon, this situation will become more difficult to manage." Gu Ningning stood nearby, tears welling up. She was exhausted and famished, and now being taken to the police station only intensified her sense of injustice. Yen Luo handed her a piece of paper, saying nothing to comfort her. His demeanor had shifted entirely from before. Officer, this is a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding." The director, standing at the entrance of the police station, shouted hoarsely, having nearly exhausted himself racing over. The director has finally made an appearance. I wonder how this situation will be resolved. It should be resolved shortly, considering this is just a misunderstanding. The director explained the entire situation to the police, even presenting his identification, work permit, and various forms of verification. The officer examined the assortment of documents, casting a complex expression upon the director's balding head. The director wiped his forehead and murmured, "I have clarified everything. Can I take them back now?" The officer replied, "Look at how exhausted our director is. His head is practically shining. I recall that when the program began, the director still had a few strands of hair. It's only been a few days. And he's already starting to shine. Look at the officer's expression. They are utterly speechless. What should have been a private matter to resolve has escalated to the police station." The enthusiastic citizens who had brought them in wore expressions of embarrassment, realizing they had indeed misunderstood. Yen Luo forced a stiff smile. "It's quite all right. It's human nature to be cautious. One might save a life by being vigilant." Gu Ningning remained silent, her frustration simmering beneath the surface, controlling her temper with great effort. Gu Ning's gaze is somewhat terrifying, reminiscent of a venomous snake. Could it be that she is holding a grudge? After all, they acted with good intentions, albeit resulting in a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, their attitude in apologizing is commendable. Surely, she wouldn't return only to target these individuals. It seems quite simple for the affluent to blacklist someone, should they choose to. That seems unlikely. While she may harbor resentment, orchestrating retaliation against others is not so straightforward. The Gu family has seen better days, and if they continue down this path, they risk descending into the ranks of third or fourth-tier aristocracy. Gu Ning's current status pales in comparison to her former standing. Otherwise, they wouldn't be contemplating schemes against Gu Ningning. Despite the resolution of the issue, the director still received a stern lecture. Observing the director's obsequious nodding and beaming smile, the audience couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. It seemed as though the director was apologizing for a disappointing child. Yen Luo's admission of fault was acceptable. Yet Gu Ningning remained silent beside him. Is she relying on others to take the blame for her? The crowd that brought them here offered sincere apologies. What harm would it do for her to utter a few words? Gu Ningning stood there, silent, likely infuriated beyond measure. When the director escorted them out, sweat beaded on his forehead, and Yen Luo had to hand him an entire pack of tissues, which seemed insufficient. Our show needn't have escalated to such proportions. It was merely about finding a job. There are countless shops on that street. One could easily find employment. Yi Hua and Gu Ningning managed to secure jobs. Though Gu Ningning faced misfortune when she accidentally fell into a ditch, losing all her money to the rushing water, and was subsequently mistaken for a beggar. Yet, she too found work in the end. Sometimes, one should not be overly particular when seeking employment. Filling one's stomach is paramount, and everything else is secondary. The director, now acting as a stern teacher, was imparting wisdom to them. These privileged young men and women likely had never endured hardship and held their dignity and pride above all else. Yet now, they lacked even the funds for a meal. The foundation of any endeavor must rest upon being well-fed and clothed. As Yen Luo listened to the director's admonitions, he nodded in agreement. When he heard about Gu Ningning being mistaken for a beggar, a vivid image flashed through his mind. Director, the beggar you mentioned, was she not filthy, wandering the market with a tattered bowl? The director confirmed, indeed, she even swindled you out of $1, though you failed to recognize her at the time. Yen Luo and Gu Ningning responded in unison. Ha ha ha, the first bit of capital Gu Ningning received was from you. Unwittingly swindled, and yet unaware of her identity. Fortunately, my family's business does not depend on you. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. Yen Luo sighed in exasperation, while Gu Ning's expression twisted with discontent. She ought to manage her demeanor better. She seemed far less composed than before her arrival. The pressure from her family weighed heavily upon her, compounded by Gu Ningning's burgeoning success and Yen Luo's increasing independence. She felt like a person utterly isolated and unsupported. The director, observing their expressions, sighed, urging them to focus on the task at hand and not to dwell on irrelevant thoughts. Gu Ning's temperament truly left much to be desired. If this continued, she risked tarnishing her reputation irreparably. Chapter 34. Gu Ningning loses her composure. On the other side, Gu Ningning's situation was rather splendid. She had become a favored guest of her boss. Ha ha, dear girl, your calligraphy is quite impressive. The boss beamed at the newly inscribed plaque. It surpassed anything he had purchased elsewhere, as many of those had been poorly executed yet exorbitantly priced. Gu Ningning humbly waved her hand. Oh, it's nothing. Merely a trivial skill. My writing barely scratches the surface of true calligraphy. The boss cheerfully replied, even if it is trivial. To write so beautifully is a talent in itself. Perhaps you possess a natural gift. While the atmosphere between Gu Ningning and her boss was joyful, the three unfortunate souls were laboriously serving dishes. Excuse me, what would you like to eat or drink? Oh, you wish to settle the bill? Please wait a moment. I'll be right over. I apologize, but we do not have that dish. You may refer to the menu, as we have everything listed there. Observing this jarring contrast, the audience erupted in laughter. It is evident that talent is far more enjoyable than toiling away at menial labor. Gu Ningning comfortably practiced her calligraphy, while the three others buzzed about like diligent bees. I must record this scene to show my son. Indeed, having an education truly pays off, and it allows for more leisurely income. The afternoon swiftly passed, and at the time of settling the bill, Yi Hua and the others, exhausted, slumped into their chairs. Gazing at the 50 yuan in their hands, they managed a weak smile. This is money earned through our labor. We can finally take a bus back. Gu Ningning, observing their state, produced a red bill from her pocket. The trio gasped. Why do you have so much more money than we do? We each have 50, yet you have 100. Gu Ningning, sensing their incredulous stares, proudly declared, this is money I earned through my education and talent. They offered me 200 and I even turned it down. Yang Mei and Cheng Xia collapsed in disbelief. Why didn't we write more beautifully? This scene is truly heart-wrenching, as the three of them seem to age a decade after just one day's toil. Yihua gazed at the red bill, with eyes nearly sparkling. It's all right, this experience has taught you well. When you return, consider acquiring more skills. They may come in handy in the future. These three really are quite dim-witted. After dinner, the four of them made their way to the market in hopes of catching a ride home. Gu Ningning had not forgotten to retrieve her tattered bowl. She squatted by the roadside, nonchalantly chewing on a blade of grass, exuding an air of arrogance. Yihua and the others retreated a couple of steps at her demeanor. Why do I feel that Gu Jinji possesses a certain beggar-like charisma? I half expect her to pull out a stick to fend off dogs. Beggars typically appear humble and meek. Yet she carries herself so boldly. Yang Mei genuinely struggled to comprehend. If I were to adopt such an appearance, I would be too frightened to face anyone. Yihua pondered for a moment, conjuring an explanation for herself. Perhaps Sister Gu was the sort of person who disregarded trifles. A disposition that indeed resonated with the characteristics of the beggar's sect. Who knows, Sister Gu might have been the leader of the beggar's sect in a past life. All their conversations had been captured by the recording device, prompting the audience to find the situation both amusing and bewildering. Fortunately, your position was distanced from Gu Ningning, or I would truly fear her shattering that wretched bowl upon us. Ha ha, their assessment is quite accurate. Gu Ningning's posture by the roadside truly exudes arrogance. She resembles a master from a martial arts novel, the kind who possesses all the information in the world. After all, she is from the beggar-s sect. Unbeknownst to Gu Ningning, the three individuals were concocting a narrative about her while her mind was in a state of emptiness, overwhelmed by the day's plethora of events. Suddenly, a stray dog approached from a distance, and Gu Ningning watched, bewildered, as it came to a halt before her. The dog bared its teeth at her, then lifted its hind leg, soon filling her dilapidated bowl with an unknown liquid. After relieving itself, the dog strutted away, leaving a group of stunned onlookers. Gu Ningning. The trio of cobblers erupted in laughter. Ha ha, Sister Gu, it seems a dog has just looked down upon you. This variety show is undeniably unscripted. Such miraculous developments are beyond any writer's imagination. I initially thought the dog was merely passing by, only to discover it had chosen to urinate in that bowl. The expression on Gu Ningning's face is utterly hilarious. I've never seen her so utterly flabbergasted. Gu Ningning gazed at the bowl exuding an unpleasant odor. Infuriated, she kicked it over. How dare a dog come over to mock me? Observing her fury, Cheng Xia quickly approached to console her. Sister Gu, do not be angry. Perhaps you could consider it from another perspective. It might have come to offer you something. But being a mere dog, it had nothing else to give. Thus so it chose to urinate in my bowl. Is that it? Do I truly require it to come and relieve itself for me? Can I do that myself? Gu Ningning's anger had caused her to speak recklessly. Yihua's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing her words, and he hastily covered her mouth, exclaiming, Sister Gu, be cautious with your words. Such statements should not be made lightly. What normal person would relieve themselves in public like this? You must maintain your image. The first time I met you, your aura was so formidable, and now it is utterly shattered. What did Gu Ningning just say? Is she truly speaking without restraint due to her rage? In truth, she could. We wouldn't mind, a beauty and a dog. We would still choose the former. Hey, you up there, pull your trousers up. Do not treat the internet as a no-man's land, lest Sister Gu emerges from it. Is there no one to manage Gu Ningning? Does she truly have no one who cares for her in this world? While you all focus on Gu Ningning and the dog, I am more intrigued by the other three. Their demeanor resembles that of chief stewards, and I genuinely fear they might inadvertently address someone as Your Majesty. When Yen Luo and Gu Jinji arrived, they noticed the four of them, and their expressions momentarily stiffened. Gu Jinji, upon witnessing Gu Ningning's current state, nearly burst into laughter. Sister, how did you end up like this? Surely you haven't resorted to begging? Gu Ningning shot her a disdainful glance and retorted coldly. What concern is your begging to me? Mind your own affairs. Gu Jinji was taken aback at Gu Ningning's audacity. Sister, I am merely expressing my concern. The odor emanating from you is quite overpowering. We must share a vehicle back. With the air stagnant, I fear I may suffer from motion sickness. Having reached a breaking point in her relationship with Gu Ningning, Gu Jinji had nearly given up. Gu Ningning regarded her with indifference, then suddenly broke into a radiant smile. She bent down and picked up the discarded bowl. Yi Hua's expression turned grave at her action. He swiftly pulled Yan Luo back, retreating 3 steps. A scream soon echoed as Gu Ningning splashed the remaining liquid from the bowl onto Gu Jinji. Observing Gu Jinji's utter dismay, Gu Ningning remarked nonchalantly, "No need to thank me. Now you one suffer from motion sickness." It said that one becomes desensitized to their own odors when immersed in them. Others remarked, "You truly are ruthless." Yan Luo's heart raced, and he solemnly expressed gratitude to Yi Hua. "Thank you. Otherwise, I would have been caught up in that." Yi Hua shook his head. "No need for thanks. But do advise against provoking Sister Gu in the future. You should caution your crush as well. She stands no chance against Sister Gu." Tisk, tsk. Why did you provoke her? Was it not self-inflicted misery? As I anticipated, Sister Gu has unleashed her fury to exact retribution. If there was no issue, why incite her? Who else would she unleash her wrath upon if not you? Am I the only one who finds Gu Ningning's behavior excessive? She merely spoke, and she retaliated physically. What is that? Only you find it excessive. We do not. If Gu Jinji had any sense, she would refrain from flirting. Gu Ningning has warned her numerous times not to provoke her. If she refuses to listen, who can she blame? Chapter 35. Gu Ningning. You wait. Upon hearing Yi Hua refer to Gu Jinji as his crush, Yan Luo felt a sudden wave of awkwardness wash over him. He couldn't quite pinpoint the reason for this discomfort, but it was undeniably present. He had harbored feelings for Gu Jinji for over a decade, and logically, such affection should run deep. Yet now, he found himself inexplicably irritated when he saw her. We share no relationship, and we are merely acquaintances of over a decade. She is no longer the object of my affection. Yan Luo had come to terms with his feelings. Once he believed Gu Jinji to be gentle and kind. But now she had entirely shattered that perception. She was foolish, malicious, and hypocritical. He could not fathom why he had once thought her gentle and kind. Yi Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. You truly no longer harbor feelings for her? How could you move on so swiftly from someone you've liked for so long? It's over for Gu Jinji now. In truth, Yan Luo has treated her exceptionally well. I have a somewhat convoluted relationship with him. And he has consistently been kind to Gu Jinji for over a decade, but she has remained flirtatious with everyone, hanging on to Yan Luo. Alas. It's good that he has finally awakened. It's still not too late. Gu Jinji remained unaware that she had been entirely forsaken by Yan Luo. In truth, over the past few days, Yan Luo had been granting her opportunities, as well as affording himself chances. Had Gu Jinji been more composed or feigned her previous gentle and kind demeanor, he would not have been so resolute. Gu Ningning, are you doing this on purpose? Gu Jinji was on the verge of despair as she caught a whiff of her own scent. Gu Ningning washed her hands in a nearby ditch, utterly disregarding her words. Didn't she see the mess she had created herself? They waited for a long time, and it became evident that no vehicle was forthcoming. Eventually, the car that had brought them in the morning arrived. The staff disembarked cheerfully, announcing, "It's time for us to head back. Please pay the fare of 30 yuan." Gu Ningning and her companions, being rather affluent, easily scraped together the fare, and thus the day concluded on a seemingly perfect note. I truly wish to see someone without money having to walk back. Why doesn't the production team raise the fare a bit? A slight increase would surely make for a more entertaining spectacle. Let us not be too hard on the production team. They have the guest safety to consider. The darkness is creeping in, and one can only imagine the dangers that could befall guests walking back alone. By the way, this is the last day. Isn't it? They must be returning tomorrow, and the next broadcast won't be for another week.
No. How are we supposed to get through this week?
Since it's all a live program, why not just continue broadcasting? As everyone pondered, it dawned on them that this was indeed the final day of the live broadcast, and the past few days felt surreal. In just a short span, Gu Ningning had completely transformed others' perceptions of her, while Gu Jinji had similarly altered opinions, albeit in a negative light. The following morning, the staff called for everyone to gather, signaling the true end of this episode. Surely everyone had a blast during the segment, right? The guests replied. Do we look like we're having fun? The staff appeared exuberant, while the guests looked utterly numb. The contrast was striking. This group probably has never endured such hardships. They've truly been through the ringer these past few days. I hope Gu Jinji won't be in the next season. She is simply insufferable. I wish Gu Ningning would vanish in the next installment. After all, Isn't she the one who caused all this chaos? Disrespectful to her parents and discordant with her sister. What do you all see in such a person? Even now, Gu Ningning had a handful of detractors online, fully aware that their previous judgments were erroneous, yet they stubbornly refused to amend their views. They were unwilling to acknowledge their mistakes, choosing instead to persist in their misguided beliefs. In the next season, we're heading to an island, so I hope everyone is prepared. Gu Ningning raised an eyebrow. An island sounded delightful. On the way back, everyone had different flight schedules. Just as Gu Ningning was about to leave, Gu Jinji suddenly called out to her. Gu Jinji's face was contorted with rage, her eyes filled with resentment. Now that there were no cameras, she had no intention of concealing her feelings. Are you happy now that I've become like this? Why did you come back? Why did you take everything from me? Why didn't you just die out there? Listening to her unreasonable tirade, Gu Ningning couldn't help but chuckle. You've been living off my identity. Haven't you had enough of being the young lady for over 20 years? How can you shamelessly utter such words? I warned you not to provoke me. As long as you stayed out of my way, you could continue to live in your lofty position. Why couldn't you just heed my warning? You and the couple from the Gu family are no different, even though you're not biologically related. Your malice surpasses that of blood relations. Being their daughter is truly a disgrace. Gu Ningning's eyes brimmed with disdain. How could her grandfather, such a wonderful man, have fathered someone like that? She had heard from her grandfather about his deep bond with her grandmother, having grown up together as childhood sweethearts. After her grandmother passed away early, her grandfather raised their children alone. How did Gu's father end up as he did? As Gu Jinji gazed at Gu Ningning's face, a wicked thought flashed through her mind. If she were to die, would her inheritance not revert to the Gu family? Parents are the primary heirs to their children's fortunes. With that money, she wouldn't have to marry those loathsome individuals. This thought grew stronger within her, and she envisioned a beautiful life awaiting her after Gu Ningning's demise. As long as Gu Ningning was gone, her life would return to normalcy. Gu Ningning merely found Gu Jinji's gaze oddly sinister, unaware of the malevolent thoughts brewing within her. All right, I must take my leave. In the days to come, I hope we can coexist peacefully. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in far worse circumstances than now. Gu Ningning had no time to engage in idle chatter, nor was there anything left to discuss between them. As she turned away, Gu Jinji pulled out her phone and began dialing. Just wait until you're on the brink of death. Let us see if you can still be so arrogant. Gu Ningning, just you wait. Chapter 36. An encounter with a scam artist while suffering from diarrhea. After returning home, Yen Luo was immediately dispatched by his parents to their grandfather's place. Mom and Dad, I realize my mistakes now. I promise I won't be a sycophant anymore. Please don't send me to Grandpa's. If you do, he'll really beat me to a pulp. Yen Luo vividly recalled his previous antics of impersonating a Japanese soldier. His grandfather despised the Japanese more than anything. If he were to be sent to his grandfather now, he would undoubtedly face a severe thrashing. Yen's father snorted, saying, if I don't send you over, I'll be the one facing the brunt of it. You brought this upon yourself, so you must deal with it. Also, you need to cut ties with that girl from the Gu family. We've already told you she has ulterior motives. Do you believe us now? In the future, we don't require you to marry someone from a prestigious family, just as long as their character is sound. Our expectations are not high. We're not the kind of people who rely on our children's marriages for social standing. Just be discerning when choosing your partner. If you dare bring home someone unworthy again, you'll regret it. Yen Luo was on the verge of tears as he looked to his older brother for help. Big brother, please save me. If you help me this time, I promise to listen to you in the future. If you say east, I want to go west. Yen Hua turned away. Who would dare oppose their grandfather? This was his grandfather's decree, and anyone who intervened would face dire consequences. Yen's mother produced a rope and tied her younger son's hands, sighing, Son, it's not that we're heartless. One must bear the consequences of their actions. We can't let the whole family suffer for your mistakes. Your grandpa's biological grandson. It said that grandparents dote on their grandchildren? He won't be too harsh on you, but your father is another matter. So, you'll have to endure a bit. Yen Luo exclaimed, Are you all serious? Am I really your biological son? Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of his family, Yen Luo was escorted onto the vehicle. Phew, finally resolved that issue. Yen's father wiped the sweat from his brow. He had nearly been driven to madness by his own father's scolding these past few days. Mom and Dad, should we let him continue participating in that program? Yen Hua believed it wouldn't hurt to allow him to continue. After all, it would give Gu Ningning a chance to set him straight. This time, upon returning, that brat seemed much more composed, and someone needed to keep him in check. Let him continue to participate. I genuinely believe that Gu Ningning is quite a remarkable young lady, and I admire her character. It is high time for Alo to face some consequences, and since we cannot take action ourselves, we shall let others intervene. While watching the program, Yan's mother felt a pang of sympathy for her son. Gradually, she came to the conclusion that her son was indeed deserving of a good reprimand, leading to her increasing annoyance whenever she saw him. Yan Luo, observing his parents, silently mourned for his younger brother. After Gu Ningning returned, there was little left to do. After all, she had acquired the company and was now the principal owner. She could choose to work or not at her discretion, with no one daring to compel her. However, during this period, she indulged herself excessively, frequenting street vendors for several consecutive days, ultimately succumbing to a bout of diarrhea. Oh, dear. Such retaliatory eating is not the way to go about it. She truly seems to disregard her own health.
Bu Hong,
Squatting at her doorstep with a roll of toilet paper, was left speechless. This person had the audacity to call her late at night, dragging her from her bed, only to request she deliver paper. Hearing the explosive sounds emanating from within, Bu Hong squinted her eyes in disdain before letting out a sigh. Be careful. Do not blow up the restroom. If it becomes unbearable, just head to the hospital. At that moment, a feeble voice emerged from inside. I won't go. Puffed. Before she could finish her sentence, another loud noise echoed.
Bu Hong, och dir.
You truly cannot continue like this. If you refuse to go to the hospital, I genuinely fear you might collapse from dehydration. Just how much have you consumed? Bu Hong had never encountered such difficulty even while caring for her own nieces and nephews. This grown individual had no sense of moderation at all. Inside, Gu Ningning perched on the toilet, barely able to maintain her balance. She had never imagined that diarrhea could be this severe. She had merely eaten from street vendors for 3 consecutive days. How had it escalated to this point? Previously, she had often indulged in street food without such dire consequences. Eventually, Bu Hong dragged this little troublemaker to the hospital. Please, try to hold it together. You must endure. If you let it out here, you'll lose all dignity. Bu Hong watched her with apprehension, while Gu Ningning weakly rolled her eyes. She had already expelled everything and could produce no more. After such a tumultuous night, dawn finally broke. Bu Hong helped her lean against the side as she went to drive. Just as they were about to depart, Bu Hong discovered an elderly man sprawled out in front of the car. Oh, dear. You've knocked me down. You owe me compensation. Bu Hong retorted, No, sir. My vehicle hasn't moved an inch. How could I have hit you? The elderly man clutched his stomach, wailing in agony, ignoring her words and lamenting his pain. As more people gathered in the morning light, Gu Ningning squinted at the old man and promptly exited the car, her demeanor fierce enough to intimidate him. Just as the elderly man thought she was about to strike, Gu Ningning suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Oh, dear, help! Help! She cried out in a frail voice, genuinely suffering and outdoing the elderly man's theatrics. The elderly man exclaimed, What? You're using my trick against me. How can you young people not follow the script? Bu Hong's lips twitched as she joined in the act. Oh, my sister! Someone come quickly. This old man has assaulted her. Since the area was near a morning market, it didn't take long for a crowd to gather. Come, see. This old man hit my sister and now lies here trying to extort money. Look at how weak she appears. She is already unwell, and I was taking her to the doctor. Gu Ningning seized a lipstick from Bu Hong's bag, quickly applying it to her face to create faux injuries, disguising herself just enough so as not to be recognized. However, her current fragile state made it difficult for anyone to link her to the vivacious persona they knew from the variety show. The elderly man, intimidated by their act, scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, I didn't hit her. They are trying to deceive you. Gu Ningning pinched Bu Hong's waist, prompting tears to spring to her eyes. While scolding Gu Ningning internally, she spoke with a quivering voice. Who would act like that? Do we look like people who would extort others? Sir, you can't take advantage of your age. My sister is already ill, and after you struck her, you lay in front of our car claiming we hit you. When we haven't moved at all. The onlookers were unable to tolerate the scene any longer, especially as Gu Ningning's appearance indeed conveyed her weakness. Such opportunistic individuals were increasingly common. How could a frail girl withstand being struck with a cane? Look at the bruises on her face and body. You truly have no mercy, old man. Young lady, please take your sister to the hospital. She looks pale. Let us take this old fellow to the police station and see how he wriggles out of this. As the elderly man realized the crowd was turning against him, He brandished his cane and swung it wildly before making a hasty escape. His agility belied his age. Bu Hong bowed to the crowd, expressing her gratitude. Thank you all for your assistance. Without you, we would have been entangled further. A kind-hearted woman chimed in. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Just hurry to the hospital. The patient comes first. Once in the car, Bu Hong gave Gu Ningning a thumbs up. You are truly impressive. Gu Ningning, weakly smiling in response, let out a resounding fart.
Bu Hong.
Gu Ningning. After a moment of silence, Bu Hong quietly rolled down the window. I'm not disgusted by you. I just thought it wise to air out the car. Please don't overthink it. Gu Ningning replied, if you hadn't explained, I might not have overthought it, but why did you feel the need to say that? Upon arriving at the hospital, Gu Ningning clutched a pack of tissues and dashed toward the restroom, with Bu Hong trailing behind. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from inside. The restroom patrons were left speechless, while Bu Hong stood to the side, contemplating whether she should intervene. Is she experimenting with explosives in there? How could it be so loud? A woman washing her hands remarked. A young girl beside her was curiously intrigued, having never witnessed such explosive flatulence. Let me go register you. Wait for me to return. Bu Hong sighed, feeling utterly drained. After seeing the doctor and collecting the medication, Gu Ningning lay on the hospital bed, her eyes vacant as she stared at the drip. Thank goodness the company belongs to you. Otherwise, I could not remain here with you. What on earth did you eat to result in such severity? Bu Hong entered with a cup of hot water in hand, her other hand laden with medication. You should take your medicine first. Your diarrhea seems to have subsided, she advised. The doctor said you need plenty of rest, and during this period, you must absolutely avoid spicy and stimulating foods. So for the next couple of days, stick to plain congee. Gu Ningning, with stiff movements, swallowed the pills, genuinely astonished by the turn of events that had led her to the hospital due to a stomach upset, a situation she had never encountered in her life. Fortunately, she had not been photographed during this embarrassing episode. Otherwise, it would have been a significant humiliation. Bu Hong settled beside her bed and began scrolling through trending topics on her phone. For the past few days, Gu Ningning had been confined to the hospital, surviving solely on congee, with no pickles to accompany it. As she stepped outside, it felt as though she had emerged from a different realm. The brilliant sunshine and vibrant flowers greeted her, and she inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air. Suddenly, a person rushed past her, inadvertently releasing a loud fart. Gu Ningning remarked. That was unexpected. The individual, while sprinting away, repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I'm in quite a hurry, truly.
Bu Hong checked it, ha.
Just 2 days ago, you were in a similar situation. Thankfully, it wasn't you who farted outside. Meanwhile, Gu Jinzhe was in a state of distress, searching for Gu Ningning nearby, convinced that it was impossible for her to be missing. The individuals that Gu Jinzhe had hired were stationed at Gu Ningning's doorstep, but they were growing impatient. Did you give us the wrong address? If you misdirected us, we won't be doing this anymore. You've already wasted 2 days of our time. We agreed you would pay us to handle this, and if we don't find her, that money won't be refunded. The man appeared menacing, sporting a deep knife scar on his hand, clearly not a benevolent character. The trio comprised a group of morally bankrupt thugs, whom Gu Jinzhe had painstakingly recruited. They were not inclined towards violence, but Gu Jinzhe harbored malicious intentions. She believed that by having them ruin Gu Ningning, she could eliminate her from her life entirely. The thugs exchanged glances, contemplating the practicality of keeping such a beauty close. If they were ever short on funds, they could exploit her for profit. Rest assured, as long as we can see her, we will accomplish your objective. Just don't forget to pay us the final amount once the job is done, they assured her. Gu Jinzhe had only paid a fraction thus far, as she didn't trust them completely. It was impossible to ensure these morally dubious individuals would follow her every command. Just make sure Gu Ningning disappears from my sight, and I will promptly transfer the remaining sum, she insisted. Once the call ended, a sinister expression crossed Gu Jinzhe's face. She had never confided in anyone about her plans to destroy Gu Ningning. If their parents were to discover her intentions, they would undoubtedly intervene, as they still held hope for Gu Ningning, believing she was their biological daughter who might one day return to them. Gu Ningning, just wait. I am eager to witness your tragic downfall. When Gu Ningning and Bu Hong returned home, they immediately sensed something amiss. Gu Ningning noticed the crooked rug at her door and the surrounding greenery, prompting a sense of foreboding. Someone has definitely been here recently, she thought. She promptly retrieved her phone to check the surveillance footage. The apartment she resided in now was a far cry from the previous villa. It was just a modest dwelling. Living in the villa had become rather isolating, and this small apartment was just right for a single occupant. However, the downside of apartment living was the constant influx of people, which could attract unwelcome attention. As she scrutinized the footage and recognized the three intruders, Gu Ningning's expression turned grave. Bu Hong had already begun dialing the police. Have you offended someone recently? Those three seem to have come here with a plan. You might want to consider moving back to your villa and selling this apartment at the first opportunity. Gu Ningning shook her head, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. She owned multiple properties. Who would know her exact whereabouts unless they had conducted a thorough investigation? The list of individuals she could have offended was exceedingly short, and she instinctively felt that Gu Jinzi was involved in this matter. Let us discuss this inside. I suspect my troublesome sister has a hand in this, she said. Although Yan Luo had been a sickly child, he was not of a malicious nature and would never resort to such underhanded tactics. Chapter 38. Gu Jinzi's true nature exposed at the police station. The three thugs, who had been lurking outside, slowly emerged from the shadows after Gu Ningning and Bu Hong entered. Do you think they noticed us? One asked, uncertainty evident in his voice. Another replied, I doubt it. They're just two girls in their early 20s. They wouldn't handle this situation comprehensively. Even if they sensed something amiss, would they dare to call the police? We haven't done anything yet, so we have nothing to fear. Once inside, Gu Ningning began outlining her plan. No. This is far too dangerous. There are three large men outside. How could you, a girl, possibly contend with them? Your sister is truly wicked. She has usurped your identity for years and now resorts to illegal activities. What is she trying to accomplish? Gu Ningning intended to use herself as bait to capture the three men, but Bu Hong vehemently opposed the idea. However, it seemed to be their only option. The thugs had yet to act, and even if they called the police, it would be futile. Unless they caught them in the act, they would remain untouchable. Trust me. I'll have some people waiting in the shadows, Gu Ningning reassured her. She was resolute, fully aware of Gu Jinzi's dark intentions. That night, Gu Ningning ventured out, while Bu Hong discreetly arranged for a group of bodyguards to follow her. As Gu Ningning entered a dimly lit alley, the three thugs immediately trailed behind her. They recognized that this area lacked surveillance, meaning no evidence would exist should anything happen. Miss Gu, they called out suddenly. Feigning panic, Gu Ningning responded, Who are you?
How do you know me?
Simultaneously, she discreetly activated a recording device hidden in her pocket. The small-time thug sneered. We were invited here to do a job. Surely you know whom you've offended. Miss Gu, in reality, appeared even more stunning than on television. They've paid us to handle this, and they want you to vanish. Gu Ningning feigned a sudden realization. Oh, I see. It was Gu Jinzhi who sent you, right? I haven't offended anyone else. Only her. The thug was taken aback by her unexpected cleverness. Indeed, your sister harbors quite a malicious intent. She wants us to destroy you, to capture you, essentially to ensure you no longer appear before her. This was not their first time executing such tasks for Gu Jinzhi. Those who had previously crossed her had, to some extent, faced her wrath. Their collaboration had been ongoing for years, with Gu Jinzhi providing them cover in return for their services. Your sister may seem delicate and beautiful, but her mind is as venomous as a serpent. If you obediently comply, you might avoid some suffering. Should you choose to defy us, don't expect us to show any mercy. As the three thugs leered and advanced, Gu Ningning suddenly flashed them a radiant smile. In a swift motion, she drew a stun baton from behind her, and within seconds, all three of them lay incapacitated. I expected more from you three, yet you proved to be rather pathetic. I've already contacted the police. You should kindly accompany them to the station and clarify everything. It would be best to present a thorough account of events. If you fail to disclose Gu Jinzhi's involvement, do you truly believe she will let you off the hook? Thus, you ought to articulate every detail clearly. She is a viper, and if your task remains incomplete, she will undoubtedly retaliate. The three on the ground writhed in agony as Gu Ningning delivered a jolt with each statement, their faces contorted in pain. How could they have overlooked the fact that she concealed a stun baton? Where had she pulled it from? When Bu Hong arrived with the police, they found Gu Ningning perched on a stone pedestal, exuding an air of authority. Officers, these three were sent to harm me, and they are habitual offenders. The individual behind them may even have blood on their hands. I recorded everything with this voice recorder. As she spoke, she handed the recorder to the police, leaving them bewildered by her composure. Wait, how are you so different from others? Aren't you the least bit afraid or anxious? The police escorted the three thugs away, taking Gu Ningning for a detailed inquiry. The thugs complied without resistance, readily revealing everything about Gu Jinjai. After years of collaboration, no one knew her better than they did. Though she was just in her early 20s, her cunning surpassed that of a serpent. If they did not find her, she would certainly seek vengeance, and their lives would be at stake. After all, it was they who had been ordered to eliminate Gu Ningning initially. Following her statement, Gu Ningning emerged, leaving Bu Hong in a daze. Good heavens! I've never encountered such a malevolent individual. How did your sister become this way? Are your parents aware? Gu Ningning shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. How should I know? Perhaps they're cut from the same cloth. Gu Jinjai is undoubtedly involved in something sinister, though it remains undiscovered for now. The wealthy engage in far more depraved activities than you can imagine. When Gu Ningning was initially retrieved, she had attended some so-called parties, finding the environment both repulsive and nauseating. Realizing she could not relate to those individuals, she resolved never to attend such gatherings again. Gu Jinjai, meanwhile, had been blissfully awaiting news at home, only for the police to arrive. Gu Jinjai, please come with us. As the police approached, Gu's parents were dumbfounded and hurried to detain the officers. You must be mistaken. Our daughter has never committed any crimes. The police glanced at them before summoning two others to apprehend them as well. You both will accompany us. Gu Jinjai is implicated in several cases, including a homicide. As her parents, you must also be questioned. Chapter 39. Gu Jinjai's downfall. The male green tea rises. Their arrest was witnessed by numerous onlookers, for this neighborhood housed influential individuals. Soon, the trending topic emerged, the Gu family apprehended, with Gu Jinjai linked to a homicide case, claiming the top spot on the trending list. Gu Ningning observed the trending news with an expression devoid of emotion. This was all of her own making. No matter how ruthless or cunning Gu Jinjai was, she was merely in her early 20s, and during her previous misdeeds, she had been a minor, leaving traces that could not withstand scrutiny. Yen Luo was taken aback upon seeing the trending topic. Yen Hua poured him a glass of water. You should be thoroughly disillusioned now. I told you about Gu Jinjai's true nature, but you never believed it. Yen Luo remained silent, the impact of this revelation weighing heavily on him, especially considering his affection for her. Gu's parents maintained their innocence at the police station, ultimately leading to their release. Whereas Gu Jinjai was not so fortunate.
Mom, Dad.
You must save me. This is all Gu Ningning's doing. Gu Jinjai was genuinely frightened now. She had previously dismissed the law, believing money could resolve all issues, but now that the law was turning against her, fear gripped her. Gu's mother looked at her daughter with complicated emotions. She had raised her from infancy, and even after Gu Ningning's return, her status as the family's princess remained unshaken.
Jinjai.
I once thought your actions were mere childish antics, but now I realize we hardly know you. They were aware, to some extent, of her misdeeds involving the family's wealth and power, but they never anticipated her involvement in murder, and that there was not just one life lost. We have never wronged you over the years. Let this bond of over 20 years end here. Gu's father sighed, pulling his wife away. Gu Jinjai, seeing her abandonment, spiraled into madness. You claim you don't know me. But what kind of people are you? If you were truly good, would you neglect your own flesh and blood for me? A mere pretender? You only disdain her for not being presentable. You orchestrated the online smear campaign against Gu Ningning. You were the ones who suggested I participate in that program, all to seize her inheritance. You too are the most despicable of all. Do you think abandoning me will save you? Gu Ningning will never forgive you. The Gu family is destined to decline in your hands. Gu Jinxia's frenzied voice reverberated incessantly in the ears of the couple, who now harbored profound regret, an overwhelming sense of remorse. Yet, alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. They had not only lost Gu Jinxi, but also their own flesh and blood. The turmoil within the Gu family was substantial, compelling Father Gu to convene a press conference where he divulged the entirety of the situation, including the matter concerning Gu Ningning. We truly owe her an apology and sincerely hope she can find it in her heart to forgive us. Upon hearing these words, a look of disdain was unmistakably etched in Gu Ningning's eyes as she munched on potato chips and remarked to Bu Hong, "How can they shamelessly utter such words? If my heart hadn't been strong enough at that moment, I might have been driven to despair by their actions." Their abrupt abandonment of Gu Jinxi was executed with disconcerting ease, as if the years spent raising their daughter meant nothing to them. This couple indeed possessed a heart of stone. Bu Hong lamented, "I am grateful you did not grow up in that household, otherwise it would have been peculiar if you turned out well." In the span of merely 5 or 6 days, so much had transpired. Gu Jinhee was undoubtedly unable to participate in the program, and though Yan Luo had no desire to attend, familial pressure compelled him to go. His relatives asserted, "You have been unruly at home for far too long. It is time someone sets you straight, and Gu Ningning is a fine choice. Moreover, with Gu Jinhee no longer around to stir trouble, you'd better comport yourself during this variety show." Yan Luo quipped. Is this variety show meant to be a transformation project targeted at him? The withdrawal of Gu Jinhee prompted the production team to seek a new guest, who happened to be a rising star in the entertainment industry named Wei Kale, only 18, with a vivacious personality and a considerable fan base. Why is Wei Kale participating in this variety show? He is far too good for it. You upstairs, shut up. Your idol is merely a minor star. This show features scions of affluent families and 3 entertainment industry veterans. When your idol debuted, he was still drinking milk, so don't stir the pot here. Ha ha. Drinking milk. Indeed, Yi Hua and the others debuted in their youth and were already acting while in college. By the time Wei Kale debuted, he was still in high school. The assembly point was set at the airport, yet after everyone had arrived, Gu Ningning still had not shown up. Where is Sister Gu? I hope she hasn't encountered any mishaps on the road, Yi Hua fretted, craning her neck to see. Yang Mei and Cheng Xia had already begun to pull out their phones, but their attempts to reach her proved futile. After a while, Yan Luo could no longer contain his impatience and went to inquire with the production team. Wei Kale, growing increasingly impatient, masked his displeasure. Are we really waiting for Sister Gu? What kind of diva act is Gu Ningning pulling to keep everyone waiting this long? Is she attempting to assert dominance over the newcomer? That would indeed be rather distasteful. Yan Luo felt a wave of nausea at Wei Kale's sardonic remarks. The shadow cast by Gu Jinhee loomed large. We've waited this long without complaint. What is the harm in waiting a little longer? Besides, it's still early. Yan Luo's retort left everyone present astounded, with Yi Hua and the others wondering if they had misheard. No way. Yan Luo is actually speaking to Sister Gu. Did I really hear that right? Yang Mei and Cheng Xia exchanged uncertain glances. This was indeed an unprecedented occurrence. Meanwhile, the people inside were anxiously searching for Gu Ningning. As for Gu Ningning, she was utterly bewildered. Where on earth is the assembly point? This airport is so vast. How am I to know? She scurried about with her suitcase like a headless chicken, lamenting the airport's size. Why must it be so enormous? I can barely navigate. In the midst of the gathering, everyone awaited her arrival, while Gu Ningning successfully lost her way in the airport. Just as the staff desperately tried to reach her, the airport's announcement system blared. Attention, staff of Let Us Travel Together. Please report to the broadcasting room to assist Ms. Gu Ningning. The collective response was one of incredulity. Yi Hua's mouth twitched, her expression a complex mix of emotions. So, Sister Gu has been delayed because she is lost? Ha ha ha. Hurry to fetch her. I want to see her expression when she arrives. Gu Ningning is truly a rare gem. Everyone else manages to find their way, yet she alone is lost. Did she perhaps misplace her phone? Is it really that unusual to get lost at an airport? Well, isn't it? Aren't there signs everywhere? Following the signs should prevent anyone from getting lost. When the staff finally located Gu Ningning, she was sitting atop her suitcase, munching on cookies. The staff, perplexed, asked, Ms. Gu, why couldn't we reach you? Is there an issue with your phone? Gu Ningning patted her hands, retrieved her phone, and examined it.
No. My phone seems perfectly fine.
As she fiddled with it, the device stubbornly refused to turn on. The staff was left utterly baffled. How could she claim there was nothing wrong when the phone wouldn't even power up? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Gu Ningning's head. I just remembered. I picked up the wrong phone. This is a model phone. Haha, why on earth did you bring a model phone along? The staff's expression was a blend of disbelief and exasperation. Ms. Gu, may we inquire why you brought a model phone with you? Did you not notice anything amiss? Gu Ningning casually began cracking walnuts with the model phone. I didn't have time to notice the details. This morning, I was in such a rush packing. My manager drove me over, and then I was running around the airport looking for you. I had no time to check my phone. She was puzzled as to why they hadn't contacted her. The staff was rendered speechless. They had never encountered someone quite like her, yet it was difficult to chastise her for it. All right, Ms. Gu, let us gather quickly. A new guest has joined us for this episode, and we hope everyone gets along well. That statement struck Gu Ningning as slightly off. Are you implying something about me? I get along wonderfully with everyone, as long as certain individuals don't instigate trouble. I am quite easygoing. She insisted. Have I ever initiated a conflict? You mustn't tarnish my reputation, making everyone think I'm difficult to deal with. The staff's face reflected the confusion of someone who had just tasted an unidentifiable dish. They wanted to refute her, but were at a loss for words. How could this little diva say anything without a hint of subtlety? I genuinely adore Gu Ningning's straightforwardness. She speaks her mind without reservation. Who said our Gu Jia cannot get along with others? Without her, who would even watch the show? Gu Jia is the very soul of the program. In the previous episode, countless humorous highlights were attributed to Gu Jia. Yet the production team fails to properly acknowledge her contributions. They dare to utter such words. Beware, she might just acquire you. Upon reading this comment, everyone was reminded of Gu Ningning's immense wealth, a fortune her unscrupulous parents would go to great lengths to secure. When Gu Ningning was brought in by the staff, she wore an expression of haughty confidence, as if she were not the one who had strayed. Yan Luo, with his habitual sharp tongue, remarked, "Oh, who would have thought you could get lost? This airport isn't even that large, and with so many signs, how could you possibly be confused?" Gu Ningning responded with a radiant smile. "What does my getting lost have to do with you? Kindly keep your mouth shut. Or I might just perform a little madness right here." Yan Luo's face fell at her words. How could she so casually speak of madness? Did she not care about her own dignity? The trio of tailors noticed Yan Luo's expression and instinctively lowered their heads, struggling to suppress their amusement. Why provoke her when they could not win an argument? Wei Kale's eyes lit up at the sight of Gu Ningning. She looked even more stunning in person than on television. He had watched the last episode in its entirety and was well aware of her beauty. But seeing her in real life, radiating vitality and charm, was an entirely different experience. "Hello, Gu Jia. My name is Wei Kale. I'm 18 years old and a new guest," he said, flashing his signature smile that attracted many of his fans. Gu Ningning scrutinized him before nodding with a smile.
Hello.
What is with Gu Ningning's attitude? Why is she so cold when someone greets her? Does she look down on others? Just because she participated in one episode. She thinks she's a big star now, flaunting her status in front of the newcomers. Don't worry, Lele, if she dares to target you, we'll make sure to scold her. I say, you fans really need to get a grip. Isn't she just acknowledging Wei Kale? If she had been more enthusiastic, wouldn't you then accuse her of fawning? It's baffling how you silly fans think. Ignore them. If they have the guts, let them keep criticizing. Wei Kale is merely a small star, while Gu Jia could be considered a major player. If they truly provoke her, it will be interesting to see who suffers the consequences. Gu Ningning felt little fondness for this younger boy, primarily because his eagerness to please was painfully obvious. While there was nothing wrong with wanting to impress her, attempting to step on her for his own gain was unacceptable. On the plane, Gu Ningning and Wei Kale happened to be seated together. Gu Jia, I'm not very familiar with this show, so I might need your guidance, Wei Kale began, feigning humility. Gu Ningning shifted slightly away from him, attempting to distance herself. There's nothing unfamiliar about it. Just be yourself as you are in daily life. And that will suffice for the show. But don't you think you should have done some research before participating? Your work ethic seems questionable. Am I talking about work ethic? Why can't you understand? Truly my Gu Jia. Isn't Gu Ningning being a bit rude? Someone is merely trying to be friendly. And she can't even respond nicely? Yue fans are overreacting. Is it Gu Ningning's fault? She simply stated the truth. Shouldn't T1 research before starting a new job? Wei Kale's approach reflects irresponsibility. Gu Jia hasn't even scolded him, which is already generous. Chapter 41. The male version of Gu Jinji, Yan Luo. Your favorite personality has arrived. After Gu Ningning's remarks, Wei Kale ceased his attempts to engage her. The flight duration was lengthy, prompting many to rest. Gu Ningning had slept well the previous night and felt quite alert today. After sitting quietly for a while, she retrieved a long green object from her backpack. Wait, what is that in her hand? No way. How did she bring that aboard? Isn't she afraid? I just want to know if that thing is real or fake. It looks too realistic. Gu Ningning produced a lifelike snake, a model of a bamboo viper. The snake was crafted to mimic a real one, with a similar flexibility and texture. When pressed, it even flicked its tongue and emitted a hissing sound. Wei Kale, who had been sleeping soundly, was startled awake by the hissing noise. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with the fake snake. A snake. He jumped from his seat in fright. Gu Ningning swiftly pressed him back down, exclaiming, It's fake, it's fake. When the flight attendant approached, Gu Ningning handed over the replica snake for her inspection. The flight attendant, seasoned in such matters, recognized it as a toy despite its lifelike appearance. After all, some mischievous children like to play with such items. Wei Kale remained in his seat, heart racing, feeling as if it might leap from his chest. Goodness. This snake is incredibly realistic. It even flicks its tongue and makes sounds. I'm somewhat intrigued. Where can I buy one? It looks quite stress-relieving. Is Gu Ningning insane for scaring people with a fake snake? That's not amusing. Seriously, are you the one who is unhinged? Realistic toy snakes are quite common now. And who would bring a real pet on a plane anyway? Security would catch it. Gu Ningning had not intended to frighten anyone. She simply thought the snake was a stress reliever, able to stretch and flatten, returning to its original shape once released. Don't be scared. If you are, just punch it a couple of times. It's quite a stress reliever. Wei Kale's expression soured. Were it not for the cameras, he would have cursed her out. Gu Ningning was indeed a piece of work, unresponsive to kindness, and now she had resorted to scaring him with a snake. Surely, she was doing this on purpose. Sister? Did I offend you? Why are you trying to scare me? Wei Kale pretended to wipe away tears from his eyes. Seeing him in such distress reminded Gu Ningning of a male version of Gu Jinji. Has Gu Jinji's personality become so widespread? This was merely a toy. But if he believed she was trying to scare him, there was little she could say in her defense. Gu Ningning felt no fondness for his personality. Holding back her retorts required significant self-control. Wei Kale glanced at the miniature camera beside him and continued, Sister, if I have offended you in any way, you can simply tell me. Gu Ningning furrowed her brows in irritation, glanced at Yan Luo behind her, and then stood up decisively. Yan Luo, let us switch seats. Yan Luo, taken aback, responded, Why would we need to change seats? Gu Ningning replied straightforwardly, There's a male version of Gu Jinji over there. And since you're quite fond of Gu Jinji, I believe you would get along famously. Yan Luo exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? No way. Ha ha ha. Yan Luo innocently caught in the crossfire. The mere mention of Gu Jinji has likely become his taboo. I was puzzled by Wei Kale's odd behavior. But it turns out he is just a male version of a green tea bitch, and he does bear striking resemblance to Gu Jinji. Especially when he calls Gu Ningning sister. The posture is simply identical. Now, even Wei Kale's fans were feeling a bit uncomfortable. They knew who Gu Jinji was and were aware of his antics. The issue was that Wei Kale's recent behavior truly mirrored Gu Jinji's character, and they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Gu Ningning anticipated his refusal, returned to her seat, and placed the snake in the middle. This is our boundary. From now on, let us refrain from speaking. You don't provoke me, and I won't provoke you. Wei Kale stared at the now completely deformed snake. His words caught in his throat. This person truly does not adhere to the conventional script. Ha, the expression on Wei Kale's face is hilarious. He seems to want to say something, but is rendered speechless by Gu Ningning's remark. Anyone going to inquire about the realistic snake that makes sounds? It was a perfectly fine snake, now distorted beyond recognition. I've already found where to purchase this realistic snake. It's quite affordable, so everyone should rush. But act quickly, as it's nearly sold out. What the heck? Are you all so swift? By the time I got there, it was already sold out. They still have yellow and white realistic snakes, but I only want the green one. Gu Ningning was blissfully unaware that she had single-handedly caused the shop's stock to deplete. At this moment, the shopkeeper felt both happy and sad, elated that the bamboo leaf green realistic snake had sold out, yet disheartened that the other realistic snakes remained unsold. His business had been thriving until he sold a few to children, which led parents to report him for being too realistic and frightening the little ones. The shopkeeper found it both amusing and exasperating. After all, it was a realistic snake. Wasn't that the point? Earning money is tough, and these parents are the hardest to deal with. Until the plane landed, Gu Ningning did not engage in conversation with Wei Kale again. Dear guests, we have arrived at the seaside. Over the next 5 days, we hope you enjoy yourselves, but do keep in mind that the tasks are quite demanding. We hope everyone can successfully complete the various challenges. The staff, clad in casual attire, big t-shirts, floral shorts, and flip-flops, looked thoroughly prepared. Gu Ningning had already pulled out her hat. The location was splendid, yet the sun was excessively bright. Observing only her pair of eyes visible beneath her hat, the staff struggled to maintain their smiles. Excuse me, madam. Do you truly not care about the camera at all? Chapter 42, Yi Hua and Yan Luo in disguise as women, the live-action Neza. The staff gently reminded her. Dear Teacher Gu, we are currently filming here. Would you consider revealing your face? Haha, she really is an anomaly among the crowd. Gu Ningning retorted. What is a camera? Can it protect me from the sun? That sun looks fierce. Can't we discuss the rules indoors? Gu Ningning's eyes are genuinely beautiful. Even with just her eyes visible, one can tell she is stunning. Gu Ningning glanced at the sun, then at the staff whose skin was already sunburned, and outright declined their suggestion. No, I believe this is better for me. Have you applied sunscreen? Perhaps we should find a shaded area to discuss the rules. Ultimately, the staff led everyone to a sunshade. Today's task was rather simple. There were many tourists around, and numerous individuals recognized them. Their objective was to blend into the crowd and remain unrecognized. The last person to be identified would win, while the first to be recognized would be responsible for dinner that night. What kind of rule is this? How does one even blend in? The staff first took them to their accommodations, which were surprisingly nice. Each person had their own room, complete with a bathroom. Why is the production team suddenly so generous? I can't shake the feeling that something is off. A single room with a bathroom? Are these conditions really within the production team's budget? They must be investing heavily this time. The previous episode was a hit, so there should be quite a few people who recognize them. Most tourists here are likely young, making it challenging to conceal themselves. Everyone was indeed troubled by this predicament. No matter how they tried to disguise themselves, they could still be recognized at a glance. After some time, Ihua, after much contemplation, suddenly had an idea. His eyes lit up as he looked at Yen Luo and said, I have a plan that will allow us to remain undetected until the end. Yen Luo asked, what is the plan? 3 minutes later, Ihua brought Yen Luo to approach 3 girls. You two are going to cross-dress as girls. You can't be serious. Yang Mei thought she must have misheard. The sacrifice seemed too great. Ihua insisted, I'm not joking, it's all for the win. While I may not be a big name in the entertainment industry, plenty of people know me. Besides, given our last episode's success, it's only natural for us to be recognized. After much thought, this is the only solution I could come up with. They surely wouldn't suspect us of cross-dressing. Gu Ningning immediately gave them a thumbs up. You two are brilliant. I can provide you with clothing. Yen Luo initially wanted to refuse, but ultimately found himself pushed into the room. Wow, these 2 handsome guys are actually going to dress as women. They should look quite good in that. After all, their facial features are quite appealing. Aside from their height, they should still look decent. Ha ha ha. Gu Ningning has pulled out 2 spaghetti strap dresses. Those might not suit them very well. However, those dresses are genuinely beautiful, especially suitable for the beach. Are they expensive? Can we get them? Wei Kale stood aside, unwilling to interject. He believed these 2 were merely being foolish. Ihua, being in the entertainment industry, understood how crucial one's image was. Ruining it could jeopardize their careers. If they cross-dressed, they might find themselves overlooked for many roles. Furthermore, being recognized isn't necessarily a bad thing. It indicates an increase in fame, which Wei Kale would gladly welcome as he relished the attention from fans encircling him, satisfying his vanity. Aren't you joining us? Chung Xia made a point to inquire about Wei Kale, for he was a newcomer, and it would be remiss to allow him to feel isolated. No need. I can manage on my own, Wei Kale replied with a particularly endearing smile. Lele is truly obedient and adorable. Mother will always love you. Lele, being this obedient is not ideal. Otherwise, you might find yourself without any screen time. I've noticed that Lele has the least screen time. This production team seems rather biased, don't you think? It's unfair to bully the newcomers like this. You fans are genuinely peculiar. Please don't bring your fan club antics here. Even while recording a variety show, you must monitor the duration. Such overreach is absurd. If you wish to watch Wei Kale, you can do so during his individual tasks later. Stop your incessant chatter here. At present, as they were all together, there were only a limited number of cameras and live streams, which naturally would result in uneven distribution of screen time. When they eventually separated for individual tasks, there would be 6 cameras and 6 live streams, allowing everyone to choose according to their preferences. As Yen Luo and Ihua emerged, the barrage of comments instantly fell silent. Gu Ningning, who had been sipping water, nearly spat it out in surprise. Ha ha ha. Now I truly understand the term Barbie doll. You usually dress in a way that appears slender, but I had no idea you possess such muscular frames underneath. Gu Ningning chuckled while wiping her mouth, as the strappy dresses on them accentuated their figures in an almost startling manner. Those large arms, the bulging biceps, and the pronounced pectorals were beyond description. Oh my! Your live-action version of 100,000 Ys is truly a sight to behold. With such a delicate face juxtaposed against such a dramatically contrasting physique, if it weren't for those strappy dresses, they would be undeniably alluring. Ha ha ha. These 2 are not just peculiar, they are exceptionally handsome. Perhaps we should let them venture out dressed like this. That would likely result in a call to the authorities. The director may find himself rescuing them from a police station once again. Upon reading this comment, the director fell silent, genuinely questioning whether he would soon be making yet another trip to the police station. Surely, they wouldn't go out in those outfits, would they? The director was beginning to doubt. Initially, the guests seemed quite normal, but now they appeared increasingly unhinged, raising concerns about their mental state. Yen Luo's face turned crimson. Gu Ningning's little floral strappy dress seemed on the verge of bursting at the seams. Wow, who would have thought you possessed such physiques? Why not simply wear beach shorts and masks when you go out? No one would recognize you based on your bodies. Yes.
Guya.
You are our birthday celebration. Gujia's mouth is my mouth. Just don't wear any clothes.
Oh dear.
My mother is asking why I'm drooling in front of the screen. I told her it's because I want to eat meat. Chapter 43. When Gu Jia makes her move, the outcome is evident. Upon seeing the two in such a state, Wei Kale's eyes flickered with a hint of derision and disdain. Yen Luo, feeling quite uncomfortable, tugged at the dress he wore and awkwardly remarked, "Is there no other clothing available? This outfit feels rather unsuitable for me."
Ha ha ha.
Gu Ningning teased him, touching his muscular arm. "What's unsuitable? I think it suits you quite well. If you dislike it, I can find you a dress that conceals your muscles." Yen Luo nodded vigorously. He had become more accepting of cross-dressing, but he truly could not bear this particular dress. "I want one too. I refuse to wear this strappy dress." Yihua quickly raised his hand, fearing he might be overlooked, feeling that if he moved any more, the dress might tear. Even while raising his hand, he didn't forget to manage his underarms. The gesture was utterly hilarious. Haha, don't change their outfits. This one looks splendid on them. Let them wear this attire out, so we can introduce what a male bodhisattva looks like. Why hide such beautiful muscles? Some women lift weights too. It's perfectly acceptable. You all are about to burst my eardrums. Could everyone please pull up their pants a little? Gu Ningning and Chengxia rummaged through their luggage and finally unearthed two relatively loose dresses. Once donned, the dresses appeared less jarring. Gu Ningning volunteered to do their makeup. Yihua gazed at the makeup products with a flicker of doubt. "Gu Jia, are you sure you can manage this? You rarely wear makeup. Can you truly apply it on others?" Gu Ningning confidently tapped the products in her hand, declaring, "Don't underestimate me. Though I am naturally beautiful, makeup is a piece of cake for me. Haven't you ever seen a pig run?" Yihua and Yen Luo. "Are you serious? Ha ha ha. Although you've never seen a pig run, makeup isn't solely about the eyes. If my hands fail, it's just my usual routine." Gu Jia truly embodies confidence, no matter her actual skill level. Seeing her so self-assured, I expected her to be quite proficient. This is genuinely surprising. As Gu Ningning advanced towards him, Yihua felt increasingly anxious. Gu Jia, he attempted to speak further, but she swiftly smacked a makeup sponge against his mouth. "No talking. You're disrupting my process." "Yihua, could someone speak up for me?" He cast a glance at Yang Mei and Chengxia, but they wouldn't meet his gaze. Turning to Yen Luo, he found that his expression of despair seemed even more profound than his own. Wei Kale had already started to groom himself, regardless of the circumstances. He needed to appear dashing. Even if he was recognized, he couldn't afford to look shabby. 10 minutes later, staring at his own exaggeratedly painted mouth in the mirror, Yihua was on the verge of tears. "Come on, smile for me. Let me see the results," Gu Ningning urged, clearly pleased with her handiwork. "Look at that rosy face and those luscious lips. They exude such allure." Yihua managed a slight smile. His bright red lips and white teeth made him feel ready to work at a haunted house.
Buffed.
Yang Mei and Chengxia, hidden nearby, were struggling to breathe, looking up at the sky while fanning their eyes, fearing they would burst into laughter and shed tears. Yen Luo, witnessing Yihua's face, felt an even deeper sense of despair. "Can I choose my makeup style? That's my only request." Gu Ningning flashed him a gentle smile. "I'm afraid my skill set is limited. Even if you specified a style, I might not be able to achieve it. My approach is quite spontaneous, but rest assured, I'll make you satisfied." Yen Luo's smile resembled his tears, a poignant reminder of his inner turmoil. Why did his family insist he participate in this program? Regret gnawed at him. How foolish he had been to harbor feelings for Gu Jinji and join her in this endeavor. Within that smile lay bitterness. Intertwined with pain and struggle, Yen Luo's emotional control was quite impressive. His ability to manage emotions was akin to that of a ghost. He was on the brink of a breakdown. Ha. Ihwa's doll-like visage could easily be packaged and sent to a haunted house. Those dead fish eyes, flushed cheeks, and gaping mouth could surely frighten children into tears. I never envisioned that my ideal ensues would end up like this. Does he even recall her gentle, jade-like demeanor in historical dramas? Ensues remains ensues, and Ihwa is Ihwa. It is best to view them separately. 15 minutes later, Yen Luo gazed at Ihwa's ghostly face, wishing he could blind himself. Gu Ningning, did you work at a haunted house before? Yen Luo earnestly posed the question. Before being summoned back, had she truly never been in a haunted house? Look at her adept technique. No wonder she always appeared barefaced, for such makeup could indeed terrify. Gu Ningning looked puzzled at his inquiry. No, why would I work at a haunted house? Ha. I can't help but laugh. This is simply too amusing. Yang Mei and Qingxia leaned on each other, laughing so hard that tears streamed down their faces. Wei Kale felt immensely grateful he hadn't succumbed to their suggestion of cross-dressing. He was pursuing an idol career, after all, and could never don such makeup.
Ha.
Compared to you, I consider myself rather fortunate. Thank you. My spirits have lifted, as seeing Ihwa's little ghostly face has brought me great comfort. The audience found their current appearances both pitiable and humorous. Ihwa, you're not faring much better. Both of you are merely halves of a whole, laughing at each other while only a step apart in absurdity. Ha. As soon as Sister Gu makes her move, one can discern her prowess. She is undoubtedly a talent in the realm of makeup. I am the owner of the haunted house, and I desperately need talents like Sister Gu. Her makeup skills surpass even our professional makeup artists, capable of scaring people to death without sound effects. When these two smile, I envision them devouring children with their bare hands. That gaping mouth is truly something else. Chapter 44. 5 little ghosts enter the haunted house. Yen Luo and Ihwa stood in a line, the comedic effect reaching its zenith. Gu Ningning regarded their current appearances and thought they could be sent somewhere to earn money. Wait a moment, I have a brilliant idea on where to send you to, and I assure you once you discover it, we might even garner some extra income. Gu Ningning swiftly transformed her appearance, donning a disguise as a boy, complete with a wig of unknown origin. After finishing her ghostly makeup, the three of them together defied description. Yang Mei and Qingxia suddenly felt out of place. Yang Mei hesitated and suggested, should we join in as well? Qingxia replied, let us join. Sister Gu mentioned going somewhere to earn extra income. Let us follow her. Before long, the 5 of them had completely transformed. With their current appearances, they could stand outside without anyone recognizing them. Did Sister Gu imply we are heading to a haunted house to earn extra income? I suspect that is the case. Sister Gu has misled everyone single-handedly.
No,
there is still one person who appears relatively normal. Wei Kale, who seems quite ordinary and one to be recognized, right? Who can say? Lele looks so handsome. Please don't associate with them. Your handsome face is an invaluable asset. Protect it at all costs. How can the fans so nonchalantly utter such words? Don't they feel any shame? The fan community often uses grandiose terms like the face of a generation or a once-in-a-millennium talent, embellishing their idols. The term great should not be used so frivolously. Many find it quite off-putting when it is carelessly applied. Great is a substantial word, laden with meaning, and should not be wielded lightly. These fans have invented countless peculiar phrases, and one wonders how they muster the audacity to speak them. The 5 of them attracted every gaze as they ventured out, yet none recognized them. A child, upon seeing them, visibly shifted from a smile to tears.
What? Mommy.
I'm scared. I want to eat candy anymore. I don't want to be taken by a ghost. Gu Ningning and her companions exclaimed. What kind of frightful experiences has this parent imparted to the child? Due to their bizarre appearances, most onlookers opted to steer clear, many even capturing photos of them. Yang Mei felt a tinge of anxiety. Surely, they wouldn't be recognized, would they? With so many people watching, she felt a tad nervous. Gu Ningning assured her confidently. Don't worry, we wouldn't be recognized. If we were, could we still move about? They're merely curious. Shortly thereafter, Gu Ningning led them to a haunted house. Ha, I knew it would be like this. Haunted house owner, ha.
Talent has arrived.
Today's haunted house difficulty level, hellish. The haunted house owner wore a dazed expression upon seeing the 5 of them. You 5 are here looking for part-time work? Gu Ningning replied with a smile. Yes. We even brought our own costumes. We can start right away. The owner felt a chill at their bright smiles. Despite the blazing sun, Their presence made him uneasy. You five have quite the appearance. However, I don't have much money here. How about 80 for a day? That totals 320 for all of you.
Wow.
We can actually earn money. Yen Luo's expression was one of astonishment. That's great. Thank you, boss, for this opportunity. Gu Ningning enthusiastically shook the owner's hand. Though he wore a somewhat forced smile, everyone noticed him quickly wipe his hand on his back after shaking with Gu Ningning. Pfft. The owner's expression is priceless. He looks terrified, yet must conceal it. His hand trembled after shaking with Gu Ningning. She truly is a genius in the makeup realm.
Quick.
Look at Wei Kale. He has already been recognized. This segment hasn't even begun, and it's over. Shortly after Wei Kale stepped out, he was recognized. His fans, mostly young, were ecstatic upon seeing him. Before long, this place descended into chaos. It felt as though he was playing a different game than everyone else. While others were striving to remain incognito, he, upon being recognized, greeted his fans with a beaming smile as if he were hosting a fan meet and greet. The director was utterly exasperated. Was there something a little off about Wei Kale? Had he not grasped the rules of the segment? It would be understandable if he were recognized halfway through, but hadn't the broadcast barely begun for 5 minutes? What kind of disguise had he attempted? He had ventured out with a bare face adorned only with exquisite makeup. Was he here to entertain? The director was fuming. Now that he had been recognized, what was left for his live stream to offer? The audience tuned in to see the clever maneuvers of participants trying to conceal their identities, and with everything laid bare, what was there left to watch? This live stream was effectively over. Don't even suggest that Wei Kale's fans would continue to follow this broadcast. What a farce. These young fans were merely here for the spectacle, and it was clear from the outset that Wei Kale's live stream had the least number of viewers. Don't be angry. Don't be angry, the staff thought. There are still other participants. Wei Kale had been recommended by a colleague, who claimed that this young man was polite and amiable. But it was only the first day. Where was the politeness in his behavior? His speech was convoluted, reminiscent of the previous episode's Gu Jinji. Perhaps they were kin? Goodness. Wei Kale had turned the segment into a fan meeting. He had already caused a blockage here. Could he not show a shred of decency? The staff appeared utterly beleaguered, trying to maintain order while pushing Wei Kale forward. For heaven's sake. He could at least move a little instead of standing there like a statue. You haters are truly insufferable. Isn't it perfectly normal that Wei Kale wasn't recognized? He has millions of fans, and the blockage was hardly his fault. Why should it concern him if people chose to congregate here? The brainless fans have arrived. I really don't want to argue with these simpletons. Just sharing the same air with them is intolerable. Does your idol not comprehend the rules of the game? Or is he simply incapable of understanding human speech? Does he not realize the nature of the segment? Just look at the elaborate disguise he created. His impeccable makeup and stylish outfit would lead one to believe he was on a runway. At this moment, Wei Kale's live stream was practically in an uproar, with passers-by and his fans embroiled in a heated dispute. Wei Kale's fans were fiercely loyal, especially given the significant number of girlfriend fans and maternal supporters. However, their fervor also tarnished his reputation among the general public. Wei Kale debuted as an idol, initially marketing himself alongside teammates, but after going solo, he began to associate with female celebrities as the younger counterpart, leading some to avoid him altogether. Despite being only 18, he was more cunning than most. The female celebrities he had previously collaborated with had rarely faced the ire of his fans. Let us leave this behind. We're off to watch the Xiao Gui 5-member group instead. After finally getting rid of one troublemaker, another has appeared. I truly wonder how the production team selects their participants. Why can't they just create a harmonious program? Why always invite troublemakers? What can I even say about a man behaving like this? At this moment, our Xiao Gui 5-member group had successfully entered the haunted house. Remember, our task is to be as frightening as possible. Do you understand? Understood. Soon, our first unfortunate soul entered, and the owner kindly provided a warning. Today's haunted house is likely to be quite challenging, so please think carefully about whether you wish to proceed. This couple exuded confidence. After all, how tough could an ordinary haunted house be? They had even visited what was claimed to be the scariest haunted house online. Chapter 45, The Female Ghost Trapped in the Coffin. The young man continued to boast, completely oblivious to the owner's ominous expression. Wow, how exhilarating. The owner's gaze exuded shrewdness. I've captured their boasting on camera, just waiting for them to be humbled later. Quick, check on Gu Ningning and the others. Something's gone awry over there. Hurry, put some muscle into it.
Pull.
Gu Ningning's voice was laced with frustration. She truly felt cursed today for getting stuck inside this coffin. It had seemed perfectly fine when she first lay down, but now it had become a trap. Yue yanked on her hand desperately. Gu Jia. We've exerted so much effort already. The quality of this coffin was abysmal. How could the lid break so easily? Yan Luo, while pulling, commented, "You really should lose some weight. If you were a bit lighter, you could escape." Gu Ningning retaliated with a punch to his nose. "If you can't keep your mouth shut, then just be quiet. Do you believe that once I get out, I 1T stuff you into this coffin?" Yan Luo. Ha ha ha. Stuck in a coffin. What a hilarious predicament. Neither of these two big men can pull her out. What kind of situation is Gu Ningning in? Wait a moment. Gu Ningning's arms seem to have grown long, but she still hasn't emerged. Hey, where are Yang Mei and Qingxia? Aren't they supposed to be together? I saw them together just a moment ago. Yang Mei and Qingxia were currently suspended in the air, observing the unfolding drama. Their anxiety was of little consequence. However, they had a pressing issue to address. Yang Mei looked down at the three individuals and posed a question. I have an important question. Why are we both suspended? We don't quite resemble hanging ghosts, do we? Qingxia, I share the same concern. Can someone explain this to us? Yang Mei's voice drew everyone's attention to her. The audience suddenly noticed the two of them hanging above. Ha ha ha. I hadn't even noticed they were up there. I thought it was just a prop swaying. Seeing them suspended in midair sends a shiver down my spine. While they may not look like hanging ghosts, this scenario is far more terrifying. Gu Ningning, amidst the tug-of-war, raised her head. Aren't there any other props around? You two should hide under that bed. It's suspended too, and you won't be able to climb up there. You're complaining about this coffin. But you're right too. It's dark and stifling, and now I'm stuck. Gu Ningning felt as if her upper body had elongated several centimeters. Could they not replace the coffin lid with something better, perhaps a pulley system? No, it seemed they already had a pulley. Could they at least apply some oil? At this point, they shouldn't be stingy with oil. Attention, attention, a guest has entered. Please prepare the staff inside. The haunted house owner's voice echoed through their microphones. 5 voices. Damn. They aren't ready yet. What to do, what to do. Someone's coming, and Gu Ningning is still stuck. Forget whether she is stuck or not. The priority is for Yan Luo and Yi Hua to quickly climb onto the bed suspended in the air and hide. Otherwise, they'll be discovered the moment someone enters. Upon hearing the boss's voice, Yi Hua unhesitatingly flung Gu Ningning's hand away. Initially, her hand was relaxed, but this sudden movement sent her hand rebounding painfully back to her own face. The loud slap echoed, and a hush fell over everyone present. Yan Luo silently and gently released her hand, adding, "This isn't my fault. I merely set your hand down carefully." It was his lack of finesse that caused the mishap. Yi Hua, looking at Gu Ningning with a mixture of fear and apprehension, felt his legs weaken. Oh no, I've offended this formidable woman. Gu Jia is known for her vengeful nature. Sister, I realize my mistake. Please spare my life. Ha ha. Yi Hua is the first to dare disturb Gu Ningning's composure. Gu Ningning's phone seemed almost unreal as it slapped against her own face. Just hearing that sound made me wince. Pfft. Yan Luo is truly amusing right now. His cowardly demeanor is both hilarious and entertaining. How can this be called cowardice? It is simply being true to oneself and acting accordingly, a masterful approach. Gu Ningning's face was numb, her hand and cheek stinging, the injuries all hers to bear. Looking at Yi Hua's contorted expression, she found herself at a loss for words. Forget it, you two should just leave. You're utterly useless. As Gu Ningning declared this, the two fled faster than monkeys, soon lying on the suspended bed, not forgetting to secure themselves with safety ropes. The atmosphere in this haunted house remained sufficiently eerie, with decent sound effects. When the couple entered, they began boldly, but the deeper they ventured, the more unsettled they became. I can't shake this feeling that something is off, the girl's voice quivering with fear. The boy, patting his chest, reassured. What could possibly be wrong? We've been walking for so long and have encountered some NPCs. They're not frightening at all. They had faced others who grabbed their feet and startled them, causing a scare but remaining within their limits. Oh, young ones, please do not be so overconfident. Soon you shall face the consequences of your arrogance. Before long, they arrived at the very spot where Gu Ningning was trapped. She had been trying to extricate herself when she suddenly locked eyes with the couple. Instinctively, she flashed a smile, which abruptly silenced them, followed by a piercing scream. Ah! The sight of Gu Ningning was truly bizarre. The makeup on her face had smudged from the earlier friction, her lipstick now resembling a grotesque gash. The eyeliner around her eyes was similarly smeared, and the 2 red patches on her cheeks added to the horror. If she hadn't smiled, it might have been slightly better, but that grin was undeniably sinister and eerie, especially since she was still ensnared in the coffin. Her half-exposed body created an even more terrifying effect as she writhed and struggled, as if desperate to escape the confines of the coffin. There's a female ghost in the coffin. The girl was thrown into a frenzy, while the boy, though less dramatic, felt his heart racing. "Hey there. Could you come help me? I'm stuck in this coffin." Gu Ningning's voice drifted over. She genuinely sought their assistance. As she sensed the coffin lid loosening, just a little help, and she could free herself. Her tone was laced with humor and charm, but in this eerie environment, it sounded particularly unsettling. Not only did the couple's skin crawl, but even the 4 suspended above felt goosebumps rising. "Oh my." Gu Ningning's voice sent chills down my spine. I feel the hair on my arms standing on end. Is she deliberately trying to frighten them or genuinely asking for help? Surely, she cannot be trying to scare them. It must be intentional. Just look at how pale that couple has gone. "I'm so sorry. We can't help with that. You should find someone else. More people are coming." The boy continuously apologized, bowing as he pulled his girlfriend backward. In no time, they disappeared from sight. Gu Ningning's smile instantly froze. "Wait. I merely wanted to ask for help. Was it necessary for them to flee so hastily?" The sound effects haven't even started yet. Puffed. The 4 suspended above erupted in laughter, unable to contain themselves. Gu Ningning rolled her eyes in exasperation. "What's so funny? Shut up." Seeing that couple flee, Gu Ningning's smile abruptly faded. She couldn't have genuinely hoped for their assistance, could she? Who would dare help in such a situation? But that couple sure ran fast. I swear I saw their legs leaving after images, such as the power of survival instincts. Chapter 46. The 2 hanged ghosts above. Gu Ningning, wedged between the coffin planks, felt utterly uncomfortable. However, it was at least a bit more bearable than before. She could move slightly, her space of motion expanding just a little. "Gu Jia, shall we come down and help you?" Yi Hua lounged comfortably on the bed, watching Gu Ningning, though his demeanor hardly suggested he intended to assist. Gu Ningning retorted. "Then move. Lying there without budging hardly seems like you want to help me." She was utterly exasperated with them. "No need. Just be ready to perform well when the next guests arrive." Ha ha. Gu Ningning's eye roll was flawless, devoid of any darkness. Yi Hua claimed he would come down to help, yet his body remained still. "That bed does look rather comfortable, though." The couple dashed back the way they came, encountering other guests along the way. The newcomers were bewildered by the sight of the couple's panic. Is it really that terrifying? Is this small haunted house truly so fearsome? Surely, they're just too timid. Although this place is coastal, it's not a large city, merely bustling in the summer months. They hadn't heard of any particularly famous haunted houses here. TSK, boasting now, but they will soon have their perceptions shattered. Entering confidently, only to leave in tears. The next group to arrive consisted of 3 big boys, who immediately spotted Gu Ningning struggling amid the coffin boards. Hearing the commotion, Gu Ningning lifted her head. This time, she no longer expected these people to help her. After all, they were all NPCs in the haunted house, and thus had to perform their roles. "Hey, come and join the fun." Gu Ningning deliberately dragged an object across the coffin lid, producing a jarring sound that sent shivers down one's spine. "Oh my goosebumps have multiplied, and my hair stands on end." How does Gu Ningning manage to create such sound effects? Silence. There's only Gu Ningning here, the other 4 still hanging above. Let us just hope these 3 boys muster a bit more courage and bravely charge forward. The 3 young men, though startled with their hearts racing, did not back down. They cautiously crept along the wall, trying their utmost to avoid glancing in Gu Ningning's direction. Observing their fear, Gu Ningning decided to escalate the situation. Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream. "Aw! Why aren't you listening to me? Why? You must listen to me." Her voice, drenched in hysteria, sent a chill through the listeners. I'm listening. Just say what you need to say." The 3 boys, thoroughly frightened, were on the brink of collapse. What kind of NPC is this? How can she be so unhinged? Good heavens. Her frantic screams made me think she was possessed by a ghost. It terrified me to my core. What? I dropped my phone into the foot basin. I'm finished. Wait, if your phone fell into the basin, What are you using to watch this? My computer, of course. If the phone is gone, I still have my computer. Gu Ningning suddenly flashed them a gentle smile, a smile that seemed almost predatory. Lift your heads, there's a beautiful sister watching you.
Yang Mei and Teng Xia,
Suspended by ropes, had already prepared their expressions. The three boys instinctively looked up, only to be met with two ghastly faces.
Ah,
A ghost. The trio turned pale, one slipping to his knees before quickly springing back up.
ah.
I'm done playing. I want to go home. These once confident young men were now reduced to quivering wrecks, their voices high-pitched and frantic, even their running resembling that of frightened old women. I've seen people so scared they go limp, but I've never seen anyone bend over in terror like this. Three dashing young men turned into quivering old ladies. My illusion of male university students has shattered in an instant. Let us not speak of it. It's entirely normal for them to be this frightened. The sudden appearance of those two ghostly faces nearly stole my breath away. I almost suffocated before I remembered to breathe. My goodness. Wah, my tablet hit me in the face. Isn't this supposed to be a variety show about life? How did it turn into a horror show? Yang Mei and Cheng Xia hadn't even revealed their full potential yet, and already, the three boys were scared off. Is this how it ends? Our expressions haven't even begun. Cheng Xia felt utterly deprived of achievement. She hadn't showcased her truly terrifying abilities yet. This hasn't even begun? Stop it. You're scaring them into heart attacks. Haha, hurry and check the live stream at the haunted house entrance. The production team has cleverly added a machine there, and the three boys collapsed the moment they exited. At the haunted house entrance, the three young men still bore ashen faces. The haunted house owner couldn't help but chuckle at their state. Didn't I tell you?
Who told you not to believe me?
You've only traversed half the way. Would you like to go back and try again? The three immediately shook their heads. No way, no way. We're not going back, not even if you kill us. We've had enough scares for today. Having encountered such terror halfway through, who knows what bizarre things lie ahead? Some tourists were drawn to their expressions, clearly indicating that the experience inside must have been quite harrowing, and many were eager for that thrill. Before long, a fresh wave of visitors entered, albeit in smaller groups. If too many entered at once, the experience would diminish. The owner of this haunted house has truly struck gold. Gu Ningning and the others are indeed effective NPCs. Gu Ningning has finally freed herself from that coffin. She must be searching for another hiding place now. Everyone came in with beaming smiles, and I'm just waiting for their expressions to change. Inside the haunted house, the original NPCs were not particularly frightening. Many visitors were still laughing and joking as they ventured through the first half. How could this be scary? Those three men are just too timid. Is this all it takes to frighten them so? With their height, one girl spoke with a hint of smugness. However, her pride was short-lived. Chapter 47. The three girls go on a rampage in the haunted house. Gu Ningning had not entered the coffin. She was wandering outside. Upon hearing the voice of a girl, she suddenly peeked out from around the corner, tilting her head sharply and revealing a sinister grin. The five individuals froze in shock, rooted to the spot.
Ah,
A ghost. My goodness. That grin and behavior are too eerie. How can she perform such movements? How is she able to make her eyes devoid of any black? Sister, why don't you just stay in the coffin? If you're like this, not only will the visitors be terrified, but we can't handle it either. Gu Ningning thought they hadn't been scared enough, yet their sudden scream startled her. This girl has a remarkable voice. She could easily sing soprano. The three boys and two girls were too preoccupied to notice one another, all desperately fleeing forward, while Gu Ningning leisurely trailed behind.
Hihihi, slow down a beat.
Gu Ningning intentionally made her voice float ethereally, fluctuating in volume. Is she a real ghost or a fake one? Why do I feel she is genuine? The girl who had boasted earlier now spoke with a trembling voice, haunted by the thought of a head appearing before her. The boy beside her swallowed hard and said, "It's fake. It's definitely fake. This is a haunted house. How could there be anything real inside?" The moment those words left his mouth, a heavy silence fell over the five.
Right.
This is a haunted house. If there is anything here, it must be fake. But what if one of the fakes is real? You see, why does she seem to be gliding? The quiet girl glanced back, and it was a sight to behold. Her legs turned to jelly. Gu Ningning had somehow donned a long skirt, taking delicate steps forward, giving the illusion of gliding to those watching from afar. The four of them, upon hearing her words, quickly glanced back. Oh my.
Run.
It seems Gu Ningning has stripped the NPC of her wardrobe. Gu Ningning, hand it over. Let me show you my skills. Don't run ahead. Running further ahead leads to the resting place of coffins, where 4 spirits are suspended within. Unfortunately, the 5 individuals in the barrage here remain oblivious to this grim reality as they charge directly into that venue. Yang Mei, spotting the newcomers, hurriedly nudged Cheng Xia. The 5 below mistakenly believed they had arrived at a sanctuary, with a few of them even finding a spot to rest. My goodness! This haunted house is rather different from those I have experienced before. Such a terrifying place surely cannot be unknown online. A young man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his goosebumps still very much present. Do you need paper? A female voice called out. The boy thought it was one of his companions and replied, Thank you, do you have any paper? The girl beside him found his confusion perplexing. But you already have some, don't you? Suddenly, a white piece of paper fell from the sky, causing the 5 to freeze in place. In perfect synchrony, they slowly raised their heads, where Cheng Xia and Yang Mei above greeted them with smiles. Do you need paper? Cheng Xia repeated, her voice playful. Aha! Gu Ningning arrived just in time to hear several piercing screams, and it was evident what sort of chaos lay within. TSK, how tragic. Spending money to suffer. My heavens, if I were in there, I might just die of fright. I truly am not suited for horror shows. I feel as though I am right there with them, screaming alongside those 5. My mother has already kicked me out. Just now, I thought it was that girl speaking. But when she said she wasn't he, I began to doubt it, yet I was still scared. Yang Mei and Cheng Xia had already grasped the trick of it. But 2 individuals seemed to lack presence, namely Yan Luo and Yi Hua. Those 2 appear to have never stepped foot outside. Are they perhaps asleep on the bed? It seemed unlikely they were truly asleep, given the frequent screams echoing around. I feel as though we are unnecessary. The 3 of them are already wreaking havoc here.
Yi Hua said.
Yan Luo replied, I honestly don't understand either. Visiting a haunted house is merely paying for misery. Why spend money to suffer? Yan Luo had been afraid of ghosts as a child, always clinging to his parents or older brother until he was forced to become independent. He never participated in such ventures, as in horror films. Adventure is always the prelude to calamity. Yan Luo was quite cautious about his life. Gu Ningning, Cheng Xia, and Yang Mei had effectively ensured that all others perished in this area, and so far, no one had managed to clear the challenge. The owner, initially amused, began to feel concerned. Having no one clear the levels was not ideal. Consequently, the 3 were ushered to the end. Now the owner has to come personally. So many players have perished here, spending full price for half a game. This ISNTA game, it's a matter of life and death. When 2 of them exited, they were literally dragged out by their companions, who, despite their own fear, did not abandon them, screaming and pulling their legs as they ran. A sight both pitiful and comical. With them gone, is it just Yi Hua and Yan Luo remaining? Can they manage? Given their earlier silence, the audience harbored doubts about their capabilities. When new players arrived at this location, they instinctively glanced towards the coffin above, having heard from those who emerged that a female ghost was trapped inside, with 2 hanged spirits above. Where are the ghosts? Someone searched around but found no trace. Surely they wouldn't linger here. They must have fled to another place. Let us hurry. I feel this place is eerie. Chapter 48. Yi Hua almost got punched. Upon hearing that these individuals were about to leave, Yi Hua could hardly contain himself. If they left, how could they perform? He deliberately shook the bed, causing those below to witness it moving inexplicably. There's no wind here. How can that bed be shaking? A few swallowed hard, urging one another to investigate. You guys are boys. Be brave and check if anyone is on the bed. A girl cautiously nudged the boy beside her. He responded with irritation. Why should we go? Gender equality means we can be scared too. After much back and forth, no one stepped forward, and Yi Hua grew impatient. You'd be better off running than delaying here. After all, they can't catch you from the bed. Yi Hua's foot accidentally slipped out. Haha, that foot is hilarious. Why is it twitching? Yi Hua pondered for a moment, deciding to test the waters. Revealing his head at once felt unwise, so he extended his foot instead. The girl closest to him spotted it and clutched the arm of the boy beside her. Ah, look! Everyone followed her gaze, and Yi Hua's foot appeared notably agile, almost as if it were sentient. He even made a thumbs-up gesture with his toes. The initially frightened group suddenly found the situation less terrifying. Were the NPCs in here like this? Uffed. Yi Hua, what are you doing? You're meant to scare, not to amuse. Yi Hua has single-handedly pioneered a new dance style, toe dancing. Incredible. This is the first time I've seen someone's toes so flexible. What a peculiar talent. Perhaps stimulated by Yihua's antics, the group's fear diminished somewhat, and one brave young man mustered the courage to lift the blanket. Yihua's eerie grin suddenly emerged. Hello there. Care to join me for a cozy slumber? This bed is quite comfortable. He followed up with a wink. The group was so startled their hearts nearly stopped. The sight of a ghostly face was an overwhelming shock.
Ah.
Who wants to sleep with you? Get away. A fist the size of a sandbag suddenly swung his way, and Yihua's eyes widened as he quickly dove back onto the bed, narrowly avoiding the blow. What the heck? Why are you hitting me? Didn't you see the sign inside? The haunted house owner, observing via surveillance, hurriedly picked up the microphone to announce, "Attention! In the haunted house, do not strike NPCs, otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Yen Luo, though unaware of the external circumstances, understood from the broadcast that Yihua was in trouble. These individuals are far too violent, being scared and still resorting to violence? Good thing he didn't step forward. My goodness. When that fist came at me, I thought I was finished. In haunted houses, it is not uncommon for visitors to become overly aggressive. Numerous NPCs have suffered at their hands. During my stint as a part-time worker in a haunted house, I too faced such an incident. One young woman, startled by the experience, slapped me with a fierce blow, leaving me utterly bewildered. The crux of the matter is that one cannot retaliate. All that remains is a simmering frustration. Such visitors can be rather challenging and somewhat exasperating. If they were truly encountering a ghost, their violent reactions might be somewhat justified. But it is essential to remember that the entities within the haunted house are merely human NPCs. To resort to violence in such a context is rather excessive. Yihua's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He collapsed to the ground in an instant. Had he hesitated for even a second longer, a fist would have struck his face. After receiving a warning, the three individuals seemed to calm down somewhat, though the young woman appeared irked as she struck the young man. Why did you resort to violence? What if you truly injured someone? The young man, slightly embarrassed, replied, "It was merely a reflex. Perhaps we should make our exit." Cautiously, the trio navigated past the bed, while Yen Luo remained motionless, lying there like a statue. Once they had departed, Yihua could no longer contain himself and tumbled off the bed. What is it about our visitors that makes them act this way? When those three were here, the scares seemed far more effective. Are the two of us not frightening enough? Even we would be terrified by our own makeup. Yen Luo sat silently on the bed, pondering the same conundrum. Why were those three unfazed by the possibility of retaliation? Young men, this is a consequence of your inexperience, came a voice of wisdom. Sister Gu, with her vast experience, would never fall victim to such aggression. The other two are suspended in midair, thus they have no opportunity to retaliate. The plight of the two sitting there was somewhat pitiable. Despite being NPCs in a haunted house, they now found themselves apprehensive about being assaulted by visitors. The atmosphere was entirely different when Gu Ningning and her companions were present. You two need to perk up. Don't waste the exquisite makeup Sister Gu has applied for you. The trio, comprising 2 men and a woman, charged forth with bravado. While other NPCs dared not challenge them, the issue lay in the fact that the male among them resorted to violence when startled, regardless of the warnings issued. Dealing with such visitors proved to be a genuine headache for them. Gu Ningning and her friends heard the announcement and recognized that a difficult group had arrived. Be cautious, you heard the broadcast. If these visitors are frightened, they may lash out. Stay behind me. I will scout ahead. Gu Ningning offered her meticulous advice to Cheng Xia and Yang Mei, concerned for their frail appearance. What would happen if they were genuinely injured? Clearly, working as an NPC in a haunted house carries its risks. I had considered taking on such a part-time job, but upon reflection, I think I shall refrain. In every profession, one encounters challenging individuals. However, with vigilance, one can often avoid harm. Those three, in my opinion, exceeded reasonable bounds, and their aggression escalated to outright violence. The NPC's role is to instill fear, and while they apologized verbally, they acted with hostility, their smiles revealing a rather unsettling demeanor. The situation remained rather lighthearted. The NPCs were not particularly terrifying, and the robust young man wore a smug expression. Upon entering Gu Ningning's domain, their confidence soared to new heights. Gu Ningning observed them and subtly extended her claws. Chapter 49. Gu Ningning, the sinister specter arising from the abyss. This time, Gu Ningning's target was the sturdy young man's neck. She had even taken the time to cool her hands by the air conditioner to ensure they felt icy. Suddenly, He felt an icy grip around his neck, sending shivers coursing down his spine. No, don't move. Something is clutching my neck. Upon uttering these words, his companions froze in place. Gu Ningning deliberately exhaled a chilling breath near their ears. Greetings. Her artificially crafted voice was sharp and grating, causing the hair on their necks to stand on end. The young woman merely turned her head slightly, and upon locking eyes with Gu Ningning, her mouth fell agape, her body tingling with fear, rendering her unable to scream. The robust young man reacted instinctively, throwing a punch, but Gu Ningning executed a serpentine maneuver. Dropping to the ground, she resembled a spider, sprawled out, raising her head and tilting it to reveal a sinister smile, a mouth stained crimson, teeth gleaming white, and eyes filled with malevolence, as if she had clawed her way from the depths of hell. Ha ha ha, let us play together, she exclaimed, rapidly crawling toward them.
Ah,
I don't want to play anymore.
run.
The two young men each grabbed the young woman by an arm and dragged her away, her lower half trailing along the ground. Observing their desperate and pitiful retreat, Gu Ningning found the encounter rather dull. She had anticipated a more daring group, only to discover they were easily frightened. My goodness, I felt my hair stand on end. Forget those three. Even watching Gu Ningning from behind a screen sends chills down my spine. Even knowing she is merely a person, I still find her terrifying. It felt as if she were possessed just now. Could Gu Ningning take up acting, perhaps in horror films? Look behind you. There are two shadows following. Yihua and Yanluo, who had trailed behind, witnessed the entire spectacle unfold. Why Yanluo? My legs feel weak, Yihua exclaimed, clutching Yanluo's arm. Yanluo swallowed hard and forcefully removed her grasp. What's there to fear? That's just Gu Ningning. Gu Ningning remained on the ground, finding her position quite comfortable when suddenly she heard voices from behind. However, she did not recognize them as Yihua and Yanluo. She assumed they were more visitors. A sly smile crept across her face as she pivoted and charged toward them. Her crawling was distinctly eerie, and her speed was unnerving.
Ah,
Don't come any closer. Yihua leaped onto Yanluo, who instinctively caught her. Yihua seized Yanluo's hair, frantically tugging while screaming, run.
run.
She's coming for us. She's possessed by a ghost. Gazing at the advancing Gu Ningning, Yanluo took off in sprint. Why are you jumping on me? Can't you run on your own? Do you have any idea how heavy you are? He lamented, sprinting with exasperation. When Gu Ningning approached and realized who they were, she hesitated momentarily, intending to greet them, only to witness the two performing an impromptu princess carry as they fled, screaming. Gu Ningning tuklet.
Oops.
Friendly fire. Yanluo, your boyfriend's strength is off the charts. Yihua, you jumped on him, and he held you so steadily while running. Amidst the chaos, Yihua screamed while Yanluo dashed forward, creating a peculiar yet entertaining dynamic. Surely, they recognized Gu Ningning. Was such fear really warranted? There is no need to hesitate. You can certainly give it a try. Gu Ningning appears as if she has been possessed by something sinister. Even if one recognizes her as Gu Ningning, what difference does it make? Terror is terror after all. When the tourists who entered later reached the center, they were suddenly confronted by the approaching Yanluo and Yihua. Yihua was incessantly shrieking, his voice high-pitched and piercing, echoing throughout the enclosed space. Coupled with his distorted expression, his already made-up face appeared even more horrifying. Yanluo, with a serious demeanor, was sprinting while embracing him, the contrasting expressions of the two creating an atmosphere of sheer absurdity. Oh my heavens! Run for your lives. I wondered why it was so easy to get here. It turns out the most terrifying part lies right here. Why aren't they slowing down? Their actions seem rather peculiar. The one being held appears somewhat deranged. A normal person wouldn't act this frantically. I have a bad feeling about this. Typically, haunted houses are laden with malevolent energy. What if something truly sinister has infiltrated? Before long, the tourists began to scream and scatter, transforming the haunted house into a chaotic frenzy. Gu Ningning chased after Yihua and Yanluo. While they pursued a group of tourists, the scene both bizarre and comical. Haha, this dramatic effect is truly remarkable. I declare the ultimate victor to be Gu Ningning. Yang Mei and Cheng Xia also succeeded in frightening those three individuals. Even the man prone to violence was rendered speechless with fear. While the haunted house was brimming with excitement, Wei Kale's side was utterly dull. He couldn't fathom what his fans were raving about, as his live stream barely attracted 1,000 viewers. Where were his millions of fans? Didn't they claim to have millions of followers regardless of audience numbers? Where had they all gone? After being recognized, Wei Kale lost his allure. People merely wanted to take a photo with him, and he was now aimlessly wandering the streets. Initially, people were surprised to see him, but as they grew accustomed to his presence, it became rather mundane, with many glancing at him as they passed by. Wei Kale's expression was not particularly pleasant. The crowd that had surrounded him earlier were not true fans, but rather curious onlookers. Why is he just wandering around here? Is he that bored? Well, of course, he must be bored. With nothing to do, it's only natural. If he has nothing to do, he should find something to occupy himself. Being recognized doesn't mean he should give up. He certainly can't let the audience witness his idleness. The director was also quite troubled, hoping someone could remind him to find a task, at least to generate some topic of conversation. Who brought Wei Kale here? He exhibited no sense of entertainment and was utterly unmanageable. The intention behind concealing their identities was to encourage them to abandon their former personas and create buzz, allowing the audience to see them engage in a battle of wits with the masses. If Wei Kale could excel in this segment, perhaps he could break free from his past image, demonstrating that he was not merely an idol, yet he failed to seize this opportunity. Chapter 50. Wei Kale encountered a conundrum. I'm done. This haunted house is cursed. The tourists gasped for breath as they fled, their hairs standing on end. They turned around, only to be dumbfounded. Wait, how come you two are still chasing us out? Indeed. Yi Hua and Yan Luo had followed them out, meaning they too had been frightened into fleeing. Gu Ningning exclaimed, "Why are you two running? If you keep this up, you'll be outside. I want to eat you." These two seemed to have some issues. They were all in the same group, so why were they running? Ha ha ha. What comedic characters Yi Hua and Yan Luo are. Yet, Yan Luo's stamina is truly impressive. He actually managed to carry Yi Hua all the way out. A sudden thought has crossed my mind. Refrain from sharing your filthy thoughts. They're merely playing a game, and you're over here thinking inappropriately. Once outside, Yan Luo abruptly dropped Yi Hua, then leaned on his knees, gasping for air. I must ask, do you have some sort of issue? Couldn't you run on your own? Do you realize I nearly collapsed? I've lived this long without ever princess carrying a man. Yi Hua sat on the ground with a look of appeasement. The situation was too urgent at that moment. I didn't react quickly enough. And once we were on the road, it was too late to get down. Yan Luo scoffed, not responding to his words. Onlookers commented, "You two seem like NPCs from the haunted house. Can NPCs even come out?" Suddenly, Yi Hua and Yan Luo felt something was off with the lighting and slowly raised their heads, only to find a circle of people surrounding them, all staring intently. Holy moly! They actually ran out of the haunted house. Yi Hua remarked, "I think the situation is somewhat amiss." Yan Luo rolled his eyes with a smirk, and just as Yi Hua anticipated a witty retort, Yan Luo turned and dashed away, leaving Yi Hua sitting there in shock. Wait! You can't just leave me here. How can you be like this? Yan Luo's contrast is truly astounding. I thought he was going to mock Yi Hua again, but instead, he just bolted without looking back. Haha, Yan Luo's character is becoming increasingly entertaining. His tsundere personality is simply delightful. The former lovesick fool has transformed into a little tsundere. Gu Ningning, how foolish you are. Gu Ningning is unworthy of Yan Luo. Despite the commotion around them, no one recognized them, and they remained unrecognized until the afternoon shift ended. The haunted house owner was grinning from ear to ear upon seeing them. These 5 individuals were like 5 auspicious deities. Come. Here's your reward for today. You all performed excellently, and I've decided to add a little extra, 200 for each of you. As they gazed at the red bills in their hands, all 5 of them simultaneously broke into wide grins. Observing their delight, the haunted house owner cautiously made a request. "Miss Ghost, do you have time over the next few days? Could we invite you to our haunted house for some training, specifically for training NPCs? I've been running this haunted house for so long and have never encountered anyone like you. Your aura is truly distinctive, and your timing and presence were impeccable. I'd love for you to work here long-term." All eyes turned toward Gu Ningning, who was equally astonished. "You wish for me to come here for training? This is the first time someone has made such a request. Could it be that I truly possess a talent for haunting?" The owner quickly nodded. Yes. Please consider your availability. It won't be for long. How does 2 weeks sound? A daily compensation of 300, just half a day's work. Wow. 300 for half a day's work is quite generous. Yi Hua nudged Yan Luo and whispered, "Look at her. She can earn money wherever she goes. How can there be such a disparity between people?" Yan Luo stepped aside, distancing himself slightly, muttering, "It's you. I can also earn money in other ways. Yang Mei and Cheng Xia gazed at Gu Ningning with admiration, truly worthy of being called Sister Gu. Not only could she assist them in completing their tasks, but she could also generate income and even find employment. Impressive. TSK, why didn't I receive such treatment when I was an NPC in the haunted house? I believe I possess the qualities of a ghost myself. Honestly, you might not have her aura. After Gu Ningning applied her makeup, she truly emanated a ghostly presence. An eerie and sinister quality that I find difficult to articulate. While the 5 of them are making money over here, Wei Kale is being swindled over there. What a grand spectacle. Observing this comment, many viewers flocked to the live stream, captivated by the notion of being deceived. The mere sight of those 2 words hinted at a significant drama unfolding. I truly did not push you. I barely touched you. Please do not act irrationally. Wei Kale looked at the elderly woman on the ground, feeling utterly helpless and speechless. He had merely passed by when the woman suddenly collapsed at his feet, immediately accusing him of having pushed her. Was he either simply idle or lacking in sense? What would he gain from pushing her? The elderly lady wailed. How could you? Young man? You appear respectable, yet you show no regard for the elderly and the young. Clearly, you are the one who knocked me down. And now you refuse to admit it. My foot hurts terribly. It must be broken. The crowd around them grew larger, many recognizing Wei Kale. As the number of onlookers increased, Wei Kale's expression grew more anxious. Should this incident be captured and shared online, he would undoubtedly trend on social media. I truly did not push her. She deliberately fell by my feet. Wei Kale regretted his well-groomed appearance, for how else could he have been embroiled in such a situation? The elderly woman was poorly dressed and quite aged, prompting a flood of righteous indignation from overly sympathetic bystanders who began to blame Wei Kale. Upon learning that he was a somewhat famous star, their excitement only intensified, and they sided with what they perceived to be the weaker party. This celebrity is abusing his status. Knocking someone down is no trivial matter. At the very least, he should help her up instead of shirking responsibility. The criticisms mounted, nearly driving Wei Kale to madness. It was only his first day here, and this show truly seemed cursed.
Chapter 11, Yihua.
The chosen eunuch of male protagonists. The chaos surrounding Wei Kale had reached a boiling point, and viewers in the live stream were on the verge of exasperation. Although Wei Kale could be somewhat annoying, it was evident that he was indeed the victim of a scam. Where are the staff? Hurry and come explain. These people are truly self-righteous. Making comments without understanding the situation is infuriating to witness. That old lady on the ground, doesn't he look like a good person at all? Wei Kale's fans were nearing a frenzy. After all, he was merely an 18-year-old who had just come of age. Utterly unsure of how to navigate such a predicament. As the crowd swelled, the staff eventually arrived to address the issue. Fortunately, they were filming the show, capturing everything on tape. Otherwise, there would have been no way to clarify the matter. After watching the replay, those who had accused him suddenly wore sour expressions, though they still stubbornly held their ground. If you are innocent, then you must clarify the situation. How can we know if you do not explain? We only meant well. Thankfully, the situation has been resolved, right? It was truly unfortunate for that elderly lady to resort to deception. Gazing at the faces of the crowd, Wei Kale suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and forced a strained smile. If he were to lose his temper on the spot, he would surely trend again.
All right.
The matter has been settled. Do not be angry anymore. The task for today has concluded, and you are the only one who has been exposed. So, you will be responsible for dinner tonight. Hearing the staff's words, Wei Kale could hardly believe it. Am I the only one exposed? None of the other 5 were recognized? The staff nodded, confirming that the others had yet to be identified. The dinner would be prepared by the production team. But he would need to cook. Of course, if the others were willing to assist, they had no objections, though it remained to be seen whether they would help him. Wei Kale's lips quirked in frustration. Those 5 would never lend him a hand. They were currently banded together, isolating him. How could he expect their aid? TSK, how pitiful. If you had disguised yourself well, it wouldn't have come to this. Young man, you are still too naive. On such a show, you should shed your idle burden. Just do what the production team asks of you. Your idle baggage is too heavy. He comes from an idle background, so naturally, he carries that burden. I hope he can come to terms with it, otherwise, he will struggle on this show. Just look at Yan Luo. He was so miserable in the first episode, but now that he is let loose, he has truly soared. Yan Luo suddenly sneezed, causing Yi Hua to feel a chill at the nape of his neck. You sprayed snot on my neck, Yi Hua exclaimed, horrified as he felt the slimy substance, his expression contorting in disgust, transforming into a caricature of an elderly woman. The over 6-foot-tall man let out a shriek sharper than any girl's, complete with a little stomp and delicate gestures, resembling an old matron. Gu Ningning, Yang Mei, and Cheng Xia promptly distanced themselves from the two, utterly disgusted. How could these two be so unhygienic? Yen Luo, equally embarrassed by Yi Hua's twisted expression, wondered how he had sneezed at such an inopportune moment.
His nose had been blocked all day.
I truly didn't mean to. I'll get you a tissue right away.
Don't come near me.
If you dare to approach, I will fight you on the spot. Yi Hua pointed his delicate finger at him, his expression deadly serious.
Ha ha ha.
Yen Luo and Yi Hua have provided me with most of my laughter today. Don't you think they have great chemistry? Yes, yes. I too think they have wonderful chemistry. It seems I'm not the only one who feels this way. While you marvel at their chemistry, I am in awe of Yen Luo's sneeze. He managed to spray his snot quite cleanly. His nose may be clean, but Yi Hua's neck is now dirty. Pfft.
Ha ha.
Yi Hua looks absolutely ridiculous. He could expand his acting repertoire. Perhaps he could play a eunuch in a historical drama. Considering how many novels of that genre exist, if adapted into a series, he could star as the male lead in a eunuch-themed story. I am quite pleased with his current state. Yi Hua, are you all polite? I am in utter despair, and you still want me to play a eunuch. Are you still my fans? The Yen family members, upon witnessing the scene, wore equally disdainful expressions. Yan's mother gazed at her eldest son, perplexed, and remarked, "When did your brother become so unkempt?" Yen Hua replied, "How should I know?" Yan's father clicked his tongue in disapproval, exclaiming, "Truly revolting. If he dares to return home like this, I shall strike him down with my slipper." Yen Hua interjected, "That's excessive. He is your own flesh and blood." It dawned on Yen Hua that ever since his brother had participated in the show, his standing in the family had plummeted. Even the household dog now held a higher status than he did. Upon returning to their abode, Yi Hua immediately headed for the shower, with Yen Luo trailing behind, wishing to apologize. However, as soon as he approached, Yi Hua shrieked, as if feeling threatened, causing Yen Luo to hesitate in fear. After Yi Hua had entered the shower, Yang Mei rubbed her ears and quietly remarked, "In all the time I've known him, this is the first time I've seen him so utterly unravel, breaking down to the point of adopting a rather effeminate demeanor." Cheng Xia nodded in agreement, adding, "To be honest, his delicate mannerisms were rather appealing, and his poise had a certain charm." Gu Ningning, observing the two, wore a particularly complex expression. "Are you two serious? While he is in such a state of distress, you are still discussing these matters? After all, he's been a friend for so many years." Nonetheless, Yi Hua's recent demeanor was indeed captivating. She had been reading a novel where the male lead was a genuine eunuch and was considering acquiring the adaptation rights. Yi Hua's appearance seemed fitting for such a role. Gu Ningning affirmed with a nod. "Sister Gu, what do you think of Yi Hua's recent portrayal?" The two eagerly awaited her evaluation. Gu Ningning replied, "Quite impressive. I just acquired the rights to a novel and am preparing to adapt it into a television series. He could certainly audition for it." The two looked on with curious faces, inquiring, "What type of novel is it?" Gu Ningning responded, "It's a eunuch story, a genuine eunuch at that." Cheng Xia and Yang Mei exclaimed, "Are you serious?" Chapter 52, The Little Green Tea's Defeat, Sister Gu's Majesty, Yen Luo's Misfortune. The audience erupted upon hearing Gu Ningning's words. Sister Gu is truly in sync with my thoughts. How does she know what I'm thinking? Gu Ningning, if you can't give compliments, then don't. Are you all discussing this without considering Yi Hua's feelings? He's probably still in the bathroom, overwhelmed, while his fans must have their opinions too. Who says we have issues with that? This is a meal provided by our benefactor, and he's the male lead. So what if he is a eunuch? We are not picky. Are you serious? Is Yi Hua your main character or your adversary? Yi Hua's fans were on the verge of jubilation. He had long occupied a middling position in the entertainment industry, often cast as the second male lead, a perennial supporting character. Gu Ningning appeared to be someone of considerable means. The novels she acquired must be of high caliber, and many eunuch characters are particularly charismatic. If he could portray such a role well, how could he not achieve fame? Most importantly, he was the male lead. This was a role of significance. Even if the character was eccentric, they would accept it. Yi Hua, are you truly my fans? Wei Kale returned slightly later than the others, appearing as if all vitality had been drained from him, presenting a stark contrast to his morning self. Yang Mei, noticing his condition, expressed concern. Are you all right? Wei Kale forced a strained smile, replying, I'm fine. Congratulations to all the seniors for successfully concealing yourselves today. Chung Xia approached with a glass of water. Noticing his pallor, you don't look well. Would you like to rest for a bit? Wei Kale shook his head, no need. Cooking tonight is another opportunity for me to showcase my talents. Gu Ningning observed Wei Kale, who seemed hesitant to speak, his hand wavering back and forth. Gu Ningning, are you rapping? Your robotic dance moves are quite impressive. Why does Sister Gu look so peculiar? Is something wrong? Gu Ningning, unable to contain herself any longer, seriously asked Wei Kale, may I pose a question without you getting upset? Do you truly know how to cook? Wei Kale's smile faltered at once. He had intended to claim he could learn as he cooked, but Gu Ningning's next comment rendered him speechless. Please don't say you'll learn while cooking. Do you see that individual beside you? That's your senior, Yan Luo. I'm not sure if you watched the last episode, but your senior truly shone. Preparing a meal while learning, even feeding his dish to his love interest, and concocting a rather dubious soup. Yan Luo, taken aback by this revelation, widened his eyes and looked at Gu Ningning, who remained unfazed by his gaze. The haunting memories are resurfacing. Last episode, Yan Luo indeed left a lasting impression. Ha ha ha. Yan Luo's expression is quite amusing. He wishes to retort but is at a loss, for what Gu Ningning stated is indeed the truth. Do you not find Gu Ningning's comments rather rude? They lack respect for Yan Luo and could embarrass Wei Kale, who is a newcomer. Shouldn't they care for him? Who says they must cater to newcomers? They've already shown considerable kindness to Wei Kale. It's just that he isolated himself from everyone. It's essential to inquire about cooking skills in advance, allowing everyone to prepare mentally. Otherwise, food poisoning could lead to serious trouble. Gu Ningning's blunt inquiry indeed struck a nerve with Wei Kale. Sister Gu, what do you mean by that? Do you dislike me? Gu Ningning retorted. When did I ever say I disliked you? Yang Mei exchanged glances with Chung Xia, and they discreetly stepped back. The newcomer certainly harbored many thoughts, but he directed them at the wrong person. When did I say I disliked you? I don't even know you. I merely inquired if you could cook. If you can, then respond affirmatively. If not, there are many of us here who can assist you. If you pretend to know, and it leads to food poisoning, that would be quite troublesome. At that moment, Yihua emerged from the bathroom and caught wind of the phrase food poisoning. Who else experiencing food poisoning? Haven Tiwi yet dined? Who else eating recklessly? Yang Mei swiftly covered his mouth, hissing, silence. This individual seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Was this battlefield one where they could participate? Yan Luo felt a twinge of sympathy for Wei Kale, thinking, why provoke Gu Ningning of all people? She is a veritable bomb, and her detonation is unpredictable. One can never ascertain when she will explode. Moreover, one cannot foresee the contents of this bomb. The destructive potential remains unknown. The essence of Wei Kale's green tea persona is palpable even from across the screen. How can a boy just stepping into adulthood be so adept at pretense? Is he truly debuting as an idol? I believe he should consider acting instead. Alas, the newcomer has yet to grasp the intricacies of the situation. Even if you wish to provoke others, it is wise not to antagonize Gu Ningning. This lady acts according to her whims. If she is in good spirits, you shall fare well, as evidenced by the trio of troublemakers. However, should she be displeased, one might reflect on the misfortunes of Gu Jinzhe and Yan Luo from the previous episode. Currently, Wei Kale finds himself at a loss for words. Cornered by Gu Ningning, who is the first person he has encountered that eschews even the pretense of saving face. Observing his bewildered expression, Gu Ningning decides to grant him another chance, considering he has only just reached adulthood. Just tell me if you can cook. If not, we shall prepare a meal together. An eager staff member rushes in, stating, no assistance allowed. That is the rule for this task. Gu Ningning retorts, silence. It seems you are not the one at risk of food poisoning. If the dish he prepares is something you plan to consume, then we may forego assistance. The staff member promptly falls silent, taken aback. Witnessing that even the staff cannot withstand Gu Ningning's formidable presence, a flicker of trepidation crosses Wei Kale's mind. I'm not particularly skilled at cooking. Seeing that Wei Kale has ceased to stir trouble, Chung Xia hurries over to ease the atmosphere, assuring him, it's all right. We can cook together. Chapter 53. Ignoring the elderly's advice leads to imminent misfortune. As they all huddle in the kitchen, the staff can only sigh in resignation. The director is on the verge of exploding. What use is it for me to orchestrate today's tasks if they all cook together? Gu Ningning is truly a toxin. What have I done to deserve this in my past life? Noticing the irate director, a nearby staff member murmurs, What if you had to eat the dishes Wei Kale prepares? The director responds, whose side are you on? I personally selected all these ingredients. Even if they are poorly cooked, they won't be toxic. Safety is strictly monitored. I think I just heard the director's roar. Did I mishear? No, you heard correctly. The director is indeed in a rage. Gu Ningning is undoubtedly his nemesis, yet perhaps a blessing in disguise. Without her, I doubt this program would have achieved its current popularity. At this moment, Gu Ningning and her 5 companions are bustling about in the kitchen. The culinary assassin Yan Luo has been assigned to wash vegetables outside, while Wei Kale, unaware of Yan Luo's reputation, is similarly tasked. They find themselves pondering over the abalone before them. Yan Luo turns to Wei Kale, earnestly asking, do you know how to clean this? Isn't it just ready to eat? Wei Kale shakes his head. I'm not really sure. Perhaps we should wash the vegetables first. Yan Luo agrees that sounds good. Oh no. Why do I feel these two might struggle with washing vegetables? They both exude an aura of cluelessness. Can they truly clean the vegetables properly? The audience harbors doubts about the duo, and they soon validate those concerns. While washing the asparagus, they discard all the stalks, leaving only the leaves. When it comes to the cauliflower, they tear it apart, claiming it must be rinsed thoroughly to eliminate any dirt. The pristine vegetables transform under their hands into a disheveled mess. Have you two finished washing the vegetables? We need to start cooking, Ihua calls out, only to be greeted by a disheartening sight. Is this what you've washed? Where are the asparagus stalks? The two, crouched on the floor, look up with innocent expressions. Can the stalks be eaten too? No wonder there are so few leaves. We must have been meant to eat the stalks. Ihua's mouth twitches, suddenly feeling quite useful. At least for knowing how to wash vegetables. Good heavens, these two truly lack basic life skills. One is a wealthy young master, the other a big star. They have no need to cook for themselves, with most of their meals already prepared and served to them. This lack of common knowledge is astounding. It's my first time witnessing cauliflower being so thoroughly dismantled, turning it into a constellation of florets. Yan Luo's parents, upon seeing the heap of vegetables, fall into silence. After this episode, they resolve to help him improve his culinary skills, as it is simply too embarrassing. I think we should enroll him in a cooking class. His older brother had a good experience in one. Let us sign him up quickly. Yan Luo's parents discuss and promptly register him for a cooking course. Gu Ningning and her companions fall silent as they observe the dishes being brought in. Gu Ningning gazes at the cauliflower, seriously asking the two, do you harbor a grudge against cauliflower? Why have you reduced it to such a state? Yan Luo's expression stiffens slightly, yet he maintains his defiance. Could you speak normally? We simply didn't know how to handle it. You didn't inform us either. Gu Ningning opens her mouth but ultimately refrains from responding, instead giving them a thumbs up in approval. They are then promptly ushered out. Thank goodness we didn't let Wei Kale cook alone. I shudder to think what we would have eaten. Yang Mei sighs relieved. The meal consists of 6 dishes and 1 soup, quite a feast. Wei Kale devours his food voraciously, having eaten little throughout the day.
Slow down.
Don't rush your meal, Gu Ningning says, ladling him a bowl of soup. Ihua warns, don't eat so much at night, or your stomach won't handle it. Also, don't overindulge in these cold dishes. It could lead to an upset stomach. Wei Kale wipes his mouth and mumbles, what else there to handle? Don't worry. My stomach is just fine. At this moment, such words seem a tad ominous. Perhaps it would have been better if he had kept quiet. Gu Ningning's culinary skills appear commendable. Indeed, the greatest sense of security comes from Sister Gu. These stars likely don't consume so much in one sitting, nor such heavily flavored dishes. I hope he doesn't end up in trouble for eating so much. At 10 o'clock that night, Wei Kale is lamentably carried away by the staff, while the other 5 watch in a line. I told you not to eat so much. Now look at the consequences. His stomach can't handle it. Yua shakes his head, feeling frustrated with the young man's stubbornness. Suddenly, neighbors begin opening their doors. Bewildered by the figure being carried away, unsure of its gender, only hearing the cries and seeing the clutching of the abdomen. Due to the pain, Wei Kale's voice has become quite high-pitched, leading to a misunderstanding. Whose little wife is that? Is she about to give birth? Could it be the Li family's young bride? Her due date seems to be this month. Hearing the gossip from the nearby aunties, the 5 who know the truth. Ha ha ha. I knew watching the live stream would be a wise choice. Tonight has turned into quite the spectacle. Wei Kale was surprisingly mistaken for a pregnant woman. Quickly observe the expressions of these 5 individuals. Each one is more delightful than the last. This time, we are by the seaside, and most of the evening's fare consists of seafood, which indeed proves to be a bit too much to handle. Let us proceed inside. The sea breeze tonight is rather chilly, Gu Ningning suggested, pulling her neck in. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders has led to immediate consequences. This is a prime example. The night passed in such a manner, and by the early hours of the next day, Wei Kale was brought back, appearing somewhat unwell, yet slightly improved compared to the previous day. Chapter 54, Gu Ningning, Behold My Prowess. Seeing Wei Kale return safely, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group, particularly from the director, who had been the most anxious. My goodness, this is truly testing my psychological endurance. I feel as though this program is perpetually on the brink of disaster. Today's tasks were arranged by the production team, and since we are by the sea, they all pertain to maritime activities. Camping on an island. The announcement from the staff left everyone stunned. They had only just arrived the day before, and given the events that transpired, it was unexpected that the production team would concoct yet another plan, this time involving island camping. Indeed, we shall camp on the island for 3 days, and rest assured, the safety of that island is quite assured. We have already conducted a reconnaissance, and the resources available are plentiful. Gu Ningning remarked, when you say resources are abundant, it won't involve us surviving in the wild, will it? The staff smiled silently. Yet the implication was clear. I never anticipated encountering wilderness survival on a travel variety show. The production team has truly outdone themselves this time. Are the survival supplies provided by the show? It seems like everyone is unaware of this, as living outdoors carries considerable risks. For some reason, I have an inkling that many unpredictable events will transpire on that island. Is there any situation surrounding our sister Gu that isn't unpredictable? If her circumstances were predictable, would so many events have unfolded? That is a valid point. Sister Gu is indeed remarkable. Gazing at the small wooden boat before them, everyone fell into a contemplative silence. Yen Luo took a deep breath and earnestly turned to the staff member beside him, asking, Are you certain we are expected to paddle this to the other side? Is it safe? The staff continued to smile, assuring everyone, please rest assured, safety is guaranteed. And the island is not far from here. Kindly look up. Following his gaze, they beheld the fabled island. Gu Ningning's lips twitched. Are you sure this qualifies as an island? Is it really only 300 meters from the mainland? I was unnecessarily worried, it seems.
Hey.
Isn't this for everyone's safety? This island is a tourist attraction, and its scenery is particularly beautiful. There are plenty of coconuts. As long as you manage to procure some, feel free to indulge. 3 small boats were provided, 1 for each pair. Once everyone was aboard, the staff suddenly announced a new rule. The first team to arrive would receive a prize, items beneficial for the next 3 days, so everyone should give it their all. As his words faded, Gu Ningning seized Yen Luo and, with a swift slap, chided him. What are you staring at?
Paddle, quickly.
How had they drawn the same lot again? What a fateful pairing. Sister Gu, please let go. Yen Luo rolled his eyes. After that slap, I reckon I've lost half my life. She is certainly no ordinary girl. The other 2 groups displayed a remarkable synergy. While Gu Ningning and Yen Luo seemed to be inherently mismatched, paddling in circles despite their efforts. Are your limbs coordinated at all? If not, just sit still. Gu Ningning firmly restrained him, then took up a paddle in each hand, propelling the boat forward with an astonishing vigor.
Yen Luo, no.
Could you at least consider my feelings?
Ah.
Charge ahead. Let South secure first place. Gu Ningning's biceps bulged as her expression turned fierce, her eyes practically ablaze. What had become of her once lovely visage? Seeing her in this state, Yen Luo instinctively shifted back, thinking her demeanor was downright terrifying. Don't just sit there like a mute. Shout out. If you're not contributing physically, at least make some noise. Yen Luo,
Yihua.
hearing the commotion, glanced back and was nearly petrified, hurriedly paddling in a frenzy. Run, run. Sister Gu is closing in. Gu Ningning continually shatters my preconceptions. Does she truly not care about her image at all? I've captured this gif. In the foreground, Gu Ningning is ferocious, while in the background, Yen Luo appears helpless. For those interested, visit my homepage.
Wow.
Are Gu Ningning's biceps for real? How come they aren't apparent at first glance? I feel like she could knock me out with a single punch. Thanks to Gu Ningning's efforts, they successfully caught up to Yihua and Yangmei. As the 2 boats brushed past one another, Yihua looked on enviously at Yen Luo. Why did he get to sit back and relax while it looked so comfortable? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Gu Ningning suddenly pivoted, sweeping her paddle, sending Yen Luo tumbling into the water. Yen Luo,
Can you swim?
Gu Ningning hurriedly inquired as she crawled to the edge of the boat. Yen Luo, sporting a swollen cheek, was utterly speechless. Why did you need to turn around? Could you not have set the paddle down while doing so? Upon confirming he was relatively unharmed, Gu Ningning sighed in relief. I was just concerned since you had been so quiet. At least make some noise if you're sitting there. Yen Luo scoffed twice. Well, I truly appreciate your concern. Ha ha, Gu Ningning, watch me sweep through the ranks. Yen Luo is undeniably overshadowed by Gu Ningning. Despite being a tall and robust man, why does he seem so diminutive beside her? This is a matter of presence. Gu Ningning's audacious aura is rarely matched by anyone. You've already fallen in. Why not just stay there? If you can swim, just push the boat from behind. Gu Ningning's words dictated Yen Luo's fate. He was nearly amused to the point of anger. Did you not think to ask if I concurred? Gu Ningning cast him a nonchalant glance. Do you agree? She was already poised to paddle away, ready to charge ahead should he voice dissent. Yen Luo, I agree.
Yi Hua and Yang Mei exchanged bewildered glances.
While Wei Kale and Cheng Xia, who had been paddling halfway, found themselves unable to make further progress, also stuck in place. With both hands gripping the oars, Gu Ningning leaned over the bow of the boat, fervently rowing, while Yen Luo propelled the vessel with all his strength. In this peculiar posture, the two of them reached the island, leaving the subsequent groups far behind.
Goodness.
They are incredibly bold, Cheng Xia remarked, genuinely impressed. Who remembers they were once the scions of affluent families? What has become of their image? Do they even care about it anymore? Gu Ningning seems unfazed. After all, she has distanced herself from the Gu family. But does the Yen family truly not concern themselves with Yen Luo? Who can forget the arrogant and sharp-tongued Yen Luo from the first episode? I can hardly recall that adoring persona of his. Let us not bring that up. That's the dark history of our little Yen family. Who hasn't he had a crush on someone unworthy in their youth? As for the rewards, Gu Ningning was solely focused on them. The staff quietly presented the prize, a folding barbecue grill. Is this really all? Are you so stingy? Gu Ningning couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. After her strenuous efforts, this was the reward she earned? The tents and various supplies lay in a heap. And now that the prizes were distributed, the staff announced their departure, urging everyone to stay safe for the next 3 days until they returned to collect them. Watching the staff gradually fade into the distance, the 6 individuals fell into a profound silence. Gu Ningning posed a crucial question. Does anyone here know how to set up a tent? All 5 others shook their heads in unison. Who among them would have a penchant for tent assembly? How can they be so unreliable? Will they really manage to survive these 3 days? If they can't even pitch a tent, how can they be expected to live well? Surviving would be a miracle. Gu Ningning took a tent and began assembling it, with the others mimicking her actions. Before long, an oddly shaped object emerged from Gu Ningning's hands. After completion, she found herself with several extra frames. Pondering her creation while stroking her chin, she mused, why does it seem somewhat off? Are tents supposed to be polyhedral? Yang Mei, observing the ambiguous object, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth before nudging Yi Hua beside her. Upon looking up, Yi Hua was taken aback. What on earth? This tent has hands and feet. Who crafted this? Yang Mei pointed at Gu Ningning, and Yi Hua promptly sealed his lips. Indeed, it was Sister Gu. Even her tent was remarkably unique, verging on sentience. This tent has hands and feet. Yi Hua, how do you manage to be so amusing? It's true. It really has that vibe. If a bolt of lightning were to strike it, it might just take on a human form, just missing a head. To have pitched a tent like this is truly a talent. Does she not realize how many extra frames she has? Look over there, at Yen Luo. He has successfully constructed a head, truly worthy of being in the same group. Yen Luo gazed at his creation, lost in thought, wondering where it had gone awry. As it was all sealed up, Gu Ningning examined the spherical form and her own polyhedron, then decided to combine the two. The onlookers thought, are they here to entertain us? Has the tent become sentient? Wei Kale had initially worried about his own efforts, but seeing the two of them, he felt entirely unfazed. Compared to them, at least his tent was habitable and correctly shaped. Yi Hua cautiously suggested, Sister, should we just dismantle this? It might be a fright at night. Indeed. The legendary duo has emerged. What brand is this tent? I want to see if I can make a tent person too. I have the same model at home. I just tried it, but I couldn't replicate it. I can't fathom how they made one with hands and feet and another that is spherical. I can't even imagine. Gu Ningning attempted to see if she could squeeze inside. She could, but only while standing, not lying down. Yan Luo tried as well, only to discover he couldn't find the zipper. How did you make yours round? Gu Ningning questioned Yan Luo, perplexed by his circular tent. I don't understand why you made yours with hands and feet, Yan Luo retorted. They exchanged a glance, then fell silent. Yan, should we lend a hand? Chen, the assistant, inquired of Yan Hua. Yan Hua looked at his foolish younger brother, then at Gu Ningning, finally exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. Let us find a few locals to assist them. Just someone who knows how to pitch a tent will suffice. What a coincidence. He had merely intended to visit the island to inspect his family's property, only to stumble upon this motley crew. Who could have anticipated the shock of seeing Gu Ningning fiercely rowing with her oars, while his younger brother sat behind, hugging his knees, appearing utterly helpless, and was swept overboard by others? He was almost tempted to turn back immediately. However, he began to understand why Yan Luo was so intimidated by Gu Ningning. This girl was truly fierce, unafraid of anything. The assistant discreetly gathered a group of locals, compensated them, and sent them over to help pitch the tents. When Gu Ningning saw these gentlemen approaching, she was taken aback. As the locals offered to assist with the tent setup, they quickly made way. The group of uncles stood stunned at the sight of the tent person. Are you all creating art? Is it possible for tents to be art? Gu Ningning and Yan Luo could only stare blankly. The others nearby bowed their heads, shoulders shaking with laughter. Haha, this is indeed a work of art. To pitch a tent like this is nothing short of artistic. These two are truly a rare sight, and this artwork is equally unique. Can this tent person be displayed? I want to buy it and place it in my home. Are you serious? Wouldn't you be frightened seeing it at night when you get up to use the restroom? It's hollow inside. Stop. The imagery is too vivid. With the uncle's assistance, the tent was swiftly erected. Once completed, the next issue was food. The production team provided them with a box of instant noodles, which they would have to rely on if they couldn't devise a plan over the next 3 days. How could we eat instant noodles by the seaside? We must indulge in seafood. The production team had supplied ample provisions, including fishing nets and rods. Aside from the absence of food, they had nearly everything. Gu Ningning's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of the fishing net. Sister Gu, do you know how to cast a net? Isn't that a skill requiring some technique? Yang Mei expressed her concerns, as Gu Ningning did not seem like someone accustomed to such tasks. Gu Ningning rubbed her hands together and confidently declared, Have you never seen a pig run just because you haven't eaten pork? I've observed others casting nets, and it appears to be as simple as a single throw. I possess sufficient strength. Her posture exuded immense confidence, drawing the attention of everyone around, all pausing their tasks to witness her technique. Though she radiated confidence, why did I feel a twinge of apprehension? The phrase about never having eaten pork yet having seen a pig run seems to herald an impending mishap. Casting a fishing net is indeed a skillful endeavor, and without proper technique, one simply cannot succeed. Gu Ningning truly relishes the prospect of trying new experiences. Steadying herself in a horse stance, Gu Ningning lifted the fishing net and swung it back with intent to cast it outward. However, the weight of the net was considerable, and as she swung backward, it slipped from her grasp entirely. Yan Luo and Yi Hua, standing together, observed her actions, only to be suddenly enveloped by the descending net. All eyes were upon them. The crowd gasped. Gu Ningning exclaimed, Oh dear. Are you two all right? Did I hurt you? She hurried over to assist them in disentangling the net. Yi Hua, flustered, exclaimed, Sister Gu, weren't we supposed to be catching fish? How did we end up caught in the net ourselves? Yang Mei and Cheng Xia could hardly contain their laughter, utterly surprised by the turn of events. They had expected the net to be simply tossed aside, never anticipating that Gu Ningning would lose her grip while swinging it back. Following this incident, the crowd hesitated to let Gu Ningning handle the fishing net again and instead handed her a fishing rod. Sister Gu, after careful consideration, this fishing rod suits you much better. We believe in your ability to catch fish. Go for it, Gu Ningning replied. Could you please refrain from sounding so cautious when you say that? I'm not that incompetent. Wei Kale, aloof, did not join in, regarding her with disdain, as if to say that someone who couldn't even throw a net was hardly worthy of respect. Sister Gu, they are looking down on you. Who dares to underestimate me? Gu Ningning? I shall silence them with my words. Wei Kale has taken up the fishing net. Can he handle it? Let us hope he doesn't fumble like Gu Ningning. Wei Kale, now in possession of the net, assumed a posture ready for casting. Gu Ningning, prepared with bait, stood back to back with him. The moment Wei Kale threw the net, he inadvertently flung himself forward. Gu Ningning, casting her fishing rod, inadvertently hooked him. The line tightened abruptly. pulling him forward while she leaned back, exclaiming, "What on earth have I caught? Darling, you've hooked a man."
Ha ha ha.
Their antics are simply extraordinary, one leaning back, the other lunging forward. Yet, Gu Ningning's strength is commendable. She is single-handedly holding Wei Kale in place. Wei Kale, behold my classic Michael Jackson move at a 45-degree angle. Sister, don't let go. You've got Wei Kale dangling by that line. Cheng Xia and Yang Mei rushed to assist Gu Ningning, while Yi Hua and Yan Luo hurried to help Wei Kale. As they approached, Wei Kale suddenly heard the tearing of fabric. In the final moment, as Yi Hua and Yan Luo reached him, the back of his shirt tore completely, and with a scream, he plunged into the sea. Yi Hua and Yan Luo, having extended their hands, were met with empty air. They exchanged a glance before sheepishly retracting their hands. "This is your fault. If you had been quicker, he wouldn't have fallen." "How is this my fault? We came here together. If blame is to be placed, it should be on the poor quality of his shirt, which ripped at the slightest tug. Ha ha ha. My stomach hurts from laughing. My mother thinks I've lost my mind." It seems the gods of variety shows have descended upon them, crafting a narrative so absurd that not even a script could capture it. Truth be told, had the four of them not rushed to help, Gu Ningning might have managed to haul Wei Kale back herself. It was their interference that caused the fish hook to tear the shirt. Wei Kale's fall was not from a great height, merely half a meter, and the sea beneath was deep, so he sustained no serious injury. Climbing back up, his expression was one of dismay, now clad only in a tattered t-shirt. "Are you alright?" Gu Ningning assessed him from head to toe, relieved to find he was uninjured. In truth, Wei Kale's fall had little to do with her. Had her fishing line not caught him, he would have already thrown himself overboard while casting the net. "It's my fault. Had I been stronger, you wouldn't have fallen," Gu Ningning lamented, genuinely surprised by the turn of events. "We share some blame as well. If we had been quicker, we could have saved you," Yi Hua chimed in. A sudden gust of sea breeze swept through, and as Wei Kale intended to express his magnanimity, a sneeze erupted from him, sending a spray of saliva towards Yi Hua, who instinctively shut his eyes in response. All attention turned to him, and Gu Ningning, both astonished and amused, remarked, "How did a mere sneeze turn into a spectacle? Is this what they call an actor's conviction?" Yi Hua retorted, "Conviction my foot. Can't one cover their mouth and nose while sneezing?" Chapter 57. Yi Hua catches fish with his nose. What began as a simple sneeze became a comedic highlight in Gu Ningning's retelling. Actor's conviction is certainly not used in this context. I can see the struggle in Yi Hua's expression. Had it not been for the cameras, he might have screamed. I just remembered his iconic scream, which has become a viral meme. Sister Gu mentioned investing in Yi Hua. Perhaps he too will become a leading man in a drama. Gu, I truly apologize. It was unintentional, Wei Kale expressed remorsefully to Yi Hua. Naturally, Yi Hua, not wishing to quibble with a newly minted adult, managed a strained smile and said, "No worries, no worries. Just go change your clothes. We wouldn't want you catching a cold." Wei Kale nodded apologetically before retreating to his tent. After Wei Kale departed, Yi Hua hurriedly ran to the seaside to wash his face. The area was predominantly rocky, yet the water remained remarkably clear. Observing his vigorous face scrubbing, Gu Ningning wore a look of confusion. "Don't we have bottled water? Why is he using seawater to wash his face? Aren't actors supposed to rely on their looks?" Yang Mei and Cheng Xia chimed in. "Indeed, why is he washing his face with seawater? Its corrosive properties are quite strong. Absolutely absurd. He must truly be out of his wits." However, Yi Hua's face is undeniably handsome. Despite years of suppression by the industry, it remains largely unscathed. And his face has played a substantial role in that. Sister Gu's remarks are truly incisive. While Yi Hua was still diligently scrubbing his face, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his nose. "Ah! Help! A monster is biting my nose." Gu Ningning, hearing the commotion, glanced up and was met with a sight they would never forget. A large fish was clamped onto Yi Hua's nose, despite their efforts to catch a fish. It was Yi Hua who had inadvertently hooked one with his own nose. "Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. My abs are about to show from laughing." Yi Hua's image is practically shattered at this point. Using his nose to catch a fish, he must be the first in history. He should apply for a Guinness World Record. Washing his face and catching a fish, Yi Hua is truly remarkable. "Don't move. The fish biting your nose is quite large. Just stay still." Gu Ningning rushed over to firmly grasp Yi Hua's shoulder, preventing him from flailing about. The other three cautiously approached with a fishing net. Yi Hua, on the verge of tears, urged, "Hurry up. My nose is about to be bitten off. I don't want to become Voldemort. Gu Ningning struggled to contain her laughter, though she made an effort to maintain her composure out of sympathy for his plight. Don't worry. You won't become Voldemort. Seizing the moment, Yan Luo swiftly caught the fish, while Gu Ningning rescued Yi Hua's nose. Gazing at his reddened nose, Gu Ningning couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Your nose is swollen. It even has faint bite marks. The muscles in Yang Mei and the others' faces twitched uncontrollably, though they restrained their amusement compared to Gu Ningning's unrestrained laughter. Yi Hua rushed to his bag to retrieve a mirror, and upon seeing his nose resembling a strawberry, he completely broke down. Whoa, what should I do? I'm disfigured. My career is over. Seeing his genuine distress, Gu Ningning quickly comforted him. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. Rest assured, your career is secure. If you ever find yourself out of work, I'll ensure a script is written just for you. And if you have no nose, we'll create a story that accommodates that. Yi Hua stared at Gu Ningning in disbelief. Thank you. But is that even a reasonable suggestion? The initial part was fine, but what on earth is this nonsense about writing a script without a nose? Is there any protagonist in dramas or films without a nose? Besides Voldemort from Harry Potter, but surely I won't make you play that role. Yi Hua, are you foolish? This is a stable golden opportunity. Hurry up and accept it. Can't you even grasp the chance? What to do if the main character is so ungrateful? The benefactor has offered a golden opportunity, and he kicks it back. Quickly flatter Sister Gu. Can't you even feign distress? What essay knows compared to a career? Just accept it. Yi Hua's fans were nearly exasperated. Such a significant opportunity was presented. And not only did he refuse it, but he also pushed it away. What to do? I'm exhausted. Although the other trivial worries have vanished, this is emotionally draining. Should we just package him and send him to Sister Gu? Whether he plays a eunuch or Voldemort, it doesn't matter as long as he gets a meal. Onlookers watching Yi Hua's fans were utterly bewildered. Are you truly Yi Hua's fans? What if he really becomes disfigured? Aren't you even a little concerned? Concerned? For what? Despite not being disfigured all these years, he hasn't worked either. If disfigurement can yield a golden opportunity, what is the loss? The crowd. Amazing! The fish Yi Hua caught with his nose was enormous. Just one more small fish would suffice. Yi Hua was still wallowing in sorrow when those 5 individuals turned their gaze back to him. Feeling a chill from their stares, he hugged himself tightly, warily declaring, "What are you looking at me like that for? I warn you, don't even think about using my nose to fish." Seeing his defensive demeanor, Gu Ningning decided to coax him with a tempting offer. "Oh, come on, let us not make you the only one fishing with your nose. We can all give it a try together. If you're worried about work, you needn't fret anymore. I already have a role that suits you perfectly. It's a major IP adaptation. And you're the male lead with an exceptional character." Yang Mei and Sheng Xia exchanged glances and quickly lowered their heads, fearing they wouldn't be able to contain their laughter. The male lead in the eunuch-themed novel is indeed part of a major IP, and his life is genuinely enviable, though the character's physique is somewhat incomplete. Yi Hua regarded Gu Ningning with skepticism. Are you serious? Is there really a good script for me? A male lead? Gu Ningning nodded affirmatively. Of course. Do I seem like someone who would deceive you? I've already acquired the rights to this book and am adapting it into a drama. This role is truly meant for you. He hesitated. He truly hesitated. Hurry up and accept. The male lead. Though it's a eunuch story, the character is fantastic. Rich lady.
Food. Dinner.
Sister Gu. My brother is capable too. He can play the second or third male lead. Mine can too. Just give the child a chance. Wei Kale. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and go seize that opportunity. Wei Kale, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly sneezed. Yan Luo silently took 2 steps back, distancing himself slightly, wondering why this person kept sneezing. Did he have some illness? Chapter 58. The foolish Yi Hua being deceived. The comment section was bustling with Yi Hua's name as fans sought to secure resources for him. Gu Ningning's wealth was coveted even by the Gu family, and to this day, no one knew the exact extent of her assets. However, judging by the Gu family's attitude towards her, it was undoubtedly a staggering sum. Sister, when will we sign the contract? Yi Hua had now thrown caution to the wind. Was it really such a big deal to fish with his nose? Gu Ningning had assured him that if he lost his nose, she would write scripts specifically for him featuring a character without a nose. He certainly wouldn't starve. With the situation already as it was, why be picky? He decided to latch onto this golden opportunity first. Gu Ningning could tell from his expression that he had calmed down. He was rather easy to placate. After this episode concludes, we'll sign the contract. We're currently looking for production team, and if you know suitable actors, feel free to recommend them. Yihua rubbed his hands together and subtly inquired, so, what about the remuneration? What's the budget? Cheng Xia and Yang Mei hastily pushed him aside, exclaiming, how could you pose such a question at this moment? It is imperative to prioritize our work. The issue of remuneration can be discussed later. This individual truly lacks any discernment. Should he inadvertently irritate Sister Gu at this juncture, the opportunity may vanish entirely. However, Gu Ningning's expression seemed devoid of anger. Instead, she appeared to be amused, for she appreciated individuals who are straightforward and candid, unafraid to express their thoughts directly. Rest assured, this is a substantial investment. The one thing I lack is not capital, she declared. You need not fret over compensation. However, I require individuals with exceptional acting skills. Those lacking in talent need not apply. Do not take this lightly. My aim is to profit, not incur losses. Capital truly is formidable. When Gu Ningning spoke these words, her aura radiated authority. I could almost envision my boss. Her gaze made my knees weak. If only I could utter such a proclamation. With so many affluent individuals in the world, why can't I be among them? Look at her audacious demeanor, sister. Do you still require a leg accessory? One who has attended university and can work independently? Upon hearing Gu Ningning's words, Yihua immediately raised his hand in a pledge, sister. Rest assured, while I may lack in various areas, my dedication to work is unwavering. Wei Kale, standing nearby, felt a pang of envy, now that opportunities were available. Could he not strive for one as well? Yet, it seemed he had offended Gu Ningning. His initial intention was to win her favor. But he had inadvertently stepped on her toes. Over the next few days, he resolved to mend their relationship, as resources must be actively pursued. Afterward, the group prepared to grill fish. Thankfully, they had a barbecue grill. Otherwise, cooking directly over the fire could easily lead to charred results. Yang Mei managed to catch a small fish with her fishing rod, which she used to make a pot of fish soup. Overall, their meal was quite sumptuous. As individuals entrenched in the entertainment industry, they were not voracious eaters. They relished the meal, and shortly after finishing, night fell, prompting everyone to gather around the bonfire to engage in conversation. Yihua, lingering close to Gu Ningning, inquired about the character of the male lead. Sister, could you perhaps give me a hint about what the male lead is like? I wish to prepare myself. Gu Ningning regarded his fawning demeanor, hesitated briefly, and replied. He shares some similarities with your inherent personality. In fact, you currently resemble him quite a bit. Uffed. Yang Mei and Cheng Xia lowered their heads, desperately pinching their thighs to suppress laughter. Indeed, the way he currently acted bore a striking resemblance to the male lead. His obsequiousness was akin to a chief steward at the emperor's side, and the character he was to portray could very well be interpreted as a typecast role. Yihua failed to grasp the nuance in her words. Sister, do I truly resemble the male lead? That seems unlikely. What sort of male lead possesses my character? After so long in the entertainment industry, I have yet to achieve any acclaim. My resources are painfully scarce. If it were not for my acting skills earning me a few fans, I might have fallen to an even lower tier by now. Haha, in truth. You do resemble him quite a bit. The male lead's early persona is precisely that, subservient and cautious. Thanks to this show, the original book has skyrocketed in popularity. It was already famous, but after a period of dormancy, it has been reignited. Although the male lead is a eunuch, he exhibits the qualities of a true man, wholeheartedly devoted to the female lead. He ranks among the top 3 male leads in novels I have read. The only reason he is not first is due to a tragic childhood that led to his current status as a eunuch. Seeing his puzzled expression, Gu Ningning offered a bit more insight. Your male lead is of royal lineage, a variant of the archetypal dragon who soars above the rest. Initially oppressed, he later rises to power and exacts revenge. Yihua's eyes sparkled with excitement at this revelation. Royal lineage, a dragon who soars. In his mind, an image took form, a noble individual who, despite being oppressed, gradually ascends to a position of ultimate authority. Gu Ningning, witnessing his eager demeanor, nearly succumbed to laughter. She was not deceiving him. Indeed, the male lead of that book was of royal descent, a prince who, due to political strife during his childhood, was cast into the world. Eventually, he was sold to the palace, where he was castrated, thus beginning his journey of redemption. It was indeed a narrative of triumph over adversity. Gu's sister's ability to weave tales is truly remarkable. Look at how easily Yihua is captivated. Both Yang Mei and Cheng Xia struggle to contain their amusement. How can this be considered manipulation? Every word Gu's sister speaks is the truth. The male lead is indeed of noble blood. And his story is one of overcoming adversity. Is there no one to caution him? Yi-hua appears so blissful. Will he not be disappointed upon discovering the truth? Disappointed? You have no idea how splendid this male lead's character is. This is a genuine tale of a grand male protagonist, although he may lack certain attributes. That is his only flaw. Had the copyright not been acquired by Gu Ningning but rather by someone else, Yi-hua would stand no chance of claiming such a lucrative role, and it might have been poorly adapted. I would much prefer Gu Ningning to secure the rights. She does not strike me as the type to distort the narrative. Certain distasteful directors and screenwriters might transform the male lead into a faux eunuch, adding unnecessary drama for female characters. However, the essence of this story lies in the male lead's identity, and altering that would render it meaningless. Chapter 59, The Cult Ritual, Yi-hua's Dance. Gu Ningning is genuinely intent on faithfully adapting this book. She is not short on funds, but merely a wealthy bibliophile. Yen Luo and Wei Kale found themselves unable to engage in their conversation, as they were entirely unfamiliar with the topics being discussed. They understood that Gu Ningning had invested in a script and intended for Yi-hua to portray the male lead, a role adapted from a seemingly well-known novel. Yen Luo was not an avid reader and seldom watched television, so he struggled to comprehend the situation. Wei Kale occasionally indulged in novels, yet without knowing the specifics of the male lead's character or name, he too was left in the dark. As night enveloped them by the fire, the atmosphere grew dull. The group decided to engage in a game. Let us play a game of actions. The first person will perform an action, and the next must perfectly replicate it before creating a new action, and so on. Anyone who fails to connect must face a penalty, which we shall decide together. This game sounds delightful. The first to perform was Yen Luo, who, feeling too shy for anything overly embarrassing, opted for a facial expression instead. As he mimicked a cross-eyed look, the expressions of his peers turned remarkably complex. How about this? Can you all replicate this expression? Yen Luo maintained his determination, his face radiating a sense of triumph, resembling a complete fool. The crowd responded with laughter and incredulity. Young master, do you still recognize your own identity? Do you recall how prideful you were when you first joined this program? Who cares about pride? Hurry and take a screenshot. This is a perfect expression for a meme. How are the others supposed to follow that? Achieving cross-eyed is no simple task. The second person to take on the challenge was Wei Kale, who placed his index finger on the bridge of his nose. After considerable effort, he finally managed to become cross-eyed, marking the challenge as a success. The next move he envisioned was a street dance move, which appeared exceedingly cool. However, Yi-hua, positioned behind him, felt his smile freeze instantly. Wasn't this a move that could cost him dearly? It was an elbow-supported aerial handstand. Surely, he wouldn't end up falling flat on his face. Everyone watched as the smile on Yi-hua's face gradually stiffened, then slowly faded away. Pfft, Yi-hua's expression is absolutely hilarious. I can completely decipher his gaze. Yi-hua, are you serious? Wei Kale is undoubtedly putting Yi-hua in a precarious situation. Who doesn't he know he is as stiff as an ancient steel bar? Yi-hua, you can do it. I believe in you. Gu Ningning cheered from the back. Though her expression betrayed a sense of schadenfreude, Yi-hua forced a smile that barely masked his apprehension. He, too, utilized his fingers to achieve cross-eyed, but before attempting the move, he first performed a set of warm-up exercises. Once he felt his joints loosen, he pressed up with his elbows, striving to lift his body off the ground. Just when everyone thought he was about to succeed, his elbows gave way, and he landed face-first. Buffed. The celestial being has descended, face-planting.
Young Mei is almost looking herself silly.
Yen Luo, witnessing this, felt a surge of relief, thankful he had gone first. Had he followed Wei Kale, he would likely be the one face down now. Oh my, I'm dying of laughter. He posed so dramatically that I thought he was quite skilled, only to end up performing a faceplant. Thankfully, it was on soft ground. Compared to before, his flexibility has certainly improved. He was truly as stiff as an ancient steel bar. Let me show you an old photo.
What?
Is this for real? It's just a matter of bending down and passing a bar. His posture is straighter than someone who has been dead for 3 days. Yi-hua, with a face full of grievance, clambered up from the ground. Why was this move so difficult? Do those of you who dance often encounter such moves? Wei Kale, smiling, responded, I come from a background of singing and dancing. Such moves are merely fundamental skills. Yi-hua admired him with a thumbs up. Everyone has their struggles. Alright, this counts as a failed challenge. We've already discussed how to punish you. Wei Kale will teach you a dance move, and you will learn it. Gu Ningning was particularly eager to witness how this uncoordinated individual would dance. Upon hearing this, Yi Hua was immediately petrified. Are you serious? I'm the ancient steel bar you all keep talking about. You want me to dance? Isn't that tantamount to breaking the ancient steel bar? Yen Luo cast a sympathetic glance his way, patting his shoulder and uttering 2 words. Good luck. Wei Kale demonstrated a particularly simple dance consisting of only a few moves, executed with style and ease. However, when Yi Hua attempted to follow, the dance morphed into something entirely different. Watching Yi Hua, who seemed as though his limbs had just been assembled, Gu Ningning squinted in confusion. Why did this dance look so much more challenging? It felt entirely different from Wei Kale's performance. Cheng Xia remained silent for a moment before stating, all the movements are supposed to be synchronized. How could that be difficult? Most people wouldn't be able to perform such moves. Wei Kale, witnessing Yi Hua's peculiar dance, attempted to mimic it but found himself unable to replicate the same essence. Yi Hua moved as if he were a puppet newly outfitted with limbs, every motion awkward and uncoordinated, his expression rigid and bizarre. Oh my! How could a perfectly stylish dance become so distorted when he attempts it? Is this a puppet dance? With all these flames, I feel like something is about to be summoned. The firelight reflects off his face, combined with his eerie expression and strange dance moves. I feel as though he is possessed by something. Not only the audience felt this way, Yen Luo and the others shared the sentiment. Yen Luo quietly approached Gu Ningning, momentarily forgetting their rivalry. Do you not think Yi Hua seems a bit ghostly? I feel like his eyes are glowing, he remarked, swallowing hard as he spoke. Gu Ningning replied, exasperated, that's just the reflection of the firelight in his eyes. Just as Yi Hua began to ascend in his dance, a bright flashlight suddenly shone upon them. Who is conducting a cult ritual here? You have some audacity. What? A cult ritual? Chapter 60. The Outlaw Yen Luo. A group of local villagers rushed over, some brandishing torches, others wielding flashlights, all sporting serious and furious expressions. Gu Ningning and her 5 companions stood dumbfounded. What cult ritual? They were not conducting any such ceremony. Ha ha ha. Oh my abs are about to burst from laughter. This can't possibly be unintentional comedic effect. It likely isn't deliberate. Just look at the expressions on their faces. They look like their eyes might pop out. Oh no, oh no. The director is going to end up in a world of trouble. The director was the most panicked of them all, hurriedly contacting nearby staff for assistance in clarifying the situation. However, when the staff member opened his mouth to explain, he was immediately restrained. Don't move. You dare conduct a cult ritual here. Do you realize it's illegal to spread such heresy? The staff member protested. Could you at least give me a chance to explain? Can you remove the hand from my mouth first? Gu Ningning and her companions found themselves completely surrounded, with Yi Hua being the focal point of attention. Yi Hua raised his hands, looking troubled. I'm really not performing any soul-summoning dance. Nor am I conducting a cult ritual. We're just playing a game. Do you know what a game is? The villagers exchanged cold smirks at his words. Do you take us for fools? What kind of game involves that sort of dance around a bonfire? Do you think we're in ancient times conducting a sacrificial ceremony? Anyway, we've already called the police. You can explain it all to them. You've already called the police? When did you do that? Why haven't we seen you move? Gu Ningning cautiously raised her hand, saying, could you give us a chance to explain? We are here filming a variety show. The one that has been quite popular recently. They're all actors from television. If you watch television regularly, you might recognize them. She pulled Cheng Xia and Yang Mei closer. Don't you think they look familiar? We're not lying, nor are we conducting any cult rituals. We wouldn't dare to do such things openly. The leading villager pondered for a moment before responding. So, you're saying you've recruited stars as your underlings, right? Too afraid to do such things in the light, so you come out at night, is that it? Gu Ningning. Others. No. How can you not understand? How could you possibly recruit someone into your ranks? What they said is indeed true. You actually managed to enlist celebrities into your ranks. You certainly haven't operated in a straightforward manner. Rather, you've engaged in your activities by the light of the campfire at night. The expression on Gu Ningning's face is utterly hilarious, speechless and helpless, completely at a loss for how to explain. However, this place is surprisingly well managed. There are even patrols at night. Indeed, it is thanks to the patrols that they were caught conducting their cult rituals. Upon receiving the tip-off, the police were utterly astonished. There's a cult in their locality? Without a moment's hesitation, they gathered their personnel and rushed over. Gu Ningning is encountering someone unreasonable for the first time, The problem is, she cannot confront him directly. How can we not communicate? We are genuinely good people, truly benevolent. We never engage in any illegal activities. You are entirely mistaken. Good people? Are you still Japanese? The villagers only caught those 5 words. Gu Ningning exclaimed, Heavens! Someone come and silence her. How is it that they cannot comprehend her words? She speaks Mandarin quite fluently. It's not as if she is using another language. So, why can't they communicate? Yen Luo, witnessing Gu Ningning's despair, couldn't help but smirk slightly. So you too have found yourself in such a predicament, it seems. His schadenfreude was captured entirely by the miniature cameras. Oh, look at you, reveling in someone else's misfortune. It's you who is in dire straits now. While Gu Ningning stands by your side, Yen Luo's inner thoughts. You've bullied me for so long, and now you've finally been suppressed by someone else. You deserve it. Yen Luo is rather transparent with his emotions. At least try to hide it a little, young master. Wei Kale was witnessing such a scene for the first time, and he was utterly dumbfounded. Surrounded by so many people and in such a tense atmosphere, he felt as though he had mistakenly entered the wrong variety show. Bro, are we going to be alright? Wei Kale's voice trembled with fear. Yen Luo glanced at him and calmly replied, Don't worry, it will be fine. This isn't our first time.
Just get used to it.
Wei Kale. Just get used to it? What kind of variety show is this? Do you even hear yourself? Look at how frightened the kid is. You've become desensitized. But this is his first encounter with such chaos. Ha ha ha. Yen Luo appears like a lawless rogue, his demeanor exceedingly calm, perhaps a bit too composed. Yen Luo, what is the law? I am unaware. If you have the ability, then go ahead and arrest me. A villager noticed the malicious grin on Yen Luo's face and stealthily approached him, unexpectedly executing a capture maneuver. Yen Luo. No. When did you come over? Why are you trying to apprehend me? While subduing Yen Luo, the villager snarled, You must be the leader of this school's organization. I can see that smile on your face. Did you think you could pin the blame on that woman in front and escape unscathed? Even now, with your capture, you still wear such an evil grin. Do you truly hold the law in contempt? Yen Luo. This is slander. I am not. I am a law-abiding citizen. My family even engages in charity. Wei Kale stood by, trembling in fear. What on earth is happening? Can someone come and explain this to him? I told you he was a lawless rogue. Look, he has just been captured. Wei Kale was already paralyzed with fear. His face pale and expression terrified, as if he might faint at any moment. Why hasn't the director come yet? If he doesn't arrive soon, all your guests will be taken away by the police. Will it matter if the director arrives? He would likely be apprehended as well. He is the head of this program, after all. The director was already on his way when he saw the barrage of messages. He paused momentarily and then immediately ordered his team to turn back. He could explain the situation to the police over the phone, but he absolutely could not be arrested. This was a matter of principle. Chapter 61. Senior, may I sleep with you tonight? When the police arrived, they were greeted by the sight of Gu Ningning and her 5 companions completely restrained. Officer, it's them. They were conducting a cult ritual at night, even performing some bizarre dance. This is a misunderstanding. We were not conducting any cult rituals. We are genuinely here to film a variety show. Gu Ningning had repeated this statement countless times. With a flashlight's beam, a young police officer recognized her instantly. You must be Gu Ningning, right? Gu Ningning's eyes widened in surprise. Someone recognized her. If someone knew her, then perhaps the situation could be resolved. Yes, I am Gu Ningning. We are truly here filming a variety show. Look at the tents behind us. They're all ours. It's just a boring night, so we decided to play games. And the loser had to dance, and that's how this misunderstanding occurred. Yi Hua wore an awkward smile. He hadn't intended to cause such a commotion. Had he known that dancing would lead to such a debacle, he would have refrained from performing. Some of the younger officers were fans of this variety show and followed it during their off-duty hours. Upon realizing that this was all a misunderstanding, the police helped clarify the situation to the villagers. Finally, Gu Ningning and her 5 companions were released. Fortunately, they had seen your show. Otherwise, you would have truly had to visit the police station. Yi Hua's soul-calling dance might just become a hit. I've never seen anyone dance like that. It felt as though he could summon demons. Gu Ningning truly put in a great effort, tirelessly explaining from beginning to end. Indeed, she is the big sister, taking responsibility for her little brothers. After the villagers understood that this was all a misunderstanding, they felt somewhat embarrassed. We sincerely apologize. We truly did not intend to offend. No worries, no worries, you were just being responsible. In situations like this, it is better to err on the side of caution than to let something slip by. You all acted correctly. Ihua waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging that the main responsibility lay with him. They were merely acting with diligence. Had he encountered such a situation, he too would have called the police. To make amends, the villagers returned home to gather a plethora of items as compensation: food, drinks, and other necessities. Hearing that they would be staying for 3 days, the villagers insisted that if they needed anything during that time, they could come to them since they lived in a nearby village. Once the police and villagers departed, the 6 of them collapsed onto the ground. Heavens! You shouldn't dance so recklessly from now on. Gu Ningning wiped the sweat from her forehead. This incident had truly left her feeling drained. Ihua wearily waved his hand. I will never dance again. Even if you beg me, I refuse. Once is enough.
I really cannot endure a second time.
Mentioning a second time, everyone's gaze fell upon Yen Luo. Yen Luo had just been subdued by a capture maneuver and was now rubbing his shoulder. Upon noticing everyone's attention, he raised his head in confusion.
Why are you all looking at me?
Ha ha ha, look at you going back in. In this amusing incident, the one who suffered the most was Gu Ningning, while the unluckiest was Yen Luo, who bore the brunt of the punishment all alone. Ha ha. It seems the little young master genuinely came to this program to endure hardship. He must have experienced all the misfortunes of his life in this one instance. Isn't anyone concerned about Wei Kale? The poor child appears utterly terrified. He hasn't recovered at all. Yang Mei noticed Wei Kale sitting beside her and gently patted his shoulder, asking with concern, "You seem rather pale. Are you all right?" Upon hearing her words, Wei Kale could no longer hold back, bursting into tears. Wah, I was so scared. I thought I was going to end up in the police station. Wei Kale was genuinely frightened, now crying profusely. After all, he was just a newly minted adult. Although he usually carried himself with a bit of arrogance, he had limited life experiences and was truly shaken by the incident. Gu Ningning retrieved a tissue from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Stop crying. The matter has already been resolved. This was merely a misunderstanding. You should learn from your senior. This is his second time, after all." Wei Kale sniffled and asked in a muffled voice, "Which senior?" Everyone turned their gaze towards Yen Luo.
January 30th. No.
Are you all a bit unwell? Can't you let the previous incident go? Ha ha, Yen Luo is definitely being bullied here. Yen Luo, all of you have a touch of madness. As for the senior, whoever wishes to take on that title may do so. Yen Luo, absolutely refuse. Senior, your capacity for emotional resilience is truly admirable. I watched the previous episode, and if I were there, I would have been petrified, Wei Kale said earnestly. Just today's events had terrified him. Had he been the one apprehended, he would have surely fainted on the spot. Yen Luo looked at him with a sardonic smile and said, "It's fine. You'll get used to it." Wei Kale, puzzled, responded, "Is this something one can get used to? Will every episode have such occurrences? Was that intentional by the production team? But it didn't seem like it was on purpose. Yen Luo, why are you taking this so seriously? You weren't this earnest while working before. Ha ha ha. You'll get accustomed to it. You can't really get used to such events. If you did, you'd probably end up in jail for real." Yen Luo, cease your lawless proclamations. You cannot disregard the law. The young Wei has only just reached adulthood. Don't lead him astray. The events of that evening were overwhelming. Initially, everyone was in good spirits, but now they seemed drained, as if their energy had been completely sapped. Gu Ningning yawned and suggested, "It's quite late now. Let us all get some rest." They each retreated to their own tents, and after the others had left, Wei Kale trailed behind Yen Luo like a shadow. Yen Luo looked at the following figure with exasperation. "Why are you sticking to me? Go back to your own tent and sleep." Wei Kale glanced around at the dim surroundings and whispered, "I'm too scared, senior. Can I stay with you for the night?" Yen Luo replied, "No, I prefer to sleep alone." Pfft. Is this joke never going to pass? Calling him senior like that? How can anyone help you? Beware of the lawless senior. He might just dispose of you at night. Chapter 62. Eerie movements in the middle of the night. Wei Kale was genuinely shaken. After being turned down by Yen Luo, he immediately sought out Ihua. Ihua thought sharing a tent was fine but asked cautiously, "You don't snore or grind your teeth, do you?" "I'm a light sleeper and wake at the slightest noise." Wei Kale quickly assured him, "Don't worry. Ego, I sleep very soundly. I definitely won't snore or grind my teeth." It seems Wei Kale is truly rattled. Ihua bears a significant responsibility for this. I believe there will be a live stream tonight as well. The production team mentioned on their official blog that evening streams would be held, and those who wish to watch can tune in. I've decided to keep an eye on it tonight. I feel something exciting will happen with them staying outside alone. Me too. Soon, everyone returned to their respective tents, and Wei Kale, clutching his sleeping bag, made his way to Ihua's tent.
Good night.
Good night. Soon, the lights in the tents dimmed, and their breathing gradually steadied. Some viewers intending to watch the live stream began to doze off, as there wasn't much to see beyond slumber. Just when everyone thought the night would pass quietly, Wei Kale suddenly burst out of the tent in a state of panic, his face a mask of terror and fear. What happened? What's going on? Why does he look so terrified? What transpired inside the tent? Rather than asking here, it's better to check Ihua's live stream directly. Oh my! I'm also too scared to continue watching the live stream. It's terrifying. A crowd surged into Ihua's tent's live stream. There, they found Ihua lying on the ground, convulsing, his hands contorted at a bizarre angle, moving in a manner reminiscent of the dance he performed earlier that evening. It was evident he was dreaming, and in his dream, he was dancing the very choreography that had led to the misunderstanding. His movements were vigorous, causing him to wriggle out of his sleeping bag as if possessed by something both eerie and alarming. Perhaps lying on the floor was uncomfortable. His facial expression revealed distress. Yet he did not cease his movements. Oh my! What on earth is this? Has he been possessed by something? I knew there was something off about the dance. It seemed like he was summoning something. Surely he hasn't really summoned anything. Stop saying such things. I'm getting goosebumps. Oh my! I ran to my sister's room, clutching my blanket. Now we're huddled together, trembling, but I can't help but want to watch. Oh my! I live alone in a rented apartment, and I now feel like there are things lurking everywhere. Ihua is truly something else. Can we find a way to wake him up? Wei Kale stood outside the tent, utterly bewildered by fear. He peeked inside, quickly recoiling, and rushed to Yan Luo's tent, calling out, Senior, wake up. Something's wrong. His voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sobbing, sounding incredibly frail. Gu Ningning was roused from her slumber, still dazed, as Wei Kale's whimpering reached her ears clearly. What is happening at this hour? She rubbed her eyes and got up. Sister Gu is awake. There's hope. Lele, you've called the wrong person. You should have gone to Gu Ningning. Oh my! Ihua is becoming increasingly terrifying. I was startled right out of the live broadcast. Is there anyone who could cast him in a horror film? As Gu Ningning pulled back the tent flap, she beheld Wei Kale crouched on the ground, sobbing and trembling, his face etched with despair. What on earth happened to you? Why are you here at this hour instead of sleeping? What mischief is this child up to at such a late hour? Upon seeing Gu Ningning, Wei Kale could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. Sister, Ego is changing. It seems like he is possessed by something, and I'm terrified. His voice cracked on the last word, the pitch rising in a pitiful yet humorous manner. Gu Ningning, observing his woeful state, nearly succumbed to laughter. What has frightened you so? Let us go take a look together. Wei Kale nodded, still sobbing, but he was too frightened to lead the way. Trailing timidly behind Gu Ningning. Upon entering Ihua's tent, Gu Ningning's expression froze as she gazed at the writhing figure on the ground. What in the world is this? Sister, doesn't it seem strange? He started doing this while I was asleep. Initially, I thought he was merely having a fit, but gradually I realized something was amiss. Wei Kale, still in her shadow, wore an expression of sheer terror, unable to shake off the shock. Gu Ningning's demeanor turned serious. Could he truly have been possessed out here in the wilderness? A firm believer in both science and the supernatural, she understood that no one could definitively prove the existence of spirits, and thus, respect for the unknown was paramount. Stay here and watch him. I'll be back shortly. Upon hearing Gu Ningning's intent to leave, Wei Kale's legs turned to jelly. Sister, please don't leave me here. I promise I want to be defiant again. I will listen to you, without question. You say east, I want to go west. You say ascend, I want to descend. Wei Kale was, at heart, a spoiled child who had stumbled upon wealth that most could only dream of. It was commendable that he hadn't turned to vice, though a touch of arrogance remained. With a sigh, Gu Ningning patted the pitiful Wei Kale on the head. Fear not. I am merely fetching something. If you're scared, take this stick. If anything dares approach you, strike it down. That's too ruthless. What on earth has happened to Ihua? He can't seriously be possessed. The night is truly terrifying. What could Gu Ningning possibly be fetching? After a brief return to her backpack, Gu Ningning emerged with a bundle of yellow paper and several candles. The audience gasped, "Wait, why do you have these items on you? What is your purpose?" Staring at the yellow paper and candles, Wei Kale was left speechless. Some matters transcend the bounds of natural science, necessitating preparation for the unexpected. Gu Ningning always carried such items with her, just in case they became useful in peculiar situations. Chapter 63. Master Gu. The viewers watched in astonishment as she expertly burned the paper. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Any deity, please manifest swiftly. Restore him to normal. Let this paper serve as a tribute. Gu Ningning performed some intricate gestures, then let out a fervent shout. At the sound, Yihua trembled and abruptly opened his eyes. "What on earth are you doing? Why are you all awake at this hour, engaging in such nonsense?" Wei Kale was completely flabbergasted. It actually worked. His gaze shifted to Gu Ningning, now filled with admiration and awe. "Sister, master, I humbly bow before you." With that, he abruptly knelt. The audience was equally stunned. It truly worked. Gu Ningning had been hiding her talents. My goodness, I'm covered in goosebumps. I thought it was all a ruse. But it appears Gu Ningning has genuine abilities. Now that I think about it, ever since Gu Ningning returned, the Gu family has been on a downward trajectory. Gu Jinji, who opposed her, is now in dire straits. Could it be that those who stand against her face dire consequences? Oh my. I'll put her picture by my bedside for protection. Master. Great one. Gu Ningning, still astonished at Yihua's awakening, realized it was indeed effective. Could it be that she possessed some sort of gift? Approaching the kneeling Wei Kale, she helped him to his feet. What are you all up to? What master? Why is he bowing to you? Noting Yihua's confusion, Gu Ningning ruffled his hair and cryptically suggested, "Perhaps you should consult a master when we return home, to exorcise any malevolent spirits. And that dance you performed last night? Never do it again. It's rather unsettling." Yihua. Wei Kale had entirely transformed into a devoted follower, nodding vigorously at everything Gu Ningning said. Yes, Ego, you have no idea how terrifying you were just now. You were convulsing and writhing, your limbs contorted in such an eerie manner, and your expression was frightfully grotesque. You made me cry. Yihua. No way. A chill coursed through him from his feet. Could he have truly encountered something sinister? Yihua seems genuinely frightened. This night has been nothing short of spectacular. Thank goodness I stayed awake, and I managed to capture all of Yihua's movements on video. I uploaded the video online. And some masters claim he is genuinely possessed. Others assert that Gu Ningning possesses real skills, even though her methods and incantations were incorrect. One master suggested she must be deliberately concealing her true abilities. Wow. I thought I was merely watching a travel variety show. But I didn't expect it to delve into the realm of mysticism. How extraordinary. The night's live broadcast sent shivers down many viewers' spines, with comments filled with wishes, some hoping to find a girlfriend, others wishing for wealth, and many desiring admission to prestigious universities. They had entirely elevated Gu Ningning to the status of a master. In truth, it had merely been an accident. Yihua had only been dreaming, recalling his dance from the night before. He had simply been lying on the ground, performing incomplete movements, which rendered him distorted in appearance. His awakening was not due to an exorcism, but rather Gu Ningning's fervent shout that startled him awake. Nonetheless, the unexpected drama was undeniably captivating. With dawn still far off, Wei Kale and Yihua were too frightened to sleep apart, ultimately finding their way to Gu Ningning's tent. Observing the two grown men clinging to each other, Gu Ningning raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Do you two truly lack such fortitude? If you're scared, just sleep together. What is the point of intruding into my space? We are of different genders. Yihua, unabashed, spread out his sleeping bag. Weren't we just together? And then that incident occurred. We feel safer with you. Rest assured, we harbor no romantic intentions. Our feelings are purely admiration and respect. Wei Kale nodded fervently in agreement. Yes, indeed. You are indeed a master, a woman of extraordinary caliber, deserving of treatment that transcends the mundane distinctions between genders. Observing these two brazen individuals, Gu Ningning found herself utterly speechless. However, the time for slumber was fleeting, and there was little room for lengthy discussions. After all, the tent was spacious enough. Very well, let us hasten to sleep, for such antics in the dead of night might impede our ability to rise in the morning. Ha ha ha. It's amusing to see these two grown men so frightened. Gu Ningning appears genuinely fatigued. I wonder how Wei Kale's fans feel witnessing their idols so completely subdued by Gu Ningning. What other feelings could they have? Who would dare offend such a master? The last one who did has already tasted the bitter consequences. Interacting with Sister Gu could yield unexpected benefits. Indeed. Lele, be resourceful. Make the most of this golden opportunity. Such a formidable ally is hard to come by. Ha 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 ha, another group has been captivated. The other three remained blissfully unaware of the events that transpired that night, sleeping soundly. As the sun began to rise the next day, they awoke, finding the tent quite comfortable, accompanied by the soothing sound of waves, a truly healing ambience. As the three of them rose, Gu Ningning and her companions were still asleep, their slumber having been disturbed by the previous night's happenings. Should we rouse them? Yang Mei hesitated slightly. Yan Luo headed directly to Yi Hua's tent, only to discover that it was ajar and the occupants had vanished. His expression shifted from calm to sheer panic as he turned and sprinted back, shouting, "Not good! Not good! Yi Hua and Wei Kale have disappeared. Their belongings remain, but they are nowhere to be found. Haha, why is it so amusing so early in the morning? Silly young master. They haven't disappeared. They've gone to seek favor. Hurry and check on Gu Ningning in her tent." Gu Ningning is truly fortunate, having two handsome men sharing her sleeping quarters. Chapter 64. How did they emerge from your tent? Upon hearing of Yi Hua and Wei Kale's disappearance, Yang Mei and Cheng Xia instinctively sought out Gu Ningning, who had unknowingly become the linchpin of their team. Despite being the youngest among them, her aura overshadowed all. "Sister Gu, Yi Hua and Wei Kale are missing," Yang Mei exclaimed in a state of panic, only to suddenly spot the tent flaps open, revealing Wei Kale, groggy, stepping out from within. What on earth? Why is he emerging from Sister Gu's tent? What transpired? Just as the morning light illuminated the scene, Yi Hua also emerged, rubbing his eyes. Yan Luo exclaimed, "Another one!" Yang Mei and Cheng Xia gasped in unison. Sister Gu is incredible. 1 against 2, and in the midst of a show. Ha ha ha, judging by the expressions on their faces, they must have misunderstood. Who wouldn't misinterpret such a sight? If it weren't for the cameras being on last night, I too would have jumped to conclusions upon witnessing this. The unspoken thoughts of these three. When did you all get together? Why were you two in Gu Ningning's tent? What truly transpired last night? Some bewildered viewers were equally astonished, having retired for the night and unaware of the preceding events. Can someone please enlighten us about what transpired last night? Why did they emerge from Gu Ningning's tent? My goodness. Is this how it unfolds on the show? Although Gu Ningning possesses influence, this seems excessively audacious. What are you thinking? The cameras were rolling last night. I have the recorded live stream from then. Let us take a look. Viewers, filled with curiosity, revisited the previous night's footage, only to emerge in fits of laughter. Haha, why did such absurdity occur last night? Why were these two grown men so timid? Did Yi Hua truly appear to be possessed last night?
It was quite terrifying.
Is Gu Ningning genuinely a master? Does she truly possess genuine skills? The barrage of comments flooded the screen, filled with various inquiries, yet no one was available to provide answers. What on earth is going on? Why did you emerge from Sister Gu's tent?
Yang Mei demanded sternly.
Cheng Xia regarded them with grave seriousness, taken aback by their apparent mischief, confirming that appearances can be deceiving. Yan Luo, now silent, was overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelation. Gu Ningning's audacity was indeed remarkable. Daring to engage in such antics on camera. Wei Kale must be of legal age, right? If not, would Gu Ningning face legal repercussions? Yan Luo's mind raced with thoughts of whether Wei Kale was indeed of age and whether Gu Ningning could be in trouble. Yi Hua, discerning the expressions of the trio, understood their misguided assumptions. What are you three looking so scandalized for? Clear your minds of such filth. Nothing transpired between us and Sister Gu. We share a bond of unwavering camaraderie. Wei Kale quickly interjected. Indeed, we sought refuge here out of fear, desiring the protection of Master Gu. Had you known what transpired last night, you would have sought the same. The trio responded with bewildered expressions. What exactly happened last night? What did you endure to evoke such fear, forsaking all decorum to sleep in Gu Ningning's tent? Just as they faced off, Gu Ningning emerged, yawning, appearing quite refreshed. What are you all doing? Why the tension this early in the morning? Has breakfast been prepared? You'd be better off seeking out food than squabbling here. The 5 of them. Only Sister Gu can restore calm to this chaos. As soon as she speaks, they all quiet down. Her aura is undeniably growing stronger. Indeed, with breakfast still unprepared, why are you bickering so early? Yang Mei rushed over, anxiously inspecting Gu Ningning from head to toe. Sister Gu, did nothing untoward happen last night? Did they lay hands on you? Why did they emerge from your tent? What truly transpired last night? Yang Mei's barrage of questions left Gu Ningning momentarily bewildered, her morning fog still lingering. One at a time. How can I possibly address so many questions at once? Gu Ningning patted Yang Mei's shoulder to calm him down before recounting the peculiar events of the previous night. As they listened to the extraordinary tale, the expressions of the three remained frozen in shock, with Yen Luo's mouth agape in disbelief. My goodness! Fortunately, the three of them had slept soundly last night, which was rather frightening. The uninformed trio rubbed the goosebumps that had arisen on their arms, feeling an extraordinary sense of relief. Cheng Xia leaned closer to Yi Hua and whispered, "Did you have no awareness at all last night? Were you dreaming or possessed by something?" In their circle, belief in such phenomena was not uncommon. They always performed rituals before starting, offering incense, and when venturing into the wilderness, they prepared meticulously. Thus, they held a fair degree of credence in supernatural matters. Yi Hua sighed. If I had any awareness, wouldn't I have woken up sooner? The very absence of awareness is what makes it terrifying. I don't believe I dreamt at all last night. I have no recollection whatsoever. Goodness. Could I have truly been possessed? This place feels rather unclean. Initially, they had quite liked this beach, but now, as the sea breeze swept over them, an eerie sensation enveloped the atmosphere. Their expressions are so conflicted, both troubled and frightened. Don't be afraid. We have Gu Ningning with us, and she has prepared extensively. Pfft. Are you referring to the incense and joss paper she brought yesterday? I simply cannot fathom why she carries those items everywhere. Could it be she possesses a hidden profession? Whether Gu Ningning harbors a concealed identity has now become a significant mystery in the minds of the audience, prompting many to inquire about her, including those within the entertainment industry trying to reach her. Why is the atmosphere so tense? Let's just get on with our day. We're still hungry, Gu Ningning commanded, dismissing everyone. What are we doing here in the morning? Didn't last night's events already pass? Chapter 65. How can you speak so boldly about mooching off food? With Gu Ningning's interruption, the group's spirits lifted slightly. As they prepared to boil some fish soup, Yi Hua generously offered his nose for the task. His nose had become his personal fishing technique. Fortunately, it was sufficiently prominent, or else he might have caught nothing. Ha, how quickly Yi Hua has accepted this. Just yesterday, he was adamantly refusing. Because he has a golden thigh to cling to. If he gets injured, someone will write a script for him. And he'll never have to worry about unemployment again. Besides, fish cannot really bite a person that badly. Wow. He actually caught another one. I must try this method when I go fishing. Yi Hua, quick-witted, seized the fish that had latched onto his nose. Meanwhile, Wei Kale also caught a small fish. Enough for their soup. Suddenly, Gu Ningning's voice echoed from above. Everyone, step aside a bit. I don't want to accidentally knock you out. The group looked up to see Gu Ningning perched on a coconut tree. When did you climb up there? When did you learn to climb trees? They exclaimed in unison. Gu Ningning replied, if you had noticed, it would have been too late. Now step aside. I know how she got up there. She climbed while Yi Hua was fishing with his nose. I, who grew up by the sea, cannot climb trees as adeptly as she does. Coconut trees are notoriously difficult to scale due to their bare trunks, offering no footholds. Truly, my sister Gu is remarkable. She can climb trees and exorcise spirits. Gu Ningning successfully brought down 4 coconuts from that tree and then proceeded to another nearby tree to gather 5 or 6 more. With a swift motion, she unsheathed a knife and made a clean cut. Her expression appeared particularly cold and ruthless, as if she were not chopping coconuts, but rather severing heads. When the coconut water splattered, it felt to everyone as though blood had been spilled. Wei Kale shivered at the scene and quietly moved closer to Yen Luo. Senior, what on earth did Master Gu do in the past? I can't shake the feeling she has killed before. Yen Luo shot him a glance of disbelief. She just has a stern expression and is efficient with her hands. How does that make her seem like a killer? Though, I must admit, a stern expression and swift actions are indeed peculiar. Yen Luo began to doubt. Gu Ningning did not seem like an ordinary person, and her thought processes and behaviors were particularly unusual. Could she truly have a hidden identity? The two exchanged glances, and the horror in their eyes was palpable. Ha ha ha. What are you two fools doing? This is a law-abiding society. I just want to know how deeply Gu Ningning has cast her shadow over them, making them think of murder. However, her current demeanor and actions are indeed quite frightening. I genuinely feel as if she is beheading someone, not chopping coconuts. What are you two huddled together for? Come over and drink some coconut water. Gu Ningning's voice startled them, causing both to jump. Observing their exaggerated reactions, she cast a dubious glance at them. You two aren't secretly talking behind my back, are you? Seeing the glint of the knife in her hand, they swallowed hard and shook their heads vigorously. No, how could we speak ill of you? I just thought your earlier actions were impressively swift and wanted to learn from you. Wei Kale felt an overwhelming urge to escape. He no longer felt he was on a leisurely travel show, but rather a horror-themed program, with Gu Ningning resembling a hidden villain among them. Yan Luo, witnessing this side of Gu Ningning, felt an unsettling dread. Why did he ever have the audacity to oppose her? Gu Ningning approaching with that knife truly startled me. Those two were also visibly shaken. I'm dying of laughter. Wei Kale kept glancing at that knife while speaking, as if afraid it might come down on him. These two were previously antagonistic towards Gu Ningning, and now they've been thoroughly subdued. Let's not even mention them. I felt fear upon seeing her like this. Gu Ningning possesses a truly eerie aura, sometimes appearing human, sometimes ghostly, and at times even canine. Pfft! How dare you disrespect my sister Gu? Seeing their cowardice, Gu Ningning rolled her eyes. Why are you both so afraid? I want to eat you. Hurry over for breakfast. We have things to do after we eat. The breakfast spread was quite lavish, featuring fish soup and coconut juice. After their meal, they began to allocate tasks for the day. Today marked the first day of their trip, with 2 days remaining before their return, necessitating careful planning. The primary objective for today was to find food. Let us go find a place to mooch off some meals, Gu Ningning declared with a serious expression, leaving the other 5 staring at her in stunned silence. How could she speak so boldly about mooching off food?
Yang make wetly inquiret.
Where do we even go to mooch meals? Where is there food for us to beg for? Gu Ningning, didn't a villager come to find us yesterday? This indicates that their village is not too far from here. We should catch a few more fish and gather some coconuts as gifts. We can all split the spoils. The group, aren't you being a tad too brazen? The audience was rendered speechless by her audacity. Initially, they anticipated a significant decision, only to find that her grand plan was to mooch a meal. Sister Gu, how do you so confidently utter those words? I have never encountered anyone so unabashedly straightforward about seeking a free meal. Well, at least Sister Gu is considering bringing gifts. She won't be empty-handed. As long as we can endure these 3 days, Sister Gu has cleverly taken advantage of the show's loopholes. The director, upon hearing Gu Ningning's intention to mooch food, nearly spat out the water in his mouth. How could she be so shameless? What else was she capable of? The director was genuinely curious about this question. Within the confines of this program, he and Gu Ningning were truly engaged in a battle of wits. Chapter 66. Masterful Persuasion. The director was on the verge of exploding with frustration, while the staff nearby cautiously observed him, suggesting, should we intervene and stop them? The director pondered for a moment, then decided to let them see how they would go about mooching a meal. Gu Ningning led the group in catching 6 fish and gathering a dozen coconuts.
Yihua.
Eyeing the fish and coconuts on the ground, skeptically remarked, do you really think we can mooch a meal with these? This is an island, where fish and coconuts are the least valuable commodities. Gu Ningning, brimming with confidence, replied, of course we can. If worst comes to worst, we still have our talents. We are people who make a living through our skills. Talents? You all actually possess talents? I only just learned that you rely on your talents for a living. You've hidden it quite well in the previous episodes. Hey, I'm curious to see what talents you can showcase. Are you going to beg in public or perform theatrically? Writing large characters here went to work, this isn't to the previous marketplace. One person, carrying their bounty, boldly set off in search of a place to eat. Their striking appearances attracted glances from passers-by. Most of the people on this island were middle-aged or elderly, as the younger generation likely sought work elsewhere. Although this was a tourist area, livelihoods here were precarious. Hey, aren't you the young people I met last night? What brings you here? I remember you were camping over there. An older man recognized them, causing a momentary blank stare among the 6. Gu Ningning quickly recovered. Hello, uncle.
We met last night.
The uncle, observing their good looks, chuckled. I couldn't see well in the dark last night, but you all are quite striking. If you're recording a show here, you must be stars. Gu Ningning eagerly nodded, pulling Yihua and the others closer. Yes, they are indeed stars. And I am their future manager. Uncle, do you know of any places to eat? We Haven Tea had a meal today. We can offer you these fish as payment. Gu Ningning urged the others to lift the fish, which were of average size, though the coconuts were quite eye-catching. The uncle, looking at their haul, cheerfully suggested, "There's a farmer's market ahead. Perhaps you can trade these for some money. I'm the only one at home today and I need to work, so it might be difficult to have you mooch a meal here." A farmer's market. If they can sell the fish, they have money. Thank you, uncle. They really found a way to make it work. Wilderness survival has turned into a different show. They probably wouldn't get much for the fish. Given that they're on an island where fish are inexpensive, anything is better than nothing. If all else fails, they can shamelessly mooch a meal. These individuals have quite thick skin. They should be able to manage. The group followed the uncle to the farmer's market, which was bustling with activity. If it weren't for the presence of a few young people, the place would be dominated by older folks. Yang Mei, feeling timid amidst the crowd, asked, "Are we really going to sell fish? There are so many fish stalls here. Can we even sell our 6 fish?" She was and being pessimistic. The fish on display were larger and livelier than their own. Gu Ningning glanced at their fish and then at the others, feeling a twinge of insecurity, but refusing to show it. No matter what, they must project confidence. They could definitely sell them. Where their SA will, their SA way. Yet, in the next moment, they found a spot to squat down, flanked by fish stalls on either side, looking quite forlorn. Ha ha ha. You spoke so grandly only to find yourselves in such a predicament. This image could become a meme, a trembling expression for all to enjoy. Look at the expressions of the 2 fishmongers beside them. Their faces reflect confusion and disbelief. Ihua assessed their surroundings and nudged Gu Ningning, whispering, "Should we start calling out?" Gu Ningning felt somewhat awkward in the current situation, realizing that they had chosen an unfavorable spot, sandwiched between 2 fish vendors.
Call out.
Raise your voices. Regardless of the circumstances, we must dominate in spirit. Yes. Gu Ningning's words held weight within the group, and her newfound confidence invigorated them. Fresh fish for sale. Caught this morning from the sea. Guaranteed fresh. Wei Kale, now fully admiring Gu Ningning, even began dancing to attract customers. Before long, a crowd began to form around them, initially thinking they were running a substantial fish stall, only to be met with the realization that they were merely selling 6 fish. Is this really all you have for sale? Just 6? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. You made such a fuss only to present 6 fish. The nearby vendors stared at them as if they were fools, their expressions utterly priceless. What's medium fish? ISN, just big fish and small fish? Have you created a new category? Strangely enough, Wei Kale's dance was captivating. Their performance was more credible than their fish-selling endeavor. Initially, the audience thought they were joking about showcasing their talents, but it turned out they could indeed put on a show. The older women watched Wei Kale dance, even clapping along. The young man danced beautifully, though their fish were indeed rather sparse and appeared less than lively. Gu Ningning, catching wind of their comments, quickly began her sales pitch. "Ladies, our fish are absolutely fresh, just caught from the sea this morning. And look, we have a handsome young man dancing. Buy a fish and receive a dance for free." As the conversation unfolded, he pushed the 3 actors behind him forward. These 3 individuals were professional performers, capable of acting on the spot. For merely 5 yuan, one could request a 5-minute scene of their choosing. Ihua, Yang Mei, and Cheng Xia exclaimed, "Are we truly being sold off like this?" The elder lady, amused by this pitch, chuckled. "With such good looks, what talents do you possess?" Gu Ningning replied with remarkable confidence, "I can perform vocal mimicry." Chapter 67. Truly earning a living through talent. Since when did you acquire such a skill? We were completely unaware. Yan Luo looked at her, perplexed, having never heard of Gu Ningning's talent before. When did she learn to do vocal mimicry? Am I imagining things? Rest assured, she genuinely claims to possess this skill. From writing large characters to now mastering vocal mimicry, she certainly harbors a plethora of abilities. Hurry. Showcase your talent. I'm eager to witness your vocal mimicry. The elderly ladies, intrigued by her claim, urged her, "Please imitate something for us. Let us start with a 1 yuan performance." Gu Ningning beamed at the sight of the 1 yuan, her smile nearly radiant. After all, 1 yuan is still money. All right. Listen closely. She covered her mouth with her hand and then, with uncanny precision, emitted the braying of a donkey. Yan Luo, Ihua, and the others were left in utter astonishment. The elder ladies cheered, "Bravo." Following her performance, applause erupted, and soon, A crowd gathered around them in the bustling market. Even the two fishmongers paused their sales to find a good vantage point for the show. Young lady, your talent is remarkable. That sounded even more like a donkey than a real donkey. What else can you imitate? Show us more. Let us make it a 10-yuan performance. Gu Ningning happily accepted the money, as she often indulged in such antics at home. Imitating animal sounds was a piece of cake for her. She proceeded to imitate the sounds of a chicken, a horse, a goose, the voice of an elder, and the cries of a child, among others. Yen Luo and the others sat wide-eyed, utterly astonished. When did you acquire such a talent? How have you kept it hidden? Goodness, I have goosebumps all over. Your imitations are astonishingly accurate. I'm reminded of that vocal mimicry piece from our language textbook. Those vocal artists are truly impressive. Where on earth did Gu Ningning learn such a skill? This must qualify as intangible cultural heritage. Which girl would consciously study such a thing? I attempted an imitation and ended up spitting out phlegm. This is certainly not a feat everyone can accomplish. Haha, I'll give it a try too. Ugh. I feel nauseous. The audience, inspired by her skills, began to imitate her, filling the air with a cacophony of wails and cries. What on earth is going on? Why are you howling during the day? Get back to your homework. Stop howling in the office restroom. If there's an issue, take it home. If your son is crying, is it necessary for you to join in the wailing? Are you unwell? Due to the commotion, some incidents occurred, leading to a few humorous misunderstandings. My mother said I was howling like a ghost, and now I'm in big trouble. I was howling in the restroom, and it startled my boss. Now he is holding a meeting to exorcise the company. What should I do? I was howling in the house, and now my husband is explaining to the neighbors and property management that he is not abusing me. I'm right here helping him clarify. In this lively scene, Gu Ningning truly shone, with the elder ladies transformed into enthusiastic supporters, and before long, her hands were filled with an assortment of coins. It was peak tourist season, and many visitors were present, providing the elder ladies with a bit of extra cash. Yihua, Yangmei, and Chengxia also joined in, with the ladies encouraging them to act out a classic television drama scene, one rife with melodrama and a love triangle, perfectly suiting their trio. Shuling, I love you, but I also love Yang. Yihua clutched his chest, feigning a pained expression as if ensnared in a web of emotions. Yangmei gazed at him with sorrowful eyes. But I am your wife. We are bound by marriage. How dare she steal you away from me? Chengxia, with a pitiful grip on Yangmei's hand, pleaded. I never intended to disrupt your relationship, but I cannot control my feelings. Sister, if you are willing, we can coexist peacefully and share Yilang together. Truly. The three of them were actors at heart. Even in such modest surroundings, without costumes, they conveyed their emotions with remarkable depth. Some of the elder ladies, swept up in the performance, began to sigh, feeling sympathy for Xu Ling. Many in the audience were unfamiliar with this old television series, a melodramatic classic that had captured hearts in the past. What sort of plot is this? Why does it feel so awkward? From what I observe, Yilang seems to be unfaithful. I recommend you watch this drama. It's called Frosty Blossoms. My mother watched it back in her day, and it was a sensation across the land. Their melodramatic storyline has likely brought tears to countless viewers. I watched this as a child as well. Yilang and Xu Ling were married, but while he was away on business, he fell off a cliff due to bandits. And Yang rescued him, and they developed feelings for each other, ultimately leading to this recent scene. Goodness, how melodramatic. What a scoundrel. I feel like Yihua has suddenly transformed into a scoundrel himself. Come on. Yihua is just a silly fellow. Don't categorize him among scoundrels. Among the six of them, each possessed their own unique talents, while Yen Luo sat aside, seemingly at a loss. He appeared to be entirely devoid of skills. He could play the piano, but alas, there was no piano at hand. The elder lady, curious about him, asked, Young man, what can you do? You seem quite handsome. Are you also an actor? Yen Luo thought, what should I do? How should I respond? If I admit I have no skills, will that reflect poorly on me? But there's no piano here for me to play. The elder lady observed his troubled expression and suddenly realized, you don't possess any talents, do you? Young people should not be this way. All your companions have their own skills, and you sit here without any. While others dance, act, and showcase vocal mimicry, you remain here, receiving critiques from the elder ladies. I once thought that relying on talent for a living was a myth, but it turns out they truly have made a living from it. Chapter 68. The Mute Bride, Gu Ningning. Yen Luo's face was a portrait of embarrassment. He wished to counter the elder lady's remarks but was at a loss for words. In the live broadcast room, Mother Yen watched her disappointing younger son, nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Throughout his upbringing, she had encouraged him to pursue a variety of interests. How could it be that he now seemed utterly incapable of demonstrating any of them? Prior to his participation in this program, he had been her pride and joy. With the exception of his infatuation with Gu Ningning, in all other respects, she regarded him as quite accomplished. However, after joining the show, her perception of him shifted dramatically. He appeared increasingly inept, unable to perform even the simplest tasks. Cooking eluded him, his speech lacked eloquence, and now he had no discernible talents whatsoever. In comparison to others, he seemed utterly worthless. Yen Hua observed his mother's expression of indignation, his lips moving as if to speak, yet unsure of how to begin. Indeed, the younger brother had learned a great deal over the years. But those skills were rendered useless in this context. Where was a piano for him to play? Were there any art supplies available for him to draw? Ultimately, the skills he had acquired were impractical and of little value to an ordinary person. Yen Luo felt on the verge of collapse from the criticism of the older women, only to be rescued by Gu Ningning, who came to his aid. Although they had failed to sell their fish, they unexpectedly earned several hundred yuan, a delightful surprise. The coconuts were also distributed as refreshments, as the audience gathered to watch them surely warranted a small treat. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yi Hua marveled at the unexpected utility of his eyes in this situation, nearly misplacing his lines moments before. They had never seen the drama in question. It was only after the older women showcased a clip on their phones that the three of them, having a solid foundation in performance, managed to memorize the lines after a single viewing. Fortunately, the segment was brief and contained few lines. Otherwise, they might have struggled to deliver their performance effectively. Yang Mei took a sip of coconut water, her expression already one of defeat. She had never felt this fatigued while acting, as they now faced a real audience. She feared that if she failed to perform well, it could tarnish the reputation of their troupe, while her own reputation might be salvageable. She did not want to negatively impact the standing of others. Wei Kai Lu trembled as he sat down, his legs quaking beneath him. They treated me like a top spinning endlessly, he uttered, his voice quivering. He had merely demonstrated a street dance move, and yet the older women had become exuberant. Insisting that he spin on the ground incessantly, his limbs felt entirely beyond his control. Fear not, Gu Ningning reassured, her voice hoarse. Though we have invested effort, our gains have been quite substantial. Upon her utterance, the room fell silent. How could such a sound emanate from her? Gu Ningning, having spent so much time performing, had neglected her vocal care, resulting in her voice taking on this peculiar tone. Yen Luo regarded her with pity. Why hadn't she seized an opportunity to hydrate? They had several days ahead, and her voice would surely suffer. Upon hearing that duck-like squawk, I could scarcely believe it was Gu Ningning, one viewer remarked. I initially thought she would be the most normal of them all, yet she is no better than the rest. Another chimed in, with such a stunning visage, how could her voice betray her so? Among them, Yen Luo remained unscathed. Could it truly be that he possessed no talents at all? That seemed hard to believe. For the sake of those few hundred yuan, they had endured considerable hardship. When it came time to dine, Wei Kailo was physically supported by two others. They casually selected a restaurant, a countryside eatery known for its delicious and affordable fare. Being near the coast, seafood was particularly inexpensive, and they ordered primarily from that category. The proprietress, upon seeing their handsome appearances, beamed with delight. "Are you stars? You are exceptionally good-looking," she exclaimed, directing her compliment at Gu Ningning. Naturally, one must respond to such praise, and Gu Ningning returned the smile. "We are here to record a program. Thank you for your kind words." Upon hearing her voice, the proprietress's smile faltered, frozen in disbelief. The audience erupted in laughter at the sight of her shock. Ha. The proprietor's smile shattered upon hearing that. She truly did not expect such a voice from such a beautiful girl. Another viewer commented, "When Gu Ningning spoke, my heart skipped a beat. The impact was overwhelming." The proprietress had intended to converse further, but was so taken aback by Gu Ningning's voice that she offered a few perfunctory remarks before retreating to the kitchen. The production team, with a mischievous intent, positioned a camera near the kitchen, capturing the ensuing dialogue. "Goodness! How can such a lovely girl have such a voice?" the proprietress exclaimed. "Perhaps it's just a natural quirk. Beauty does not guarantee a melodious voice," the owner replied. "What a pity. Recently, there's been talk online of a mute bride. This girl is the epitome of that. Silence is golden, but when she speaks, it's truly astonishing." Puffed. Mute bride. This proprietress has quite the wit, another viewer laughed. I hereby declare our new mute bride to be Gu Ningning. If I had a girlfriend as stunning as her, I wouldn't mind if she were a mute bride. Another chimed in. Wake up from your daydreams. Our Gu Jia is not someone just anyone can aspire to. Unbeknownst to Gu Ningning, she had unwittingly become the mute bride in the eyes of others, who now eagerly awaited the arrival of their dishes. They ordered 6 plates for under 200 yuan, leaving them with over 600 yuan, and the restaurant had no limits on servings. As the enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen, Yi Hua's stomach growled audibly, drawing the collective gaze of his companions. Flustered by their attention, he closed his legs and murmured, "Please don't look at me like that, it makes me a bit anxious." Chapter 69. The meal was devoured by a dog. With the proximity of his stomach to his vital regions, being scrutinized by so many was indeed unnerving. Fortunately, the proprietress promptly brought out the dishes, the first being a large fish. "Here it comes. This is our signature dish. You must savor it," she announced with a warm smile. It must be said, the portions were truly generous. Due to their ravenous hunger, they did not wait for all the dishes to arrive before digging in, their chopsticks moving at an astonishing pace. The sight of this extraordinary scene compelled the proprietress to capture it on her phone, exclaiming, "I always thought what I saw on television was fabricated. I never realized it was all real." The speed at which these chopsticks can grasp is astonishing. With a bit more practice, they might even catch flies with them. Ha ha ha. The proprietress is truly authentic. Does she not fear being overheard with such loud speech? Fear not, they cannot hear her. All their attention is currently focused on the dishes atop the table. Their speed is genuinely impressive. I can hardly discern whose chopsticks are darting about so swiftly. This is the power bestowed upon them by hunger. Soon, they will indeed be able to catch flies with chopsticks. At that moment, Yi Hua and Yang Mei simultaneously seized the last piece of pork belly, exchanging a glance that sparked with intensity. "Ladies first, I spotted it first, so I shall eat it." Yi Hua scoffed, snatching her chopsticks away with his hand, swiftly stuffing the morsel into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Why talk so much?" This is simply seizing the initiative. Observing their antics, the other 4 could only stare in disbelief. There was no need for such desperation. The 6 dishes were ample. And although the pork belly was gone, plenty of other dishes remained. The audience was thoroughly amused by their antics. So many years of friendship ended over a piece of pork belly. What is friendship compared to pork belly, which is far more substantial? Yi Hua is truly authentic. I never anticipated he would snatch it with his hand. The other 4 regarded them as if they were fools. And even the proprietress looked bewildered. Proprietress, where did these 2 rascals come from, fighting over a piece of meat like this? Their meal left them thoroughly satisfied, with 13 dishes still uneaten by the time they had finished. Gu Ningning glanced at the remaining food and earnestly inquired of the proprietress, "May I ask if you have takeout boxes? Could we also have a bit more rice?" The proprietress replied, "It is rather common to take home unfinished dishes. But it's my first time encountering someone wanting to take home rice." Nevertheless, she fulfilled her request, providing 6 boxes brimming with rice and some leftover dishes from the kitchen that she had stir-fried. The kindness of the proprietress moved Gu Ningning and her companions immensely. "You are truly generous, and good people will surely be rewarded. Wishing you prosperous business and overflowing wealth." Though the proprietress is kind-hearted, that look of pity in her eyes is quite piercing. Carrying bags of leftover food, the 6 individuals wore expressions of pride. Their dinner was secured. They could return now. After they departed, the proprietress conversed with the owner at the entrance. They marveled at how attractive they looked, yet appeared so impoverished. Perhaps they were genuinely short on funds. It was the first time they had seen someone needing to take home food. "You gave them the remaining dishes from the back, right? That should be enough for the 6 of them. Rest assured, I gave them everything. It will certainly suffice for their dinner tonight." Gu Ningning and her companions returned to the campsite laden with bags. They carefully stored the leftover dishes to protect them from other items. They could not allow anything to spoil their precious meal, which was their only sustenance for the evening. Tomorrow's meals could be addressed when the time came. After lunch, they certainly needed to rest, so the group entered their tents and fell asleep. The director, reviewing the morning's footage, was delighted. He had assumed they were merely causing trouble. But unexpectedly, they were actively providing material. "Director, how should we arrange tomorrow's activities? Should we allow them the same freedom as today, or should we orchestrate it ourselves?" They had initially drafted a program outline, but these individuals were utterly unpredictable, often deviating from the established format, and even when adhering to it, They managed to infuse their unique style, leaving the production team bewildered by their trajectory. Hence, they decided against further planning. They would address matters as they arose. The director reclined in his chair, leisurely stating, "Tomorrow, inform them they can go out to earn money. We shall not interfere in their affairs. If they wish to go, let them. If not, allow them to act freely." The staff nodded. This group of celebrities had likely never toiled in the fields before. Either they were scions of wealthy families or lofty stars, and even the more affluent children from rural backgrounds had not labored in the fields, due to their afternoon nap. The number of viewers in the live stream gradually declined, as there was little to see during their slumber. Nonetheless, some remained steadfast in the stream. With no need for concern at midday, each had their own tent. As the atmosphere grew tranquil, a large yellow dog ambled over. The audience initially thought little of it. But the dog slowly approached the spot where they had hidden their food, which they had hung from a tree, sheltered from the ground's reach. "Wake up, wake up. A dog is coming to steal your food. Still sleeping? If you don't wake up, you'll miss dinner entirely. It shouldn't be able to climb the tree or jump that high. I believe the food is quite safe." As these comments flashed across the screen, the large yellow dog suddenly leapt onto a nearby rock, grabbing hold of the bag's handle, causing the food to tumble down. The 6 individuals remained sound asleep, utterly oblivious to the fact that their meal had fallen victim to the dog. What a leap! Their food is gone. Hurry and wake up. The viewers in the chat were growing frantic, calling out until, finally, Wei Kai stirred lazily. His tent was near the food, and the scent of the dishes roused him. Where is that delightful aroma coming from? He groggily stood up and stepped out of the tent, only to come face to face with the dog, which was currently devouring their meal. Chapter 70. The Big Fool. One might just choke to death. He locked eyes with the large yellow dog, and the atmosphere became awkward and tense. Haha, the scene suddenly turned humorous. What are you dawdling for? Rush over and reclaim your food. If you don't act soon, dinner will be completely gone. Steal it from the dog's mouth. Go for it. The large yellow dog glanced at Wei Kai, paused momentarily, then resumed eating, seemingly unfazed by his presence. Wei Kai, now alert, hesitated to rush forward. "Hey! Move aside." The dog remained motionless, even barking at him. Hey, move." His words were accompanied by frantic foot stomping, creating an unexpectedly comedic effect. "Dude, are you rapping? There's a dry stick nearby. Hurry, and use it to shoo the dog away. You could also wake the others. Don't just stand here singing and dancing alone." The director behind the screen was thoroughly entertained. This child was quite amusing. Initially, he had seemed rather unlikable, but now he was growing on him. A staff member who had brought Wei Kai over. "A couple of days ago, you scolded me mercilessly, yet now your demeanor has shifted so rapidly." Yi Hua was enjoying a deep slumber when he was abruptly awakened by the sound of sinister chuckling. Groggily, he opened his eyes, only to discover a figure standing at the entrance of his tent. "Who is it?" he mumbled, stumbling out. Upon seeing him, Wei Kai pointed at the large yellow dog as if he had found his protector, exclaiming, "Brother, quickly deal with this dog. It's about to devour our dinner." Yi Hua's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. What on earth? Where did this dog come from? He noticed the food strewn across the ground, and a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. "Hey! Where did this big dog come from? Get away from here." Grabbing a stick from the ground, he charged forward. With Wei Kai cheering him on, his eyes filled with admiration. 3 seconds later, Yi Hua was screaming, "Ah! Don't chase me. You eat. Eat. I want to disturb you. Please don't chase me." Observing Yi Hua being pursued by the dog, Wei Kai remarked, "I thought you were going to confront the dog. But it seems you couldn't last more than 3 seconds. Ha ha ha, I initially believed he was going to subdue the dog. But it turns out he was the one being subdued." Yi Hua has truly become a comedian now. Nevertheless, that dog is genuinely large and fierce, and their charge was indeed reckless. Wei Kai's expression shifted from admiration to exasperation in a heartbeat. The commotion outside roused the others from their slumber. Gu Ningning, rubbing her eyes, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the frantic chase between Yi Hua and the dog. What is happening? Are they filming a movie? Ah! Help! Is there anyone who can assist me? I don't want it to bite my behind. Yi Hua's legs were moving so swiftly, they were nearly sparking. He was running at what felt like the fastest speed of his life. If only the ground weren't sandy, he could have run even faster. His childhood training under his parents had endowed him with remarkable escape skills. When he was a child, if he were to be punished, he could sprint down 3 streets without being caught. Yen Luo was the first to react. With quick reflexes, he snatched a bag from the tent and deftly placed it over the dog's head as it passed by him. With that action, the dog gradually calmed down. His swift and graceful maneuver earned applause from Gu Ningning, who exclaimed, "Well done." That was quite impressive. Flattered by her praise, Yen Luo felt a bit bashful, considering compliments from Gu Ningning were a rare occurrence. Indeed, that move was quite dashing. Perhaps Yen Luo has some usefulness after all. Why do I feel an inexplicable chemistry between Yen Luo and Yihua? It's an indescribable feeling.
So,
It's not just me who feels this way. Their energies really do complement each other. Yihua, relieved at being saved, lunged at Yen Luo. Ugh, that scared me. Had I known, I wouldn't have charged him like that. Why is this dog so fierce? It's even more ferocious than the one at the entrance of our village. His emotions were running high, and he was gripping Yen Luo a bit too tightly, nearly causing him to roll his eyes from the pressure. Yen Luo, struggling to catch his breath, pounded on Yihua's shoulder, who mistakenly thought he was offering comfort. "Thank you for consoling me. I'm all right now." "Yen Luo, I'm not consoling you. Let go of me. Big fool. Release him immediately. You're about to strangle your savior." Yen Luo's eyes were nearly bulging out. Yihua certainly had considerable strength. Gu Ningning had initially thought the two were bonding through mutual comfort, but quickly realized Yen Luo's face was turning a peculiar shade. She hurriedly pulled Yihua away, rescuing Yen Luo from his grip. "You need to control your strength. You nearly suffocated him. Why does he seem increasingly reckless?" At that moment, Yen Luo was patting his chest, gasping for air, feeling as if he had never been so close to death. How has this simpleton survived in the entertainment industry? It's a miracle he hasn't been taken advantage of by others. After Gu Ningning chased away the yellow dog, they noticed the scattered food on the ground. Yang Mei and Cheng Xia approached to inspect the mess. All the dishes had been overturned and partially consumed by the dog, leaving only 2 portions of rice still wrapped and untouched. With disappointment evident on their faces, they realized they would have to venture out to find dinner again. However, they truly lacked the energy to perform tonight. Typically, acting was far less exhausting. At least in regular performances, there was a chance for a redo. Here, everything had to be executed perfectly, as the audience was watching closely. A mistake could shatter their livelihoods, not only jeopardizing their own, but also that of their peers, inciting considerable animosity. Contemplating the 2 portions of rice, the group fell into deep thought about how to proceed tonight. In truth, they had earned enough to cover dinner, but they still needed to save money for tomorrow. Gu Ningning glanced at the disheartened crowd and said, "Actually, we still have over 600 left. That's more than enough for dinner. Based on what we spent at lunch, we should still have around 400 left. So, do we want to handle dinner ourselves or dine out?" Gu Ningning felt dining out was a viable option. The earlier plan to save money had become untenable. It's disheartening to see them in such a pitiful state, a group of glamorous stars gathered around a heap of leftovers, looking as though they might pounce to snatch up the remnants. They're supposed to be stars. How cruel of the director to put them through this. If the director weren't so sincere, what would be the point of the plot? The whole point is to showcase their struggles. I enjoy watching them endure these trials. After a brief discussion, they ultimately decided to handle dinner themselves and save the money. They were uncertain about the next day's plans. If they didn't earn anything, this money would be vital for their meals tomorrow and the day after. As for why they wouldn't perform in the coming days, it was evident that their current situation wouldn't allow for it. Wei Kailai was nearly dizzy from spinning around, while Gu Ningning had gone completely mute. The 3 of them could continue acting, but the pressure was overwhelming. Yen Luo's talents couldn't shine in this environment. For the next couple of days, they truly wouldn't be able to perform. And that 600 yuan was essentially their budget for the next 2 days. "All right, let us catch some fish to grill. I'll go pick some coconuts. You all handle the fishing. Didn't the production team leave some instant noodles? We can cook those as well." Gu Ningning began her warm-up, and the others prepared to catch fish. Fortunately, there are still 2 servings of rice left here. Their appetites are rather modest, and the proprietress has generously filled their bowls to the brim. A portion for each is indeed sufficient. The current state of affairs is quite remarkable, though it is true that they find themselves in a dire situation. Drawing from their prior experience of catching fish, they have become quite adept at it, managing to catch several small fish in no time. Thankfully, the condiments provided by the production team are ample, and grilled fish can indeed be quite fragrant. This meal, while undeniably simple, carries an inexplicable air of meagerness. The director, observing from behind the monitor while slurping instant noodles, finds himself unable to suppress a grin at their predicament. He relishes their misfortunes, delighting in their daily antics that defy the program structure. The more unfortunate they are, the more joy it brings him. Nearby, a staff member remarks, "Director, you seem a bit petty." They don't appear to be targeting you specifically. They are merely striving to improve their own circumstances. At this moment, I am indulging in a lavish hot pot feast, and witnessing their meager fare makes my meal seem all the more delectable. Ha ha ha. You upstairs are quite cheeky. But I too find myself in a similar situation. They are pitifully consuming a few fish while I feast on 4 dishes. I, on the other hand, am rather unfortunate. I am currently eating instant noodles, which is even less extravagant than what they have, and at least they have company, while I dine alone. Seeing the comments flood in, the director glances at the instant noodles in his hands and then surveys his surroundings. Damn. Suddenly, he feels a wave of sympathy for himself. He is eating far less than those 6 individuals. At least they have caught a few small fish, while he is left to languish over his instant noodles. A nearby staff member, who has been secretly watching the director, observes the gradual fading of his smile and stifles a laugh. A smile doesn't vanish. It merely shifts. And now it has found its way to my face. Just moments ago, he was baffled by the director's unrestrained joy, despite their apparent hardships. They at least have meat in their dinner, fish meat, no less, and coconut juice to drink. You're laughing so heartily while consuming nothing but instant noodles, devoid of any meat. And, to top it off, you have no beverage, only the bitter taste of plain water. After finishing their meal, Gu Ningning and the others find themselves lost in thought on the beach, utterly exhausted from the day's endeavors, with no energy to ponder anything else. The sky here is breathtaking, adorned with a multitude of stars, an enchanting sight rarely witnessed in the bustling city. Gazing at the celestial display, Gu Ningning suddenly yearns for her luxurious home. Once the series of recordings concludes, she must return and indulge herself, perhaps signing a few more artists and reveling in the entertainment industry. As she drifts off in contemplation, a sharp snore interrupts her reverie. The others simultaneously turn their heads. Yen Luo, seated nearby, has already succumbed to slumber, producing the unmistakable sound of snoring. Ha ha, the little lord's image is instantly shattered, snoring in public. It seems the little lord has not done much today. He merely collected money and watched others perform. How is he so tired that he is snoring now? You don't understand. The little lord is mentally exhausted. Even though he possesses his own talents, not having the opportunity to showcase them can weigh heavily on his heart. The more brilliant his image, the more anxious he feels inside. Thus, it is entirely understandable that he snores. This explanation is truly remarkable, yet I can't help but find it strangely plausible. Observing the slumbering Yen Luo, the other 5 gather around him, rarely taking the time to study someone while they snore. Ihua pinches his nose, causing Yen Luo to open his mouth, yet he shows no signs of waking. Gu Ningning then covers his mouth, effectively blocking both his airways. Wei Kale quips, "You two are truly something else." Ha ha. Wei Kale's expression while watching them is utterly hilarious. Yen Luo, "You two are real nuisances. I'm merely trying to sleep, and you wake me up just to obstruct my breathing. Isn't that enough? Does he have any other breathing holes?" Yen Luo struggles to hold his breath for half a minute before finally stirring awake. Gu Ningning is genuinely impressed by him. How is it possible to hold one's breath for so long while asleep? Had he not awakened soon, they might have thought he was in trouble. Yen Luo looks at the hands covering his nose and mouth, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Could you please remove the hands from my face?" Chapter 72. Gu Ningning faces discomfort. After swatting their hands away, Yen Luo yawns. "It's getting late. I'm heading back to sleep. You all do as you please." Upon hearing this, Gu Ningning instinctively glances at her watch. Isn't at only 8:30? Isn't that rather early? She had napped for quite a long time at noon and still felt tired. Moreover, it seems they hadn't done much this afternoon, aside from playing with dogs. Gu Ningning's puzzled expression is all too evident, prompting Yen Luo to feel somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny. He glances at himself, finding nothing dirty or out of place, wondering why she is giving him that look. "Why do you keep looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me?" Yen Luo is genuinely developing a psychological complex regarding Gu Ningning. It's not so much fear as it is a deep-seated respect. Despite his sharp tongue, it is clear that he holds her in high regard. In his mind, Gu Ningning occupies a status comparable to that of his extraordinary older brother. His brother became involved with the family business at a young age and has always been the golden child. The luxurious lifestyle he enjoys now is largely due to his brother's support. Otherwise, he would likely be clocking in at the office every day. Tisk, tsk, tsk. How obedient this young lord has become. One can only wonder how much he fears Gu Ningning. It's not exactly fear. I believe he just respects her. Though he can be quite sharp-tongued, it's apparent he is genuinely in awe of Gu Ningning. Does anyone remember how the young lord appeared when he first joined the show? Can anyone recall his previous infatuated demeanor? My memory of that is already a bit hazy. It's fine if you've forgotten. This live stream has a replay feature. You can watch it again. I just finished watching the first episode and honestly, the young lord from that episode is like a completely different person from the one we see now. I can hardly believe the infatuated fool was him. The transformation in Yen Luo is indeed remarkable, prompting many to express their astonishment online, with numerous comparison videos circulating that juxtapose his first episode appearance with his current self. Observing the dazed Yen Luo, Gu Ningning shakes her head and sighs. Your stamina seems lacking. You didn't do much today. And you even took a long nap at noon. It's only 8:30. Why are you already tired? Young people must take care of their health. You should find time to exercise. Look at everyone else. They all seem so spirited, Gu Ningning remarked as she turned to observe the others, only to find her subsequent words thwarted. Among the 4 individuals seated beneath her, 2 were lost in thought while the other 2 dozed off. How could their slumber have overtaken them so swiftly? Just moments ago, they were quite lively. Gu Ningning's expression was a tapestry of complexity, her eyes betraying a hint of skepticism. Were they truly not putting on a performance for her benefit? Yen Luo glanced at the 4 down below and, with a tone of exhaustion, remarked, they don't appear to be very lively either. Since there's nothing to do here, I might as well head back to sleep. Without a hint of hesitation, he retreated into his tent. Gu Ningning exclaimed, you 4 must have come here just to slap me in the face. Weren't you all just brimming with energy? And you were laughing at Yen Luo alongside me. Has it truly been 5 minutes? No. It hasn't even been 5 minutes and you're all already this drowsy. It truly proves your theatrical talents. Haha. Gu Ningning has finally met her match. I intended to demonstrate that everyone was still alert, but I never anticipated they would so thoroughly undermine Gu Ningning. Gu Ningning, all of you combined can't match my level of alertness. Gu Ningning, observing the 4 sprawled out haphazardly, gave them a swift kick. Get up. If you're going to sleep, go back and do it. I have no funds to care for you if you fall ill here. They were quite strapped for cash, with only 600 yuan to last them a few more days. The words that spilled from Gu Ningning's coarse throat were indeed quite jarring. Wei Kale, awakening, rubbed his ears and mumbled, I just dreamt a duck was talking in my ear. How peculiar. Gu Ningning, with a feigned smile, replied, what kind of duck was it? Can you describe it to me? At the sound of her voice, Wei Kale's eyes widened. Yes, that was the duck. As soon as he spoke, Gu Ningning delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head, jarring him awake. Ha ha ha, he really asked for it. That slap looked painful. Our sister Gu has truly borne the burdens of this group. Despite being the second youngest here, she has somehow become the de facto leader. Our Gu sister will never be overshadowed. She is always the boss wherever she goes. Ha ha. Gu's sister's voice does indeed resemble that of a duck. I have a pet duck at home, and when it hears her voice, it gets all excited, as if it has found a kindred spirit. Gu Ningning, I'll eat your duck when the opportunity arises. Let it fully merge with its kin. The night unfolded with a surprising tranquility. As Yi Hua and Wei Kale shared a tent, before drifting off, Wei Kale earnestly cautioned, bro, try to control yourself tonight. I've already burned incense and paper money for you. Please don't act like you did last night. I'm quite timid, and if you pull that again, I might really have to leave. Yi Hua responded with equal seriousness, little brother, I wish I could control it, but it seems beyond my grasp. However, with the incense and money burned, we should be fine. After all, money can make even ghosts work. Their earnest demeanor was truly comical. And Wei Kale was indeed outside the tent, burning incense and paper money while muttering incantations. Though they're a bit pitiful. Why do I find this so amusing? Were they truly possessed last night? Regardless of possession, aren't they spreading superstitions? I genuinely fear the live stream might get shut down. This variety show has become my source of joy. It shouldn't get shut down. It's merely a folk custom. Remember, this is a folk custom. We must insist on that. The director was equally apprehensive, fearing the show's cancellation more than anyone else. Chapter 73. There's only this little money left. What on earth are these two little brats up to? Can't they consider that they are on a show? The director was nearly driven to the brink, wishing he could leap through the screen and give them a good thrashing. Fortunately, after they fell asleep, the live stream remained uninterrupted and safely broadcasted. That night, a multitude of viewers kept vigil outside their tent, with some even starting to record in advance, fearing they might miss some thrilling moments. Unfortunately, the night passed quietly and peacefully. Ihua didn't even talk in his sleep, and the only sounds were their movements. When dawn broke, those who had stayed up all night were ready to curse. I stayed up all night, and nothing happened. Is this fair to me? Oh my. I have to go to work this morning. Had I known, I wouldn't have stayed up last night. I missed out on the funny moments and put myself through this. I had the foresight to start recording but went to sleep myself. Even if I fell asleep, I wouldn't miss anything. The replay will take days anyway. Recording is the way to go. While the audience grumbled online, no one forced them to stay. They had chosen to do so they could only grumble at themselves. Ha ha ha, we made it through last night safely. Nothing happened. Ihua burst from the tent as soon as he opened his eyes. Who knows how nervous he had been while sleeping? Would that foul entity's possession affect his health? He had no idea, but it was probably best to avoid it. His commotion roused everyone, and they emerged from their tents, tousled hair and all, staring at Ihua, who was racing across the beach. Yen Luo rubbed his eyes and yawned, puzzled. Did something happen last night to trigger him? Why is he acting like this so early in the morning? Only Wei Kale could answer that question. But he shook his head, indicating he had no clue what had occurred. He had slept soundly the previous night, not even dreaming. Gu Ningning was already adeptly retrieving incense and paper money from her backpack. No matter what, she had to make an attempt. Ha ha ha. Ihua is once again suspected of encountering something sinister. However, his excitement this early is genuinely frightening. He resembles the Monkey King running on the beach. If he stripped off his clothes and donned a grass skirt, he would look even more like him. Hey, don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts. Quickly rid yourself of those filthy ideas. You might covet the Monkey King, but why would you also covet Ihua? Aren't you afraid he'll scare you to death at night? That's a fair point. Perhaps I'll reconsider. When Gu Ningning approached with the incense and paper money, Ihua had returned to normal, but his smile faltered upon seeing what she held. Sister Gu, what are you doing with that? Did something strange happen again last night? Could it be that his body was under some control without his awareness? Gu Ningning did not answer. She lit a few sticks of incense and began to burn the paper money. This morning has been exceedingly peculiar. Your wailing and frantic behavior are rather unsettling. Thus, I believe it prudent to bring forth this item for assurance. Ihua, you are discriminating against me. Just because I am experiencing such an incident does not warrant this treatment. Are we not good companions anymore? I am still the leading man in your next drama. Undermining my reputation will bring you no benefit. Why the need for such excitement over merely having a peaceful sleep? I sense an eerie dissonance amidst the harmony of this program, a chilling undercurrent beneath its mundane facade. How did they conjure such an atmosphere? This director seems to have never ventured into horror films. Upon reviewing his credentials, it is apparent that his work primarily consists of variety shows, with only 2 dramas to his name, both idol dramas. I believe the atmosphere is less about the director and more about the individuals involved. The director is merely taking the blame for their shortcomings. Upon reading this comment, the director felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Finally, someone could empathize with his current predicament. Here is a director, known for variety shows, attempting to navigate this uncharted territory. A program that should embody the essence of everyday life has devolved into chaos, with the first episode rife with disputes and the subsequent ones steeped in an increasingly unsettling ambience. Each episode seems inexorably linked to the supernatural. And he has never produced anything of this nature. The director's internal struggles were completely unknown to the 6 individuals, as their focus was solely on breakfast. They planned to spend just a few coins at the market for their morning meal, which should not cost much. As they strolled, many approached them, eager to greet them. Primarily due to their captivating performance the previous day, which had garnered them numerous admirers. Hey, will you lads be performing today? I've already informed my relatives and friends to come and watch. A cheerful aunt exclaimed. Gu Ningning politely smiled and nudged Yang Mei beside her, urging her to speak. Yang Mei, feeling the weight of the moment, pushed Ihua, who, due to her anxiousness, inadvertently sent him sprawling forward. After a few stumbling steps, Yihua found himself kneeling before the ant. Yihua, what on earth just happened? The ant and the others were equally bewildered. What was occurring? The ant, possessing a fair degree of insight, quickly regained her composure. Observing Yihua kneeling, she retrieved a red envelope from her pocket, saying, "Child, I have but this little money on me. While this envelope is meant for a birthday wish, it is still red. Please accept it." Having witnessed Yihua's bow, she felt it necessary as an elder to make some gesture, even if it was not a large sum. After handing him the envelope, she departed with remarkable swiftness. As if pursued by a ghost, she had only one envelope. Should the others kneel as well, she certainly would not have the means to provide more red envelopes. Chapter 74. A True Exchange of Barbs. Yihua was utterly baffled, glancing at the envelope in his hand, and then at the onlookers who were thoroughly entertained. Gu Ningning and the others were on the verge of laughter. Gu Ningning patted his shoulder, grinning. "Well done, Yihua. You greeted the ant with early New Year wishes and received a red envelope in return. Let's see how much is inside." Ha ha ha. Yihua's expression is a giant question mark. He likely has no idea how he ended up kneeling. That ant is surprisingly kind. She gave a red envelope upon witnessing his bow. If I were there, I would have certainly left her bankrupt. It is precisely the fear of bankruptcy that made the ant flee so hastily. Just look at her flustered demeanor with 5 others behind her. Yihua caught her completely off guard. Yihua rose from the ground, rubbing his knee. "Who just pushed me from behind?"
Yang Mei shrunk back.
Hiding behind Cheng Xia. "It wasn't me." Yihua, having pinpointed Yang Mei as the culprit due to her averted gaze and her retreat behind others, confronted her. "Was it you who pushed me? If you had something to say, a gentle nudge would suffice. Why use such force?" I felt as though I was propelled forward. Thankfully, he managed to halt his momentum, otherwise he would have toppled onto the ant. At that point, she would have been less inclined to offer him money, let alone refrain from slapping him. Yang Mei, glancing at him, murmured, "I didn't mean it. I didn't expect you would be pushed so easily. And I truly didn't use much force." Yihua, so you're implying I am weak? To call a man weak is the greatest insult. Yihua held firm confidence in his physical abilities. He had performed numerous stunts himself in various dramas, never relying on a double unless the actions were exceptionally specialized. He had portrayed a youthful general in a historical drama, a role that had garnered him some acclaim. Thus, his physical prowess was beyond question. He even had abs. How could she suggest otherwise? Such slander. Yang Mei, hearing this, panicked. "I never said you were weak. You shan't place the blame on me." Observing their quarrel, the other 4 had quietly retreated to a distance. "Who do you think will win this argument?" Gu Ningning of Wei Kaila scrutinized the 2 engaged in debate and shook his head. "I cannot tell. They appear evenly matched." Yan Luo analyzed the situation. "I believe Yang Mei will prevail. She possesses a certain assertiveness in her speech, even when she is at fault. That skill is quite commendable." Cheng Xia remarked, "Do you think what you're saying is wise? If you are capable, speak that aloud. I wouldn't mind witnessing a 3-person drama. I say, could you foresay any more obviously? At this point, you might as well grab some sunflower seeds. While the 2 are embroiled in a dispute, at least make an effort to intervene. What if it turns into a fight? I believe if Yihua and Yang Mei were to genuinely come to blows, they might even wager on who would win. Just look at their current demeanor. This quartet is truly a band of mischief makers." But a fight is out of the question. Yihua still maintains his dignity. Just as the audience presumed there would be no physical altercation, Yihua suddenly lifted his shirt. "You call me weak. Look at me. Where am I weak? I even have abs. I have portrayed numerous characters, and not a single one has called me weak, not even the youthful general." Upon witnessing Yihua's display, Yang Mei was left utterly speechless. "Ah! You dare to act indecently towards me." Yang Mei delivered a powerful punch, striking directly at his abdominal muscles. The 4 onlookers nearby gasped in astonishment. Is this really turning into a physical altercation? Weren't they just arguing? In a flurry of panic, they rushed over. 2 girls grasped Yang Mei, while 2 boys restrained Yihua. Calm down, calm down. There's no need for violence. Gentlemen should use words, not fists. How can one resort to fighting? Gu Ningning interjected, seizing Yang Mei's flying hand. Yihua, feeling provoked, exclaimed, "You actually hit me, right on my prideful abs. After all these years of friendship, you dare to lay hands on me. We're done. Come on, brother." It was just a light tap from a girl. There's no need to sever ties. Wei Kai Lu desperately pleaded, while Yan Luo hurriedly pulled down Yihua's lifted shirt, saying, cool it, or you'll be revealing too much. All the spectators were stunned, truly not expecting to witness male and female guests brawling on a variety show. Wait, this is genuinely happening. They were just joking moments ago, and now it's escalated to this? It seems real. However, the four of them are quite responsible. They aren't just standing by to watch. Haha, this is absolutely riveting. Their argument was amusing, but the hilarity of the fight being interrupted is on another level.
Wow.
So, the saying gentlemen use words, not fists actually allows for spitting. Indeed, after Gu Ningning's remark, Yang Mei and Yihua ceased their fighting, but began spitting at one another instead.
Pa.
Pa, 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 pa. The sight of their mutual spitting left Gu Ningning and the others utterly amazed. In all their years, they had never witnessed such a face-to-face spitting contest. Cheng Xia whispered, should we still intervene? I'm a bit afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Wei Kai Lun nodded vigorously. He certainly did not wish to be drenched in saliva, as he was trying to maintain his idol image, albeit a dwindling one. Gu Ningning glanced at the two fervently spitting individuals, hesitated for a moment, and finally declared, let's just wait here until they tire themselves out. They should be thirsty eventually. She then handed Yan Luo some money to buy 2 bottles of water. Go get those bottles, they'll surely need them soon. Chapter 75. Talking too much leads to loss of wealth. The location was bustling with passers-by, and the spectacle of the two spitting drew considerable attention. Some elderly folks whispered amongst themselves, what are these youngsters doing? Spitting at each other seems rather unsightly. Perhaps this is a new trend among the youth? We older folks simply cannot comprehend it, much like my grandson says, I don't understand, but I respect it. The old lady was surprisingly fashionable, able to articulate such a sentiment. Gu Ningning even bought a handful of sunflower seeds from a nearby vendor. They were inexpensive, and the large quantity would keep them occupied for quite some time. When Yan Luo returned with the water, the two were still engaged in their spitting contest, though it was evident that the volume had decreased. How much longer will this go on? It's exhausting to watch. Have they been possessed by llamas? Yan Luo, coming from a privileged background, had always seen even the most disagreeable individuals in the entertainment industry maintain a facade of civility. This was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. Gu Ningning handed him a handful of seeds, saying, it should be wrapping up soon. Look, their spittle has diminished. It won't be long now.
Puffed.
Are you two serious? It seems the volume has genuinely reduced. Spitting online is nowhere near as satisfying as in real life. Next time someone insults me, I'll just respond with a spit. If I can't win, at least I can gross them out. What a brilliant tactic. I must remember this. 5 minutes later, Yihua and Yang Mei sat on the ground, utterly disheveled, breathing heavily and unable to speak. All right, let's call it a draw. No one wins, Yang Mei coughed. Her throat nearly scorched. Yihua's voice was equally awkward. All right, enough. This ends here. I'm exhausted. Seeing them finally calm down, Yan Luo handed them the water. Gazing at the two disheveled figures, he sincerely remarked, this is the first time I've witnessed such a genuine spitting contest. It's truly astonishing. I must ask, do you even remember your status? Are you certain this won't cost you fans? Unlike Gu Ningning, who was not in the entertainment industry, these two were stars and actors. Would such behavior really not affect their fan base? Upon hearing Yan Luo's words, both Yang Mei and Yihua froze. Oh no, we really forgot we were recording. They stiffly turned to face the camera, where the cameraman was struggling to suppress laughter. Ha ha ha. It's clear they've forgotten they're on a show. No worries, keep spitting. If you lose fans, I'll make up for it. This is far more entertaining than anything else. Lose fans? This is bound to gain them more. I've never seen two stars spit at each other, especially a male and female star. My feelings are quite complex right now. I'm a fan of both, but seeing them like this is indescribable. Yang Mei and Yihua had been good friends for many years, and their interactions in private were often quite similar. Throughout the filming of this show, they had managed to restrain themselves from fully revealing their true selves on camera. However, now they had laid bare every aspect of their personalities, leaving no privacy intact. Cheng Xia observed their rigid expressions and sighed. Come on, if you can behave like this on a show, I truly don't know what to say. It's just a shove. Just a touch on the abs. It's not a big deal.
Yihua interjected.
What do you mean a touch? That was a punch to my abs, mind you. Why do you skew the narrative? You're biased. She hit me hard in the stomach. If I didn't have abs, I would have internal injuries by now. You have no idea how strong she is.
Yang may retorted, Yure exaggerating.
You can't possibly sustain internal injuries from my punch.
And you claim you're not weak.
Yi Hua sprang up from the ground. Are you implying I'm weak? Didn't we just agree to a ceasefire?
Yang Mei,
equally defiant, rose to her feet. You started it with your exaggerations. As they appeared ready to clash again, Gu Ningning swiftly positioned herself between them, shielding their faces with her hands, forcibly separating them. Stay calm, stay calm. Peace brings prosperity. Gu Ningning immediately steered the conversation in another direction. Didn't that Annie just give you a red envelope? Quickly, check how much money is inside. Perhaps our funds can increase. The mere mention of money instantly seized everyone's attention. Yi Hua hurriedly opened the red envelope in his hand and was greeted by the sight of a red bill. It was crimson. His eyes widened in surprise as he lifted his head. Gu Ningning urged him to quickly reveal the money. Once he did, the group fell into a stunned silence, as if they were engaged in a game of nesting dolls. How could this still be a red envelope? Ha ha ha. Their expressions are hilarious. The Annie managed to outsmart them. Well played. Hurry. Open this envelope too. I want to see how much money is inside. Yi Hua also unwrapped the small envelope in his hand, revealing a green $50 bill. Quite satisfactory. The ante was generous, and $50 was indeed commendable. Gu Ningning was particularly pleased, for as long as there was money inside, she would be content. Even a single dollar would suffice. After all, the odds of stumbling upon a dollar on the street nowadays are exceedingly slim. Everyone predominantly relies on electronic payments, making the chance of finding cash akin to winning a lottery. Yi Hua began to bask in his triumph, exclaiming that this was his achievement. Had it not been for his dramatic kneeling, how could he have acquired this $50? Yang Mei chimed in, I played a part in this too. Had I not given you that push, would you have knelt down? Therefore, my contribution is the greatest. The two exchanged fiery glances, igniting sparks between them. The other four interjected, can you two not settle down for a moment? Just a minute ago, you were passing the buck. And now you're claiming all the credit for yourselves. How fickle can you be? Just before their argument escalated, Gu Ningning clapped her hands twice to silence them. Shoo, be quiet. Talking too much invites misfortune. As soon as she uttered those words, they promptly sealed their lips, and even the barrage of comments quieted significantly. Chapter 76. The Garbage Collection Squad. When it comes to matters of wealth, everyone becomes particularly cautious. Gu Ningning's remark about talking too much inviting financial loss rendered the group silent. Even the production team fell silent. Who would willingly invite financial misfortune? Well, she said that talking too much leads to loss, but we aren't talking, we're typing. So, why should we be silent? Right, that caught me off guard. Wow, I've learned a new tactic. In the future, if I encounter a chatterbox, I can use this saying to shut them up. Haha. Gu Ningning's words wield significant power. Everyone fell silent at once. Wei Kaila glanced around, then pulled out his phone to begin typing. So, how about we communicate this way? I don't want to invite financial loss. Shall we type from now on? Yan Luo retorted. Who is the fool who believes this? It's obviously a ruse, and he actually fell for it. Gu Ningning, seeing the words on his phone, couldn't he help but chuckle. Speaking normally is fine. There should be no arguments or insults. Yang Mei and the others were puzzled, wondering why there could be no arguments or insults and how it related to financial loss. Gu Ningning sensed their confusion and began to explain, if you argue and get heated, isn't there a possibility of it escalating to physical confrontation? The others nodded. If a fight breaks out, it could result in injuries, whether to the other party or yourself, necessitating a trip to the hospital. They nodded again. And if you go to the hospital, isn't that an expense? Wouldn't that be inviting financial loss? What if, by misfortune, both you and the other person were injured, and the responsibility fell on you? Wouldn't that cause a significant financial drain? Gu Ningning's words resonated with everyone, illuminating the truth of her reasoning. It sounds quite logical, yet I sense something odd about it, but I can't pinpoint what exactly seems off. There's nothing odd about it, it's perfectly logical. Most fights stem from arguments, typically starting with verbal exchanges before escalating to physical altercations, leading to hospital visits and ultimately depleting one's wallet. Then I must control my temper. I have a rather volatile disposition, and arguments are frequent. There have been times when the other party nearly lost control, but thankfully, I'm quick on my feet. The audience began reflecting on their own behaviors, realizing that matters concerning money are indeed significant and warrant careful consideration. Earning money is no easy feat. Losing it is simply unacceptable. The director found himself at a loss for words regarding Gu Ningning. How could every single thing she said be so profoundly insightful? A nearby staff member remarked, "Perhaps it's due to her wealth of experience. Affluent individuals understand such matters well, or else they wouldn't be wealthy." The director conceded, "That makes a bit of sense. I suppose I should work on controlling my temper too. I need to refrain from cursing at others." The staff member looked at him incredulously. "Are you certain you can manage that? Who here hasn't been on the receiving end of your outbursts? If it weren't for your position as director and your authoritative presence, you'd have been bundled into a sack long ago." The director is indeed rather notorious for his temper. Anyone who has worked with him has likely faced his wrath. He has even scolded the bosses, leading to some withdrawing their investments. Some collaborators have permanently blacklisted him, all due to his formidable reputation. However, the staff member dared not reveal such truths to the director, for the next recipient of his ire would undoubtedly be them. After Gu Ningning successfully pacified the two, the group began to search for a place to have lunch. They decided to return to the restaurant they visited yesterday, as it was quite pleasant. After their meal, they had already formulated their plans. Along the way, they encountered quite a bit of litter. Collecting bottles for cash could be a viable option. Observing the 6 individuals with garbage bags in one hand and sticks in the other, the viewers found themselves at a loss for words. Are they truly going to pick up trash? Have they really fallen to such depths? They spent less than 200 yuan on their last meal, and they still have around 400 to nearly 500 yuan left. It seems they only have tomorrow left. Surely this money should suffice. There's really no need to resort to collecting trash. Unaware of the viewers' comments, Gu Ningning and her companions were fully prepared.
Today,
We shall hold a competition to see who can collect the most trash and earn the most money, Gu Ningning declared with grandiosity, as if they were embarking on a monumental task rather than simply picking up litter. The other 5 felt a bit embarrassed, with Yanluo looking particularly uncomfortable. Must we really collect trash? Can't we do something else? Yang Mei and the others shared similar sentiments, feeling that as capable young adults, they should be able to pursue other means of earning money. Collecting trash seemed too demeaning. Demeaning? Gu Ningning didn't perceive it as such. Why would this be shameful? We are indeed working for our livelihood, and can you guarantee that you'll find any other job here? She continued, let us be honest. As a group, we lack strength and skills. We could once rely on our talents, but now we're hardly in a position to do so. If we don't pick up trash, are we truly prepared to sit idly by and let our resources dwindle? Do not underestimate the act of collecting garbage. It can indeed be quite lucrative. You may be unaware of the multitude of individuals who have risen to prosperity through the collection of waste materials. As Gu Ningning spoke, her words seemed to genuinely sway the group. After all, they were merely participating in a show, not engaging in their everyday lives. It was unlikely that they would rely on garbage collection as a means of sustenance. It was simply a day's worth of refuse to gather. Observing this group adapt with astonishing speed left the audience utterly astonished. Isn't their adaptability rather remarkable? Do they not struggle at all? Typically, one would find it difficult to maintain composure while rummaging through trash, yet here we have a group of celebrities, affluent scions, demonstrating that their wealth is indeed justified, as their resilience is something we ordinary folk cannot match. Of course, we cannot compare. They participate in this program for fun, while for us, scavenging is a necessity for survival. As the group commenced their trash collection, the director hastily instructed the crew to announce a new task. How could they begin collecting garbage? What more was there to film in that? Get to the fields and start planting rice. Chapter 77. Masters of Labor. While they were midway through their garbage collection, a staff member rushed over. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a task for you. Will you accept it? If you complete this task, a sumptuous dinner awaits you tonight. Whatever you desire. Ha ha ha, the production team intervened, and this group of guests truly resembles a bunch of pampered children. The director is really putting in the effort. They are summoned for a task, yet they choose to collect garbage. Just look at the anxious expressions of the staff, offering such enticing conditions. What kind of task could the production team possibly assign? Surely not one that is exceedingly difficult. That would be worse than collecting garbage. Gu Ningning too harbored doubts about the benevolence of the production team. Could they genuinely be this generous? Surely the task they propose cannot be easily accomplished, or are they simply toying with us? Everyone cast skeptical glances at the staff, their distrust palpable. The staff member clapped his hands and, with a hint of sorrow, remarked, is there no longer a basic trust between individuals? Do you think we are those kinds of people? This task is far more rewarding than collecting garbage. We have arranged for you to assist a farming family with their rice planting. You have only this afternoon to finish the task. Not only will you receive compensation, but dinner is also included. In truth, the payment and dinner were provided by the production team, who also compensated the farmers for their time. After all, what would happen if this group of young masters and mistresses were to perform poorly? That would only hinder the farmers. Thus, the production team resolved the matter financially, renting the land for their labor, allowing the farmers to profit while the crew could capture footage. Gu Ningning glanced back at the others, who were deliberating the feasibility of the proposal. I think it's doable. It's just rice planting. I did it at home when I was a child. I'm not boasting, but I am quite adept at it. Yihua had also grown up in the countryside and had assisted adults in various tasks back then. Although he hadn't done so for many years, he felt he retained some memory of it. I agree. While collecting garbage offers freedom, it does not guarantee dinner. And we would have to spend our own money. We could save our funds for leisure activities afterward. Did we not agree that after these few days, we could enjoy ourselves? The group largely consented to undertake the work. Since everyone was willing, Gu Ningning had little to contest. I can't shake the feeling that they've been led into a trap by the production team. Can they truly be so benevolent? Let us see. Perhaps the production team has had a change of heart. They followed the staff to the destination, where a vast expanse of farmland lay before them, prompting deep contemplation among the group. Gu Ningning exclaimed, "Didn't you just say it was a small plot? Is your idea of small the size of a football field?"
Goodness.
This stretch of farmland was indeed as large as a football field. How could the 6 of them possibly finish it? The staff member chuckled. The potential of individuals often emerges under pressure. Think of the sumptuous dinner awaiting you, and the remuneration, 100 yuan each. 6 of you amount to 600 yuan, plus the 500 yuan you already possess. You'll have funds for leisure afterward. Think of it that way. The 6-person team replied, "What are you talking about? Is this work even feasible? Can it be completed just by thinking about it?"
Yang Mei nudged Yihua and whispered.
Didn't you claim to be an expert at rice planting? Can you finish this entire field by yourself in one afternoon? Yihua looked at her as if she were foolish and replied, "I may be skilled at labor, but I'm neither a superhuman nor can I clone myself." Ha ha ha. I knew the production team wouldn't let them off so easily. Expecting 6 people to finish this field in one afternoon is truly a dream. I could understand a basketball court-sized field, but a football field? I am genuinely astonished. Can they really complete it? If they manage to finish this field in one afternoon, they might as well abandon their entertainment careers and become contractors. They would undoubtedly be a valuable asset. The audience was thoroughly entertained, with some even betting on whether the group could finish their tasks that afternoon. Gu Ningning surveyed the frowning faces of her companions and then glanced at the gleeful staff, finally exhaling deeply. What we chose, we must now endure. The production team hasn't mandated that we must finish. They merely require us to work for an afternoon. Let us do our best. The equipment had already been placed along the ridges of the fields, and the group donned their boots. Gu Ningning, concerned about leeches, cautioned everyone, "Be careful. There may be leeches in the muddy ground. Exercise caution while working." The seedlings had already been scattered in the fields. They merely needed to be planted. Yihua was indeed proficient, executing the task with the finesse of a seasoned farmer. Yan Luo and Wei Kale struggled. Likely due to their lack of experience in such labor, their seedlings were limp and poorly arranged. Yang Mei and Cheng Xia, while slow, managed to maintain decent quality and were particularly meticulous. Gu Ningning, like Yihua, performed the task with remarkable skill. Are these 2 truly celebrities and wealthy heirs? They seem rather unlike that. Their movements are far too practiced. My grandfather is watching nearby, and he remarked that these 2 are indeed masters of labor. After which he scolded me. Ha ha ha. Without comparison, there is no harm. Everyone look at Wei Kale and Yan Luo beside us. See what they're producing. Though Yan Luo and Wei Kale were trying their best, their results were subpar. The seedlings they planted were disordered and wilted, in stark contrast to the neat and upright rows produced by Yihua and Gu Ningning. What could be the reason? Why were the seedlings identical, yet those planted by Yi and Gu looked entirely different? Wei Kale even rushed over to inspect, attempting to snatch a handful of seedlings from Yihua. But despite his efforts, the results remained unchanged. This indicated that the issue lay not with the seedlings, but with him. Yan Luo bent over, not lifting his head, and remarked, "Perhaps it is simply their extraordinary talent. Let's hasten our work. Who knows, after some practice, it may improve." Half an hour passed, and their progress was commendable. Though the seedlings they had planted bore a distinctive personal flair, making it evident whose handiwork it was. Chapter 78. A Windfall from the Heavens. Observing the haphazard arrangements they had created, the audience found themselves at a loss for words. If I had planted rice like that back home, my grandparents would have buried me on the spot. My 8-year-old nephew does a better job than they do. What on earth is this? I don't quite understand. This is a travel lifestyle variety show, yet why do I feel increasingly that it resembles a transformation show? Just look at how much everyone has changed since their first meeting. They were all so impressive back then, and now they're down in the fields planting rice. Why can Gu Ningning do everything? Is there anything she cannot master? The audience's admiration for Gu Ningning grew, as she did not resemble a wealthy individual. She seemed to possess a myriad of skills. They were left wondering how she managed before being found. They labored throughout the afternoon, but had completed less than 14 rows, with more than half contributed by Gu Ningning and Yihua. I can't take it anymore. My back is giving out, and I'm feeling dizzy. Yihua groaned as he slowly straightened up, a pained expression on his face. Gu Ningning, seated on the ground as if playing in the mud, found the task easier. With a sudden jolt, Wei Kale stood up, feeling the world spin around him. As he teetered on the brink of falling, he struggled to regain his balance, only to be propelled forward by inertia. Yihua, who had been stretching lazily, suddenly felt a jolt against his rear, followed by an unfamiliar sensation encroaching between his legs. The entire scene fell silent as everyone paused their work. Still dizzy, Wei Kale was oblivious to what had just occurred. He only sensed that something was clamping down on his head, which afforded him a moment to gather himself. Ha ha ha, a perfect shot. Oh my, this image will keep me laughing for a month. Someone screenshot this. I knew that such a vigorous move would lead to trouble, but I never expected it to be this hilarious. Doesn't he realize that his landing spot is a bit off? Yen Luo, standing nearby, was astonished, almost reaching out to catch Wei Kale, but the gap of a mere centimeter resulted in the current predicament. My goodness, I nearly fell over, Wei Kale lamented.
Yihua,
Observing the head protruding between his legs, felt an indescribable sensation. He could only recall a similar incident from his childhood. Noticing that Wei Kale seemed unaware of the awkwardness, he couldn't help but point it out. Don't you realize something feels off? Wei Kale heard the voice emanating from above his head.
no.
How could a voice come from above? Attempting to look up, he found his view obstructed. Yihua's face turned sour. How could someone not recognize the awkwardness of this position? Stay still and get your head out of there. Finally, Wei Kale grasped the situation. How did he end up beneath someone else's legs? No wonder he felt trapped. Could you possibly spread your legs a bit so I can pull my head out? Hurry up then. Their exchange carried an oddly surreal undertone, and Gu Ningning was laughing so hard she could hardly contain herself. The atmosphere between the two became exceedingly awkward, as neither dared to meet the other's gaze. Yang Mei and Chen Xia rubbed their sore cheeks from laughing and whispered, I think the tension between them is a bit strange. Yet there is a certain harmony within the oddity. The scene is quite pleasant, considering both of them are rather good-looking. Gu Ningning overheard their conversation clearly. Observing Yihua and Wei Kale as appearances, she nodded in agreement. They were indeed presentable. Perhaps she should propose a script for them. Yang Mei and Chen Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be the manifestation of a wealthy patron supporting a pairing, directly investing in their project? Fans of Wei Kale and Yihua were equally astonished. Surely this was a stroke of luck. Oh my, this truly is a windfall. Could it be that they're being cast in a romantic drama? While I enjoy romantic dramas, they can receive harsh criticism if not done well. Regardless of the genre, at least we'll have food to eat. Let them criticize. We have Gu Jia to protect us. Lele. Finally, the fortunes have turned in our favor. We're on the brink of entering the film industry. Wei Kale, having risen to fame as an idol, had decent acting skills and had played minor roles. However, due to his idol status, major directors hesitated to cast him, fearing he wouldn't handle the lead role. Thus, he had spent years in supporting roles. His temper also left much to be desired, much like when he first joined the show. Directors had no reason to endure his temperament while casting, which is why he had not been afforded real acting opportunities until now. Yihua's fans were even more ecstatic. This was a second chance. The first opportunity hadn't even begun when the second arrived. Truly a wealthy benefactor. Other Stars fans also erupted with excitement, flooding the comments with their idols' names beneath Gu Ningning's social media posts. Those who had previously disdained Gu Ningning had now completely shifted their stance. When it comes to money, personal preferences pale in comparison. Upon learning that Gu Ningning intended to invest in a drama for them, Wei Kale was left utterly stunned. Can I really act in a television series? He felt as though he were dreaming. He had long desired to act but had never found an opportunity. Despite his substantial fanbase, no major directors had ever truly considered him. His initial attempts to curry favor with Gu Ningning had stemmed from this desire to act. Unfortunately, Gu Ningning had remained unyielding, yet now, without needing to win her favor, fortune began to smile upon him. Observing Wei Kale in a dazed state, Yi Hua patted his shoulder and remarked, "When Gu Jia offered me a leading role, I felt just like you. It takes getting used to. Just work hard to earn money for Gu Jia." Wei Kale nodded vigorously. "I will definitely put in my utmost effort. After the show, I will seek specialized guidance for my acting." Chapter 79. A Counterattack. That afternoon had thoroughly exhausted them. The production team led them to a vast empty space devoid of anything. Gu Ningning looked around. Wasn't there supposed to be a lavish feast? Where's the banquet? Is it a royal feast meant only for the astute? Her quip elicited laughter from the others. Perhaps we are not particularly astute. It seems we may miss out on the king's grand feast. How treacherous this production team is. After working tirelessly throughout the afternoon, they have not even provided a dinner for us. Forget about a lavish meal. At the very least, a boxed lunch would suffice. Haraha, the king's grand feast. Perhaps we are not so clever. I have not witnessed any grand feast myself. I often indulge in extravagant meals abroad. Whenever hunger strikes, I find myself imagining them. Dieting is truly a torturous endeavor. I am already famished. I had nothing but grass for dinner, and I feel as though I might faint from hunger. The crew clapped their hands, and shortly thereafter, a small cart appeared, laden with an array of ingredients, vegetables, meats, and seafood, yet all were raw. Gu Ningning looked at the assortment of uncooked items and remarked earnestly, "Are you expecting us to gnaw on these? It seems we have not yet evolved to that level."
Ha!
Why is Gu Jia so witty in her remarks? Initially, they felt disheartened by the absence of food, but now, all unpleasant feelings had vanished. Do not say you have not evolved to that extent. We have not either. This is indeed a grand meal, but one would expect it to arrive cooked. How are we to consume all this raw fare? The staff began to explain. Today, we have prepared barbecue for everyone, but you must cook it yourselves. These ingredients are yours to experiment with. If you desire anything else, simply inform us. We can provide whatever is feasible. Gu Ningning immediately raised her hand. "I wish to have a Manchu Han imperial feast." The others nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. We want a Manchu Han imperial feast. The staff replied, "Please articulate reasonable requests." Is that unreasonable? They believe this request to be perfectly reasonable. Enough already. It is clear you cannot fulfill it. Making such grand claims when you are incapable is rather embarrassing, thought Yan Luo, his eyes betraying disdain. All the hardships he had endured in life seemed to stem from this variety show. Why on earth did he decide to participate? Why did he ever develop feelings for Gu Jinji? It felt as if his youthful years had been squandered. Had it not been for this program, how could he have suffered so much? His standing at home had plummeted. Now, he was even beneath the family dog. His parents' older brother and grandparents once doted on him, but now, each one looked down upon him, criticizing his ineptitude and the embarrassment he brought upon himself in the show. Did he choose to lose face willingly? The staff, about to retort to this young master, hesitated when considering his status and ultimately redirected their response to another. A good man does not quarrel with a boy. In any case, the ingredients were already laid out. If they wished to eat, they would have to roll up their sleeves. The barbecue grill had been brought over. Should they refuse to cook, they could always spend their own money to dine elsewhere. Gu Ningning surveyed the vegetables, finding them quite appealing, especially since they required no expenditure. Free food is indeed the best. All right, we shall prepare our own meal. Those who cannot cook can assist with washing the vegetables and threading them onto skewers, while those who can cook may take charge of the barbecue. Gu Ningning promptly divided the group into two, the men on one side and the women on the other. The three men possessed not a shred of culinary talent. Gu Ningning feared that allowing them to handle food would result in food poisoning. As dusk descended, a large light illuminated the open area, creating an inviting atmosphere for the evening. Villagers began to emerge for a breath of fresh air. The aroma of their barbecue wafted far and wide, drawing a few individuals toward them. "Oh, when did you open a barbecue stall? We had no idea." An elderly man, fanning himself, approached, sniffing the fragrant air, and began rummaging through his pockets. Fortunately, he had some money. "Little girl, how much for a skewer of your barbecue? How much for the vegetarian, and how much for the meat?" Gu Ningning was momentarily taken aback. Had they been mistaken for barbecue vendors? With 2 to 3 people quickly surrounding their stall, Gu Ningning's mind began racing. 2 yuan for vegetarian, 3 for meat. Do you prefer spicy or non-spicy, sir? What is happening? Were we not supposed to be preparing dinner, and now we are selling barbecue? Gu Ningning's quick thinking is truly impressive. The production team provided them with ingredients for free profit. However, it seems they have yet to have dinner. After working all afternoon, can they truly hold out? As it turned out, they could indeed endure. How could they not sustain themselves while earning money? Besides, it did not hinder their eating. They could grill and munch simultaneously. The patrons were mostly elderly, so their orders were modest, allowing ample time for the group to enjoy their food. Gu Ningning busied herself with fervor, while Yang Mei and Cheng Xia gradually honed their grilling skills. Oh, your phones are quite impressive, and your prices are reasonable. Will you still be here selling tomorrow night? After indulging in a few skewers, the elderly man was in high spirits, lamenting the absence of beer. As a little barbecue paired with beer would have been divine. Gu Ningning cheerfully responded, "We are only here for tonight, and we won TV late. We will be heading back soon." The elderly man looked somewhat disappointed. "You are leaving so soon? Your barbecue is truly affordable and delicious. Previously, I spent dozens of yuan for just a few skewers on the street." Gu Ningning replied, "Indeed. We have no expenses. Everything was provided by the production team. So what we earn is pure profit." The director, witnessing this scene, was nearly driven to despair. His intent had been to further challenge this group, yet unexpectedly, they were making money. Why does this always happen? Why is it that every time I aim to unsettle them, things take such turns? Are they my nemesis? The director rubbed his balding head, reflecting on how much hair he had lost over the course of these episodes. "My hair is nearly gone from the stress they cause me." A nearby staff member glanced at the director's shiny scalp and inquired, "Director? Didn't you already have very little hair to begin with?" The director snapped, "Silence." Chapter 80. Human Toxic Gas Bomb. That night, their earnings exceeded 200 yuan, added to the previous 500, freeing them from any worries about the following day. As Gu Ningning drifted into sleep, she dreamt of counting money. Although she did not lack for funds, who would ever say no to more? The following day passed swiftly, and the 6 of them had thoroughly embraced a laid-back attitude. After all, they had more than enough money. When the staff arrived to collect them, the director's expression was grim. "Do not be angry. If you ruin your health with anger, what will become of us? We still have many episodes ahead." The cameraman had secretly adjusted the camera to capture the director's frustrated demeanor. Ha ha ha. The director is truly having a rough time. Without Gu Ningning, these individuals would have been completely at his mercy. However, the presence of Gu Ningning has significantly enhanced the show's appeal. Do you not find her captivating while she is here? I can hardly fathom how the program would fare in her absence. Perhaps Gu Jinji might still be involved. Let us not entertain that thought. Gu Jinji, the murderer, is best left alone. Gu Jinji's reputation has now become utterly tarnished. And while her notoriety may seem inconsequential now that she has been incarcerated, the police have thoroughly investigated her actions, including her relationship with her biological mother. It is beyond comprehension that this young woman in her early 20s could commit such heinous acts, devoid of any humanity. She assumed another's identity and relished in years of opulence, only to contemplate taking that person's life. One must wonder where she finds the audacity. After they were escorted away, the group began to revel in their newfound freedom. The staff had already informed them they could entertain themselves for the next 2 days. A few $100s sufficed for their indulgences, and they opted to stay away from ticketed venues, instead immersing themselves in the local street food scene. The audience has grown weary of their daily escapades at the food stalls. Are their stomachs truly that resilient? After 2 days of street food, they have not suffered any gastrointestinal distress. I wish I had such ironclad digestion. Yet, watching them eat is indeed quite appetizing. I have already succumbed to ordering takeout for 2 consecutive days, and now I find myself in the restroom, battling severe diarrhea. Where are you from? And which takeout did you order? Please share to avoid any misfortune. I ordered from the same place as they did. I can't fathom why I am experiencing this distress. Perhaps I simply overindulged. The viewers, inspired by their culinary choices, began sampling various street foods, only to return home afflicted with similar ailments. In truth, diarrhea does not necessarily indicate unclean ingredients. Street food is often laden with oil, salt, and spice, which can easily upset one's stomach. On the eve of their return, the 6 of them found themselves cornered in the restroom, their faces ashen. "I'll go first. I was here first." Gu Ningning single-handedly barred the other 5 from entering, astonishingly managing to push out the 3 larger men. "You've already gone twice. Can't we take turns?" I'm about to lose control. Yi Hua shouted, his voice hoarse with urgency. Why is there only one restroom? Originally, there were two, one for men and one for women, but the second restroom had become clogged, leaving them to congregate at the sole remaining facility. Sister, hurry. I can't hold it any longer. Yang Mei, legs crossed and clutching her abdomen, bent over in distress, her features contorted in agony. Yan Luo, pale as a ghost, stood outside before suddenly bolting away, releasing flatulence as he ran, resembling a clattering tractor. Ah! Where is the nearest restroom? Please, point me in the right direction. Yan Luo had completely abandoned any concern for his dignity, prioritizing the search for a toilet. A nearby elderly woman, startled by his urgency, trembled as she pointed towards a public restroom not far away. Wei Kale, spotting the direction, hurriedly followed suit, the two of them resembling human tractors, leaving the old woman nearly faint from the odor. What on earth are these young people doing? What have they eaten to produce such foul gas? They look so presentable, yet behave so bizarrely, the elderly woman grimaced in disdain. Ha, I knew this would be the outcome. Just earlier today, I was pondering why they hadn't experienced any gastrointestinal issues. It seems my predictions were spot on. Pfft. These two human tractors are truly a sight to behold. I'm curious about the photographer's feelings at this moment. The photographer, struggling to suppress his nausea while hefting his camera, clung to his professional ethics. Yang Mei, Yi Hua, and Cheng Xia exchanged glances before dashing toward the nearby public restroom. Gu Ningning relished her solitary occupancy of the restroom, feeling a sense of relief as the commotion outside subsided. Thank goodness. They finally left. These individuals were akin to toxic gas canisters. Even the photographer could not help but comment. Haha, toxic gas canisters. What an apt description. I observed pedestrians along the street, and wherever they went, people covered their mouths and noses in disgust, a once glamorous group of stars now utterly disgraced. I wonder if the director is reveling in their misfortune. Let us hasten to set up a live stream from the director's side. Ha, they deserve it. Let them indulge in street food for 2 days. The director was on the verge of delirious laughter. While his behavior may be deemed somewhat unethical, he was genuinely delighted. Nearby staff, noticing the audience's requests, cautiously set up a live stream to capture the director's unrestrained mirth. Have the doctors arrived? Have they prepared the anti-diarrheal medication? While laughter is abundant, we must still be mindful of their health. Director, the doctors are here and the medication is ready. They can take it once they've finished. They mentioned waiting for them to finish, but who knows when that would be. At the public restroom, only the 5 of them remained inside. The men S and women S sides resembling a competitive arena. Huffed, huffed, huffed. Those who had been using the facilities were promptly scared away. What on earth were those recent entrants doing in there? It was rather alarming. I have no idea. Judging by the odor, it seems they were experiencing diarrhea. Their affliction is rather severe. The restroom is now uninhabitable. Chapter 81. Even the monsters might find them repugnant. They could hear each other from the adjacent stalls. Are Yang Mei and the others also at this public restroom? Yi Hua weakly inquired. Yan Luo, squatting in the stall beside him, rolled his eyes. Why do you care if they're here? Focus on yourself. I feel utterly drained. Wei Kale, his voice thick with tears, echoed from the stall next door. Wah. Had I known, I wouldn't have eaten so much street food. I'm an idol. My fans must be getting worried by now. Idols are typically very image-conscious. And his current predicament had entirely shattered his reputation. Forget about your fans. You need to resolve your current situation first. Haha, don't worry, Lele, we're still here, watching the spectacle. Oh no, we're actually concerned for you. How could we leave you over something so trivial? Are you truly his fan? Can your laughter get any louder? You're still worried about your fans? Truly, you are a dedicated idol. Though it seems your idol image is all but lost now. Why does it feel as though their diarrhea is akin to a symphony? They are all such handsome and beautiful individuals. I never could have imagined what their bathroom habits would be like. And now I'm grateful to know they are just like everyone else. What do? I feel a sense of disillusionment. Yet I find this all incredibly amusing. What is going on? In the eyes of ordinary people, these celebrities, with their handsome visages and stunning beauty, seem to exist in a realm untouched by the mundane necessities of life, such as using the restroom or passing gas. However, these 5 individuals have utterly shattered such preconceptions. Half an hour later, they emerged, supporting one another, each with their feet turned inward, their complexions pallid, and their gazes devoid of vitality. A photographer outside cautiously inquired. How are you all faring, esteemed teachers? The doctor is already awaiting your arrival. Yi Hua, with a feeble smile, replied, We're faring quite well. Just clinging to this last breath of life. After uttering this, he inadvertently passed gas. While such an act in public would typically evoke embarrassment, the five had grown so accustomed to it that they exchanged glances of pity instead. Yan Luo cautioned, Be careful, lest you soil yourself. Yi Hua assured, Fear not. I am thoroughly clean now. The audience marveled. How can they speak of such awkward matters with such composure? Do they not remember they are filming a variety show? They seemed entirely unfazed, while I found myself engulfed in embarrassment. As long as I remain unembarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others. They had embraced this philosophy wholeheartedly. It was both amusing and pitiable to witness a pampered young heir and a major star now nonchalantly discussing such mortifying topics in public. One could deem this a form of growth. Yet, I pondered whether such growth was truly necessary for them. Had it been me, I would not have wished for such development. Eventually, the group sluggishly returned to their accommodations, where Gu Ningning lay sprawled on the sofa, sipping medicine. Upon seeing the five enter, she weakly raised her hand. They reciprocated, acknowledging the discomfort that enveloped them. Quickly, take your medicine. Let's stop the diarrhea, the doctor urged, pouring water and handing them the medication while striving to suppress a smile. Despite their current plight, the scene was undeniably humorous. The doctor, who had accompanied the production team, had harbored concerns upon witnessing their recent indulgence in street food. Such greasy and salty fare was beyond the tolerance of an average stomach, making their gastrointestinal distress hardly surprising. After taking the medication, all six collapsed onto the sofa, resembling the living dead. The barrage of comments on screen was filled with laughter at their expense, with some even using them as cautionary tales for children. Yan Hua sat on the living room sofa, observing his foolish younger brother with a quiet sigh. Nearby, their parents were engaged in a futile blame game. He clearly resembles you. Absolutely not. He is definitely more like you. Yan Luo is the spitting image of me. Their dispute over whom Yan Luo favored persisted, neither willing to admit their youngest son resembled them, resulting in mutual deflection. Look at how he's tarnished his image. What girl would ever find him appealing now? Are we to support him for life? Yan mother felt a genuine headache brewing. Although their family's wealth could easily sustain another person, they could not allow their child to become a perpetual dependent. They too required rest. Yan Hua reassured them. Someone will surely appreciate him. You need not fret. There's a lid for every pot. Perhaps there's a girl out there who adores him just as he is. Their father, upon hearing this, sighed heavily, pondering the depths of taste that would lead someone to favor him. Let's be honest, if he hadn't participated in this show, perhaps his looks alone could have attracted some interest. Yet, after this experience, his public image has been irreparably altered. He is now riddled with flaws, with the only redeeming quality being his affection for Gu Ningning. Yan Hua continued, but perhaps these are not flaws. They may simply be his true self. Something we had yet to recognize. Brother, my ability to assist you is limited. I can offer no more words of comfort. If you have the chance to return, strive to improve on your own. After taking their medication, they finally settled down, exhausted, and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, as they prepared to return, each step felt light and ethereal, as if their essence had been drained. They seemed to be walking on air, as though their feet barely touched the ground. Thankfully, the production team had a doctor on standby. Otherwise, they might have found themselves in a hospital. They resemble creatures drained of vitality. I suspect even a monster might find them repugnant. Huffed. What nonsense are you spouting up there? Yet, it's not entirely implausible. On the flight home, they found themselves devoid of the desire to converse, each person lost in a daze. The tranquil atmosphere was unfamiliar to the audience, who had expected the antics of Wei Kai Lo. Instead, they witnessed his transformation into a loyal follower by the end of the episode. Upon returning, the first order of business for many was a thorough bath, followed by collapsing into bed for a deep, restorative sleep. Although this episode had not been excessively exhausting, the previous day's ordeal had drained them of all their energy.